Lord of Chaos by Robert Jordan. Chapter 23. To Understand a Message. Grendel managed not to stare as she entered the room, but her Strythe gown went dead black before she could control herself and return it to a blue mist. Samael had done enough to make anyone doubt that this chamber was in the grand hall of the council in Ilion, but then she would be very surprised if anyone but he ever penetrated this far uninvited into Lord Bren's apartments. The air was pleasantly cool. In one corner rose the hollow cylinder of an exchanger. Glow bulbs, bright and steady, stood oddly in heavy gold candle holders, giving much better illumination than candles or oil lamps ever could. A small music box sat on the marble mantelpiece, producing from its memory the soft strains of a sound sculpture that very likely had not been heard outside this room in well over 3,000 years. And she recognized several of the artworks on the walls. She paused in front of Seren Toll's Tempo of Infinity, not a copy. "One might think you had looted a museum, Samael." It was hard to keep the envy from her voice, and when she saw his faint smile, she realized she had failed. Filling 2 silver-chased goblets with wine, he handed her one. "Only a stasis box. I suppose people tried to save what they could in the last days." His smile pulled at that awful scar across his face as he beamed around the chamber, with a special fondness for the Zara board projecting its field of still transparent boxes in the air. He had always liked the more violent games. Of course, a Zara board meant his stasis box had been filled by someone who followed the Great Lord. Possession of a single once-human playing piece had meant imprisonment at the least on the other side. What else had he found? Sipping her wine, and suppressing a sigh, it was from the here and now. She had hoped for a delicate satare, or one of the exquisite comolades. She stroked her gown with beringed fingers. "I found one as well, but beyond strife, it contained the most appalling collection of useless rubbish." After all, since he had invited her here and let her see this, it was a time for confidences. Small confidences. "How sad for you." Again that faint smile. He had found something more than playthings and pretties. "On the other hand," he went on, "think how awful it would have been to open a box and rouse a nest of Caffar, say, or a Jumara, or one of Agenor's other little creations. Did you know there are Jumara loose in the Blight? Full grown, though they'll never transform now. They call them worms." He laughed so hard at that he shook. Grendel smiled a good deal more warmly than she felt inside, though, if her gown changed color, it was by a hair. She had had an unpleasant, in fact almost fatal experience with one of Agenor's creations. The man had been brilliant in his way, but mad. None but a madman would have made the golem. "You seem in very good mood." "Why should I not be?" he said expansively. "I all but have my hands on a cache of Angreal, and who can say what else? Do not look so surprised. Of course I've known that the rest of you have been trying to look over my shoulder in hopes I will lead you to it. Well, it will do you no good. Oh, I will share, but after it's mine, and after I have first choice." Sprawling in a heavily gilded chair, or perhaps it was solid gold, that would be like him, he balanced one boot atop the toe of the other and stroked his golden beard. "Besides, I sent an emissary to Althor, and the answer was favorable." Grendel almost spilled her wine. "It was? I heard that he killed your messenger." If her knowing that much shook him, he held it in. He even smiled. "Althor killed no one. Andris went there to die. Do you think I wanted to wait on couriers or pigeons? How he died told me Althor's answer." "Which was?" she said carefully. "A truce between us." Icy fingers seemed to dig into her scalp. It could not be true. Yet he looked more at ease than she had seen him since waking. "Luz Theron would never lose. Theron is long dead, Grendel." The interruption was amused, even mocking, no anger at all. She covered a deep breath by pretending to drink. Could it be true? His army is still gathering in Tyr. I have seen it. That hardly looks like a truce to me." Samael laughed outright. "It takes time to redirect an army. Believe me, it will never move against me." "You think not? One or two of my little friends say he wants you dead because you killed some of his pet maidens. Were I you, I would be thinking about somewhere less conspicuous, somewhere he might not find me." Not a flicker of an eyelid out of him. It was as if all the strings that usually moved him had been cut. What should it matter if few maidens died? The look on his face was truly puzzled. It was battle. Soldiers die in battle. You have looked at these people, just the Aiel, and the rest have changed much more. Those soldiers were women, and to Rand al'Thor that makes a difference. He shrugged dismissively, and she suppressed contempt, kept the strife steady in a calm fog. He had never understood that you must understand people to make them do as you wished. Compulsion was all very well, but you could not use compulsion on the entire world. She wondered whether the stasis box had been this cache that he claimed he would put his hands on soon. If he had even one Angreal. If he did, she would find out, but probably not before he'd let her. "I suppose we shall see how much wiser the primitive Lews Therin has become, then." She raised a doubting eyebrow, managed a smile of her own. No reaction. Where had he found this leash for his temper? Lews Therin's name alone should have been enough to loose it. If he fails to chase you out of Ilion like a Kosa scampering up a tree, perhaps it might be waiting too long, he cut in smoothly. Too long for you, that is. Is that supposed to be a threat, Samael? Her gown shifted to a pale rose, but she let it stay. Let him be aware she was angry. "I thought you learned long ago that threatening me is a mistake." "No threats, Grendal," he replied calmly. All of his pressure points had gone numb. Nothing seemed to shift him out of that amused coolness. Merely facts. al'Thor will not attack me, and I will not attack him. And of course I agreed not to aid any other chosen should al'Thor find them. All very much in accordance with the Great Lord's commands, wouldn't you say? Of course. She kept her face smooth, but the strife had gone a deeper rose, losing some of its mistiness. In part, the color was still anger. There was more to this, but how was she to find out? "Which means," he continued, "that on the day of return I will very likely be the only one remaining to face al'Thor." "I doubt he will manage to kill all of us," she said acidly, but acid churned in her stomach as well. Too many of the chosen had died. Samael had found a way to stand aside until the last. It was the only explanation. "You think not? Not even if he learns where you all are?" That smile deepened. "I'm sure I know what Demandred is scheming, but where is he hiding? Where is Srug? Messana? What about Asmodean and Lanfear? Moghedien?" Those cold fingers returned, imprinting themselves on her skull. He would not lounge there and talk this way. He would not dare suggest what he was suggesting unless... "Asmodean and Lanfear are dead, and I am sure Moghedien must be too." She was surprised to hear her own voice, hoarse and unsteady. Wine did not seem to dampen her dry throat. "And the others?" It was just a question. His voice was not in the slightest insistent. It sent a shiver through her. "I've told you what I know, Samael, which is nothing. When I am nameless, I will choose who stands just below me. That one will have to be alive to receive the Great Lord's touch." "Are you saying you have been to Sheol Ghul? That the Great Lord promised you?" "You will know all when it is time, and not before. But a small advice, Grendal. Prepare now. Where are they?" Her mind worked furiously. He must have had that promise. He must. But why him? No, there was no time for speculation. The Great Lord chose as he wished, and Samael knew where she was at least. She could flee Ara-Doman, establish herself elsewhere. It would not be difficult. Giving up the little games she played there, and even the larger games that might have to be abandoned, would be a small loss compared with having al'Thor or Lews Therin come after her. She had no intention of ever confronting him directly. If Ishamael and Ravin had fallen to him, she was not about to risk his strength, not head-on. Samael must have had the promise. If he died now, he was certainly holding Saidin. He would be mad to say these things otherwise, and he would feel the instant she embraced Saidar. She would be the one to die. He must have had it. I do not know where Dimandred or Semirag is. Messana is in the White Tower. That is all I know. I swear it. A tightness in her chest loosened when he finally nodded. You will find the others for me. It was not a question. All of them, Grendal. If you want me to believe anyone dead, show me a corpse. She very much wished she dared turn him into a corpse. Her gown rippled through violent shades of red, echoing the anger and fear and shame that rippled through her uncontrollably. Very well. Let him think her cowed for the moment. If he fed Messana to Althor, if he fed them all to Althor, so be it, so long as that kept Althor from her own throat. I will try. Do more than try, Grendal. More than try.
When Grendal was gone, the gateway back to her palace in Aradaman closed. Samael let the smile dissolve on his face. His jaws ached from holding it. Grendal thought too much. She was so used to making others act for her that she failed to think of acting for herself. He wondered what she would say if she ever discovered that he had manipulated her as deftly as she had manipulated so many fools in her time. He would wager everything that she never saw his real purpose. So Messana was inside the White Tower. Messana in the tower and Grendal in Aradaman. Had Grendal been able to see his face then, she would have known real fear. Whatever happened, Samael intended to be the one still standing on the day of return, to be named Nameless and defeat the Dragon Reborn.
Chapter 24. An Embassy. Turning away from the musicians on the street corner, a perspiring woman puffing at a long flute and a red-faced man plucking a 9-string bittern, Egwene threaded her way through the crowd with a light heart. The sun stood high in the sky, molten gold, and the paving stones were hot enough to burn through the soles of her soft boots. Sweat dripped from her nose, her shawl felt like a heavy blanket even looped loosely over her elbows, and there was enough dust in the air that she already wanted to wash, yet she smiled. Some people eyed her askance when they thought she was not looking, which almost made her laugh. That was how they looked at Aiel. People saw what they expected to see, and they saw a woman in Aiel garb, never noticing her eyes or her height. Hawkers and peddlers cried their wares, competing against the shouts of butchers and candle-makers, the rattle and clatter from silversmiths and potters' shops, the squeal of ungreased axles. Rough-tongued wagon drivers and men walking alongside ox carts loudly contested the way with dark lacquered sedan chairs and sober coaches with house sigils on the doors. There were musicians everywhere, along with tumblers and jugglers. A knot of pale women in riding dresses carrying swords swaggered by, imitating how they imagined men behaved, laughing too raucously, and pushing their way in a manner that would have started a dozen fights in 100 paces had they been men. A blacksmith's hammer rang on his anvil. In general, a babble and hum of bustle hung in the air, the noise of a city that she had almost forgotten among the Aiel. Perhaps she had missed it. She did laugh then, right there in the street. The first time she had heard the noise of a city, it had nearly stunned her. Sometimes it seemed that wide-eyed girl had been someone else. A woman working her bay mare through the crowd turned to look at her curiously. The horse had small silver bells tied in her long mane and tail, and the woman had more bells in the dark hair that hung halfway down her back. Pretty, she could not have been much older than Egwene, but she had a hardness to her face and a sharp eye, and no fewer than 6 knives at her belt, one nearly as large as an Aiel's. A hunter for the horn, no doubt. A tall, handsome man in a green coat, 2 swords on his back, watched the woman ride on. He was probably another. They seemed to be everywhere. As the crowd swallowed the woman on the bay, He turned and saw Egwene looking at him. Smiling with sudden interest, he squared broad shoulders and started toward her. Hastily, Egwene put on her coldest face, tried to combine Cerealia at her sternest with Swan Sanche, the stole of the Amerlin's seat around her shoulders. He stopped, looking surprised. As he turned away, she distinctly heard him growl, "Flaming Aiel." She could not help laughing again. He must have heard, despite the noise, because he stiffened, shaking his head. But he did not look back. The source of her good mood was twofold. One was the Wise Ones finally agreeing that walking in the city provided as much exercise as walking around it outside the walls. Cerealia in particular did not seem to understand why she wanted to spend a minute more than she had to among throngs of wetlanders, especially cramped inside walls. Mostly, though, she felt good because they had told her that now the headaches that had puzzled them so were completely gone. She had not been able to hide them altogether. She could return to Tel Eiran-Riod soon. Not in time for the next meeting 3 nights off, but before the one after. That was a relief in more ways than one. An end to having to sneak into the world of dreams. An end to laboriously working everything out for herself. An end to being terrified the Wise Ones would catch her and refuse to teach her any more. An end to needing to lie. It was necessary. She could not afford to waste time. There was too much to learn, and she could not believe she would have time to learn it all, but they would never understand. Aiel dotted the crowd, both in Kadinsor and in Gai'Shine white. The Gai'Shine went where they were sent, yet the others might well be inside the walls for their first time, and quite possibly their last. The Aiel really did not seem to like cities, though a good many had come in 6 days ago to see Mangin hang. It was said he put the noose around his own neck, and made some Aiel joke about whether the rope would break his neck or his neck the rope. She had heard several Aiel repeat the joke, but never a comment about the hanging. Rand had liked Mangin, she was sure of it. Berelain had informed the Wise Ones of the sentence as though telling them their wash would be ready the next day, and the Wise Ones had listened the same day. Egwene did not think she would ever understand Aiel. She was very much afraid she did not understand Rand anymore. As for Berelain, Egwene understood her all too well. That one was only interested in men who were alive. With thoughts like those, it took an effort to regain her good mood. The city was certainly no cooler than outside the walls. In fact, with no breeze and people so close, it might have been hotter, and nearly as dusty, but at least she was not trudging along with nothing to look at but the ashes of Foregate. A few more days and she would be able to learn again, to really learn. That put a smile back on her face. She stopped near a wiry, damp-faced illuminator. It was easy to tell what he was, or had been. His thick mustaches were not covered by the diaphanous veil Taraboners often wore, but baggy breeches embroidered on the legs and an equally loose shirt embroidered across the chest marked him well enough. He was selling finches and warblers in crudely made cages. With their chapter house burned by the Shido, a number of illuminators were trying to find the means to return to Tarabon. "I have it from the most reliable source," he was telling a handsome, graying woman in a plainly cut dark blue dress. A merchant, no doubt, catching a jump on those waiting for better times in Cairhien. "The Aes Sedai," the illuminator confided, leaning over a caged bird to whisper. "They are divided. The Aes Sedai, they are at war with one another." The merchant nodded agreement. Egwene stopped pretending to consider a green-headed finch and moved on, though she had to hop out of the way of a round-faced glee-man, striding along with self-important flourishes of his patch-covered cloak. Gleemen knew very well that they were among the few wetlanders welcome in the waste. Aiel did not intimidate them. At least they pretended so. That rumor troubled her. Not that the tower had split apart. That could not have been kept secret much longer, but talk of war between Aes Sedai. Knowing that Aes Sedai were set against Aes Sedai was like knowing one part of her family was set against another, just barely tolerable for knowing the reasons, yet the thought that it might come to more. If only there were some way to heal the tower, to make it whole again without bloodshed. A little farther down the street, a perspiring Foregate woman who might have been pretty if her face were cleaner was dispensing rumor along with ribbons and pins from a tray hung from a neck strap. She wore a blue silk dress, slashed with red in the skirt, that had been made for a shorter woman. The heavily worn hem was high enough to show her stout shoes, and holes in the sleeves and bodice showed where embroidery had been picked out. "I tell you a fact," she informed the women, picking over her tray. "There has been trollocs seen around the city. Ah, yes, that green will set off your eyes. Hundreds of trollocs, and—" Egwene barely paused. If there had been even one trolloc anywhere near the city, the Aiel would have known long before it became street gossip. She wished the wise ones gossiped. Well, they did sometimes, but only about other Aiel. As far as Aiel were concerned, nothing about Wetlanders was very absorbing. Being able to pop into Elida's study in Tel Rhyd whenever she wanted and read the woman's letters had accustomed her to knowing what was happening in the world, though. Abruptly, Egwene realized she was looking around differently, looking at people's faces. There were Aes Sedai eyes and ears in Cairhien as surely as she was sweating. Elida must receive a report a day by pigeon from Cairhien, if not more. Tower spies, Aja spies, spies for individual Aes Sedai. They were everywhere, often where and who you least suspected. Why were those two tumblers just standing there? Were they catching their breath or watching her? They sprang back into action, one leaping up to a handstand on the other's shoulders. A spy for the Yellow Aja had once tried to bundle Elaine and Nynaeve off to Tar Valon on orders issued by Elida. Egwene did not actually know that Elida wanted her as well, but assuming anything else would be very foolish. Egwene could not make herself believe that Elida would forgive anyone who had worked closely for the woman she'd opposed. For that matter, some of the Aes Sedai in Salidar probably had eyes and ears here, too. If word ever reached them of Egwene Sedai of the Green Aja, it could be anybody. That skinny woman in the shop door apparently studying a bolt of dark gray cloth, or the blousy woman lolling beside the tavern door, flapping her apron at her face, or that fat fellow with his pushcart full of pies. Why was he looking at her so strangely? She very nearly headed for the nearest city gate. It was the fat fellow who stopped her, or rather the way he suddenly tried to cover his pies with his hands. He was staring at her because she had been staring at him. He was probably afraid an Aiel savage was going to take some of his wares without paying. Egwene laughed weakly. Aiel. Even people who looked her in the face assumed she was Aiel. A Tower agent who was looking for her would walk right past. Feeling a good deal better, she went back to meandering through the streets, listening where she could. The trouble was she had grown used to knowing things just weeks or even days after they happened, and with a certainty that they had happened. Rumor might cross 100 miles in a day or take a month, and it birthed 10 daughters every day. Today she learned that Siuan had been executed because she unearthed the Black Aja, that Siuan was Black Aja and still alive, that the Black Aja had driven those Aes Sedai who were not black from the tower. They were not new tales, only variations on old. One new story, spreading like fire in a summer meadow, was that the tower had been behind all the false dragons. That made her so angry she stalked away stiff-backed every time she heard it. Which meant she did a good bit of stiff-backed stalking. She heard that Andorans in Arengil had declared some noblewoman queen, Dylan, the name varied, now that Morghese was dead, which might be true, and that Aes Sedai were running around Arad Doman doing very improbable things, which was certainly untrue. The prophet was coming to Cairhien. The prophet had been crowned king of Ghealdan. No, Amadisia. The dragon reborn had killed the prophet for blasphemy. The Aiel were all leaving. No, they meant to settle and stay. Berelain was to be crowned on the Sun Throne. A skinny little man with shifty eyes nearly got himself beaten by his listeners outside a tavern for saying that Rand was one of the Forsaken, but Egwene stepped into that without thought. "Have you no honor?" she demanded coldly. The 4 coarse-faced men who had been on the point of grabbing the skinny fellow blinked at her. They were Cairhienan, not all that much taller than she, but much bulkier, with the broken noses and sunken knuckles of brawlers, yet she held them where they stood with her sheer intensity. That and the presence of Aiel in the street, they were not fool enough to become rough with an Aiel woman, as they thought in those circumstances. If you must face a man for what he says, face him one at a time in honor. This is not battle. You shame yourselves to go 4 at one. They stared at her as if she were mad, and slowly her face reddened. She hoped they thought it anger. Not how dare you pick on someone weaker, but how dare you not let him fight you one by one. She had just lectured them as if they followed Ji-Ito. Of course, if they did, there would have been no need to lecture. One of the men ducked his head in a sort of half-bow. His nose was not only crooked, the tip was missing. He is gone now. Mistress, can we go too?" It was true. The skinny man had used her interference to vanish. She felt a flash of contempt. Running because he feared to face four. How could he bear the shame? Light, she was doing it again. She opened her mouth to say that of course they could, and nothing came out. They took her silence for assent, or maybe excuse, and hurried away, but she barely noticed them go. She was too busy staring at the back of a mounted party making its way up the street. She did not recognize the dozen or so green-cloaked soldiers forcing a path through the crowd, but who they escorted was a different matter. She could only see the backs of the women, 5 or 6, she thought, between the soldiers, just parts of their backs, but that was more than enough, much more. The women wore light dust cloaks, pale linen in shades of brown, and Egwene found herself staring right at what seemed to be a pure white disk embroidered on the back of one of those cloaks. Only the stitching picked out the white flame of Tar Valon from the borders signifying the white Ajah. She caught a glimpse of green, of red. Red. 5 or 6 Aes Sedai riding toward the royal palace, where a copy of the dragon banner waved fitfully atop a stepped tower alongside one of Rand's crimson flags, bearing the ancient Aes Sedai symbol. Some called that the dragon banner, and others Althor's banner, or even the Aiel banner, and a dozen other names besides. Wriggling through the crowd, she followed them maybe 20 paces, then stopped. A red sister, at least one red that she had seen, had to mean this was the long-expected embassy from the tower, the one Elaida had written would escort Rand to Tar Valon. More than 2 months since that letter arrived by a hard-riding courier, this party must have left not long behind. They would not find Rand, not unless he had slipped in unannounced. She had decided that he had somehow rediscovered the talent called traveling, but that put her no closer to knowing how it was done. Yet whether they found Rand or not, they must not find Egwene. The best she could expect was to be hauled up short as an accepted out of the tower with no full sister to oversee her, and that could be expected only if Elaida really was not hunting for her. Even then they would haul her back to Tar Valon and Elaida. She had no illusions that she could resist 5 or 6 Aes Sedai. With a last look after the receding Aes Sedai, she gathered her skirts and began to run, dodging between people, sometimes caroming off them, ducking under the noses of teams pulling wagons or carriages. Angered shouts followed her. When she at last dashed through one of the tall, square-arched city gates, the hot wind hit her in the face. Unhindered by buildings, it carried sheets of dust that made her cough, but she kept running, all the way back to the Wise One's low tents. To her surprise, a sleek gray mare, saddle and bridle worked and fringed with gold, stood outside Amis's tent, in the charge of a Gaishine who kept his eyes down, except when patting the spirited animal. Ducking inside, she found the rider, Berelain, sipping tea with Amis and Bear and Cerelia, all stretched out on bright tasseled cushions. A white-robed woman, Rodera, knelt to one side, meekly waiting to refill cups. "There are Aes Sedai in the city," Egwene said as soon as she was inside, heading toward the Sun Palace. "It must be Elaida's embassy to Rand." Berelain rose gracefully. Egwene had to admit, if grudgingly, that the woman was graceful. And her riding dress was decently cut, for even she was not fool enough to go riding in the sun in her usual garb. The others rose with her. "I must return to the palace, it seems," she sighed. "The light knows how they will feel about no one there to greet them. Amis, if you know where Ruark is, could you send a message for him to meet me?" Amis nodded, but Cerelia said, "You should not depend on Ruark so much, girl. Rand al'Thor gave Cairhien to you to tend. Let most men have a finger, and they will have the whole hand before you know. Let a clan chief have a finger, and he will have the entire arm." "It is true," Amis murmured. "Ruark is the shade of my heart, but it is true." Pulling slim riding gloves from behind her belt, Berelain began tugging them on. "He reminds me of my father. Too much so, sometimes." For an instant she grimaced ruefully. "But he gives very good advice, and he knows when to loom and how much. I think even Aes Sedai must be impressed by Ruark staring at them." Amis laughed in her throat. "He is impressive. I will send him to you." She kissed Berelain lightly on the forehead and each cheek. Egwene stared. That was how a mother kissed her son or daughter. What was going on between Berelain and the Wise Ones? She could not ask, of course. Such a question would be shaming to her and to the Wise Ones, to Berelain too, though Berelain would not know it, and Egwene would not mind shaming Berelain until her hair fell out. As Berelain turned to leave the tent, Egwene put a hand on the woman's arm. "They must be handled carefully. They'll not be friendly toward Rand, but the wrong words, a wrong move, could make them open enemies." That was true enough, but not what she needed to say. She would rather have her tongue torn out than ask a favor of Berelain. "I have dealt with Aes Sedai before, Egwene Sedai," the other woman said dryly. Egwene refrained from drawing a deep breath. It had to be done, but she would not let this woman see how hard it was. "Elaida means no good to Rand, no more than a weasel means to a chicken, and these Aes Sedai are Elaida's. If they learn of an Aes Sedai on Rand's side here where they can reach her, they might just disappear one day soon after." Looking into Berelain's unreadable face, she could not make herself say more. After a long moment, Berelain smiled. "Egwene Sedai, I will do whatever I can for Rand." Both smile and tone of voice insinuated. "Girl," Cerylea said sharply, and for a wonder spots of color bloomed in Berelain's cheeks. Not looking at Egwene, Berelain said in a carefully neutral voice, "I would appreciate it if you did not tell Ruark." In fact, she was not looking at anyone, but she tried to ignore Egwene's presence. "We will not," Amis put in quickly, leaving Cerylea with her mouth open. "We will not." The repetition was directed at Cerylea with a blend of firmness and asking, and at last the eldest Wise One nodded, if somewhat grudgingly. Berelain actually sighed with relief before ducking out of the tent. "That child has spirit," Cerylea laughed as soon as Berelain was gone. Reclining on the cushions again, she patted the space next to her for Egwene. "We should find the right husband for her, a man to match her, if such exists among wetlanders." Wiping her hands and face with the damp cloth Rodera brought, Egwene wondered whether that was enough opening to ask about Berelain in good honor. She accepted a teacup of green seafolk porcelain and took her place in the circle of Wise Ones. If one of the others responded to Cerylea, that might be enough. "Are you certain these Aes Sedai mean harm to the Karakarn?" Amis asked instead. Egwene colored, thinking about gossip when there were important matters to attend. "Yes," she replied quickly, then more slowly, "at least, I don't know that they mean to harm him exactly. Not intentionally, anyway." Elaida's letter had mentioned all the honor and respect he deserved. How much did a former Red Sister think any man who could channel deserved? "But I don't doubt they will want to control him somehow, make him do what Elaida wants. They aren't his friends." How much were the Salidar Aes Sedai his friends? Light, she needed to talk with Nynaeve and Elaine. "And they will not care that he is the Karakarn," Cerylea grunted sourly. "You believe they will try to harm you?" Bear asked, and Egwene nodded. "If they discover I'm here—" She tried to cover a shiver by sipping her mint tea. Whether as a handle on Rand or as an unsupervised accepted, they would do their best to haul her back to the tower. "They'll not leave me free if they can help it. Elaida will not want Rand listening to anyone but her." Bear and Amis exchanged grim looks. "Then the answer is simple." Cerylea sounded as if it had all been decided. "You will stay among the tents, and they will not find you. Wise Ones avoid Aes Sedai in any case. If you remain with us a few more years, we will make a fine Wise One of you." Egwene almost dropped her cup. "You flatter me," she said carefully. "But sooner or later I will have to go." Cerylea did not look convinced. Egwene had learned to hold her own with Amis and Bear after a fashion, but Cerelia... "Not soon, I think," Bear told her, with a smile to take the sting out. "You have much to learn yet." "Yes, and eager to get back to it," Amis added. Egwene struggled not to blush, and Amis frowned. "You look odd. Did you overuse yourself this morning? I was sure you had recovered enough." "I have," Egwene said hastily. "Truly I have. I haven't had a headache in days. It was the dust running back here, and the crowd in the city was more than I remembered, and I was so excited I didn't breakfast very well." Cerelia motioned to Rodera. "Bring some honey bread if there is any, and cheese, and any fruit you can find." She poked Egwene in the ribs. "A woman should have some flesh to her." That from a woman who looked as if she had been left in the sun till most of her flesh had dried away. Egwene did not really mind eating. She had been too excited to eat this morning, but Cerelia watched every bite go down, and her scrutiny made swallowing a little difficult. That and the fact that they wanted to discuss what to do about the Aes Sedai. If the Aes Sedai were hostile to Rand, they would have to be watched, and a way found to safeguard him. Even Cerelia was a bit edgy about the possibility that they might be putting themselves against Aes Sedai directly. Not afraid. It was going against custom that made them uneasy. But whatever was necessary to protect the Karakarn had to be done. For Egwene's part, she worried that they might turn Cerelia's suggestion that she remain among the tents into a command. There would be no way to evade that one. No way to avoid 50 Eyes except by staying inside her own tent. How did Rand travel? The Wise Ones would do whatever was necessary so long as it did not touch Ji-Ito. Wise Ones might interpret it differently here and there, but they held to their interpretation as tightly as any other Aiel. Light Rodera was Shaido, one of thousands captured in the battle that drove the Shaido away from the city, but the Wise Ones treated her no differently than any other Gaishain, and as far as Egwene could see, Rodera behaved no differently than any other Gaishain, not in the slightest. They would not go against Ji-Ito, no matter how necessary it might be. Fortunately, the subject did not come up. Unfortunately, the question of her health did. The Wise Ones did not know healing or how to check someone's health with the power. Instead, they tested with their own methods. Some seemed familiar from when she had studied under Nynaeve to become a wisdom, peering into her eyes, listening to her heart through a hollow wooden tube. Some were distinctly Aiel. She touched her toes until she felt dizzy, jumped up and down in one place until she thought her eyes would bounce out of her head, and ran around the Wise Ones' tents until spots swam before her, then had water poured over her head by a Gaishain, drank as much as she could hold, gathered up her skirts, and ran some more. Aiel were great believers in hardiness. Had she been a step too slow, had she staggered to a halt before Amis said she could, they would have decided her health was not sufficiently recovered after all. When Cerelia finally nodded and said, "You are as sound as a maiden, girl," Egwene was swaying and gulping for air. A maiden would not have been, she was sure. Still, she felt pride. She had never thought of herself as soft, but she knew very well that before she began living with the Aiel, she would have fallen on her face halfway through the test. Another year, she thought, and I will run as well as any Far Daraismai. On the other hand, she was hardly up to returning to the city. She joined the Wise Ones in their sweat tent. For once they did not make her pour water over the hot rocks. Rodera did that, luxuriating in the damp heat as it relaxed her muscles, and only left because Ruark and 2 other clan chiefs, Timolan of the Miagoma and Indirian of the Kodara, joined them, tall, massive, graying men with hard, sober faces. That sent her diving out of the tent to hastily wrap her shawl around her. She always expected to hear laughter when she did that, but the Aiel never seemed to understand why she hurried from the sweat tent whenever men came in. It would have fit right into Aiel humor if they had, but luckily they just did not make the connection, for which she was very glad. Gathering the rest of her clothes in her arms from the neat piles outside the sweat tent, she hurried back to her own. The sun was sitting low now, and after a light meal she was ready to fall asleep, too tired to even think of Tel'aran'rhiod. Too tired to remember most of her dreams either. That was something the Wise Ones had been teaching her, but most of those she did remember were about Gawain. Chapter 25. Like Lightning and Rain. For some reason, when Coenda came to wake her in the grey before dawn, Egwene felt refreshed despite her dreams. Refreshed and ready to see what she could learn in the city. One long yawn and stretch and she was on her feet, humming as she washed and dressed hurriedly, hardly taking the time to brush her hair properly. She would have hurried away from the tents without wasting time on breakfast, but Cerelia saw her, and that put an abrupt end to that notion, which turned out to be just as well. "You should not have left the sweat tent so soon," Amis told her, taking a bowl of porridge and dried fruit from Rodera. Close to 24 wise ones had crowded into Amis's tent, and Rodera, Coenda, and a white-robed man named Doylan, another Shido, were scurrying to serve them all. "Ruark had much to say about your sisters. Perhaps you can add more." After months of pretense, Egwene did not need to think to know she meant the Tower Embassy. "I will tell you what I can. What did he say?" "For one thing, that there were 6 Aes Sedai, and 2 of them red, not 1. Egwene could not believe the arrogance, or perhaps stupidity, of Elaida to have sent any at all, but at least a Grey was in charge. The wise ones, most lying in a large circle like the spokes of a wheel, some standing or kneeling in the spaces between, turned their eyes to Egwene as soon as the list of names was done. "I'm afraid I only know 2 of them," she said carefully. "There are a good many Aes Sedai after all, and I haven't been a full sister long enough to know many." Heads nodded. They accepted that. Nisuna Bihara is fair-minded. She listens to all sides before reaching a conclusion, but she can find even the smallest flaw in what you say. She sees everything, remembers everything. She can glance at a page once and repeat it back word for word, or the same for a conversation she heard a year ago. Sometimes she talks to herself, though, speaks her thoughts without realizing it. Ruark said she was interested in the Royal Library. Bear stirred her porridge, watching Egwene. He said he heard her mutter something about seals. A quick murmur rippled through the other women, silenced when Cerelia cleared her throat loudly. Spooning up porridge, there were slices of dried plum and some kind of sweet berries in her. A question before she was executed, then she knew of 3 seals that were broken. Rand had 2 hidden. Egwene wished she knew where. Elaine had found one in but Elaida had no way of knowing about those, unless perhaps she had spies in Salidar. No, that was speculation for another time, useless now. Elaida must be searching desperately for the rest. Sending Nisuna to the 2nd greatest library in the world after that in the White Tower made sense, and swallowing some dried plum, she told them so. "I said as much last night," Cerelia growled. "Aeron, Colinda, Edara, you 3 go to the library. 3 wise ones should be able to find what can be found before 1 Aes Sedai." That produced 3 long faces. The Royal Library was huge. Still, Cerelia was Cerelia, and if the named women sighed and muttered, they put down their porridge bowls and left immediately. "You said you know 2, Cerelia went on before they were out of the tent. "Nisuna Bihara and who?" "Sarene Nemdal," Egwene said. "You must understand, I do not know either well. Sarene is like most whites. She reasons everything out logically, and sometimes she seems surprised when somebody acts from the heart, yet she has a temper. Most of the time she keeps it tightly bottled, but put a foot wrong at the wrong time and she can snap your nose off before you can blink. She listens to what you say, though, and she will admit she was wrong even after her temper has snapped. Well, once it mends, anyway." Putting a spoonful of berries and porridge into her mouth, she tried to study the wise ones without seeming to. No one appeared to have noticed her hesitation. She had almost said Sarene would send you to scrub floors before you could blink. The only way she knew either woman was from lessons as a novice. Nisuna, a slender Kandori with bird-like eyes, could tell when someone's attention drifted even with her back turned. She had taught several classes Egwene had been in. Egwene had only heard 2 lectures by Sarene on the nature of reality, but it was hard to forget a woman who told you with absolute seriousness that beauty and ugliness were equally illusion, while wearing a face that would make any man look twice. "I hope you can remember more," Bear said, leaning toward her on an elbow. "It seems you are our only source of information." That did take a moment for Egwene to puzzle out. Yes, of course. Bear and Amis must have tried to look into the Aes Sedai's dreams last night, but Aes Sedai warded their dreams. It was a skill she regretted not learning herself before leaving the tower. If I can. Where are their rooms in the palace? If she was going to go near Rand the next time he came, it would help if she did not blunder into their apartments trying to find her way. Especially Nasuna's. Serene might not remember one particular novice, but Nasuna most certainly would. For that matter, one of those she did not know might, too. There had been a lot of talk about Egwene al'Vir when she was in the tower. They declined Berelain's offer of shade even for one night. Amis frowned. Among Aiel, an offer of hospitality was always accepted. To refuse, even between blood enemies, was shaming. They stay with a woman named Arilyn, a noble among the Tree Killers. Rhuarc believes that Coiran Saildane knew this Arilyn before yesterday. One of Coiran's spies, Egwene said with certainty. Or one of the Grey Ajahs. Several wise ones muttered angrily under their breath. Cerelia snorted loudly in disgust, and Amis gave a heavy, disappointed sigh. Others had a different view. Corelna, a green-eyed hawk of a woman with grey heavy in her flaxen hair, shook her head doubtfully, while Tialin, a lean redhead with a sharp nose, looked at Egwene in open disbelief. Spying violated Ji'ito, though how that squared with the dreamwalkers peeking into people's dreams whenever they liked was something Egwene had not worked out. There was no use pointing out that Aes Sedai did not follow Ji'ito. They knew that. They just found it hard to really believe or understand about Aes Sedai or anyone. Whatever they thought, she would have wagered anything on being right. Galdrian, the last king of Cairhien, had had an Aes Sedai advisor before he was assassinated. Nianda Morwen had been all but invisible even before she disappeared following Galdrian's death. But one thing Egwene had learned was that she had occasionally visited the country estates of Lady Arilyn. Nianda was a Grey. "They have apparently placed 100 guards under that roof," Bear said after a time. Her voice became very bland. "They say the city is still unsettled, but I think they fear the Aiel." Disturbingly interested looks appeared on a number of faces. 100? Egwene exclaimed. "They brought 100 men?" Amis shook her head. "More like 500. Timolan's scouts found most of them camped less than half a day north of the city. Rhuarc spoke of it, and Coiran Saildane said the men were a guard of honor, but they left most outside the city so as not to alarm us. They think they will escort the Karakarn to Tar Valon." Cerilia's voice could have cracked stone, and her expression made her tone seem soft. Egwene had not kept back the contents of Elida's letter to Rand. The wise ones liked it less every time they heard it. "Rand is not fool enough to accept that offer," Egwene said, but her mind was not on that. 500 men could be a guard of honor. Elida might well think the Dragon Reborn would expect something like that, even be flattered. A number of suggestions occurred to her, but she had to be careful. The wrong word might make Amis and Bear, or worse, Cerelia. Dodging Cerelia was like trying to climb out of a briar patch, give her commands that she could not obey, and still do what only she could, or would at least. "I assume the chiefs are keeping an eye on those soldiers outside the city?" Half a day north, more like a full day since they were not Aiel, was too far to be dangerous, but a little caution never hurt. Amis nodded. Cerelia looked at Egwene as though she had asked whether the sun was in the sky at midday. Egwene cleared her throat. "Yes, the chiefs were not likely to make that sort of mistake. Well, these are my suggestions. If any of these Aes Sedai goes to the palace, some of you who can channel should go behind them and make sure they do not leave any sort of trap." They nodded. 2/3 of the women there could wield saidar, some not much more than Cerelia, others equaling Amis, who was as strong as any Aes Sedai Egwene had yet met. The proportions were about the same for wise ones as a whole. Their skills differed from Aes Sedai's, less in some places, more in a few, but generally just different, yet they should be able to sniff out any unwelcome gifts. "And we must make sure there are only 6. She had to explain. They had read Wetlander's books, but even those who could channel did not really know the rituals that had grown up around Aes Sedai dealing with men who had found saidin. Among the Aiel, a man who learned he could channel thought he was chosen, and went north into the Blight to hunt the Dark One. None ever returned. For that matter, Egwene had not known the rituals either until she went to the tower. The stories she had heard before seldom bore any resemblance to the truth. Rand can handle 2 women at once, she finished. She knew that for a fact. He might even be able to handle 6, but if there are more than they've put themselves forward to be, then it is proof they have lied at the least, even if just by leaving something out. She almost winced at their frowns. If you lied, you incurred toll toward whoever you lied to. But in her case it was necessary. It was. The rest of breakfast was taken up with the Wise Ones deciding who would go through the palace today and which chiefs could be trusted with choosing men and maidens to watch for more Aes Sedai. Some might be reluctant to put themselves against Aes Sedai in any way. The Wise Ones did not say that right out, but it was clear enough from what they did say, often sourly. Others might think any threat to the Karakarn, even from Aes Sedai, could best be handled by the spear. A few of the Wise Ones seemed to have moved toward that opinion, too. Cerelia stepped heavily on more than one oblique suggestion that the difficulty would be solved if the Aes Sedai were simply no longer there. In the end, Ruark and Mandalane of the Darine were the only 2 they could agree on. "Make sure they don't choose any Siswai Aman," Egwene said. Those would certainly resort to the spear at the slightest hint of a threat. The remark got her a great many stares, ranging from flat to wry. None of the Wise Ones were fools. One thing troubled her. Not one of them mentioned what she was used to hearing almost any time Aes Sedai were discussed, that the Aiel had once failed the Aes Sedai and would be destroyed if they did again. Aside from that one comment, Egwene kept out of the discussion, busying herself with a second bowl of porridge, with dried pear as well as plums, which earned an approving nod from Cerelia. It was not Cerelia's approval she was after. She was hungry, but mainly she hoped they would forget she was there. It seemed to work. Breakfast and discussion done, she strolled to her tent, then crouched just inside the entry flap, watching a small knot of Wise Ones make their way to the city, led by Amis. When they vanished through the nearest gate, she popped back outside again. There were Aiel everywhere, Gaishine and others, but the Wise Ones were all inside, and no one glanced at her as she walked toward the city wall, not too quickly. If anyone did take notice of her, they should think she was just off for her morning exercise. The wind picked up, blowing waves of dust and old ash from Foregate, but she maintained her steady pace, just out for exercise. In the city, the first person she asked, a lanky woman selling wrinkled apples from a cart for an exorbitant price, did not know directions to the Lady Arillin's palace, nor did a plump seamstress who went wide-eyed at an apparent Aiel woman entering her shop, nor a balding cutler who thought she would be much more interested in his knives. Finally, a narrow-eyed silversmith who told her closely the whole time she was inside her shop told her what she wanted. Striding away through the crowds, Egwene shook her head. She sometimes forgot how big a city like Cairhien really was, that not everyone knew where everything was. As it was, she got lost 3 times and had to ask directions twice more before she found herself pressed against the side of a higher stable, peering around the corner at a squat pile of dark stone across the street, all narrow windows and angular balconies and stepped towers. It was small for a palace, though huge for a house. Arillin was somewhere just above the middle of Cairhien's nobility, if Egwene remembered rightly. Green-coated soldiers in breastplates and helmets stood guard on the broad front stairs, at every gate she could see, even on the balconies. Oddly, they all appeared to be young. Still, that was not what interested her. Women were channeling inside that building, and for her to feel it from down the street, for her to feel it so solidly, they were not handling small quantities of saidar. The amount lessened suddenly, but it was still significant. She chewed at her lip. She could not tell what they were doing, not without seeing the flows, but by the same token they had to see the flows to weave them. Even if they were at a window, any flows directed out of the mansion that she could not see would have to be aimed south, away from the Sun Palace, away from everything. What were they doing? One set of gates swung open long enough to admit a matched team of 6 bays drawing a closed black carriage with a sigil lacquered on its door, 2 silver stars on a field of red and green stripes. It worked northward through the crowd, the liveried driver plying a long whip as much to make people move aside as to encourage the horses. The Lady Arillin going somewhere, or some of the embassy? Well, she had not come here just to stare. Edging back so only one eye peeked around the corner, just enough to see the great house, she drew a small red stone from her belt pouch, took a deep breath, and began to channel. If one of them was looking out on this side, she would be able to see the flows, but not Egwene. It had to be risked. The smooth stone was just that, a stone polished in a stream, but Egwene had learned this trick from Moiraine, and Moiraine had used a stone for a focus, a gem as it happened, but the kind did not matter, so Egwene did too. It was mostly air she wove with a touch of fire, done just so. It allowed you to eavesdrop. Spy, the wise ones would say. Egwene did not care what it was called, so long as she learned something of what the Tower Aes Sedai intended. Her weave touched a window opening carefully, oh, so delicately, then another and another. Silence. Then, "So I says to him," a woman's voice said in her ear, "if you want them beds made, you better leave off tickling my chin, Alwyn Rail." Another woman giggled. "Oh, you never did." Egwene grimaced. Maids. A stout woman passing with a basket of bread on her shoulder peered at Egwene in a puzzled manner. As well she might, hearing 2 women's voices with only Egwene standing there and her lips not moving. Egwene solved it the quickest way she knew. She glared so furiously that the woman squeaked, and nearly dropped her basket, dashing off into the crowd. Reluctantly, Egwene lowered the strength of her weave. She might not be able to hear as well, but better that than attracting gawkers. As it was, enough people glanced at her, an Aiel woman pressing herself against a wall, though no one more than hesitated before moving on. No one wanted trouble with Aiel. She put them out of her mind. Window by window she moved the weave, sweating furiously, and not only because of the already rising heat. Just one Aes Sedai glimpsing her flows, even if she did not recognize what they were, would know someone was channeling at them. They would have to suspect the purpose. Egwene inched back, leaving only half an eye showing. Silence. Silence. A rustle of some sort. Someone moving? Slippers on a carpet? No words, though. Silence. A man muttering, apparently emptying chamber pots and not at all pleased. Ears hot, she hurried on. Silence. 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 Really believe this is necessary? Even in a whisper, as it seemed, the woman's voice sounded rich and full of herself. "We must be prepared for any eventuality, Coiron," another woman replied in a voice like an iron rod. "I heard an arresting rumor." A door closed firmly, cutting off the rest. Egwene slumped against the stable's stone wall. She could have screamed with frustration. The Grey Sister who was in charge, and the other had to be one of the Aes Sedai, or she would never have spoken so to Coiron. None better to say what she wanted to hear, and they had to walk away. What arresting rumor? What eventualities? How did they mean to prepare? The channeling inside the manor changed again, increasing. What were they up to? Drawing a deep breath, she began again, doggedly. As the sun climbed higher, she heard a great many usually unidentifiable noises, and a good bit of servants' gossip and chatter. Somebody named Sari was going to have another baby, and the Aes Sedai were to have wine from Arindrim, wherever that was, with their midday meal. The most interesting news was that Arillin had indeed been in that carriage, off to meet her husband in the country. For all the good knowing that did, a whole morning wasted. The front doors of the mansion swung wide, liveried servants bowing. The soldiers did not stiffen, but they did look more attentive. Nesuna Bihara walked out, followed by a tall young man who seemed to have been carved from a boulder. Egwene released her weave hastily, released Saidar, and took a deep, calming breath. This was no time to panic. Nasuna and her warder conferred, then the dark-haired brown sister peered down the street, first one way, then the other. She was definitely looking for something. Egwene decided that perhaps it was a good time to panic after all. Pulling herself back slowly so as not to draw Nasuna's sharp eye, she whipped around as soon as she was out of the woman's sight, gathered her skirts and ran, bulling her way into the crowd. For all of 3 strides she ran. Then she struck a stone wall, bounced off, and sat down in the street so hard that she bounced again on the hot paving blocks. Dazed, she stared up, becoming more dazed by the heartbeat. The stone wall was Gawain, staring down at her, looking as stunned as she. His eyes were the most brilliant blue, and those red gold curls. She wanted to wrap those around her fingers again. She felt her face going scarlet. You never did that, she thought firmly. It was only a dream. Did I hurt you? He said anxiously, beginning to kneel beside her. She scrambled to her feet, dusting herself off hurriedly. If she could have had a wish granted right then, it would be never to blush again. Already they had attracted a ring of onlookers. Wrapping an arm in his, she drew him down the street the way she had been going. A glance over her shoulder revealed only the milling throng. Even if Nasuna came to that very corner, she would see nothing more. Still, Egwene did not slow. The crowd gave way for an Aiel woman and a man tall enough to be Aiel, even if he did wear a sword. The way he moved said he knew how to use it. He moved like a warder. After a dozen paces, she reluctantly unwound her arm from his. He caught her hand before it got away, though, and she let him hold it as they walked. I suppose, he mused after a bit, that I am to ignore the fact that you are dressed like an Aiel. The last I heard, you were in Ilion, and I suppose I should not comment on you running away from a palace where Six-Eyes Sedai are staying. Strange behavior for an accepted. I've never been in Ilion, she said, hastily looking around to see if any Aiel were close enough to have heard. Several glanced in her direction, but none were in earshot. Suddenly what he had said hit her. She took in his green coat, the same shade as those on the soldiers. You're with them. The Tower Eyes Sedai. Light. She was a fool not to have realized as soon as she saw him. His face softened. It had been very hard for an instant. I command the guard of honor the Aes Sedai have brought to escort the Dragon Reborn to Tar Valon. His voice was a curious blend, wryness and anger and weariness. If he chooses to go, at least. And if he was here. I understand he appears and disappears. Coiron is vexed. Egwene's heart was in her throat. I must ask you a favor, Gawain. Anything except these, he said simply. I will not harm Elaine or Andor, and I will not become Dragonsworn. Anything else in my power is yours. Heads turned toward them. Any mention of Dragonsworn caught ears. 4 hard-faced men with wagon drivers' whips coiled over their shoulders glared at Gawain, cracking their knuckles the way some men did before fighting. Gawain only looked at them. They were not small men, but their belligerence faded under his gaze. 2 actually knuckled their foreheads to him before they all slipped away into the river of people. But there were still too many staring, too many trying to look as if they were not listening. Dressed as she was, she attracted eyes without saying a word. Add in a man with red gold hair well over a span tall who looked a warder, and the combination could not help but draw attention. I need to speak with you privately, she said. If any woman has bonded Gawain Warder, I'll... Curiously, the thought had no real heat. Without a word, he took her to a nearby inn, the Long Man, where a golden crown tossed to the round innkeeper produced an almost reverent curtsy, and a small private dining room, dark-paneled, with heavily polished table and chairs and dried flowers in a blue vase on the hearth. Gawain closed the door, and a sudden awkwardness descended as they faced each other alone. Light, but he was gorgeous, easily as gorgeous as Galad, and the way his hair curled around his ears. Gawain cleared his throat. The heat seems to get worse every day. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his face, then offered it to her. Abruptly realizing it was used, he cleared his throat again. "I have another, I think." She produced her own while he was searching his pockets. "Gawain, how can you serve Elaida after what she did?" "The younglings serve the tower," he replied stiffly, but his head swung uneasily. "We do as long as Swan Sanche—" For a moment his eyes went icy cold, just for an instant. "Egwene, my mother always used to say, even a queen must obey the law she makes or there is no law." He shook his head angrily. "I shouldn't be surprised to find you here. I should have known you would be where Althor is." "Why do you hate him?" That had been hate in his voice, or she had never heard it. "Gawain, he really is the Dragon Reborn. You must have heard what happened in Tyr.
I do not care if he is the creator made flesh," he grated. "Althor killed my mother."
Egwene's eyes nearly popped out of her head. "Gawain, no! No, he did not."
"Can you swear it? Were you there when she died? It's on every tongue. The Dragon Reborn took Caemlyn and killed Morghese. He probably killed Elaine, too. I can find no word of her."
All the anger drained out of him. He slumped where he stood, head falling forward, fists clenched and eyes closed.
"I can find out nothing," he whispered.
"Elaine is unharmed," Egwene said, surprised to find herself right in front of him. She reached up and surprised herself again by running her fingers into his hair as she raised his head. It felt just as she remembered. Her hands flashed back as if burned. She was sure she would flush so crimson her face would ignite, except color stained Gawain's cheeks. Of course. He remembered, too, though only as his own dream. That truly should have set her face afire, but somehow it did the opposite. Gawain's blush steadied her nerves, even made her want to smile. "Elaine is safe, Gawain. I can swear to that."
"Where is she?" His voice was anguished. "Where has she been? Her place is in Caemlyn now. Well, not Caemlyn, not so long as Althor might be there, but in Andor. Where is she, Egwene?"
"I cannot tell you. I can't, Gawain."
He studied her, face expressionless, then sighed. "You are more Aes Sedai every time I see you." His laugh sounded forced. "Do you know I used to think about being your warder? How is that for foolish?"
"You will be my warder." She had not realized the words were coming out of her mouth until they did, but once they did, she knew they were true. That dream, Gawain kneeling for her to hold his head. It could have meant 100 things or nothing, but she knew. He grinned at her. The idiot thought she was joking. "Not me, surely. Galad, I think, though you'll have to beat away other Aes Sedai with a stick. Aes Sedai, serving girls, queens, chambermaids, merchants, farm wives. I've seen them all look at him. Don't bother claiming you don't think he's—" The simplest way to silence that nonsense was to put a hand over his mouth. "I do not love Galad. I love you." The man still tried to pretend it was a jest, smiling against her fingers. "I cannot be a warder. I'm to be Elaine's first prince of the sword." "If the Queen of Andor can be Aes Sedai, a prince can be a warder. And you will be mine. Push that through your thick skull. I am serious. And I love you." He stared at her. At least he was not smiling anymore. But he said nothing, just stared. She took her hand away. "Well, aren't you going to say anything?"
"When you wish for so long that you could hear something," he said slowly, "and then suddenly with no warning you do, it is like a lightning strike and rain on parched ground at the same time. You're stunned, but you cannot hear enough."
"I love you, I love you, I love you," she told him, smiling. "Well?" For answer he picked her up and kissed her. It was every bit as good as the dreams. It was better. It was... When he finally set her down, she clung to his arms. Her knees did not seem to be working properly. "My lady Aiel Egwene Aes Sedai," he said, "I love you, and I cannot wait for you to bond me." Shedding mock formality, he added in a softer tone,
I love you, Egwene Alvier. You said you wanted a favor. What? The moon on a necklace? I'll set a goldsmith to work within the hour. Stars to wear in your hair? I will. Don't tell Coiron or the others that I am here. Don't mention me to them at all. She expected some hesitation, but he simply said, They'll not learn of you from me, or from anyone else, can I help it? He paused for a moment, then took her by the shoulders. Egwene, I will not ask why you're here. No, just listen. I know Siuan mired you in her schemes, and I understand that you feel loyalty to a man from your own village. That doesn't matter. You should be in the White Tower studying. I remember them all saying you were going to be a powerful Aes Sedai one day. Do you have a plan for returning without penalties? She shook her head wordlessly, and he went on in a rush. Maybe I can think of something if you don't first. I know you had no choice but to obey Siuan, but I doubt Elaida will give that much weight. Even mentioning the name Siuan Sanche around her is nearly as much as your head is worth. I will find some way, somehow, I swear it. But promise me that until I do, you will not do anything foolish. His hands tightened for a moment, almost to the point of pain. Just promise me you will be careful. Light, but this was a fine pickle. She could not tell him she had no intention of returning to the tower as long as Elaida sat on the Amyrlin seat, and something foolish almost certainly meant anything to do with Rand. He looked so worried. For her. I will be careful, Gawyn. I promise. As careful as I can be, she amended to herself. It was only a small change, but somehow it made what she had to say next more difficult. I have a second favor to ask. Rand did not kill your mother. How could she word this to put the least strain on him? Strain or no, she had to. Promise me you will not raise a hand against Rand until I can prove he didn't. I swear. Again no hesitation, but his voice was rough, and his hand squeezed again briefly, harder than before. She did not flinch. The slight pain felt like a repayment for the pain she was causing him. It has to be that way, Gawyn. He did not do it, but it will take time to prove. How under the light could she? Rand's word would not be enough. All such a tangle. She had to concentrate on one thing at a time. What were those Aes Sedai up to? Gawyn startled her by drawing a ragged breath. I will give over everything, betray everything for you. Come away with me, Egwene. We will both leave it all behind. I have a small estate south of Whitebridge, with a vineyard and a village, so far into the country that the sun rises 2 days late. The world will hardly touch us there. We can be married on the way. I don't know how much time we will have. al'Thor, Tarmon Gai'don, I do not know, but we will have it together. She stared up at him in amazement. Then she realized she had voiced that last thought aloud. What were those Aes Sedai up to? And a key word, betray, slid into place. He thought she wanted him to spy on them, and he would. Desperately seeking a way not to, he still would if she asked. Anything he had promised, and anything he meant, whatever the cost to him. She made a promise to herself, to him really, but it was not the sort of promise she could speak aloud. If he let slip something she could use, she would, she had to. But she would not dig, not for the smallest scrap, whatever the cost. Sarene Namedal would never understand, but it was the only way she could match what he had laid at her feet. I cannot, she said softly. You can never know how much I want to, but I cannot. She laughed abruptly, feeling tears in her eyes. And you? Betray? Gawyn Trakand? That word fits you as darkness fits the sun. Unspoken promises were all very well, but she could not leave it at that. She would use what he gave her, use it against what he believed. There had to be an offering. I sleep in the tents, but every morning I walk in the city. I come through the Dragonwall Gate, not long after sunrise. He understood, of course, her offering of faith in his word, her freedom put in his pocket. He took her hands in both of his, turned them so he could kiss her palms gently. A precious thing, what you've given me to hold. If I go to the Dragonwall Gate every morning, someone is sure to notice,
and I may not be able to get away every morning, but do not be too surprised if I appear beside you shortly after you enter the city most days." When Egwene finally got back outside, the sun had moved a considerable distance into the hottest part of the afternoon, thinning the crowds a little. Saying goodbye had taken longer than she thought it would. Kissing Gawain might not be the sort of exercise the wise ones intended her to take, but her heart was still racing as if she had been running. Putting him firmly out of mind, well, pushing him to the back with some effort, putting him out seemed to be beyond her. She returned to her vantage point beside the stable. Someone was still channeling inside the mansion, more than one probably, unless that one was weaving something large. The feel was less than earlier, but still strong. A woman was going into the house, a dark-haired woman Egwene did not recognize, though the agelessness of that hard face marked her. She did not try to eavesdrop again and did not stay long. If they were going in and out, there was too much chance of being seen and recognized despite her clothes. But as she hurried away, one thought hammered at her. What were they up to? "We intend to offer him escort to Tar Valon," Katarina al-Ruddin said, shifting slightly. She could never decide whether Cairhien chairs were as uncomfortable as they looked, or one merely believed they were because they looked so uncomfortable. "Once he leaves Cairhien for Tar Valon, there will be a vacuum here." Unsmiling in the gilded chair opposite her, the Lady Colavere leaned forward slightly. "You interest me, Katarina Sedai." "Leave us," she snapped the servants. Katarina smiled. "We intend to offer him escort to Tar Valon," Nasuna said precisely, but she felt the smallest flash of irritation. Despite a smooth face, the Tyrant kept shifting his feet, anxious in the presence of an Aes Sedai, perhaps apprehensive that she might channel. Only an Amadisian would have been worse. "Once he departs for Tar Valon, there will be a need for strength in Cairhien." The High Lord Mylan licked his lips. "Why do you tell me this?" Nasuna's smile might have meant anything. When Sarene entered the sitting-room, only Coiren and Arian were there sipping at tea, and a servant waiting to pour, of course. Sarene motioned him out. "Berelain, she may prove to be difficult," she said once the door closed. "I do not know whether the apple or the whip will work best with her. I am supposed to see Arakom tomorrow, am I not? But I think that more time will be necessary with Berelain." "Apple or whip," Arian said in a tight voice. "Whichever do be necessary." Her face might have been pale marble framed by raven's wings. Sarene's secret vice was poetry, though she would never have let anyone know she could be interested in something so emotional. She would have died of shame had Vitalien, her warder, ever discovered that she had written lines comparing him to a leopard, among other graceful, powerful, and dangerous animals. "Pull yourself together, Arian." As usual, Coiren sounded as if she were making a speech. "What troubles her, Sarene, is a rumor that Galena heard, a rumor that a green sister was in Tyr with young Rand al'Thor and is now here in Cairhien." She always called him young Rand al'Thor, as though reminding her listeners that he was young and therefore inexperienced. "Moiraine and a green," Sarene mused. That could indeed indicate trouble. Elida insisted that Moiraine and Siuan had acted alone in letting al'Thor run without guidance, but if even one additional Aes Sedai was involved, it might mean others had been as well, and that was a string that might lead all the way to some, perhaps many, of those who had fled the tower when Siuan was deposed. Still, it is only the rumor. "Perhaps not," Galena said as she slipped into the chamber. "Have you not heard? Someone channeled at us this morning. For what purpose I cannot say, but we can imagine very closely, I believe." The beads worked in Sarene's tiny dark braids made clicking noises as she shook her head. "It is not the proof of a green, Galena. It is not even the proof of an Aes Sedai. I have heard the tales that some Aiel women can channel, these wise women.
It could be some poor wretch who was put out of the tower for failing the test as accepted. Galena smiled, a sliver of teeth in night-eyed sternness. I think it is proof of Moiraine. I have heard she had a trick of eavesdropping, and I do not believe this story of her so conveniently dead with no corpse seen and no one able to tell details. That bothered Sarene as well, partly because she had liked Moiraine. They had been friends as novices and accepted, though Moiraine was a year ahead, and that friendship had continued over their few meetings in the years since, and partly because it was too vague and too convenient, Moiraine dying, vanishing really, when an arrest warrant hung over her. Moiraine might well be capable of faking her own death under those circumstances. So you believe we have both Moiraine and a green sister whose name we do not know to deal with? It is still only the speculation, Galena. Galena's smile did not change, but her eyes glittered. She was too hard for logic. She believed what she believed, whatever the evidence, yet Sarene had always believed great fires roared somewhere in Galena's depths. What I believe, Galena said, is that Moiraine is the so-called Green. What better way to hide from arrests than to die and reappear as someone else of another Ajah? I have even heard that this Green is short. We all know Moiraine is far from a tall woman. Arian had sat up stony straight, her brown eyes large, smoldering coals of outrage. When we lay hands on this Green sister, Galena told her, I propose that we give her into your charge for the journey back to the tower. Arian nodded sharply, but the heat did not fade from her eyes. Sarene felt stunned. Moiraine? Claim another Ajah than her own? Surely not. Sarene had never married. It was illogical to believe two people could remain compatible for a lifetime, but the only thing she could compare that to was sleeping with another woman's husband. But it was the charge that stunned her, not the possibility that it might be true. She was about to point out that there were many short women in the world, and that shortness was relative, when Coiron spoke in that billowing voice. Sarene, you must take your turn again. We must be prepared, whatever happens. I do not like it, Arian said firmly. It does be like preparing for failure. It is only logical, Sarene told her. Dividing time into the smallest possible increments, it is impossible to say with any true certainty what will happen between one and the next. Since chasing al'Thor to Caemlyn might mean we would arrive to find that he has come here, we remain here with as much certainty as we can have that he will eventually return, yet that could be tomorrow or a month from now. Any single event in any hour of that wait, or any combination of events, could leave us with no alternative. Thus, preparation is logical. Very nicely explained, Arian said dryly. She had no head for logic. Sometimes Sarene thought that beautiful women did not, though there was no logic in the connection that she could see. We have as much time as we need, Coiron pronounced. When she was not making a speech, she made pronouncements. Beldine arrived today and took a room near the river, but Mayam is not due for 2 days. We must take care, and that gives us time. I still do not like preparing for failure, Arian murmured into her teacup. I will not take it amiss, Galena said, if we find time to take Moiraine to justice. We have waited this long. There is not that much hurry with al'Thor. Sarene sighed. They did very well at the things they did, but she could not understand it. There was barely a logical bone in one of them. Retiring upstairs to her chambers, she seated herself in front of the cold fireplace and began to channel. Could this Rand al'Thor really have rediscovered how to travel? It surpassed belief, yet it was the only explanation. What sort of man was he? That she would discover when she met him, not before. Filled with saidar nearly to the point where sweetness became pain, she began running through novice exercises. They were as good as anything. Preparation was only logical.
Chapter 26. Connecting Lines. Thunder rolled across the low brown grassland hills, in a continuous peal, though the sky held not a cloud, only the burning sun, still with a way to climb. On a hilltop, Rand held the reins and the dragon scepter on the pommel of his saddle and waited. The thunder swelled. It was hard not to look over his shoulder constantly, south toward Alana. She had bruised her heel this morning and scraped her hand, and she was in a temper. How and what for, he had no notion. He had no real notion how he could be so sure. The thunder crested. The Saldaean horsemen appeared over the next rise, 3 abreast at a dead gallop in a long snake that kept coming, down the slope into the broad sweep between the hills. 9,000 men made a very long snake. At the foot of the slope they divided, the center column coming on, while the others peeled off to left and right, each column dividing again and again until they rode by hundreds, swooping past one another. Riders began standing on their saddles, sometimes on their feet, sometimes on hands. Others swung impossibly low to slap the ground on first one side of their galloping mounts, then the other. Men left their saddles entirely to crawl underneath speeding horses, or dropped to the ground to run a pace beside the animal before leaping back into the saddle, then dropping on the other side to repeat the performance. Rand lifted his reins and heeled Jadin. As the dapple moved, so did the Aiel surrounding him. This morning the men were mountain dancers, Amma and Dor, more than half wearing the headband of Siswayaman. Caldin, graying and leathery, had tried to get Rand to let him bring more than 20, but with so many armed wetlanders about. None of the Aiel wasted any time with disparaging looks for Rand's sword. Nandera spent more time watching the 200-odd women who trailed after them on horses. She seemed to find more threat in the Saldaean ladies and officers' wives than in the soldiers, and having met some of the Saldaean women, Rand was not ready to argue. Sulin would probably have agreed. It occurred to him that he had not seen Sulin not since returning from Shadar Logoth. 8 days. He wondered if he had done something to offend her. This was no time to worry about Sulin or Giotto. He circled around the valley until he reached the hilltop over which the Saldaeans had first appeared to him. Bashir himself rode about down there, examining first one group as they went through their paces, then another. Almost coincidentally, he just happened to do this standing up on his saddle. For an instant, Rand seized Saidin and released it a heartbeat later. With his vision enhanced, it had not been difficult to see the 2 white stones lying near the foot of the slope, right where Bashir had placed them personally last night, 4 paces apart. With luck, no one had seen him. With luck, no one would ask too many questions about this morning. Below, some men were riding 2 horses now, a foot on each saddle, still at a dead gallop. Others had a man on their shoulders, sometimes in a handstand. He looked around at the sound of a horse walking toward him. Dira ni Galin Tabashir rode through the Aiel with seeming unconcern, armed only with a small knife at her silver belt, in a riding dress of gray silk embroidered in silver down the sleeves and on the high neck. She appeared to be daring them to attack her. As tall as many of the maidens, nearly a hand taller than her husband, she was a big woman. Not stout, nor even plump, simply big. She had wings of white in her black hair, and her dark tilted eyes were fixed on Rand. He suspected she was a beautiful woman when his presence did not turn her face to granite. "Is my husband amusing you?" She never gave Rand a title, never used his name. He looked at the other Saldaean women. They watched him like a troop of cavalry ready to charge, faces also granite, tilted eyes icy. All they awaited was Dira's command. He could well believe the stories of Saldaean women taking up fallen husbands' swords and leading their men back into battle. Being pleasant had gotten him exactly nowhere with Bashir's wife. Bashir himself only shrugged and said she was a difficult woman at times, all the while grinning with what could only be pride. "Tell Lord Bashir I am pleased," he said. Turning Jadin, he started back toward Caemlyn. The Saldaean women's eyes seemed to press against his back. Lews Therin was giggling. That was the only word for it. "Never prod at a woman unless you must. She will kill you faster than a man and for less reason. even if she weeps over it after. "Are you really there?" Rand demanded. "Is there more to you than a voice?" Only that soft, mad laughter answered. He stewed over Lews Therin all the way back to Caemlyn, and even after they had ridden past one of the long markets of tile roofs, lining the approaches to the gates and into the new city. He worried over going mad, not just the fact of it, though that was bad enough. If he went insane, how could he do what he had to do? But he had seen no sign of it. But then, if his mind did crack, would he know it? He had never seen a madman. All he had to go by was Lews Therin maundering in his head. Did all men go mad alike? Would he end like that, laughing and weeping over things no one else saw or knew? He knew he had a chance to live, if a seemingly impossible one. If you would live, you must die. That was one of 3 things he knew must be true, told to him inside a Tirangreal, but the answers were always true, if apparently never easy to understand. But to live like that, he was not sure he would not rather die. The crowds in the new city gave way before more than 40 Aiel, and a handful recognized the Dragon Reborn as well. Maybe more did, but it was a ragged handful of cheers that went up as he rode by. The light shine on the Dragon Reborn, and the glory of the light for the Dragon Reborn, and the Dragon Reborn, King of Andor. That last one jilted him whenever he heard it, and he heard it more than once. He had to find Elayne. He could feel his teeth grinding. He could not look at the people in the street. He wanted to smash them to their knees, roar at them that Elayne was their queen. Trying not to hear, he studied the sky, the rooftops, anything but the crowd. And that was why he saw the man in a white cloak rise up on a red-tiled rooftop and lift a crossbow. Everything happened in heartbeats. Rand seized saidin and channeled as the bolt flew toward him. It struck air, a silvery blue mass hanging above the street, with a clang as of metal against metal. A ball of fire leaped from Rand's hand, struck the crossbowman in the chest as the bolt was bouncing away from the shield of air. Flames engulfed the man, and he fell shrieking from the rooftop. And someone leaped into Rand, carrying him out of the saddle. He hit the paving stones hard, with a weight atop him. Breath and saidin left him together. Struggling for air, he wrestled with the weight, wrenched it off, and found himself holding Desora by the arms. She smiled at him, a beautiful smile. Then her head slumped sideways. Sightless blue eyes stared at him, already glazing. The crossbow bolt, standing out from her ribs, pressed against his wrist. Why had she ever wanted to hide such a beautiful smile? Hands seized him and hauled him to his feet. Maidens and mountain dancers pushed him to the side of the street, close against the front of a tinsmith's shop, and formed a tight, veiled circle around him, horn bows in hand, eyes searching street and rooftops. Shouts and screams rang everywhere, but the street was already clear for better than 50 paces either way, and then it was a milling mass of people struggling to get away. The street was clear except for bodies. Desora and 6 others, 3 of them Aiel. One more a maiden, he thought. It was hard to be sure from a distance, with someone lying crumpled like a heap of rags. Rand moved, and the Aiel around him pressed together more tightly, a wall of flesh. "These places are rabbit warrens," Nandera said conversationally, without letting her eyes stop their search above her veil. "If you join the dance in there, you can take a blade in the back before you know there's danger." Caldin nodded. "This reminds me of a time near Cedar Cut when... we have a prisoner, at least." Some of his Hama-Endor had appeared from a tavern across the street, pushing ahead of them, a man with his arms and elbows bound behind him. He continued to struggle until they shoved him to his knees on the paving stone and laid spear points against his throat. "Perhaps he will tell us who commanded this." Caldin sounded as though he did not doubt it in the least. A moment later, maidens came out of another building with a second bound man who was limping, his face covered in blood. In short order, 4 men knelt in the street under Aiel guard. Finally, the semicircle hemming Rand loosened. The 4 were hard-faced men all, though the blood-smeared fellow swayed and rolled his eyes at the Aiel. 2 others wore sullen defiance, the 4th a sneer. Rand's hands twitched. "Are you sure they were part of it?" He could not believe how soft his voice sounded, how steady. Balefire would solve everything.
"Not Balefire,"
Lews Therin panted at him.
"Never again."
"Are you sure?" "They were," a maiden said. He could not see who behind her veil. "Those we killed all wore this." She tugged a cloak free from behind the bloodied man's bound arms. A worn white cloak, grimy and stained, with a golden sunburst embroidered on the chest. The other three had them too.
"These were set to watch,"
a broad mountain dancer added,
"and report if the attack went badly for the others."
He laughed a short bark.
"Whoever sent them did not know how badly it would go."
"None of these fellows fired a crossbow?" Rand asked.
"Balefire." "No!"
Lews Therin shrieked in the distance. The Aiel exchanged glances, shook Shufa-wrapped heads.
"Hang them,"
Rand said. The bloody-faced man nearly collapsed. Rand seized him in flows of air, dragged him to his feet. It was the first he realized that he held saidin. He welcomed the struggle for survival. He even welcomed the taint, staining his bones like acid slime. It made him less aware of things he would rather not remember, emotions he would rather not have. "What is your name?"
"Farrell, my lord. Dimir Farrell."
Eyes almost popping out of his head, stared at Rand through that mask of blood.
"Please don't hang me, my lord. I'll walk in the light, I swear."
"You are a very lucky man, Dimir Farrell." Rand's voice sounded as distant in his own ears as Lews Therin's cries. "You are going to watch your friends hang." Farrell began to weep. "Then you'll be given a horse, and you will go tell Pedron Nile that one day I will hang him too for what happened here." When he loosed the flows of air, Farrell collapsed in a heap, moaning that he would ride to Amador without stopping. The three who were to die stared contemptuously at the sobbing man. One of them spat at him. Rand put them out of his mind. Nile was the only one he had to remember. There was something else he had to do yet. He pushed away saidin, went through the struggle to escape it without being obliterated, the struggle to make himself release it. For what he had to do, he wanted no screen between him and his emotions. A maiden was straightening Desora's body. She had raised Desora's veil. She reached to stop him when he touched that piece of black algode, then hesitated, looking at his face, and settled back on her haunches. Lifting the veil, he memorized Desora's face. She looked as if she were sleeping now. Desora of the Musara Sept of the Rain Aiel. So many names. Laya of the Kosaida Charin, and Dylan of the Iron Mountain Tardad, and Lamela of the Smokewater Miagoma, and so many. Sometimes he ran down that list name by name. There was one name in it he had not added. Ilyena Therin Murella. He did not know how Lews Therin had put it there, but he would not have erased it if he knew how. It was both an effort and a relief to turn away from Desora, a pure relief to find that what he thought was a second dead maiden was instead a man, short for an Aielman. He hurt for the men who died for him, but with them he could remember an old saying, "Let the dead rest and care for the living." Not easily, but he could make himself do it. He could not even make himself summon the words when it was a woman who had died. Skirts spread on the paving stones caught his eye. Not only Aiel had died. She had taken a crossbow bolt squarely between the shoulder blades. Almost no blood stained the back of her dress. It had been quick, a small mercy. Kneeling, he turned her over as gently as he could. The other end of the bolt stood out from her chest. It was a square face, a woman in her middle years, a touch of gray in her hair. Her dark eyes were open wide. She looked surprised. He did not know her name, but he memorized her face. She had died for being on the same street with him. He caught at Nandera's arm, and she shook his hand free, not wanting the use of her bow impaired, but she did look at him. Find this woman's family and see that they have whatever they need. Gold. It was not enough. What they needed was a wife back, a mother back. He could not give them that. See to them, he said, and find out her name. Nandera stretched a hand toward him, then put it back to her bow. When he stood, the maidens were watching him. Oh, they were watching everything as usual, but those veiled faces turned toward him a little more often. Sulan knew how he felt if she did not know about the list, but he had no idea whether she had told the others. If she had, he had no idea how they felt about it. Walking back to where he had fallen, he picked up the tasseled dragon scepter. Bending was an effort, and the short length of spear felt heavy. Jadin had not gone far once his saddle was empty. The horse was well trained. Rand climbed onto the Dapple's back. "I've done as much as I can here," he said. Let them think whatever they wanted, and dug in his heels. If he could not outdistance memory, he outdistanced the Aiel. For a time, at least. He handed Jadin over to a stableman and was inside the palace before Nandera and Kaldin caught up to him, with about 2/3 the number of maidens and mountain dancers they had had. Some had been left to care for the dead. Kaldin looked sourly irritated. From the heat in Nandera's eyes, Rand thought he should be glad she was not veiled. Before she could speak, Mistress Harfor approached Rand and curtsied deeply.
"My Lord Dragon," she said in a deep, strong voice, "there is a petition for audience with you from the Wave Mistress of Clan Ketalar of the Athan Mier."
If the fine cut of Rina's red and white dress was not enough to say that First Maid was a misnomer, her manner certainly was. A slightly plump woman with graying hair and a long chin, she looked Rand right in the eye, tilting her head back to manage it, and somehow combined a proper degree of deference, an utter lack of obsequiousness, and an aloofness most noblewomen could not attain. Like Halwyn Nori, she had stayed when most others fled, though Rand half suspected that her motive had been to defend and preserve the palace from invaders. He would not have been surprised to learn that she periodically searched his chambers for hidden palace valuables. He would not have been surprised to learn she tried to search the Aiel. "Sea folk," he said. "What do they want?" She gave him a patient look, trying to make allowances. Very plainly trying. "The petition does not say, my Lord Dragon." If Moraine had known anything about the sea folk, she had not made it part of his education. But from Rina's attitude, this woman was important. A wave mistress certainly sounded important. That would mean the Grand Hall. He had not been there since returning from Cairhien. Not that he had any reason to avoid the throne room. There just had been no need to go there. "This afternoon," he said slowly. "Tell her I will see her in the mid-afternoon. You've given her good apartments? And her retinue?" He doubted anyone with so grand a title traveled alone. "She refused them. They have taken rooms at the Ball and Hoop." Her mouth flattened slightly. Apparently, however lofty a wave mistress, that was not proper in Rina Harfor's eyes. "They were very dusty and travel-sore, hardly able to stand. They came by horse, not coach, and I do not believe they are used to horses." She blinked as if surprised to have unbent that much, and regained her reserve like donning a cloak. "Someone else wishes to see you, my Lord Dragon." Her tone picked up the faintest hint of distaste. "The Lady Elenia." Rand almost grimaced himself. No doubt Elenia had another lecture prepared on her claims to the Lion Throne. So far, he had managed not to hear more than one word in 3. She would be easy enough to turn down. Still, he really should know something of Andor's history, and no one handy knew more of it than Elenia Sarand. "Send her to me in my rooms, please." "Do you really mean the daughter heir to have the throne?" Rina's tone was not harsh, but all deference was gone. Her face had not changed, yet Rand was sure that with a wrong answer she would shout, "For Elaine and the White Lion," and try to bash his brains in. Aiel or no Aiel. "I do," he sighed. "The Lion Throne is Elaine's. By the light in my hope of rebirth and salvation it is." Rena studied him a moment, then spread her skirts in another deep curtsy.
"I will send her to you, my Lord Dragon."
Her back was stiff as she glided away, but it always was. There were no telling whether she believed a word. "A crafty enemy," Caldin said heatedly before Rena had gone 5 paces, "will set a weak ambush you are meant to break through. Confident because you have dealt with the threat, your guard relaxed, you walk into the second, stronger ambush." Right on top of Caldin, Nandera said in a cold voice, "Young men can be impetuous. Young men can be rash. Young men can be fools. But the Kara-Khan cannot let himself be a young man." Rand glanced over his shoulder before starting off, just long enough to say, "We're back inside the palace now. Choose your 2. It was little surprise that Nandera and Caldin chose themselves, and none at all that they strode after him, wrapped in a hard silence. At the door to his apartments, he told them to send Elenia in when she came, and left them in the corridor. There was plum punch in a silver-chased pitcher waiting, but he did not touch it. Instead, he stood staring at it, trying to plan out what he was going to say, until he realized what he was doing and grunted in surprise. What was there to plan? A tap at the door announced honey-haired Elenia, who swept a curtsy in a dress worked with golden roses. On any other woman, Rand would have thought they were just roses. On Elenia, they had to stand for the rose crown.
"My Lord Dragon is most gracious to receive me."
"I want to ask you some things about Andor's history," Rand said. "Will you take plum punch?" Elenia's eyes widened in delight before she could stop them. Undoubtedly she had planned how to work Rand around to this in order to lead into her claims, and here it was handed to her. A smile bloomed on her fox-like face.
"May I have the honor of pouring for my Lord Dragon?" she said, not waiting for him to wave his assent. She was so pleased with the turn of events that he almost expected her to press him into a chair and urge him to put his feet up. "Upon what point of history may I shed light?"
"A general sort of..." Rand frowned. That would give the excuse to be listing her ancestry in detail inside of 2 sentences. That is, how Suran Maravale came to bring his wife here. Was he from Caemlyn?"
"Ishara brought Suran, my Lord Dragon."
Elenia's smile turned briefly indulgent.
"Ishara's mother was Indara Kasalain, who was Arthur Hawkwing's governor here then. The province was called Andor. And also the daughter of Joal Ramadar, the last king of Aldashar. Suran was only a general." She had been going to say a commoner. He would have wagered on it. "Though Hawkwing's finest, of course. Indara resigned her warrant and knelt to Ishara as queen." Somehow Rand did not believe it had happened quite that way, or so smoothly. "They were the worst of times, of course. Quite as bad as the Trolloc Wars, I am sure. With Hawkwing dead, every noble thought to become High King, or High Queen. Ishara knew that no one would be able to take it all, though. There were too many factions, and alliances broke as soon as made. She convinced Suran to raise the siege of Tar Valon, and brought him and as much of his army as he could hold together here." "Suran Maravale was the one besieging Tar Valon?" Rand said, startled. Arthur Hawkwing had laid a 20-year siege against Tar Valon, and put a price on the head of every Aes Sedai. "The final year of it," she said, a touch impatiently, "as nearly as the histories record." It was plain she had little real interest in Suran, except as Ishara's husband. "Ishara was wise. She promised the Aes Sedai that her eldest daughter would be sent to study in the White Tower, thus gaining the Tower's backing and an Aes Sedai advisor, named Balair, the first ruler to do so. Others did follow, of course, but they still wanted Hawkwing's throne. She had the bit in her teeth now, face animated, goblet forgotten, gesturing with her free hand. Words bubbled out. A full generation passed before that idea died, although Narasim Buran did try as late as the last 10 years of the War of the 100 Years, a dismal failure that ended with his head on a pike after a year. And as Mara Gitaris's effort some 30 years earlier gained considerable ground before she tried to conquer Andor and spent the last 12 years of her life as the guest of Queen Talazian. Esmara was assassinated in the end, though there is no record of why anyone would want her dead once Talazian broke her power. You see, the queens who came after Ishara, from Alacinda to Lindela, followed what she began, and not only in sending a daughter to the tower. Ishara had Suran secure the land around Caemlyn first, only a few villages in the beginning, then slowly expanded her control. Why, it took 5 years for her sway to reach the river Aranin. But the land that Andor's queens held was solidly theirs, when most others who called themselves kings or queens were still more interested in gaining new lands than in solidifying what they already had. She paused for breath, and Rand leaped in quickly. Elenia spoke of these people as if she knew them personally, but his head was spinning with names he had never heard before. "Why is there no House Maravale?" "None of Ishara's sons lived past 20. Elenia shrugged and sipped her punch. The subject did not interest her. But it did give her a new topic. 9 queens reigned over the course of the War of the 100 Years, and none had a son live beyond 23. The battles were constant, and Andor was pressed from every side. Why, in Mara Gain's reign, 4 kings brought armies against her. There is a town named for the battle on the site. The kings were... But all the queens have been descendants of Suran and Ishara, Rand put in quickly. The woman would give him a day-by-day account if he let her. Sitting, he motioned her to take a chair. "Yes," she said reluctantly, probably reluctant to include Suran. But she brightened immediately. "You see, it is a matter of how much of Ishara's blood one has, how many lines connect you to her, and in what degree. In my case, it isn't easy for me to understand. For example, take Tigraine and Morghese. Morghese had the best claim to succeed Tigraine. I suppose that means Morghese and Tigraine were closely related?" "They were cousins." Elenia made an effort to hide her irritation over being interrupted so often, especially now that she was so close to the heart of what she wanted to say. But her mouth still narrowed. She looked like a fox who wanted to bite, but the chicken kept slipping just out of reach. "I see. Cousins." Rand drank deeply, half emptying his goblet. "We are all cousins, all the houses." His silence seemed to invigorate her. Her smile returned. "With marriages over 1,000 years, there is not a house without some drop of Ishara's blood. But the degree is what is important. That and the number of connecting lines. In my case..." Rand blinked. "You're all cousins? All of you? That doesn't seem He leaned forward intently. "Elenia, if Morghese and Tigraine had been merchants or farmers, how closely would they have been related?" "Farmers?" she exclaimed, staring at him. "My Lord Dragon, what a peculiar..." The blood drained slowly from her face. He had been a farmer, after all. She wet her lips, a nervous flicker of the tongue. "I suppose... I should have to think. Farmers. I suppose that means imagining all the houses as farmers." A nervous titter broke from her before she drowned it in her punch. "Had they been farmers, I don't think anyone would consider them related at all. All the connections are too far back. But they were not, my Lord Dragon." He stopped listening with more than half an ear and sank back in his chair. "Not related. Have 31 lines to Ishara, while Dylan has only 30. Why did he feel so relaxed suddenly?
Knots had vanished from his muscles that he had not even known were there until they went.
"If I may say so, my Lord Dragon."
"What? Forgive me. My mind wandered for a moment. The problems of... I missed the last thing you said." There had been something in it that had tugged at his ear, though. Elenia wore the obsequious, flattering smile that looked so strange on her face.
"Why, I was just saying that you yourself bear some resemblance to Tigraine, my Lord Dragon. You might even have some touch of Ishara's blood
She cut off with a squeak, and he realized he was on his feet. "I feel a little tired." He tried to make his voice normal, but it sounded as distant as if he were deep in the void.
"If you would leave me, please."
He did not know how his face looked, but Elenia bounced out of her chair, hurried to set her goblet on the table. She was trembling, and if her face had been bloodless before, now it looked like snow. Dropping a curtsy deep enough for a scullery maid caught stealing, she hurried toward the door, each step faster than the last, all the while watching him over her shoulder until she tore the door open, and the sound of running slippers receded down the hall. Nandera put her head in, checking on him, before pulling the door shut. For a long time Rand stood staring at nothing. No wonder those ancient queens had been staring at him. They knew what he was thinking when he did not himself. That sudden worm of worry that had gnawed at him unseen since he discovered his mother's real name. But Tigraine had not been related to Morghese. His mother had not been related to Elaine's mother. He was not related to... "You're worse than a lecher," he said aloud bitterly. "You're a fool and a..." He wished Lews Therin would speak so he could say to himself, "That is a madman. I am sane." Was it those dead rulers of Andor he felt staring at him, or was it Allana? Striding to the door, he jerked it open. Nandera and Kaldin were sitting on their heels beneath a tapestry of brightly colored birds. "Assemble your people," he told them. "I'm going to Cairhien. Please don't tell Aviendha."
Chapter 27. Gifts. Walking back out to the great sprawl of tents, Egwene tried to get a grip on herself, but she was not sure her feet actually touched the ground. Well, she knew they did. They added their small portion to the waves of dust swept along by the hot, gusting wind. Coughing, she wished wise ones wore veils. A shawl wrapped around your head was not the same, and it was like wearing a sweat tent besides. Yet she felt as if her feet trod on air. Her brain seemed to be spinning, and not from the heat. At first she had thought Gawyn was not going to meet her, but then he was suddenly just there as she walked through the crowds. They had spent the entire morning in the private dining room of the Long Man, holding hands and talking over tea. She was absolutely brazen, kissing him as soon as the door closed, before he so much as made a move to kiss her, even sitting on his knee once, though that had not lasted long. It made her start thinking of his dreams, about maybe slipping back into them again, about things no decent woman should be thinking at all. Not an unmarried woman, anyway. She had bounded up like a startled doe, startling him in turn. Hastily she looked around. The tents were still half a mile off, and there was not a living soul closer. If there had been, they could not have seen her blushes. Realizing she was grinning idiotically behind the shawl, she wiped it away. Like she had to keep a rein on herself, forget the feel of Gawyn's strong arms, and remember why they had had so much time at the Long Man. Threading through the crowd, she peered about, looking for Gawyn and trying with some difficulty to pretend casualness. She did not want him to think her eager after all. Suddenly a man leaned toward her, whispering fiercely, "Follow me to the Long Man." She jumped. She could not help herself. It took her a moment to recognize Gawyn. He wore a plain brown coat, and a thin dust cloak hung down his back, the hood up and nearly hiding his face. He was not the only one cloaked. Any but Aiel who went beyond the city walls wore one, but not many had their hoods raised in that oven heat. She caught his sleeve firmly as he tried to slide away ahead of her. "What makes you think I'll just go off to an inn with you, Gawyn Trakand?" she demanded, eyes narrowing. She did keep her voice down, though. No need to attract eyes to an argument. "We were going to walk. You are taking entirely too much for granted if you think for a moment." Grimacing, he whispered at her hurriedly, "The women I came with are looking for someone.
Someone like you. They say little in front of me, but I've caught a word here and there. Now follow me." Without a backward glance, he strode off down the street, leaving her to follow with a lurching stomach. The memory settled her feet firmly. The burned-over ground was nearly as hot as the city paving stones through the soles of her soft boots. She trudged through the dust, thinking furiously. Gawain had not known much more than he told in that first exchange. He argued that it could not be her they were looking for, that she just had to be careful of her channeling and stay out of sight as much as possible. Only he had not looked very convinced himself, not wearing a disguise. She refrained from mentioning his clothes. He was so worried that if these Aes Sedai found her, she would be in all sorts of troubles, worried that he would lead them to her, so plainly unwilling to stop seeing her even if he did suggest it himself, and so convinced that what she needed was to sneak somehow back to Tar Valon and into the tower. That, or to make her peace with Coiron and the others and return with them. Light, but she should have been angry at him, thinking he knew what was best for her better than she did. But for some reason it made her want to smile indulgently even now. For some reason she just could not think straight about him, and he seemed to creep into whatever thought she had. Chewing her lip, she focused on the real problem, the Tower Aes Sedai. If only she could bring herself to question Gawain, it would not be betraying him to ask just a few small questions. Their Ajahs, where they went, or... No, she had made that promise to herself. But breaking it would dishonor him. No questions, only what he volunteered. Whatever he said, she had no reason to think they were looking for Egwene al'Vir. And, she admitted reluctantly, no real reason to think they were not, only a lot of suppositions and hopes. Just because a Tower agent would not recognize Egwene al'Vir in an Aiel woman did not say that the agent had not heard the name, even heard of Egwene Sedai of the Green Ajah. She winced. From now on she would have to be very careful in the city, more than careful. She had reached the edge of the tents. The encampment sprawled over miles, covering the hills east of the city, whether treed or not. Aiel moved among the low tents, but only a handful of Gai'Shain nearby. None of the wise ones were in sight. She had broken a promise to them, to Amys, really, but to all of them. Necessity seemed an increasingly thin reed to support her deception. "Join us, Egwene," a woman's voice called. Even with her head covered, Egwene was not hard to pick out unless surrounded by girls not yet full-grown. Soranda, Cerilia's apprentice, had poked her dark golden head out of a tent and was waving to her. "The wise ones are meeting back among the tents, all of them, and they've given us all the day for ourselves. The entire day." That was a luxury seldom offered, and not one Egwene would pass up. Inside, women lay sprawled on cushions reading by oil lamps. The tent was closed against dust, and thus against light as well, or sat sewing or knitting or doing embroidery. Two were playing cat's cradle. A low murmur of conversation filled the tent, and several smiled greetings. They were not all apprentices. 2 mothers and several first sisters had come to visit, and the older women wore as much jewelry as any wise one. Everyone had their blouses half unlaced and shawls wrapped around their waists, though the trapped heat did not seem to bother them. A Gai'Shain moved about, refilling teacups. Something in the way he moved said he was a craftsman, not Al-Gai de Siswai. He was still hard of face, yet a trifle softer by comparison, and maintaining a meek manner seemed less of a struggle. He wore one of those headbands naming him Siswai Aman. None of the women gave it a second glance, though Gai'Shain were not supposed to wear anything but white. Egwene tied her shawl around her waist and gratefully accepted water to wash her face and hands, then undid a few of her blouse laces and took a tasseled red cushion between Soranda and Astaire, Aeron's red-haired apprentice. What are the wise ones meeting about? Her mind was not on the wise ones. She had no intention of avoiding the city entirely. She had agreed to look in at the Long Man every morning to see whether Gawain was there, though the smirk on the stout innkeeper's face made her cheeks grow warm. The light only knew what that woman thought. But there definitely would be no more attempts to listen in at Lady Arillan's mansion. After leaving Gawain, she had gone near enough to sense the channeling continuing inside, but left after one quick peek around the corner.
Just standing that close produced the uneasy feeling that Nasuna was going to pop up behind her. "Does anyone know?" "Your sisters, of course." Suranda laughed. She was a handsome woman with large blue eyes, and laughter made her beautiful. Some 5 years older than Egwene, she could channel as strongly as many Aes Sedai, and was eagerly awaiting the call to a hold of her own. In the meanwhile, of course, she jumped when Cerelia thought jump. What else would make them leap as if they had sat on Segade spines? "We should send Cerelia to talk with them," Egwene said, taking a green-striped cup of tea from the Gaishine. While telling her how his younglings were crowded into all the bedrooms not taken by the Aes Sedai and some into the stables, Gawain had let slip that there was no room for even another scullery maid, and that the Aes Sedai were not preparing any. It was good news. Cerelia could make any number of Aes Sedai sit up straight. Suranda's head went back in gales of laughter. Esther's laugh was faint and more than a touch scandalized. A slender young woman with serious gray eyes, she always behaved as if a wise one was watching her. It never ceased to amaze Egwene that Cerelia should have an apprentice who was full of fun, while Aeron, pleasant and smiling with never a cross word, had one who seemed to hunt for rules to obey. "I believe it is the Kara Karn," Esther said in the gravest of tones. "Why?" Egwene asked absently. She was just going to have to avoid the city, except for Gawain, of course. Embarrassing as it might be to admit, she would not forego meeting him for anything less than the certainty of Nasuna waiting in the Long Man. That meant back to walking around the city walls for exercise in all that dust. This morning had been an exception, but she was not going to give the wise ones any excuse to put off her return to Tel'aran'rhiod. Rhiod. Tonight they would meet the Salidar Aes Sedai alone, but in 7 nights she would be with them. "What now?" "You have not heard?" Suranda exclaimed. In 2 or 3 days she could approach Nynaeve and Elaine, or speak to them in their dreams again. Try to speak to them anyway. You could never be absolutely certain the other person knew you were more than a dream, not unless they were used to communicating that way, which Nynaeve and Elaine certainly were not. She'd only spoken to them that way once before. In any case, the thought of approaching them at all still made her vaguely uneasy. She had had another hazy, almost nightmare about it. Every time one of them said a word, they tripped and fell on their faces, or dropped a cup or plate, or knocked over a vase, always something that shattered on impact. Since interpreting the dream about Gawain becoming her warder, she had been making an effort at all of them. To no real effect so far, but she was sure that one had meaning. Maybe it was best to wait on the next meeting to speak to them. Besides, there was always the chance of running into Gawain's dreams again, being drawn in. Just the thought made her cheeks color. "The Kara Karn has returned," Esther said. "He is to meet your sisters this afternoon." All thoughts of Gawain and dreams gone, Egwene frowned into her teacup. Twice inside 10 days. It was unusual for him to come back so soon. Why had he? Had he learned of the Tower Aes Sedai somehow? How? And as always, his trips themselves triggered their own question. How did he do it? "How does he do what?" Esther asked, and Egwene blinked, startled that she had spoken aloud. "How does he upset my stomach so easily?" Suranda shook her head in commiseration, but she grinned too. "He is a man, Egwene." "He is the Kara Karn," Esther said with heavy emphasis, and more than a touch of reverence. Surprised to see her wind that fool strip of cloth around her head. Suranda immediately tackled a stare over how she was ever going to deal with a hold chief, much less a sept or clan chief, if she did not realize that a man did not stop being a man just because he led, while Esther maintained stoutly that the Kara Karn was different. One of the older women, Mera, who had come to see her daughter, leaned toward them and said that the way to handle any chief, hold, sept, clan, or the Kara Karn, came as the way to handle a husband, which brought a laugh from Be'arin, also there to visit a daughter, and a comment that that would be a good way to have a roof mistress lay her knife at your feet, a declaration of feud. Be'arin had been a maiden before she married, but anyone could declare a feud with anyone other than a wise one or a blacksmith. Before the words were well out of Mera's mouth, everybody except the Gaishine joined in, overwhelming poor Esther. The Karakarn was a chief among chiefs, no more, that was certain, but arguing whether it was better to approach a chief directly or through his roof mistress. Egwene paid little attention. Surely Rand would not do anything foolish. He had been properly doubtful concerning Elida's letter, yet he believed Alviarin's, which was not only more cordial but downright fawning. He thought he had friends, even followers in the tower. She did not. 3 oaths or no 3 oaths, she was convinced Elida and Alviarin had worked up that second letter between them, with all its ridiculous talk of kneeling in his radiance. It was all a ploy to get him into the tower. Looking at her hands regretfully, she sighed and set down her cup. It was snatched up by the Gaishine before her hand was well away. "I must go," she told the 2 apprentices. "There's something I realize I have to do." Soranda and Astaire made noises about going with her. Well, more than noises. If Aiel said something, they meant it. But they were caught up in the discussion and did not argue when she insisted they stay. Wrapping her shawl around her head again and leaving the rising voices behind, Mera was telling Astaire in no uncertain tones that she might be a wise one eventually, but until she was, she could listen to a woman who had managed a husband and raised 3 daughters and 2 sons without a sister-wife to help. Egwene ducked back into the wind-blown dust. In the city, she tried to creep through the crowded streets without appearing to creep, tried to look every way while seeming to watch only where she was going. The chances of walking into Nasuna were small, but ahead of her 2 women in sober dresses and prim aprons sidestepped to go around one another, but both moved the same way, and they came nose to nose. Murmured apologies, and each woman stepped aside again, in the same direction. More apologies, and, as if dancing, they moved together once more. As Egwene passed them, they were still stepping from side to side in perfect unison, faces beginning to redden, apologies swallowed behind compressed lips. How long it might go on she had no idea, but it was well to remember that Rand was in the city. Light, when he was around, it would not be beyond belief for her to walk right up on all 6 Aes Sedai, just as a gust of wind ripped the shawl from around her head, and 3 people shouted her name and called her Aes Sedai. With him around, it would not be entirely beyond belief to walk into Elida. She hurried on, increasingly uneasy about being caught in one of his ta'veren swirls, increasingly wild-eyed. Fortunately, the sight of a wild-eyed Aiel with her face hidden, what did they know of the difference between a shawl and a veil, made people move out of her way, which allowed her to speed along at a near trot, but she did not draw a peaceful breath until she slipped into the Sun Palace by a small servant's door in the rear. A strong smell of cooking hung in the narrow hallway, and liveried men and women scurried back and forth. Others, taking their ease in their shirt-sleeves or flapping aprons to make a little breeze, stared at her in astonishment. Likely no one except other servants came this close to the kitchens from one year to the next. Certainly not an Aiel. They looked as though they expected her to produce a spear from under her skirts. She pointed a finger at a round little man who was wiping his neck with a kerchief. "Do you know where Rand al'Thor is?" He gave a start, rolling his eyes toward his companions, who were quickly drifting away. His feet shifted, wanting very much to follow. "The Lord Dragon? Mistress? In his chambers? I suppose, anyway." He began to shuffle sideways, bowing. If my lady will forgive, I must get back to my—" "You will take me there," she said firmly. She was not going to wander about this time. One last eye-rolling after his vanished friends, a sigh quickly suppressed, a hurried frightened look to see whether he had offended, and he scampered off to fetch his coat. He was very efficient in the warren of palace corridors, hurrying along and bowing her way at every turn, but when at last he pointed with yet another bow to tall doors worked with gilded rising suns, and guarded by a maiden and an Aiel man, she felt a flash of contempt as she dismissed him. She could not understand why. He was simply doing what he was paid to do. The Aiel man stood as she approached, a very tall man in his middle years, with bull-like chest and shoulders and cold grey eyes. Egwene did not know him, and he plainly meant to turn her away. Luckily, she did know the maiden. "Let her pass, Mariq," Somara said, grinning. This is Amice's apprentice, hers and Bear's and Milane's, the only apprentice I know to serve 3 wise ones. And from the look of her, they have sent her running with strong words for Rand al'Thor." "Running?" Marique's chuckle softened neither face nor eyes. "Crawling, it looks." He went back to watching the corridor. Egwene did not have to ask what he meant. Digging her handkerchief out of her belt pouch, she wiped hurriedly at her face. No one could take you seriously dirty, and Rand had to listen. "Important words anyway, Somara. He is alone, I hope. The Aes Sedai haven't come yet?" The handkerchief came away gray and went back into her pouch with a sigh. Somara shook her head. "It is some good time before they are due. Will you tell him to be careful? I mean no disrespect to your sisters, but he will not look where he leaps. He is headstrong." "I will tell him." Egwene could not help a grin. She had heard Somara talk this way before, with the sort of exasperated pride a mother might have for an over-adventurous son of about 10, and a few other maidens as well. It had to be some sort of Aiel joke, and even if she did not understand, she was in favor of anything that kept him from getting too big a head. "I'll tell him to wash his ears, too." Somara actually nodded before catching herself. Egwene drew a deep breath. "Somara, my sisters mustn't find out I am here." Marique glanced at her curiously between studying every servant who entered the hallway. She had to be careful. "We are not close, Somara. In fact, you might say we are as far apart as sisters can be." "The worst bad blood is between first sisters," Somara said with a nod. "Go in. They will not hear your name from me, and if Marique's tongue flaps, I will tie a knot in it." Marique, head and shoulders taller and weighing at least twice as much, smiled slightly without looking at her. The maiden's habit of sending her in without announcing her had led to embarrassments in the past, but this time Rand was not sitting in his bath. The apartments had obviously belonged to the king, and the anteroom was more a throne room in miniature. Miniature by comparison with the real throne room, anyway. The wavy rays of a golden sun a full span across, set in the polished stone floor, were the only curves in sight. Tall mirrors and severe gold frames lined the walls beneath broad, straight bands of gilding, and the deep cornice was made of golden triangles overlapping like scales. Heavily gilded chairs to either side of the rising sun made 2 facing lines as stiff as their tall backs. Rand sat in another chair, with twice the gilding and a back twice as high, atop a small dais that was itself encrusted with gilt. In a red silk coat embroidered in gold and holding that piece of carved Shanshan spear in the crook of his arm, he wore a dark scowl. He looked a king, and one about to do murder. She planted her fists on her hips. "Somara says you should wash your ears right this instant, young man," she said, and his head jerked up. Surprise and a touch of outrage lasted only a moment. With a grin, he stepped down and tossed the spearhead onto the chair seat. "What under the light have you been doing?" Striding the length of the chamber, he took her by the shoulders and turned her to face the nearest mirror. She winced in spite of herself. She was a sight. The dust that had sifted through her shawl, no, mud with the sweat added, made streaks across her cheeks and swirls across her forehead where she had tried to scrub it away. "I'll have Somara send for some water," he said dryly. "Perhaps she'll think it is for my ears." That grin was insufferable. "There is no need," she told him with as much dignity as she could muster. She was not about to have him stand there watching her wash. Pulling out her already grimy handkerchief, she hurriedly tried to clean off the worst. "You're meeting Corin and the others soon. I don't have to warn you they're dangerous, do I?" "I think you just did. They aren't all coming. I said no more than 3, so that is what they're sending." In the mirror his head tilted as if he were listening, and he nodded, voice dropping to a murmur. "Yes, I can handle 3 if they aren't too strong." Abruptly he noticed her looking. "Of course, if one of them is Moghedien in a wig, or Semirhage, I may be in trouble." "Rand, you must take this seriously." The handkerchief was not doing much good. With the greatest reluctance she spat on it. There was simply no dignified way to spit on a handkerchief. "I know how strong you are, but they are Aes Sedai. You can't behave like they're women in from the country. Even if you think Alviarin will kneel at your feet, and all her friends with her, these were sent by Elaida. You can't think she means anything but to try putting a leash on you. The short and simple of it is you should send them away." "And trust your hidden friend?" he asked softly, much too softly. There was nothing to be done with her face. She should have let him send for the water. There was no asking for it now, though, not after refusing. "You know you cannot trust Elaida," she said carefully, turning to him. Mindful of what had happened the last time, she did not even want to mention the Aes Sedai in Salidar. "You know that." "I don't trust any Aes Sedai. They—" There was a hesitation in his voice, as if he had started to use another word, though she could not imagine what. "Will try to use me, and I will try to use them. A pretty circle, don't you think?" If she had ever considered the possibility that he could be allowed near the Salidar Aes Sedai, his eyes disabused her of it, so hard, so cold that she shivered inside. Maybe if he got angry enough, if he struck enough sparks with Coiran that the embassy went back to the tower empty-handed on their own. "If you think it is pretty, I suppose it is. You are the Dragon Reborn. Well, since you intend to go through with this, you might as well do it right. Just remember that they are Aes Sedai. Even a king listens to Aes Sedai with respect, even when he doesn't agree, and he'd set out for Tar Valon on the hour if summoned. Even the Tyran High Lords would, or Pedron Nile." The fool man grinned at her again, or at least showed his teeth. The rest of his face was as blank as river rock. "I hope you're paying attention. I am trying to help you." Just not the way he thought. "If you mean to use them, you can't make them bristle like doused cats. The Dragon Reborn won't impress them any more than he does me, with your fancy coats and your thrones and your fool's scepter." She shot a scornful look at the tasseled spearhead. Light, the thing made her skin crawl. "They aren't going to fall on their knees when they see you, and it won't kill you when they don't. It will not kill you to be courteous either. Bend your stubborn neck. It isn't groveling to show a proper deference, a little humbleness." "Proper deference," he said thoughtfully. With a sigh, he shook his head ruefully, scrubbed a hand through his hair. "I suppose I can't talk to an Aes Sedai the same way I do to some lord who's been plotting behind my back. It's good advice, Egwene. I'll try. I will be humble as a mouse." Trying not to look hurried, she rubbed at her face again with the handkerchief to hide her goggling. She was not really sure her eyes were popping, but she thought they must be. Her whole life, any time she pointed out that right was a better way, he stuck out his chin and insisted on left. Why did he have to choose now to listen? Was there anything to the good as matters stood? At least it could not hurt him to display some respect. Even if they followed Elaida, the idea of anyone showing impertinence to any Aes Sedai really did upset her. Only she wanted him to be impertinent, to be as arrogant as he had ever been. There was no point in trying to undo it, not now. He was not slow-witted, only exasperating. "Was that all you came for?" he asked. She could not go yet. There might be a chance to put things right, or at least make sure he was not wool-headed enough to go to Tar Valon. "Do you know there's a sea-folk wave mistress on a ship in the river? The White Spray?" That was as good a change of topic as any. "She came to see you, and I hear she is growing impatient." That was from Gawain. Arian had had herself rowed out to discover what sea-folk were doing so far inland, and was refused permission to board. She had come back in a mood that would have been called a tail-lashing fury in any woman not Aes Sedai. Egwene more than suspected why they were here, but she was not about to tell Rand. For once let him meet somebody without expecting them to bow down. "The Atha an Mier are everywhere, it seems." Rand took a seat in one of the chairs. He looked amused for some reason, but she would swear it had nothing to do with the sea-folk. "Berelain says I should meet this Hareen Din Togara Two Winds, but if her temper is anything like Berelain reports, she can wait. I have enough women angry with me for the moment." That was almost an opening, but not quite. "I cannot understand why. You always have such a winning way about you." Immediately she wished she had the words back. They only reinforced what she did not want him to do. Frowning, he seemed not to have heard her at all. "Egwene, I know you don't like Berelain, but it hasn't gone beyond that, has it? I mean, you make such a good job of playing at Aiel, I could imagine you offering to dance the spears with her. She was troubled about something, uneasy, but she wouldn't say what. Probably the woman had found a man who told her no. That would be enough to shake Berelain's world to its foundations. I've not said a dozen words to her since the Stone of Tyr, and not many more then. Rand, you don't think—" One of the doors opened just barely enough to admit Somara, who shut it again behind her quickly. "The Aes Sedai are here, Karakarn." Rand's head swiveled toward the door, his face stone. They weren't to come for another— Thinking to catch me off guard, were they? They have to learn who sets the rules here. Right then Egwene did not care if they were trying to catch him in his small clothes. All thought of Berelain vanished. Somara made a small gesture that might have been commiseration. She did not care about that either. Rand could keep them from taking her if she asked. All it meant was staying close to him from now on so they could not shield her and hustle her away the first time she put her nose into the street. All it meant was asking, putting herself under his protection. The choice between that and being hauled back to the tower in a sack was so thin it made her stomach hurt. For one thing, she would never become Aes Sedai hiding behind him, and for another, the idea of hiding behind anyone set her teeth on edge. Only they were here, right outside the door, and inside the hour she might be in that sack, or as good as. Deep, slow breaths did nothing to steady her twitching nerves. "Rand, is there another way out of here? If there isn't, I will hide in one of the other rooms. They mustn't know I am here. Rand! Rand! Are you listening to me?" He spoke, but definitely not to her. "You are there," he whispered hoarsely. "Too much coincidence for you to think of that now." He was staring at nothing with a look of fury and maybe fear. "Burn you! Answer me! I know you're there." Egwene licked her lips before she could stop herself. Somara might be gazing at him with what could be described as fond motherly concern, and him not even noticing her joke, but Egwene's stomach was turning over slowly. He could not have gone mad as suddenly as that. He could not have. But he had seemed to listen to some hidden voice just a little while ago, and maybe spoken to it then too. She did not remember crossing the intervening space, but abruptly her hand was pressed against his forehead. Nynaeve always said to check for fever first, though what good that would do now. If only she knew more than a scrap of healing. But that would do no good either. Not if he was— "Rand, are you feeling all right?" He came to himself, shying back from her hand, peering at her suspiciously. The next moment he was on his feet, gripping her arm, all but hauling her down the chamber so quickly she nearly tripped over her skirts trying to keep up. "Stand right there," he ordered briskly, planting her beside the dais, and backed away. Rubbing her arm vigorously enough that he could not miss it, she started to follow. Men never realized how strong they were. Even Gawain did not always, though she did not really mind with him. "What do you think—" "Don't move!" In a disgusted tone he added, "Burn him. It seems it ripples if you move. I'll fasten it to the floor, but you still can't jump about. I don't know how big I can make it, and this is no time to find out." Somara's mouth had fallen open, though she snapped it shut quickly. Fasten what to the floor? What was he talking? It came to her so suddenly that she forgot to wonder who the him was. Rand had woven saidin around her. Her eyes widened. She was breathing too quickly, but she could not stop. How close was it? Every shred of reason told her the taint could not seep out of whatever he channeled. He had touched her with saidin before, but if anything, that thought only made it worse. Instinctively she narrowed her shoulders and held her skirts close in front of her. "What? What did you do?" She was very proud of her voice, a trifle unsteady maybe, but nothing like the wail she wanted to let out. "Look in that mirror," he laughed. Laughed! Grumpily she obeyed, and gasped. There in the silvered glass was the gilded chair on its dais, some of the rest of the room, but not her. "I'm invisible," she breathed. Once Moiraine had hidden them all behind a screen of Saidar, but how had he learned it? "Much better than hiding under my bed," he said, speaking to the air a good hand to the right of her head, as if that had ever entered her mind. "I want you to see how respectful I can be. Besides," his tone became more serious, "maybe you'll see something I miss. Maybe you will even be willing to tell me." With a bark of a laugh, he leaped onto the dais, scooped up the tasseled spearhead, and took his seat. "Send them in, Somara. Let the embassy of the White Tower approach the Dragon Reborn." His twisted smile made Egwene almost as uncomfortable as the nearness of woven Saidin. How close was the bloody stuff? Somara vanished, and in moments the doors opened wide. A plump, stately woman who could only be Coirin led the way in a dark blue gown, flanked a pace to the rear by Nasuna in plain brown wool, and a raven-haired Aes Sedai in green silk, a pretty round-faced woman with a plump, demanding mouth. Egwene wished Aes Sedai always wore the colors of their Aja. Whites did at every chance, because whatever that woman was, she would not believe her green, not with the hard stare she gave Rand from her first step into the room. Cold serenity barely masked her contempt, perhaps did mask it for anyone not used to Aes Sedai. Would Rand see? Maybe not. He seemed to be concentrating on Coirin, whose face was completely unreadable. Nasuna, of course, took in everything, bird-like eyes darting this way and that. Right then, Egwene was very glad of the cloak he had woven for her. She started to dab at her face with the handkerchief she still held, then froze. He said he would fix it to the floor. Had he? Light she might be standing there naked for all she knew, except that Nasuna's gaze swept past without pausing. Sweat rolled down Egwene's face. It poured. Burn the man! She would have been perfectly happy hiding under his bed. Behind the Aes Sedai came a full dozen more women, plainly dressed with coarse linen dust cloaks hanging down their backs. Most were stocky, but they labored under the weight of 2 chests, not small, the polished brass strapping worked with the flame of Tar Valon. The serving women set the chests down with audible sighs of relief, furtively working arms and knuckling backs as the doors swung shut, and Coirin and the other 2 sank into curtsies in perfect unison, though not very deeply. Rand was down out of the chair before they straightened. The glow of Saidar surrounded the Aes Sedai, all 3 together. They had linked. Egwene tried to remember what she had seen, how they did it. Despite the glow, nothing ruffled their outward calm as Rand strode by them to the serving women and peered into each face in turn. What was he? Of course, making sure none had the ageless face of an Aes Sedai. Egwene shook her head, then froze again. He was a fool if he thought that enough. Most wore too much age, not all old by any means, but you could put an age to them. Yet 2 were young enough to be Aes Sedai, not long raised. They were not. Egwene could only sense the ability in the 3 Aes Sedai, and she was close enough, but he certainly could not tell by looking. Tipping up one solid young woman's chin, he smiled into her eyes. "Do not be afraid," he said softly. She swayed as if she might faint. With a sigh, Rand spun on his heel. He did not look at the Aes Sedai as he passed them. "You will not channel around me," he said firmly. "Let it go." A brief look of speculation crossed Nasuna's face, but the other 2 serenely watched him take his seat. Rubbing his arm, Egwene had been there when he learned that tingle. He spoke in a harder tone. "I said you will not channel around me, or even embrace Saidar." A stretched-out moment while Egwene prayed silently. What would he do if they held on to the source? Try to cut them off? Cutting a woman off from Saidar once she embraced it was far harder than shielding her beforehand. She was not certain even he could manage it with 3 women, and linked to boot. Worse, what would they do if he tried anything at all? The glow vanished, and she barely stopped a heavy sigh of relief. Whatever he had done made her invisible, but plainly it did not stop sound. Much better. Rand's smile took them all in, but it never reached his eyes. Let us begin again from the beginning. You are honored guests. You only entered this very moment. They understood, of course. He had not been guessing. Coiron stiffened slightly, and the raven-haired woman's eyes actually widened. Nasuna merely nodded to herself, adding to her mental notes. Egwene hoped desperately that he would be careful. Nasuna would not miss anything. With a visible effort, Coiron gathered herself, smoothing her dress and very nearly adjusting the shawl she was not wearing. "I have the honor," she announced in ringing tones, "to be Coiron Sealdane Aes Sedai, ambassador from the White Tower and emissary of Elida Doavrini Aroyhan, the Watcher of the Seals, the Flame of Tar Valon, the Amyrlin Seat." Somewhat less florid introductions, though with the full honorific Aes Sedai named the other two. The hard-eyed woman was Galina Caspan. "I am Rand al'Thor." The simplicity was a marked contrast. They had not mentioned the Dragon Reborn, and neither had he, but somehow his leaving it out seemed to make the title whisper faintly in the room. Coiron drew a deep breath, moved her head as if hearing that whisper. "We bring a gracious invitation to the Dragon Reborn. The Amyrlin Seat is fully cognizant that signs have been given and prophecies fulfilled, that—" Those deep, round tones took little time to reach the point, that Rand should accompany them, in all honor as deserved, to the White Tower, and that if he accepted this invitation, Elida offered not only the protection of the tower, but the full weight of its authority and influence behind him. Another goodly bit of flowery speech flowed before she finished with, "And in token of this, the Amyrlin Seat sends this trifling gift." She turned toward the chests, raising her hand, then hesitated with the faintest grimace. She had to gesture twice before the servants understood and lifted the brass-strapped lids. Apparently she had planned to fling them open with saidar. Leather sacks filled the chests. At another sharper gesture, the serving women began untying them. Egwene swallowed a gasp. No wonder those women had struggled. The opened sacks spilled gold coins of every size, sparkling rings and glittering necklaces and unset gems. Even if those below held dross, it was a fortune. Leaning back in that throne-like chair, Rand looked at the chests with a near smile. The Aes Sedai studied him, faces masks of composure, yet Egwene thought she detected a hint of complacency in Coiron's eyes, a faint increase of contempt on Galina's full lips. Nasuna was the real danger. Abruptly the lids snapped down without a hand touching them, and the serving women leaped back, not bothering to muffle their squeals. The Aes Sedai stiffened, and Egwene prayed as hard as she sweated. She wanted him arrogant and a touch insolent, but just enough to put their backs up, not to the point of making them decide to try gentling them on the spot. Suddenly it occurred to her that so far he had shown nothing of that humble as a mouse. He had never intended to. The man had been toying with her. If she were not too frightened to be sure of her knees, she would go over and box his ears. "A great deal of gold," Rand said. He seemed relaxed, his smile taking in his whole face. "I can always find a use for gold." Egwene blinked. He sounded almost greedy. Coiron answered with a smile of her own, a definite picture of poised self-satisfaction now. "The Amyrlin Seat is, of course, most generous. When you reach the White Tower—" "When I reach the tower," Rand cut in as though thinking aloud. "Yes, I look forward to the day I stand in the tower." He leaned forward, elbow on his knee and dragon scepter dangling. "It will take a little time, you understand. I have commitments to meet first, here, in Andor, elsewhere." Coiron's mouth tightened for just an instant. Her voice remained as smooth and round as ever, though. "We surely have no objections to resting a few days before we begin the return journey to Tar Valon. In the meanwhile, may I suggest that one of us remain close at hand to offer advice should you wish it? We have, of course, heard of Moiraine's unfortunate demise. I cannot offer myself, but Nasuna or Galina would be most willing." Rand studied the named pair with a frown, and Egwene held her breath. He seemed to be listening to something again, or listening for something. Nasuna examined him in return as openly as he did her. Galina's fingers stroked her skirts unconsciously. "No," he said at last, sitting back with his arms on the arms of the chair. He made it look even more a throne than before. "It might not be safe. I would not like one of you to take a spear through your ribs by accident." Coiren opened her mouth, but he rode over her. "For your own safety, none of you should come closer to me than a mile without permission. Best if you stay that far from the palace without permission, too. You will know when I'm ready to go with you. I promise that." Abruptly he was on his feet. Atop the dais he stood tall enough that the Aes Sedai had to crane their necks, and it was plain none of them liked it any more than they liked his restrictions. 3 faces carved in stone stared up at him. "I will let you go back to your resting now. The quicker I can see to certain things, the quicker I can go to the tower. I will send word when I can see you again." They were not pleased at so sudden a dismissal, or likely at any dismissal. Aes Sedai were the ones who said when an audience was done. Yet there was little they could do except make their minimal curtsies, disgruntlement nearly breaking through Aes Sedai calm. As they turned to go, Rand spoke again casually. "I forgot to ask. How is Alviarin?" "She is well." Galina's mouth hung open for a moment, her eyes widening. She appeared startled to have spoken. Coiren hesitated on the brink of using the opening to say more, but Rand stood impatiently, all but tapping his foot. When they were gone, he stepped down, hefting that spearhead and staring at the doors that had closed behind them. Egwene wasted not a moment striding toward him. "What game are you playing at, Rand al'Thor?" She had taken 6 steps before a glimpse of her reflection in the mirrors made her realize she had walked right through his weave of saidin. At least she had not known when it touched her. "Well?" "She's one of Alviarin's," he said thoughtfully. "Galina. She is one of Alviarin's friends. I'd bet on it." Planting herself in front of him, she sniffed. "You'd lose your coin and stick yourself in the foot with a pitchfork, too. Galina is a red or I never saw one." "Because she doesn't like me?" He was looking at her now, and she almost wished he was not. "Because she's afraid of me?" He was not grimacing or glaring or even staring particularly hard, yet his eyes seemed to know things she did not. She hated that. His smile came so suddenly she blinked. "Egwene, do you expect me to believe you can tell a woman's Ajah by her face? No, but anyway, even Reds might end following me. They know the prophecies as well as anybody else. The unstained tower breaks and bends knee to the forgotten sign. Written before there was a white tower, but what else could the unstained tower be? And the forgotten sign? My banner, Egwene, with the ancient symbol of burn you, Rand al'Thor." The curse came more awkwardly than she could have wished. She was not accustomed to saying such things. "The light burn you? You can't really be thinking of going with them. You can't." He showed his teeth in amusement. Amusement. "Didn't I do what you wanted? What you told me to do, and what you wanted?" Her lips compressed indignantly. Bad enough that he knew, but throwing it in her face was just rude. "Rand, please listen to me. Elida—" "The question now is how to get you back to the tents without them finding out you were here. I expect they have eyes and ears in the palace." "Rand, you have to—" "How about riding in one of those big laundry baskets? I can have a couple of maidens carry it." She very nearly threw up her hands. He was as eager to be rid of her as he had been of the Aes Sedai. "My own feet will do well enough, thank you. A laundry basket, indeed. I wouldn't have to worry if you told me how you step from Caemlyn to here whenever you want." She did not understand why asking should rasp so, yet it did. "I know you can't teach me, but if you told me how, maybe I could work out how to do it with saidar." Instead of the joke at her expense she more than half expected, he took the end of her shawl in both hands. "The pattern," he said. Caemlyn, one finger on his left hand, tented the wool, and Cairhien, a finger on the other hand, made a tent, and he brought the two tents together. "I bend the pattern and bore a hole from one to the other. I don't know what I bore through, but there's no space between one end of the hole and the other." He let the shawl drop. "Does that help?" Chewing her lip, she frowned at the shawl sourly. It did not help at all. Just the thought of tearing a hole in the pattern made her queasy. She had hoped it would be like something she had worked out concerning Tel'aran'rhiod. Rhiod. Not that she ever meant to use it, of course, but she had had all that time on her hands, and the wise ones kept grumbling about the Aes Sedai, asking how to enter in the flesh. She thought the way would be to create a similarity, seemed the only way to describe it, a similarity between the real world and its reflection in the world of dreams. That should make a place where it was possible to simply step from one to the other. If Rand's method of travel had seemed even slightly the same, she would have been willing to try. But this... saidar did as you wanted as long as you remembered it was infinitely stronger than you and had to be guided gently. Try to force the wrong thing, and you were dead or burned out before you could scream. "Rand, are you sure there isn't any sense of making things the same? Or—" She did not know how to put it, but in any case he shook his head before she trailed off. "That sounds like changing the weave of the pattern. I think it would tear me apart if I so much as tried. I bore a hole." He poked a finger at her to demonstrate. Well, there was no point in pursuing that. She shifted her shawl irritably. "Rand, about those sea folk. I don't know any more than I've read." She did, but she still was not going to tell him. "But it must be something important to bring them this far to see you." "Light," he muttered absently. "You jump around like a drop of water on a hot griddle. I'll see them when I have time." For a moment he rubbed at his forehead, and his eyes seemed to see nothing. With a blink he was seeing her again. "Do you intend to stay until they come back?" He really did want to be rid of her. At the door she paused, but he was already stalking up the room, hands clasped behind his back, talking to himself. Softly, but she could make out some. "Where are you hiding, burn you? I know you're there." Shivering, she let herself out. If he really was going mad already, there was no changing it. The wheel weaved as the wheel willed, and its weaving must be accepted. Realizing that she was eyeing the servants passing up and down the hall, wondering which might be Aes Sedai agents, she made herself stop. The wheel weaved as the wheel willed. With a nod for Somara, she squared her shoulders and tried very hard not to scuttle on her way to the nearest servants' entrance. There was little talk as Arillin's best coach lurched away from the Sun Palace, followed by the wagon that had borne the chests, burdened now only with the serving women and driver. Steepling her fingers in the coach, Nesuna tapped them thoughtfully against her lips. A fascinating young man, a fascinating subject for study. Her foot touched one of the specimen boxes under the seat. She never went out without proper specimen boxes. One would think that the world must have been catalogued long since, yet since leaving Tar Valon, she had tucked away 50 plants, twice as many insects, and the skins and bones of a fox, 3 sorts of lark, and no fewer than 5 species of ground squirrel that she was sure were nowhere in the records. "I did not realize you were friendly with Alviarin," Coiron said after a time. Galina sniffed. "It is not necessary to be friends to know she was well when we left." Nesuna wondered whether the woman knew that she pouted. Only the shape of her mouth, perhaps, but one had to learn to live with one's face. "Do you think he truly knew?" Galina went on. "That we had... It is impossible. He must have been guessing." Nesuna's ears perked, though she continued to tap her lips. That was clearly an effort to change the subject, and a sign that Galina was nervous besides. Silence had held as long as it did because no one wanted to mention al'Thor, and there seemed no other topic possible. Why did Galina not want to speak of Alviarin? The two certainly were not friends. It was a rare Red who had a friend outside her Ajah. Nesuna filed the question in its own mental cubbyhole. "If he was guessing, he could make his fortune at the fairs," Coiron was no fool. Bombastic beyond reason, but never a fool. However ridiculous it might seem, we must assume he can sense saidar in a woman. That might be disastrous, Galena muttered. No, it cannot be. He must have guessed. Any man who can channel would assume we would embrace saidar. The woman's pout irritated Nasuna. This entire expedition irritated her. She would have been more than happy to join it if asked, but Jessie Bilal had not asked. Jessie had practically shoved her onto her horse physically. However it might be in other Ajas, the head of the Browns Council was not expected to behave so. Worst of all, though, Nasuna's companions were so focused on young Althor that they seemed to have gone blind to all else. "Do you have any notions," she mused aloud, "as to the sister who shared our interview?" It might not have been a sister. 3 Aiel women seemed to turn up when she went into the royal library, and 2 could channel, but she wanted to see their reactions. She was not disappointed, or rather she was. Coiron only sat up straight, but Galena stared. It was all Nasuna could do not to sigh. They truly were blind, only a few paces from a woman able to channel, and they had not sensed her because they could not see her. "I don't know how she was hidden," Nasuna went on, "but it will be interesting to discover. It had to have been his work. They would have seen any weaving of saidar. They did not ask whether she was sure. They knew she always identified a guess. Confirmation that Moiraine is alive." Galena settled back with a grim smile. "I suggest we set Beldine to find her. Then we take her and bundle her into the basement. That takes her away from Althor, and we can carry her to Tar Valon along with him. I doubt he'll even notice, so long as we let enough gold glitter under his nose." Coiron shook her head emphatically. "We have no more confirmation than we already had, not of Moiraine. It may be this mysterious green. As far as finding whoever it is, I agree, but we must consider the rest carefully. I will not risk everything that has been so carefully planned. We must be aware that Althor is connected to this sister, whoever she may be, and that his plea for time may be only a strategy. Fortunately, we have time." Galena nodded, however reluctantly. She would marry and settle on a farm before she risked their plans. Nasuna allowed herself a small sigh. Aside from pomposity, stating the obvious was Coiron's only real fault. She did have a good mind, when she used it, and they did have time. Her foot touched one of the specimen boxes again. However events spun out, the paper she intended to write on Althor would be the culmination of her life.
Chapter 28. Letters. Lews Therin was there. Rand was sure of it. But not a whisper sounded in his head that was not his own. For the rest of the day, he did try to think of other things, useless as they might be. Berelain was ready to jump out of her skin for the number of times he popped in on her, to ask about something she was perfectly capable of handling without him. He was not sure, but he thought she started trying to avoid him. Even Ruark began to look a little hunted after the 10th time Rand cornered him over the Shaido. The Shaido had not stirred, and the only choices Ruark could see were to leave them in Kinslayer's dagger or dig them out. Herod Fell had wandered off, as Idrian quickly pointed out he often did, and was nowhere to be found. When Fell became lost in thought, he sometimes lost his way in the city, too. Rand shouted at her. Fell was not her fault, not her responsibility, but Rand left her white and trembling. His temper rippled like a line of thunderstorms sweeping in from the horizon. He shouted at Mylan and Marangil, till they shook in their boots and left him with pasty faces, reduced Colover to incoherent tears, and actually sent Enaiella running with her skirts hiked to her knees. For that matter, when Amis and Soralia came to ask what he had told the Aes Sedai, he shouted at them as well. From the look on Soralia's face, as they stalked away, he suspected that might have been the first time anyone had ever raised voice to her. It was knowing that Lews Therin was really there, more than a voice, a man hiding inside his head. He was almost afraid to fall asleep when night came, afraid Lews Therin might seize control while he slept. And when he did sleep, his troubled dreams made him toss and mutter. The first hint of light through the windows woke him in tangled, sweat-soaked sheets, with grainy eyes, a mouth that tasted like a horse 6 days dead, and legs that ached. The dreams he remembered had all been of running from something he could not see. He levered himself out of the great four-posted bed and made his ablutions at the gilded washstand. With the sky just turning gray outside, the Gaishain who would bring fresh water had not appeared yet, but last night's did well enough. He had nearly finished shaving when he stopped, razor poised against his cheek, staring at himself in the mirror on the wall. Running. He had been sure it was the Forsaken he was running from in those dreams, or the Dark One, or Tarmon Gai'don, or maybe even Lews Therin. So full of himself. Surely the Dragon Reborn would dream of being pursued by the Dark One. For all his protests that he was Randall Thor, it seemed that he could forget as easily as anyone else. Randall Thor had run away from Elayne, from his fear of loving Elayne, just as he had run from fear of loving Aviendha. The mirror shattered, shards dropping into the porcelain wash basin. The pieces remaining in the frame cast back a fragmented image of his face. Releasing saidin, he carefully scraped away the last bit of lather and folded the razor deliberately. No more running. He would do what he had to do, but no more running. 2 maidens were waiting in the corridor when he emerged. Harlin, a lanky redhead about his age, went running for the others as soon as he appeared. Chiared, a merry-eyed blonde old enough to be his mother, accompanied him through hallways where only a few servants stirred, surprised to see him so early. Usually Chiared liked to make jokes at his expense when they were alone. He understood some. She saw him as a younger brother who needed to be kept from getting too big for his hat. But she felt his mood this morning and said not a word. She did give his sword one disgusted glance, but only one. Nandera and the rest of the maidens caught up before he was halfway to the traveling chamber, and caught his silence as quickly. So did the Mayenners and Black Eyes guarding the square-carved door. Rand thought he might leave Cairhien without anyone speaking until a young woman in the red and blue of Baerlane's personal servants rushed in and bobbed a deep curtsy just as he opened the gateway. "The first sends this," she panted, extending a letter with a large green seal. Apparently she had run all the way trying to find him. "It's from the Sea Folk, my Lord Dragon." Rand stuffed the letter into his coat pocket and stepped through the gateway, ignoring the woman's question as to whether there was any reply. Silence suited him this morning. He ran a thumb along the carving on the dragon scepter. He would be strong and hard and put all this self-pity behind him. The dark grand hall in Caemlyn brought Alanna nestling back into his head. Night still held there, but she was awake. He knew as surely as he knew she was weeping, as surely as he knew her tears stopped moments after he closed the gateway behind the last of the maidens. A small ball of ragged, unreadable emotion still sat in the back of his head, yet he was certain she knew he had returned. No doubt she and her bond had played their part in his flight, but he accepted the bond now, even if he did not like it. That nearly made him chuckle wryly. He had better accept it, since he could not change it. She had tied a thread to him, no more than a thread. Let it be no more. And it should not cause trouble unless he led her close enough to make it a leash. He wished Thom Merrilin were there. Thom probably knew all about warders and bonds. He knew surprising things, while finding Elayne would find Thom. That was all there was to it. saidin made a globe of light, fire and air, to illumine the way out of the throne room. The ancient queens, hidden in the darkness far overhead, did not bother him at all. They were only pictures in colored glass. The same could not be said of Aviendha. Outside his apartments, Nandera dismissed the maidens except for Jelani, and the two went in with him to check the rooms, while he used the power to light the lamps and toss the dragon scepter onto a small ivory-inlaid table that had considerably less gilt than it would have had in the Sun Palace. All the furnishings were that way, with less gilding and more carving, usually lions or roses. One large red carpet covered the floor, with gold thread outlining roses. Without Saidin in him, he doubted he could have heard the maiden's soft footfalls, but before they crossed the anteroom, Aviendha came stalking out of the still dark bedchamber with her hair in wild disarray and her belt knife in hand, and wearing only her skin. At the sight of him, she went stiff as a post and stalked back the way she had come, little short of running. A small light appeared through the doorway, a lamp lit, and Dara laughed softly and exchanged amused glances with Jelani. "I will never understand Aiel," Rand muttered, pushing the source away. It was not so much that the maidens found the situation funny. He had long since given up on Aiel humor. It was Aviendha. She might think it very funny to undress for bed in front of him, but let him catch so much as a glimpse of ankle when she did not choose to show it, and she turned into a scalded cat. Not to mention blaming him. Then Dara chortled. "It is not Aiel you cannot understand, but women. No man has ever understood women." "Men, on the other hand," Jelani put in, "are very simple." He stared at her, with the baby fat still on her cheeks, and she colored faintly. Then Dara looked ready to laugh out loud. "Death," Lews Therin whispered. Rand forgot everything else. "Death? What do you mean?" "Death comes." "What kind of death?" Rand demanded. "What are you talking about?" "Who are you? Where am I?" Rand felt as though a fist had clutched his throat. He had been sure, but this was the first time Lews Therin had said anything to him, something clearly and plainly addressed to him. "I am Randall Thor. You are inside my head." "Inside? No. I am myself. I am Lews Therin Telamon. I am me." The cry faded away into the distance. "Come back," Rand shouted. "What death? Answer me, burn you." Silence. He shifted uneasily. Knowing was one thing, but a dead man inside him, talking of death, made him feel unclean, like the faintest brush of the taint on Saidin. Something touched his arm, and he nearly seized at the source again before he realized it was Aviendha. She must have flown into her clothes, yet she looked as if she had taken an hour to arrange every hair to her liking. People said Aiel showed no emotion, but it was just that they were more reserved than most. Their faces told as much as anyone else's if you knew what to look for. Aviendha was torn between concern and wanting to be angry. "Are you well?" she asked. "I was just thinking," he told her. True enough. "Answer me, Lews Therin. Come back and answer me." Why had he ever thought silence suited the morning? Unfortunately, Aviendha took him at his word, and if there was nothing to be concerned about, she put her fists on her hips. That was one thing he understood about women, Aiel, Two Rivers, or whoever. Fists on hips meant trouble. He need not have bothered lighting the lamps. Her eyes were hot enough to light the room. "You went away without me again. I promised the wise ones to stay near you until I must go, but you make my promise nothing. You have tow to me for this, Randall Thor. And Dara, from now on I must be told where he is going and when. He must not be allowed to go without me if I should accompany him." And Dara hesitated not a moment before nodding. "It shall be as you wish, Aviendha." Rand squared around on both women. "Now just you wait. Nobody is to be told my comings and goings unless I say so." "I have given my word, Randall Thor," Dara said in a flat voice. She looked him in the eye with no notion of backing up. "As do I," Jelani said just as levelly. Rand opened his mouth, then closed it again. Vade Giotto. No use mentioning he was the Karakarn, of course. Aviendha looked faintly surprised that he had even protested. Apparently to her it was a foregone conclusion. He shifted his shoulders uneasily, though not because of Aviendha. That unclean feel was still there and stronger. Maybe Lews Therin had come back. Silently, Rand called to him, but there was still no answer. A tap on the door barely preceded Mistress Harfor, who made her usual deep curtsy. The first maid showed no sign of the early hour, of course. Whatever the time of day, Rena Harfor always looked as if she had just gotten dressed. "There have been arrivals in the city, my Lord Dragon, which Lord Bashir thought you should be told of as soon as possible. Lady Aemlyn and Lord Kulhan entered yesterday at noon and are staying with Lord Pelevar. Lady Arathel came an hour later with a large retinue. Lord Borrell and Lord Macharan, Lady Sergeys and Lady Nagara entered separately in the night with only a few retainers each. None has presented their respects at the palace." She delivered the last in the same even tone, with no hint of her own opinion. "That is good news," he told her, and it was, whether they had left respects or not. Aemlyn and her husband Kulhan were nearly as powerful as Pelevar. Arathel more powerful than any except Dylan and Luon. The others were of minor houses, and only Barl among them high seat of his house, but the nobles who had opposed Gabriel were beginning to gather. At least it was good news, provided he found Elaine before they decided to try taking Caemlyn away from him. Mistress Harfor eyed him a moment, then extended a blue-sealed letter. "This was delivered late last evening, my Lord Dragon, by a stable-boy. A dirty stable-boy. The Seafolk Wave-Mistress was not well pleased that you were gone when she appeared for her audience." This time her disapproval was clear in her voice, though not whether it was for the Wave-Mistress, or Rand missing the audience, or the means of the letter's delivery. He sighed. He had forgotten all about the Seafolk here in Caemlyn. That reminded him of the letter he had been given in Cairhien, and he dug it out. Both green wax and blue bore the same impression, though he could not make out what it was supposed to be. Two things like flattened bowls, with a thick ornate line running from one through the other. Each was addressed to the Coromor, whoever or whatever that was. Himself, he supposed. Maybe that was what the Seafolk called the Dragon Reborn. He broke the blue seal first. There was no salutation, and it was certainly unlike anything else Rand had ever seen addressed to the Dragon Reborn. "The light willing, you will perhaps return to Caemlyn eventually. As I have traveled far to see you, perhaps I will find time for it when you do. Zaida Dimpareta Blackwing of Clan Catalar, Wave-Mistress." It seemed Mistress Harfor was right. The Wave-Mistress was not best pleased. The green seal hid little better. "If it pleases the light, I will receive you on the deck of White Spray at your earliest convenience. Hareen Din Togara Two Winds of Clan Shodine, Wave-Mistress." "Are they bad news?" Aviendha asked. "I don't know." Frowning at the letters, he was barely aware of Mistress Harfor admitting a woman in the red and white and exchanging quiet words with her. Neither of these Seafolk women sounded like anybody he wanted to spend an hour with. He had read every translation of the prophecies of the dragon he could find, and though the clearest was often murky, he remembered nothing that indicated the Athan Mier. Perhaps on their ships at sea and their distant islands, they would be one people untouched by him or Tarmangaden. He owed this Zaida an apology, but maybe he could fob her off with Bashir. Bashir certainly had enough titles to flatter anybody's vanity. "I don't think so." The servant sank to her knees before him, white head bowed low and hands raised high to proffer yet another letter, this one on thick parchment. The posture itself made him blink. Even in Tyr he had never seen a servant cringe so, much less in Andor. Mistress Harfor was frowning and shaking her head. The kneeling woman spoke, still with her face down. "This has come from my Lord Dragon." "Sulin?" he gasped. "What are you doing? What are you doing in that dress?" Sulin turned her face up. She looked perfectly horrible, a wolf trying very hard to pretend she was a doe.
It is what women wear who serve and obey as commanded for coins. She waggled the letter in her still upraised hands. I was commanded to say that this has just come from my Lord Dragon by a horseman who left as soon as it was handed over. The first maid clicked her tongue irritably. I want a straight answer, he said, snatching the sealed parchment. She bounded to her feet as soon as it left her hands. Come back here, Sulin! Sulin, I want an answer! But she ran as fleetly as she ever had in Kadin-Sor, straight to the doors and out. For some reason, Mistress Harfor glared at Nandera. I had told you this would not work, and I told you both that as long as she wears the palace livery, I expect her to do the palace proud, whether she's Aiel or the Queen of Saldaea. Curtsying, she gave Rand a hasty, My Lord Dragon, and stalked out, talking to herself about crazy Aiel. He was ready to agree. He looked from Nandera to Aviendha to Jelani. None of them appeared in the least surprised. No one looked as if she had seen a thing out of the ordinary. Will you tell me what under the light is going on? That was Sulin. First, Nandera said, Sulin and I went to the kitchens. She thought scrubbing pots and the like would be suitable. But a fellow there said he had all the scullions he needed. He seemed to think Sulin would always be fighting the others. He was not very tall. She marked just under Rand's chin. But just as wide. And I think he would have offered to dance the spears with us if we had not gone away. Then we came to the woman Rena Harfor, since she seems to be roof mistress here. A slight grimace passed over her face. A woman should be roof mistress or not. Aiel thinking held no place for a first maid. She did not understand, but at last she agreed. I almost thought Sulin would change her mind when she realized Rena Harfor meant her to put on a dress, but of course she did not. Sulin has more courage than I. I would rather be made Gaishain by an Usea Dun. I, Jelani said stoutly, would rather be beaten by the first brother of my worst enemy in front of my mother every day for a year. Nandera's eyes tightened in disapproval, and her fingers twitched, but instead of hand talk, she said deliberately, You boast like a Shido girl. Had Jelani been older, the three calculated insults might have caused trouble, but instead she squeezed her eyes shut to hide the sight of those who had heard her shamed. Rand scrubbed fingers through his hair. Rena didn't understand. I don't understand, Nandera. Why is she doing this? Has she given up the spear? If she's married an Anderman... Stranger things had happened around him. I'll give her enough gold to buy a farm or whatever they want. She doesn't have to become a servant. Jelani's eyes shot open, and the three women were looking at him as if he was the one mad. Sulin is meeting her toe, Randall Thor, Aviendha said firmly. She stood very straight and met his gaze directly, a good imitation of Amis. Only there was less imitation in it every day and more her. It does not concern you. Jelani nodded a very definite agreement. Nandera only stood there, idly examining a spear point. Sulin concerns me, he told them. If something happened to her... Suddenly he remembered the exchange he had overheard before going to Shadar Logoth. Nandera had accused Sulin of speaking to Gaishain as Fardarais Mai, and Sulin admitted it and said they would deal with it later. He had not seen Sulin since returning from Shadar Logoth, but he had assumed she was angry with him and simply letting others do the work of guarding him. He should have known better. Being around any Aiel for long would teach you some of Giotto, and maidens were touchier than anyone, except maybe stone dogs and black eyes. Then there was Aviendha and her attempts to turn him into an Aiel. This situation was simple, or as simple as anything ever was in Giotto. If he had not been so caught up in himself, he would have realized from the first. You could remind even a roof mistress who she was every day she wore Gaishain white. It was deeply shaming, but permitted, even encouraged sometimes. Yet for the members of 9 of the 13 societies, that reminder was a deep dishonor, except under a handful of circumstances he could not recall.
Barderaz Mai was most definitely one of the 9. It was one of the few ways to incur tow toward a Gaishain, but that was considered the hardest obligation of all to meet. Seemingly, Sulan had chosen to meet it by accepting a greater shame in Aiel's eyes than she had given. It was her tow, so her choice how to meet it. Her choice how long she continued to do what she despised. Who knew the worth of her honor or the depth of her obligation better than she herself? Still, she had only done what she did in the first place because he had not allowed her enough time. "It was my fault," he said. That was the wrong thing to say. Jelani gave him a startled stare. Aviendha flushed with embarrassment. She continually drove home that there were no excuses under Giotto. If saving your child brought an obligation to a blood enemy, you paid the price without quibble. The look Nandera shot at Aviendha could charitably be called disparaging. "If you stopped daydreaming about his eyebrows, you would teach him better." Aviendha's face went dark with indignation, but Nandera flashed hand-talk at Jelani, which made Jelani throw back her head and laugh, and made the crimson in Aviendha's cheeks brighten and return to pure embarrassment. Rand half expected to hear an offer to dance spears. Well, not that exactly. Aviendha had taught him that neither wise ones nor their apprentices did that sort of thing. But it would not surprise him if she boxed Nandera's ears. He spoke quickly to forestall any such thing. "Since I caused Sulan to do what she did, don't I have tow toward her?" Apparently it was possible to make a bigger fool of himself than he already had. Somehow Aviendha's face grew redder still, and Jelani took a sudden interest in the carpet under her feet. Even Nandera looked a little chagrined at his ignorance. You could be told that you had tow, though that was insulting, or you could be reminded of it, but asking meant that you did not know. Well, he knew that he did. He could begin by ordering Sulan out of that ridiculous job as a servant, letting her put on cotton sore again, and stop her from meeting her tow. Anything he did to lighten her burden would interfere with her honor. Her tow, her choice. There was something in that, but he could not see what. Maybe he could ask Aviendha. Later, when she would not die from mortification. All 3 women's faces made it clear he had embarrassed her more than enough for the time being. Light, what a mess. Wondering how he could find a way out, he realized he still held the letter Sulan had brought. He thrust it into a pocket and unbuckled his sword belt to lay it atop the dragon scepter, then retrieved the parchment. Who would send him a message by a rider who did not even stop for breakfast? There was nothing on the outside, no name. Only the now vanished courier could have said who it was directed to. Once more the seal was nothing he recognized, some sort of flower impressed in purple wax, but the parchment itself was heavy, of the most expensive sort. The contents, in a fine lacy hand, brought a thoughtful smile. "Cousin, the times are delicate, but I felt I must write to assure you of my goodwill and to express my hopes of yours in return. Never fear, I know you and acknowledge you, but there are those who would not smile on anyone who approached you save through them. I ask nothing save that you hold my confidences in the fires of your heart. Aleandra Maritha." "What are you grinning at?" Aviendha asked, peering at the letter curiously. There was still a touch of anger around her mouth for what he had put her through. "It's just pleasant to hear from somebody simple in her ways," he told her. The game of houses was simple compared with Giotto. There was enough of the name to let him know who sent it, but if the parchment fell into the wrong hands, it would seem a note to a friend, or maybe a warm reply to a petitioner. Aleandra Maritha Kigaran, Blessed of the Light, Queen of Gildan, would certainly never sign a letter so intimately to someone she had never met, above all not to the Dragon Reborn. Plainly she was worried about the White Cloaks in Amadisia, and about the prophet Massima. He was going to have to do something about Massima. Aleandra was being cautious, not risking any more on paper than she had to, and she reminded him to burn this, the fires of his heart. Still, it was the first time any ruler had approached him without his sword at that nation's throat. Now if he could just find Elaine and give her Andor before he had another battle here. The door opened gently, and he looked up, but saw nothing and returned to the letter, wondering whether he had dug out everything that was in it. Reading, he rubbed his nose. Lews Therin and his talk of death. Rand could not rid himself of that feel of filth. "Jelani and I will take our places outside," Nandera said. He nodded absently over the letter. Tom would probably find 6 things in the first glance that he had missed. Aviendha put a hand on his arm, then snatched it away. "Rand al'Thor, I must talk with you seriously." Suddenly everything came together in his head. The door had opened. He was smelling filth, not just feeling it. But it was not really a smell. Dropping the letter, he pushed Aviendha away from him, hard enough that she toppled with a startled yell. Clear of him, though, clear of danger. Everything seemed to have slowed down. And seized saidin as he spun. Nandera and Jelani were just turning back to see what had made Aviendha shout. Rand had to look carefully to see the tall man in a gray coat that neither maiden saw at all as he glided right by them, dark, lifeless eyes fixed on Rand. Even concentrating, Rand found his own gaze wanting to slide past the gray man. That was what he was, one of the Shadow's assassins. As the letter was settling to the floor, the gray man realized Rand had seen him. Aviendha's shout still hung in the air, and she was in mid-bounce from sitting down hard. A knife appeared in the gray man's hand, held low, and he darted forward. Rand wrapped him in coils of air almost contemptuously. And a wrist-thick bar of fire flashed past his shoulder, burned a hole through the gray man's chest large enough for a fist. The assassin died before he could twitch. His head fell over, and those eyes, no more dead than they had been, stared at Rand. Dead, whatever had been done to the gray man to make him hard to see no longer held. Dead, he suddenly was as visible as anyone else. Aviendha, just starting to gather herself on the floor, gave a startled yelp, and Rand felt the goosebumps that told him she had embraced saidar. Nandera's hand jerked toward her veil with a bit-off exclamation, and Jelani half raised hers. Rand let the corpse fall, but he held on to saidin as he turned to confront Taim, standing in the doorway of his bedchamber. "Why did you kill him?" Only part of the cold hardness in his voice came from the void. "I had him captured. He might even have told me something. Maybe even who sent him. What are you doing here anyway, sneaking in through my bedroom?" Taim strolled in completely at ease, wearing a black coat with dragons entwined around the sleeves in blue and gold. Aviendha scrambled to her feet, and despite saidar, her eyes said she was as ready to use her drawn belt knife on Taim as she was to sheathe it. Nandera and Jelani had veiled and stood poised on their toes, spears ready. Taim ignored them, and felt the power leave the man. Taim did not even seem concerned that saidin still filled Rand. That peculiar, almost smile quirked his lips as he glanced at the dead gray man. Nasty things, the soulless. Everybody else would have shivered. Not Taim. "I came to your balcony by gateway because I thought you would want to hear the news right away." "Somebody who learns too fast?" Rand broke in, and Taim flashed that half-smile again. "No, not one of the Forsaken in disguise. Not unless he's managed to disguise himself as a boy not much past 20. His name is Jahar Narishma, and he has the spark, though it has not come out yet. Men usually show later than women. You should return to the school. You would be surprised by the changes." Rand did not doubt it. Jahar Narishma was never an Andren name. Traveling had no limits that he knew, but it seemed Taim's recruiting had ventured far afield. He said nothing, only glanced at the corpse on the carpet. Taim grimaced, but he was not out of countenance, only irritated. "Believe me, I wish he was still alive as much as you do. I saw him and acted without thinking. The last thing I want is to see you dead. You seized him the moment I channeled, but it was too late to stop." "I must kill him," Lews Therin muttered, and the power surged in Rand. Frozen, he struggled to push saidin away, and it was a struggle. Lews Therin was trying to hang on, trying to channel. Finally, slowly, the one power faded like water draining from a hole in a bucket.
"Why?" he demanded. "Why do you want to kill him?"
There was no answer, only mad laughter and weeping in the distance. Aviendha was looking at him with a face full of concern. She had put up her knife, but the tingle along his skin said she retained saidar. The two maidens had unveiled, now that it seemed clear Taim's appearance was no attack. They managed to keep one eye on Taim, one on the rest of the room, and still give each other abashed glances for some reason. Rand took a chair beside the table where his sword lay atop the dragon scepter. The struggle had lasted only moments, but his knees felt weak. Lews Therin had almost taken over Saidin, at least. Before at the school, he had been able to fool himself. But not this time. If Taim noticed anything, he showed no sign of it. Bending to pick up the letter, he glanced at it before handing it to Rand with a minimal bow. Rand stuffed the parchment into his pocket. Nothing shook Taim. Nothing disturbed his balance. Why did Lews Therin want to kill him? "The way you are all for going after the Aes Sedai, I'm surprised you don't suggest striking at Samael. You and me together, maybe a few of the stronger students, dropping right on top of him in Ilion through a gateway. That man had to come from Samael." "Perhaps," Taim said shortly, glancing at the gray man. "I would give a great deal to be sure." That had the ring of simple truth. "As for Ilion, I doubt it would be as simple as disposing of a pair of Aes Sedai. I keep thinking what I would do in Samael's place. I would have Ilion warded in boxes, so if a man even thought of channeling, I'd know right where he was. And I would burn even the ground to ash before he had time to take a breath." That was how Rand saw it, too. No one knew better than Samael how to defend a place. Maybe it was just that Lews Therin was insane. Maybe jealous, too. Rand tried to tell himself he had not been avoiding the school because he was jealous, but he always felt a prickle of something around Taim. "You've delivered your news. I suggest you go see to training this Jahar Narishma. Train him well. He may have to use his ability soon enough." For a moment, Taim's dark eyes glittered. Then he bowed his head slightly. Without a Rand made himself sit, empty, until the man was the gateway fitting line of light. He could not risk another struggle with Lews Therin. Not when he might lose and find himself fighting Taim. Why did Lews Therin want the man dead? Light, Lews Therin seemed to want everybody dead, himself included. It had been a most eventful morning, especially considering that the sky was still gray. Good news outweighed bad. He eyed the gray man sprawled on the carpet. That wound had probably been cauterized as soon as made. But Mistress Harfor would be sure to let him know, without saying a word, if there was even one bloodstain. As for this sea-folk wave mistress, she could stew in her own petulance for all of him. He had enough to handle without adding another touchy woman. Nandera and Jelani were still shifting from foot to foot near the door. They should have gone to their places outside as soon as Taim left. "If you two are upset over the gray man," he said, "forget it now. Only a fool expects to notice one of the soulless except by chance. And neither one of you is a fool." "It is not that," Nandera said stiffly. Jelani's jaw was so tight she was plainly fighting to hold her tongue. Just that quickly he understood. They did not believe they should have spotted the gray man, but they were still ashamed they had not. Ashamed of that, and fearful of the shame of having word of their failure spread. "I don't want anyone to know Taim was here, or what he said. People are anxious enough knowing the school is somewhere near the city without being afraid Taim or one of his students will just appear. I think the best way is just to keep quiet about everything that happened this morning. We can't keep a corpse secret, but I want you to promise you'll say nothing except that a man tried to kill me and died for it. That's all I intend to tell anybody, and I'd hate for you to make me out a liar." The gratitude on their faces was remarkable. "I have told," they murmured almost together. Rand cleared his throat roughly. That was not what he had been after, but at least he had eased their minds. Suddenly a way to deal with Suilin popped into his head. She would not like it, but it would still be meeting her toe, maybe the more so because she would not like it. And it would relieve his conscience somewhat, and at least meet some of his toe to her. Get on to your guarding now, or I'll start thinking you want to stare at my eyebrows. That was what Nandera had said. Aviendha was fascinated by his eyebrows. Go on, and find somebody to haul this fellow away. They left, all smiles and flickering hand talk, and he stood, taking Aviendha by the arm. You said we had to talk? Come into the bedroom until this room is cleaned up. If there was a stain, maybe he could channel it out. Aviendha jerked free. No, not there. Drawing a deep breath, she moderated her tone, but she still looked suspicious, and more than a little angry. Why can we not talk here? No reason except a dead man on the floor, but that did not count with her. She pushed him back into his chair almost violently, then studied him, and took another breath before speaking. Jiatou is the core of the Aiel. We are Jiatou. This morning you shamed me to the bone. Folding her arms beneath her breasts and fixing him eye to eye, she lectured him on his ignorance and the importance of hiding it until she could rectify the matter, then went on to the fact that toe had to be met at all costs. She spent some time on that. He was sure this was not what she had meant when she said she had to talk with him, but he was enjoying looking into her eyes too much to wonder. Enjoying it. Bit by bit, he chased down the pleasure her eyes gave him and crushed it until only a dull ache remained. He thought he had hidden it, but his face must have changed. Aviendha slowly trailed off and stood there staring at him, breathing hard. With a visible effort, she pulled her eyes away. At least you understand now, she muttered. I must. I need to. So long as you understand. Gathering her skirts, she swept across the room. The corpse might as well have been a bush she had to step around. And out. Leaving him in a room dimmer for some reason, alone with a dead man. That fit all too well. When Gaishain came to bear away the gray man, they found Rand laughing softly. Padan Fain sat with his feet up on a hassock, studying the beauty of new-breaking sunlight, glittering on the curved blade of the dagger that he turned over and over in his hands. Carrying it at his belt was not enough. From time to time, he simply had to handle it. The large ruby set in the pommel shone with a deep malevolence. The dagger was part of him, or he of it. The dagger was part of Aradhol, what men called Shadar-Logoth. But then, he was part of Aradhol too, or it was part of him. He was quite mad and knew it very well, but being mad, he did not care. Sunlight gleamed on steel more deadly now than any made at Thakandar. A rustling caught his ear, and he glanced toward where the Myrddraal sat waiting his pleasure on the far side of the room. It did not try to meet his gaze. He had broken it of that long since. He tried to return to his contemplation of the blade, to the perfect beauty of perfect death. The beauty of what Aradhol had been and would be again. But the Myrddraal had broken his concentration, spoiled it. He very nearly went over and killed the thing. Half-men took a long time to die. How long if he used the dagger? As if sensing his thoughts, it stirred again. No, it could be useful still. It was hard for him to concentrate on one thing for long anyway. Except Rand al'Thor, of course. He could feel al'Thor, could point to him, this close. al'Thor pulled at him, pulled till it hurt. There was a difference lately, a difference that had come suddenly, almost as if someone else had suddenly taken a partial possession of al'Thor, and in doing so pushed away a part of Fain's own possession. No matter. Althor belonged to him. He wished he could feel Althor's pain. Surely he had caused him pain, at least. Pinpricks only so far, but enough pinpricks would drain him dry. The White Cloaks were set hard against the dragon reborn. Fane's lips peeled back in a sneer. Unlikely Niall would have ever supported Althor, any more than Elaida would have. But it was best not to take too much for granted with Rand Bloody Althor. Well, he had brushed them both with what he carried from Aridhol. They might possibly trust their own mothers, but never Althor now. The door burst open, and young Perwyn Bellman burst into the room pursued by his mother. Nan Bellman was a handsome woman, though Fane seldom noticed whether a woman was or not now. A dark friend who had thought her oaths were just dabbling in wickedness until Padan Fain appeared on her doorstep. She believed him a dark friend, too, one high in the councils. Fane had gone far beyond that, of course. He would be dead the moment one of the Chosen laid hands on him. The thought made him giggle. Perwyn and his mother both shied at the sight of the Myrddraal, of course, but the boy recovered first and reached Fane while the woman was still trying to find her breath. "Master Mordeth! Master Mordeth!" the boy piped, dancing from foot to foot in his red and white coat. "I have news you wanted." Mordeth. Had he used that name? Sometimes he could not recall what name he had used. What name was his? Sheathing the dagger beneath his coat, he put on a warm smile. "And what news would that be now, lad?" "Someone tried to kill the Dragon Reborn this morning. A man. He's dead now. He got right past all the Aiel and everything, right into the Lord Dragon's rooms." Fane felt his smile become a snarl. Trying to kill Althor? Althor was his. Althor would die by his hand, no other. Wait. The assassin had gotten past the Aiel, into Althor's rooms? A grey man! He did not recognize that grating sound as his own voice. Grey men meant the Chosen. Would he never be free of their interference? All that rage had to go somewhere before he burst. Almost casually, he brushed his hand across the boy's face. The boy's eyes bulged. He began trembling so hard his teeth rattled. Fane did not really understand the tricks he could work. A bit of something from the Dark One, perhaps. A bit from Aridhol. It had been after he stopped being just Padan Fain, that the ability began to manifest. Slowly. All he knew was that he could do certain things now, as long as he could touch what he worked with. Nan flung herself to her knees beside his chair, clutching at his coat. "Mercy, Master Mordeth," she panted. "Please have mercy. He's only a child. Only a child." For a moment he studied her curiously, head tilted. She was quite a pretty woman, really. Planting a foot against her chest, he shoved her aside so he could stand. The Myrddraal, peeking furtively, jerked its eyeless face away when it saw him watching. It remembered his tricks very well. Fane paced. He had to move. Althor's downfall had to be his doing. His, not the Chosen's. How could he hurt the man again? Hurt to the heart. There were those nattering girls at Culain's Hound, but if Althor did not come when the Two Rivers was harrowed, would he care even if Fane burned the inn down and the chits with it? What did he have to work with? Only a few remained of his one-time Children of the Light. That had only been a test, really. He would have made the man who actually managed to kill Althor beg to be skinned alive. Yet it had cost him numbers. He had the Myrddraal, a handful of Trollocs hidden outside the city, a few dark friends gathered in Caemlyn and on the way from Tar Valon. The pull of Althor dragged him on. It was the most remarkable thing about dark friends. There should be nothing to single out a dark friend from anyone else, but of late he found he could tell one at a glance, even someone who had only thought of swearing to the Shadow, as if they had a sooty mark on their foreheads. No, he had to concentrate. Concentrate! clear his mind. His eye fell on the woman, moaning and stroking her gibbering son, talking to him softly as if that would help. Fane had no notion how to stop one of his tricks once it began. The boy should survive, if a trifle the worse for wear, once the thing ground to a conclusion. Fane had not put his whole heart into making it. Clear his mind. Think of something else. A pretty woman. How long since he had had a woman? Smiling, he took her arm. He had to pull her away from the fool boy. "Come with me." His voice was different, grander, the Lugard accent gone. But he did not notice. He never did. "I am sure you, at least, know how to show true respect. If you please me, no harm will come to you." Why was she struggling? He knew he was being charming. He was going to have to hurt her. It was all Althor's fault.
Chapter 29. Fire and Spirit. Pausing in the shade in front of the little tower, Nynaeve carefully dabbed at her face, then tucked the handkerchief back up her sleeve. Not that it did much good. Sweat popped out again right away, but she wanted to look her best inside. She wanted to look cool, serene, dignified. Small chance of that. Her temples were throbbing, and her stomach felt fragile. She had not been able to look at breakfast this morning. Just the heat, of course. But she wanted to go back to her bed, curl up, and die. To top it off, her weather sense was nagging at her. The molten sun should have been hidden by roiling black clouds and threatening bolts of lightning. The warders lounging out front did not look like guards at first glance, but they were. They reminded her of the Aiel she had seen in the Stone of Tyr. They probably looked like wolves even when asleep. A bald, square-faced man, no taller than she, but nearly as wide as he was tall, trotted out of the little tower and down the street, the hilt of the sword on his back thrusting up over his shoulder. Even he, Jory, bonded to Morvran, managed it. Top-knotted Uno passed, threading his horse through the crowd and hardly seeming to acknowledge the heat, despite the steel plates and mail that covered him from the shoulders down. He twisted in his saddle to watch her with his good eye, and her face darkened. Birgitte had talked. Every time the man saw her, he was obviously waiting for her to ask him for horses. She was almost ready to. Even Elaine could not say they were doing any good. Well, she could and did, but she should not. Uno rode out of sight around a corner, and Nynaeve sighed. She was just trying to put off going inside. Mirella might be there. Blotting her face again, she frowned at her wrinkled hand. Today would be the 11th scrubbing pots, with 29 more to go. 29! And went in. It was slightly cooler in what had been the common room when the little tower was an inn, offering a little relief to her aching head. Everyone called it the waiting room now. No time had been wasted for repairs here. The fireplaces had stones missing, and lathing showed through holes in the plaster. Arena and Nicola were working brooms with another novice, but making little impression on the age-roughened floor. Arena wore a scowl, but then she was never pleased at having to do chores with the novices. No one went choreless in Salidar. At the far end of the room, Romanda was speaking with two slender, aged Aes Sedai. Their faces might be ageless, but their hair was white. Plainly new arrivals by the thin dust cloaks still hanging down their backs. No sign of Mirella, which brought a sigh of relief. The woman raked Nynaeve over the coals at every opportunity, then raked her the other way. Aes Sedai sat at tables, mismatched but carefully arranged in rows, working over parchments or issuing orders to warders and servants, but fewer than the first time she had seen the room. Only the sitters and their servants lived on the floors above now. Everyone else had been removed to make space for Aes Sedai to work in. The little tower had taken on attributes of the White Tower, the precise formality above all. When Nynaeve first saw this room, it had had a bustle about it, an air of something being done. A false air, then. Now it seemed almost slow, but it was the feel of the White Tower. Approaching one of the tables, not the nearest, she curtsied carefully. "Pardon, Aes Sedai, but I was told Swan and Lyanna are here. Could you tell me where to find them?" Brenda's pen stopped moving, and she looked up with cool, dark eyes. Nynaeve had chosen her instead of someone nearer the door because Brendas was one of the few Aes Sedai who had never grilled her about Rand. Besides, once, when Siuan was Amyrlin, Siuan had chosen Brendas as one who could be trusted. That had nothing to do with this, but Nynaeve found small comforts where she could. "They are with some of the sitters, child." Brenda's voice was chimes, as emotionless as her pale face. White seldom showed emotion, but Brendas never showed any. Nynaeve stifled an irritated sigh. If sitters had them reporting on their eyes and ears, they might not be free for hours yet. Maybe not for the rest of the day. By then she would be head down among the pots. "Thank you, Aes Sedai." Brenda stopped her curtsy with a gesture. "Did Theodrin make any progress with you yesterday?" "No, Aes Sedai." If her voice was a bit tight, a touch curt, she had reason. Theodrin had said she meant to try everything, and apparently she really did mean everything. Yesterday's effort had involved sipping wine to relax her, only somehow Nynaeve had ended up taking more than just a few sips. She did not think she would ever forget being carried back to her room singing, or remember without going red in the face. Brendas had to know. Everyone had to know. Nynaeve wanted to writhe. "I only ask because your studies seem to be suffering. I've heard several sisters remark that you appear to have reached the end of your remarkable discoveries. Your extra chores might be the problem, but Elaine reveals something new every day, even with teaching her classes and working at the pots. A number of sisters are wondering whether they might not be able to help you more than Theodrin can. If we took it in turns, working you all day, every day, might prove more fruitful than these informal sessions with someone who is, after all, little more than accepted herself." It was all delivered in a level tone without the slightest accusation, yet Nynaeve's face heated as if she had been shouted at. "I'm sure Theodrin will find the key any day, Aes Sedai," she almost whispered. "I will try harder, Aes Sedai." Bobbing a hurried curtsy, she whirled around before Brendas could stop her again, with the result that she bumped into one of the two white-haired newcomers. They looked enough alike to be sisters in truth, almost mirror images of one another, with fine bones and long patrician faces. The bump was more of a brush, really, and she did try to apologize, but the Aes Sedai fixed her with a stare to do a hawk proud. "Watch where you are going, Accepted. In my day, an Accepted who tried to trample Aes Sedai would have had hair whiter than mine by the time she finished scrubbing floors." The other touched her arm. "Oh, do let the child go, Vandene. We have work to do." Vandene directed a sharp sniff at Nynaeve, but allowed herself to be led outside. Waiting a moment to let them leave, Nynaeve saw Shiriam come out of one of the meeting rooms with Mirella, Morvrin, and Beonin. Mirella saw her too and started in her direction, but only a step before Shiriam and Morvrin each put a hand on the Green Sister's arms and spoke quickly and softly, with many a glance at Nynaeve. Still talking, the four crossed the room and disappeared through another door. Nynaeve waited until she was back in front of the little tower before giving her braid a firm, deliberate tug. They had met the Wise Ones last night. Guessing why the others had stopped Mirella from speaking was easy enough. If Egwene had finally been there in the heart of the stone, she was not to be told. Nynaeve Almira was in disgrace. Nynaeve Almira was scrubbing pots like a novice when she might have been at least a step higher than Accepted. Nynaeve Almira was getting nowhere with Theodrin, and all her marvelous discoveries had dried up. Nynaeve Almira would never be Aes Sedai. She had known it was a mistake to start funneling everything from Moghedien through Elaine. She had known it. Her tongue tried to curl up at the memory of a vile taste. Boiled catfern and powdered maven's leaf, an antidote she had used on many a child who would not stop lying. All right, she had been the one to suggest it herself, but it was still a mistake. Aes Sedai were no longer talking about her innovations, they talked about the lack of them. Aes Sedai, who had never taken more than a passing interest in her block, were now caught up in how to break it down. She could not win. One way or another she was going to end up with Aes Sedai examining her from hair to toenails, sun up to sun down. She yanked harder on her braid, hard enough to hurt her scalp, and the way her head felt, that did nothing for her temper. A soldier in an archer's flat helmet and padded jerkin slowed to look at her curiously, but she gave him such a stare of refined malevolence that he stumbled over his own feet and quickly lost himself in the throng. Why did Elaine have to be so stubborn? A man's hands closed on her shoulders, and she whirled about with words that would rip his head from his neck. They died on her tongue. Tom Merrilin grinned down at her through his long white mustaches, sharp blue eyes twinkling in his gnarled face. "By the look of you, Nynaeve, I could almost think you were angry, but I know you have such a sweet disposition people ask you to dabble your fingers in their tea." Juilin Sandar was there beside him, the lean fellow looking carved from dark wood, leaning on his thumb-thick bamboo staff. Juilin was Tyran, not Taraboner, but he still wore that ridiculous flat-topped conical red cap, even more battered than she had last seen it. He snatched it off when she glanced at him. Both men were dusty and travel-worn, their faces gaunt, though neither had been particularly fleshy to begin with. They looked as if they had spent the week since leaving Salidar sleeping in their clothes when they were not in the saddle. Before Nynaeve could open her mouth, they were by a human storm. Elaine flung herself at Tom so hard he staggered. He, of course, put his hands under her arms and hoisted her, whirling her around in a circle like a child despite his slight limp. He was laughing when he set her down again, and so was she. She reached up and tugged at one of his mustaches, and they fell to laughing even harder. He examined her hands, as wrinkled as Nynaeve's, asking what sort of trouble she had dived into without him to keep her on the straight and narrow, and she replied that she had no need of anyone to tell her what to do, only she spoiled it by blushing and biting her lip. Nynaeve took a deep breath. Sometimes the pair of them took playing at father and daughter entirely too far. It's about 10, and so did Tom. "I thought you had a novice class this morning, Elaine." The other woman glanced at her sideways, herself in an attempt at decorum that came too late, and set about straightening her banded dress. "I asked Kalindin to take it," she said casually. "I thought I might company, and I'm glad I did," she added with a grin for Tom. "Now we can hear everything you learned in Amadisia." Nynaeve sniffed. Keep her company indeed. She did not remember everything about yesterday, but she remembered Elaine laughing while getting her undressed and putting her to bed with the sun not yet all the way down. And she was sure she remembered the woman asking whether she wanted a bucket of water to cool her head. Tom noticed nothing. Most men were blind, though he was sharp enough usually. "We will have to be quick," he said. "Now Sheriam's drained us dry, she means to have us report to some of the sitters in person. Luckily it boils down well enough. There aren't enough white cloaks along the Eldar to keep a mouse from crossing, if he had drums and trumpets to announce him a day ahead. Except for a strong force on the Tarabon border and the men he has trying to hold back the Prophet in the north, Nile seems to be gathering every last white cloak around Amadisia, and Isleron is pulling in his soldiers too. Talk of Salidar had started in the streets before we left, but if Nile has even thought about the place twice, I could not find a hint of it. Tarabon, Juilin muttered, studying his cap. All ill country for anyone who doesn't know how to take care of herself, or so we heard. Nynaeve was not sure which of the two was best at dissembling, but she was sure either could lie to your face to make a wool merchant blue with envy. And right then she was sure they were hiding something. Elaine saw more than that. Gripping Tom's lip about me, he said calmly, and it was not a question. Tom knuckled his mustaches. "There are 100 rumors on every street in Amadisia, child, each wilder than the last." His gnarled, leathery face was pure innocence and openness, but the man had not been innocent the day he was born. "It's said the whole White Tower is here in Salidar with 10,000 warders ready to cross the Eldar. It's said Aes Sedai have captured Tanchico, and Rand has wings he uses to fly around in the night, and—" "Tom," Elaine said. He stood, glaring at Juilin and Nynaeve as though this were their fault. "Child, it's just a rumor as crazed as any we heard. I could not confirm anything, and believe me, I tried. I meant not to mention it. It just stirs up your pain. Let it pass, child. It's a Spandor.
Elaine would worry me. Mother said I must do worthy of it. I felt more gaze it was even more he had been left to dry in the sun. Knew little more of how or why it ended than that he had slipped out of Camelin with an arrest warrant at his heels. Not the mark of a love to be told in the stories. At the moment he certainly appeared concerned only with whether Elaine was telling the truth or hiding her hurt, with patting her shoulder and stroking her hair. If Nynaeve had not wished they would just once snap at one another like normal people, she would have thought it a pretty picture. A throat clearing broke up the vignette. "Master Merrilin," Tabitha said, spreading her white curtsy. "Master Sandor, Shiriam Sedai says the sitters are ready to receive you. She says you were not supposed to leave the little tower." "The little tower, is it?" Tom said dryly, eyeing the former inn. "Elaine, they can't keep us forever. When we're done, you and I can discuss whatever you wish." Motioning Tabitha to lead, he marched inside, his limp obvious, the way it was when he was tired. Juilin squared his shoulders and followed as though walking to a gallows. He was Tyron, after all. Nynaeve and Elaine stood there, neither quite looking at the other. Finally Nynaeve said, "I was not," at the same time that Elaine said, "I should not." They cut off together, and moments passed in fidgeting with skirts and blotting faces. "It is too hot to just stand here," Nynaeve said at last. It was unlikely that the sitters who were hearing Swan and Lyanna's reports would stop to hear Tom and Juilin's. They split such things among them. That left Loghain, much as she wished it did not. She would not learn anything. But it was better than twiddling her thumbs until a dozen Aes Sedai descended on her with an hourly schedule. With a sigh she started down the street. Elaine came along as though she had been invited. That helped Nynaeve find the anger she was going to need. Abruptly she realized that Elaine's wrists were bare. "Where is the bracelet?" she asked softly. No one in the street would understand if they heard, but caution once forgotten could be forgotten once too often. "Where is Marigan?" "The bracelet is in my pouch, Nynaeve." Elaine stepped aside to let a high-wheeled cart pass, then joined Nynaeve again behind the cart. "Marigan is doing our laundry with about 20 other women around her, and groaning every time she moves. She said something she didn't think Birgitte would hear, and Birgitte had to take the thing off, Nynaeve. Birgitte had the right, and it hurt. I told Marigan to say she fell down some stairs." Nynaeve sniffed, but her heart was not in it. She had not been wearing the bracelet much of late, not because she could not hand over anything she dug out as her own. She was still sure Moghedien was healing, even if she did not realize it herself. Nobody could be that blind. And there was the trick of detecting a man's channeling that Moghedien kept saying they almost had right. The truth of it was, she was afraid she might do far worse than Birgitte had, if she had any more contact with the woman than was absolutely necessary. Maybe it was the way satisfaction seemed to underlie everything else, even when Moghedien was groaning from the fed-back pain of Nynaeve trying to master that detection. Remembering how afraid she had been, alone with the woman without the bracelet. Maybe growing disgust at keeping one of the Forsaken from judgment. Maybe some of all of it. What she did know was that she had to make herself put on the bracelet now, and that whenever she saw Moghedien's face, she wanted to pound it with her fists. "I should not have laughed," Elaine said. "I am sorry I did." Nynaeve stopped dead so suddenly that a horseman had to jerk his reins to keep from riding over her. He shouted something before the crowd carried him away, but shock muffled his words beyond hearing. Not shock at the apology, at what she had to say. The right thing to say. The truth. Unable to look at Elaine, she started walking again. "You had every right to laugh. She swallowed hard. "I made a complete fool of myself." She had. "A few sips," Theodrin said. "A cup," and she emptied the pitcher. "If you were going to fail, better to have some other reason than that you just could not do it. You should have sent for that bucket and dunked my head until I could recite the Great Hunt of the Horn without a mistake." She risked a glance from the corner of her eye. Small spots of color rested in Elaine's cheeks. So there had been mention of a bucket. "It could happen to anyone," the other woman said simply.
Nynaeve felt her own cheeks heating. When it had happened to Elaine, she had dunked the girl to wash away the wine. "You should have done whatever you needed to sober me." It was quite the oddest argument Nynaeve could remember, with her insisting she had been a total fool and deserved whatever came of it, while Elaine made excuse after excuse for her. Nynaeve did not understand why it felt so refreshing, taking all the blame on herself that way. She could not recall ever doing that before, not without hedging as far as she was able. She very nearly not agreeing that she had been a childish buffoon. It lasted until they reached the small thatched house on the edge of the village, where Loghain was kept. "This," Elaine said finally. "I vow I'll send for a bucket of water right this instant." Nynaeve opened her mouth, then closed it again. Even in this newfound euphoria of admitting she had been wrong, that was going too far. Feeling this good, she could not face Loghain. Feeling this good, it would be useless anyway. Without Moghedien and the bracelet, she definitely felt too fine to put on. She glanced at the two warders standing guard beside the stone-linteled door. They were not close enough to hear, but she still pitched her voice low. "Elaine, let's go. Tonight." With Tom and Juilin in Salidar, there was no need to ask Uno to find horses. "Not to Caemlyn if you don't want. To Ebou Dar. Merlilla will never find that bowl, and Shiriam will never let us go find it. What do you say, tonight?" "No, Nynaeve. What good can we do Rand if they take us for runaways, which is what we'd be? You promised, Nynaeve. You promised if we found something." "I promised if we found something we could use. All we've found is this." Nynaeve thrust her shriveled hands under the other woman's nose. The firmness slid from Elaine's face and her voice. She pursed her lips and studied the ground. "Nynaeve, you know I told Birgitte we were staying. Well, it seems she told Uno that under no circumstances was he to provide you with a horse unless she said so. She told him you were thinking of running away. I didn't find out until it was too late." Her head tossed irritably. "If this is what having a warder is like, I don't know why anybody wants one." Nynaeve thought her eyes might burst from indignation. So that was why he had been staring at her. Euphoria vanished in a heat of, well, partly anger, partly humiliation. The man knew. He thought she... Wait. For a moment she frowned at Elaine, then decided not to voice the question that had come to mind. Was Nynaeve the only name Birgitte had mentioned to Uno, or was Elaine perhaps included? Elaine had found herself quite an adopted family. In Tom, an indulgent father who wanted to teach her everything he knew, and in Birgitte, an older sister who thought it was her job to keep the younger from breaking her neck riding horses she could not handle yet. "In that case," she said flatly, "let's see what I can learn from Loghain." It was a small house, only 2 rooms, but thick stone walls made it relatively cool. Loghain was in his shirt-sleeves, smoking a pipe and reading by a window. The Aes Sedai were taking good care of him. The chairs and tables were as fine as anything in Salidar, nothing elaborate, but well-made, though nothing matched anything else, and a scroll-woven red and gold carpet covered much of a floor that was swept so clean Nynaeve doubted he did the sweeping. He set his book down when they entered, seemingly not at all put out by the lack of a knock. Rising leisurely, he tapped out his pipe, donned his coat, and only then made a smooth leg. "It is good to see you again after so long. I thought you had forgotten me. Will you join me in some wine? The Aes Sedai keep me on short supply, but what they do let me have is not bad at all." The offer of wine would have been enough. Nynaeve barely suppressed a wince, if she had needed more. Thinking of Uno, the fact that he was male was enough. No need to pull up any of her anger from the little tower. Thinking of it added its bit, though. The true source was suddenly there, an unseen warmth just out of sight. She opened herself, and Saidar flooded her. If what she had felt earlier was euphoria, this was beyond ecstasy. She was surrendering to it. Burn Theodrin. "Sit down," she told him coldly. "I'll have no chatter out of you. Answer when you're spoken to, and otherwise hold your tongue." Loghain only shrugged and complied, meek as a puppy. No, not meek. That smile was pure insolence. Part came from his feelings toward Aes Sedai, Nynaeve was certain, and part... He watched Elaine take another chair, arranging her skirts with a studied care, and even if Nynaeve had not seen what he was looking at, she would have known it was a woman. There was no smirking about it, no leering, just... Nynaeve did not know what, only that he directed the same at her, and she was suddenly very much aware that she was a woman and he a man. Maybe it was just that he was handsome and had broad shoulders, but she liked to think better of herself. Of course, that was not it. Clearing her throat, she wove filaments of saidar into him, air and water, fire and earth, spirit, all the elements of healing, but used now to probe. It would have helped to lay her hands on him, but she could not bring herself to do that. Bad enough to touch him with the power. He was healthy as a bull, and almost as strong. Nothing wrong with him in the slightest, except for the hole. It was not really a hole, more a feeling that what seemed continuous was not, that what seemed smooth and straight was really skirting around an absence. She knew that sensation well from the early days, back when she thought she might really learn something. It still made her skin crawl. He looked up at her intently. She did not remember moving closer. His face was fixed in a mask of brazen contempt. She might not be Aes Sedai, but she was the next thing to it. "How can you do all of that at once?" Elaine asked. "I could not keep track of half of it." "Hush," Nynaeve murmured. Hiding the effort required, she took Loghain's head in her hands roughly. Yes, it was better with physical contact, the impressions sharper. She directed the full flow of saidar into where the hole should have been, and was almost surprised to find an emptiness. Of course, she still did not expect to learn anything. Men were as different from women in the power as they were in the flesh, maybe more so. She might as well study a rock to find out about fish. It was hard to keep her thoughts on what she was doing, knowing she was only going through motions, killing time, as it were. What is Mirella going to say? Would she keep back a message from Egwene? That emptiness, so small she could pass right over it, was vast once she slipped the flows inside, immense enough to swallow them all. If only I could talk to Egwene, I'll wager once she knows the Tower is sending an embassy to Rand, and the Aes Sedai here are just sitting on their hands, she'll help me convince Elaine we've done all we can here. Vast emptiness, nothingness. What about what she had found in Siuan and Lyanna, the feel of something cut? She was sure it was real, however faint. Men and women might be different, but maybe... All I need to do is talk to her somehow. She'll see that Rand would be better off with us there. Elaine will listen to her. Elaine thinks Egwene knows Rand better than anybody else. There it was. Something cut. Just an impression, but the same as in Siuan and Lyanna. So how do I find her? If only she'd pop into our dreams again. I'll bet I can talk her into joining us. The three of us would do much better with Rand. Together we could tell him what we learn in Tel'aran'rhiod. Keep him from making some wool-headed mistake with the Aes Sedai. She'll see that. Something about that cut. If it was bridged with fire and spirit, so... It was the slight widening of Loghain's eyes that told her what she had done. Breath froze in her throat. She backed away from him so fast she stumbled over her skirt. "Nynaeve," Elaine said, sitting up straight. "What is the A heartbeat, and Nynaeve had all of saidar she could hold redirected into a shield. "Go find Shiriam," she said hurriedly. "Nobody else but Shiriam. Tell her—" She drew a deep breath that seemed like her first in hours. Her heart was speeding to beat galloping horses. "Tell her I've healed Loghain." Chapter 30. To heal again. Something pushed against the shield Nynaeve had fastened between Loghain and the true source, building until the shield began to bend and the weave trembled on the brink of ripping apart. She let saidar flow through her, sweetness reaching the very edge of pain, channeling every thread into spirit, into the shield. "Go, Elaine!" She did not care one bit if it came out a squeal. Elaine, the light shine on her, wasted no time on questions. She bounded out of her chair and was gone at a dead run. Loghain had not moved a muscle. His eyes held Nynaeve's. They seemed to shine. Light, he was big. She fumbled for her belt knife, realized how ridiculous that was. He could probably take it away from her without sweating a drop more than he already was. His shoulders suddenly seemed as wide as she was tall, and diverted some of her weave to air, to bonds that fastened him right where he sat, arm and leg. He was still big, yet suddenly he looked more normal, entirely manageable. Only then did it occur to her that she had lessened the strength of the shield. But she could not channel a hair more. Already the pure joy of life that was Saidar was so strong in her that she nearly wanted to weep. He smiled at her. One of the warders put his head in at the door, a dark-haired man with a bold nose and a deep white scar running along his lean jaw. "Is anything amiss?" The other accepted. She went running like she had sat in the nettle patch. "Everything is quite under control," she told him coolly as she could manage. Nobody must know, nobody, until she had a chance to speak with Sheriam, to get the woman on her side. Elaine just remembered something she had forgotten. That sounded inane. "You may leave us. I am busy." Tervail, that was his name, Tervail Dura, bonded to Bayanin, and what under the light did his name matter? Tervail gave her a wry grin and a mocking bow before retreating. Warders seldom let accepted get by with playing at Aes Sedai. Not licking her lips took considerable effort. She studied Loghain. He was outwardly calm, as if nothing had changed. "There's no need for this, Nynaeve. Do you think I'll decide to attack a village with hundreds of Aes Sedai in it? They'd chop me to pieces before I took 2 steps. Be quiet," she said mechanically. Fumbling behind her, she found a chair and sat down, never taking her eyes off him. Light, what was keeping Sheriam? Sheriam had to understand it was an accident. She had to. Anger at herself was the only thing that kept her able to channel. How could she have been so careless, such a blind idiot? "Don't be afraid," Loghain said. "I won't turn against them now. They're succeeding in what I want, whether they know it or not. The Red Ajah's finished. In a year there won't be an Aes Sedai will dare admit she's red." "I said be quiet," she snapped. "Do you think I'll believe it's only Reds you hate? You know, I saw a man once who will cause more trouble than I ever did. Maybe it was the Dragon Reborn. I don't know. It was when they took me through Caemlyn after I was captured. He was far away, but I saw a glow, and I knew he'd shake the world. Caged as I was, I couldn't help laughing." Shifting a small portion of the air holding him, she forced it between his jaws for a gag. His brows lowered in dark anger, gone in a flash, but she did not care. She had him secure now. At least, he had not attempted to struggle at all, but that could be because he had known from the first that she would only snare him. It could. But how hard had he tried to break through her shield? That push, not exactly slow in building, but certainly not fast, almost like a man stretching muscles long unused, pushing at something not with the intent of moving it, but just from the need to feel those muscles again. The thought turned her belly to ice. Infuriatingly, Loghain's eyes crinkled in amusement, almost as though he knew everything that had passed through her head. He sat there with his mouth gaping foolishly, bound and shielded, and he was the one at his ease. How could she have been such a fool? She was not fit to be Aes Sedai, not if her block crumbled this instant. She was not fit to be let out alone. They ought to tell Birgitte to make sure she did not fall on her face in the dust trying to cross the street. It was not intentional, but berating herself kept her anger on a slow simmer until the door burst open. It was not Elaine. Sheriam followed Ramonda in, with Mirella and Morvrin and Takima close behind. Then Lelaine and Janya, Delena and Baratine and Bayonin, more, crowding in until they filled the room. Nynaeve could see others through the door that had no room to close. Those inside peered at her and her weaving so intently that she swallowed hard, and all her fine anger collapsed. And, of course, so did her shield and the bonds holding Loghain. Before Nynaeve could ask somebody to shield him again, Nisao planted herself in front of her. Short as Nisao was, she managed to loom. "Now what is all this nonsense about you healing him?"
Is that what she says she did? Loghain actually managed to sound surprised. Varylin crowded in beside Nisao. The slender, red-haired grey loomed by virtue of being as tall as Loghain. I feared this as soon as everyone began petting her over her discoveries. Once they ran out, the petting stopped, and she was sure to make some wild claim to get it back. It was letting her moon over Swan and Lyanna, Romanda said firmly. And this fellow. She should have been told there are things that cannot be healed, and there's an end to it. But I did, Nynaeve protested. I did. Please shield him. Please, you must. The Aes Sedai in front of her turned to look at Loghain, opening just enough space for her to see him too. He met all the stares with a bland face. He even shrugged. I think the least we can do is shield him until we are absolutely certain, Shiriam suggested. Romanda nodded, and a shield sprang into being strong enough to hold a giant, as the glow of Saidar surrounded nearly every woman in the room. Romanda restored a little order by briskly naming 6 to maintain a lesser but adequate shield. Mirella's hand closed around Nynaeve's arm. If you will forgive us, Romanda, we need to talk to Nynaeve alone. Shiriam's hand closed on the other arm. Best if we don't leave it too long. Romanda nodded absently. She was frowning at Loghain. Most of the Aes Sedai were. Nobody was leaving. Shiriam and Mirella pulled Nynaeve to her feet and propelled her toward the door. "What are you doing?" she demanded breathlessly. "Where are you taking me?" Outside they jostled through the throng of Aes Sedai, many of whom peered at her sharply, even accusingly. They pushed right by Elaine, who grimaced apologetically. Nynaeve looked over her shoulder as the 2 Aes Sedai hustled her along so quickly she kept stumbling. Not that she expected Elaine to help her, but it might be the last time she saw her. Baonin was saying something to Elaine, who darted away through the crowd. "What are you going to do to me?" Nynaeve moaned. "We could keep you scrubbing pots for the rest of your natural life," Shiriam said conversationally. Mirella nodded. "You could work in the kitchens all day. We could have you switched every day instead. Peel your hide off in strips. Nail you into a barrel and feed you through the bunghole in the end. Only mush, though. Stale mush." Nynaeve's knees sagged. "It was an accident. I swear I didn't mean to." Shiriam gave her a hard shake without slowing a step. "Don't be a fool, child. You may just have done the impossible." "You believe me? You believe me? Why didn't you say something when Nisao and Varylin and... Why didn't you say something?" "I said may, child." Shiriam's voice was depressingly neutral. "Another possibility," Mirella said, "is that your brain has swollen from strain." Her lidded eyes regarded Nynaeve. "You would be surprised at the number of accepted and even novices who claim they've rediscovered some lost talent or found a new. When I was a novice, an accepted named Echiko was so convinced she knew how to fly, she leaped from the top of the tower." Head spinning, Nynaeve looked from one woman to the other. Did they believe her or not? Did they really think her mind had bent? What under the light are they going to do to me? She tried to find words to convince them. She was not lying, not crazy. She had healed Loghain, but her mouth was still working soundlessly when they hurried her into the little tower. Not until they entered what had been a private dining room, a long chamber where now a narrow table stood with chairs behind it near one wall, did Nynaeve realize they had gained a train of followers. More than a dozen Aes Sedai entered on their heels, Nisao folding her arms tightly beneath her breasts, and Dagdara with her chin thrust forward as though meaning to walk through a wall, Shanella and Thurva and all yellow Aja save Shiriam and Mirella. That table suggested a magistrate's chamber. That line of grim faces spoke of a trial. Nynaeve swallowed hard. Shiriam and Mirella left her standing and walked over to the table to confer quietly, their backs to her. When they turned again, their faces were unreadable. "You claimed that you healed Loghain." There was a hint of contempt in Shiriam's voice. "You claim you healed a gentle man." "You must believe me," Nynaeve protested. "You said you did." She jumped as something unseen struck her hard across the hips. "Remember yourself, Accepted,"
Shiriam said coldly. "Do you make this claim?" Nynaeve stared at the woman. Shiriam was the one crazed, bouncing back and forth this way. Still, she managed a respectful, "Yes, Aes Sedai." Dagdara snorted like canvas ripping. Shiriam gestured to quiet a murmur among the Yellows. "And you did it by accident, you say? If that's the case, I suppose there is no chance of you showing proof by doing it again." "How could she?" Mirella said, looking amused. Amused? If she fumbled her way into it blindly, how could she possibly repeat it? But that would not matter unless she actually did the thing in the first place. "Answer me," Shiriam snapped, and that invisible switch struck again. This time Nynaeve managed not to leap. "Is there any chance you can remember even part of what you did?" "I remember, Aes Sedai," she said sullenly, tensing for another blow. It did not come, but she could see the glow of Saidar around Shiriam now. That glow seemed threatening. A small commotion at the door, and Carlinia and Beonin pushed ahead through the line of Yellow sisters, one shoving Siuan ahead of her, the other Lyanna. "They did not want to come," Beonin announced in an exasperated tone. "Can you believe that they tried to tell us that they were busy?" Lyanna was as blank-faced as any Aes Sedai, but Siuan darted sullen, angry looks at everybody, especially Nynaeve. Finally, Nynaeve understood. Finally, everything came together. The Yellow Sisters' presence. Shiriam and Mirella believing, then not believing, threatening her, snapping at her. It was all a purpose, all to make her angry enough to work her healing on Siuan and Lyanna, to prove herself to the Yellows. No. By their faces, they were here to see her fail, not succeed. She made no effort to hide the firm tug she gave her braid. In fact, she did it again, in case anyone had missed the first time. She wanted to smack all their faces. She wanted to dose them with a concoction of herbs that would make them sit down on the floor and cry like babies just from the smell. She wanted to yank their hair out and strangle them with it. Do I have to put up with this nonsense?" Siuan growled. "I have important work to do. But if it were only heading fish, it would be more Oh, shut up!" Nynaeve broke in testily. One step, and she seized Siuan's head in both hands as if she intended to break the woman's neck. She had believed that nonsense, even the barrel. They had manipulated her like a puppet. Saidar filled her, and she channeled as she had with Logain, blending all of the 5 powers. She knew what she was looking for this time, that almost not there at all sense of something cut, spirit and fire to mend the break, and... For a moment Siuan only stared, expressionless. Then the glow of Saidar enveloped her. Gasps filled the room. Slowly Siuan leaned forward and kissed Nynaeve on either cheek. A tear leaked down her face, then another, and abruptly Siuan was weeping, hugging herself and shaking. The gleaming aura around her faded away. Shiriam quickly folded her into comforting arms. Shiriam looked as though she might cry too. The rest of the room was staring at Nynaeve. The shock shining through all that Aes Sedai serenity was quite satisfying, and the disgruntlement too. Shanella's eyes, pale blue in a dark, pretty face, seemed about to fall out of her head. Nisal's mouth hung open until she saw Nynaeve looking at her and snapped it shut. "What made you think of using fire?" Dagdara asked in a strangled voice that sounded entirely too high for such a big woman. "And earth? You used earth. Healing is spirit, water, and air." That opened the floodgate, questions from every throat. But they were all the same question, really, just phrased differently. "I don't know why," Nynaeve replied when she found an opening. "It just seemed right. I've almost always used everything." Which produced a round of admonitions. Healing was spirit, water, and air. It was dangerous to experiment with healing. A mistake could kill not only you, but your patient. She said nothing in reply, but the warnings died off quickly in rueful glances and smoothed skirts. She had not killed anyone, and she had healed what they said could not be healed. Lyanna wore such a hopeful smile that it was almost painful. Nynaeve approached her with a smile of her own, masking the smoldering irritation inside.
The yellow Ajah and all its vaunted knowledge of healing that she had been ready to beg on her knees to share. She knew more of healing than any of them. Watch carefully now. You'll not get another chance soon to see it done. She felt the joining clearly as she channeled, though she still could not have said what it was she had joined. It felt different than with Loghain, it had with Swan as well, but as she kept telling herself, men and women were different. Light, I'm lucky this works on them as well as it did on him. That brought up an uncomfortable line of speculation. What if some things had to be healed differently in men than in women? Maybe she did not know so very much more than the Yellows after all. Lyanna's reaction differed from Swan's. No tears. She embraced Saidar and smiled beatifically, then released it, though the smile remained. Then she flung her arms around Nynaeve and hugged her till her ribs creaked, whispering, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," over and over. A murmur rose among the Yellows, and Nynaeve prepared to bask in their compliments. She would accept their apologies gracefully. Then she heard what they were saying. Used fire and earth as if she were trying to bore a hole through stone. That from Dagdara. A smoother touch would be better, Shanella agreed. See where fire might be useful in problems with the heart, Thurva said, tapping her long nose. Beldamain, a plump Arafellan with silver bells in her hair, nodded thoughtfully. If the earth were combined with air just so, you see, fire woven into water, earth blended with the water. Nynaeve gaped. They had forgotten her completely. They thought they could do what she had just showed them better than she could. Mirella patted her arm. You did very well, she murmured. Don't worry. They will be all praises later. Right now they are still a little taken aback. Nynaeve sniffed loudly, but none of the Yellows seemed to notice. I hope this at least means I don't have to scrub pots anymore. Shiriam's head whipped around with a startled expression. Why, child, whatever gave you that notion? She still had an arm around Swan, who was dabbing at her eyes with a lace handkerchief in considerable embarrassment. If anyone could break any rule they chose, do whatever they chose, and escape punishment merely by doing some good to balance it, the world would be chaos. Nynaeve sighed heavily. She should have known. Stepping out from the other Yellows, Nisao cleared her throat, and in passing shot Nynaeve a glare that could only be called accusatory. I suppose this means we will have to gentle Loghain again? She sounded as though she wanted to deny any of it had happened. Heads began nodding, and then Carlinia spoke, like an icicle stabbed into the room. Can we? Every eye turned to her, but she went on calmly, coolly. Ethically, can we consider supporting a man who can channel, a man trying to gather other men who can, while at the same time we go on as before, gentling those we find? Practically, what effect will it have on him when he learns? Distressing as it may be, as matters stand, he will see us as separate from the tower, and more importantly from Elaida and the Red Ajah. If we gentle even one man, we may lose that distinction, and with it our chance to gain a hold on him before Elaida does. Silence cloaked the room when she stopped. Aes Sedai exchanged troubled looks, and those directed at Nynaeve made Nisao's look laudatory. Sisters had died in capturing Loghain, and even if he was safely shielded again, she had given them him to deal with all over again, and a worse pickle besides. I think you should go, Shiriam said softly. Nynaeve was not about to argue. She made her curtsies as quickly and carefully as she could, and did her best not to run in leaving. Outside, Elaine rose from the stone step. I'm sorry, Nynaeve, she said, brushing her skirt. I was so excited I blurted out everything to Shiriam before I realized Ramonda and Delana were there. It doesn't matter, Nynaeve said heavily, starting down the crowded street. It would have gotten out sooner or later. It just was not fair, though. I did something they said couldn't be done, and I still have to scrub pots. Elaine, I don't care what you say, we have to go. Carlinia was talking about getting a hold on Rand. This lot won't be any better than Elaida. Tom or Jewelin will get horses for us, and Brigitte can just bite her elbow. I'm afraid it's too late, Elaine said miserably. Word is spreading already. Larissa Lindell and Zenair Godar swooped down from opposite directions like hawks on either side of Nynaeve. Larissa was a bony woman whose plainness almost overcame Aes Sedai agelessness, Zenair slightly plump and haughty enough for two queens, but both wore faces of eager anticipation. They were Yellow Aja, though neither had been in the room when she healed Siuan and Lyanna. "I want to see you go through everything step by step, Nynaeve," Larissa said, laying hold of an arm. "Nynaeve," Zenair said, seizing the other arm, "I wager that I will find 100 things you never thought of if you repeat the weave often enough." Salita Toranis, Tyron, and almost as dark as one of the sea folk seemed to pop out of nowhere. "Others ahead of me, I see. Well, burn my soul if I'll wait in line." "I was here first, Salita," Zenair said firmly, and tightened her grip. "I was first," Larissa said, tightening hers. Nynaeve shot a look of pure horror at Elaine, and got commiseration in return and a shrug. This was what Elaine had meant about too late. She would not have a waking moment to herself after this. "Angry?" Zenair was saying. "I know 50 ways at the front of my head to make her angry enough to chew rocks." "I can think of 100, Larissa said. "I intend to break her block if it's the last thing I do." Magla Daronos shouldered her way into the group, and she had the shoulders for it. She looked as if she worked the sword or a blacksmith's hammer. "You will break it, Larissa? Ha! I do have several ways in mind already to draw it out of her." Nynaeve just wanted to scream. It was all Siuan could do not to embrace saidar and hold it, but she thought she might start crying again. That would never do. Besides, it would seem like some fool novice's display to the women crowding around her in the waiting room. Every expression of wonder and delight, every warm welcome as if she had been away for years, came as balm, especially from those who had been friends before she became Amyrlin, before time and duty pulled them apart. Lalaine and Delana wrapped their arms around her as they had not in long years. Moiraine had been the only one closer, the only one beside Lyanna she had managed to keep after donning the stole, and duty had helped keep them together. "It is so good to have you back," Lalaine laughed. "So very good," Delana murmured warmly. Siuan laughed, and had to scrub tears from her cheeks. Light! What was the matter with her? She had not wept this easily as a child. Maybe it was just joy at regaining saidar, at all the warmth around her. The Light knew altogether it was enough to unsettle anybody. She had never dared dream this day might come, and now that it had, she held nothing against any of these women. Not their cold distance before, not their insistence that she remember her place. The line between Aes Sedai and not Aes Sedai was clear. She had insisted on it before she was stilled, and it went without saying that she would again. And she knew how stilled women had to be dealt with for their own good, and the good of those who could still channel. Had to be dealt with. How strange it was that that would never be so again. From the corner of her eye she saw Gareth Bryn trotting up the stairs at the side of the room. "Excuse me a moment," she said, and hurried after him. Even hurrying meant stopping every 2 steps to accept another congratulation all the way to the stairs, so she did not catch up until he was striding down a corridor on the 2nd floor. Rushing ahead, she planted herself in front of him. His mostly gray hair was wind-blown, his square face and worn buff coat dusty. He looked as solid as stone. Lifting a sheaf of papers, he said, "I have to drop this off, Siuan," and tried to step around her. She moved to block him. "I've been healed. I can channel again." He nodded. Just nodded. "I heard some talk. I suppose this means you'll be channeling my shirts clean from now on. Maybe they actually will be clean now. I've regretted letting Min go so easily." Siuan stared at him. The man was no fool. Why was he pretending not to understand? "I am Aes Sedai again. Do you really expect an Aes Sedai to do your laundry?" Just to drive it home, she embraced saidar. That mist sweetness was so wonderful she shivered, wrapped him in flows of air and lifted him. Tried to lift him. Gaping, she drew more, tried harder, until the sweetness stabbed like 1,000 hooks. His boots never stirred from the floor. It was impossible. True, the simple act of picking something up was one of the hardest in channeling, but she had been able to lift nearly 3 times her own weight. "Is this supposed to impress me?" Bryn said calmly, "or frighten me? Shiriam and her friends gave their word. The Hall gave its word, and more importantly, you gave yours, Swan. I wouldn't let you get away from me if you were the Amyrlin again. Now undo whatever it is you've done, or when I get free of it, I'll turn you upside down and smack you for being childish. You're very seldom childish, so you needn't think I will let you start now." In a near daze, she released the source. Not for his threat. He was capable of it. He had done it before, but not for that, and not for shock at being unable to pick him up. Tears seemed to well up in her like a fountain. She hoped that letting go of Saidar might stop them. A few still slid down her cheeks, though, however hard she blinked. Gareth was cupping her face in his hands before she knew he had moved. "Light woman, don't tell me I frightened you. I didn't think being dropped in a pit with a pack of leopards would frighten you." "I'm not frightened," she said stiffly. Good. She could still lie. Tears building inside. "We have to work out some way not to be at one another's throat all the time," he said quietly. "There is no reason for us to work out anything. They were coming. They were coming. Oh, Light, she could not let him see. Just leave me alone, please, please, just go." For a wonder, he hesitated only a moment before doing as she asked. With the sound of his boots behind her, she managed to make it around the corner into the crossing hallway before the dam burst, and she sank to her knees, weeping piteously. She knew what it was now. Ulrich, her warder. Her dead warder, murdered when Elaida deposed her. She could lie, the 3 oaths were still gone, but some part of her bond to Ulrich, a bond flesh to flesh and mind to mind, had been resurrected. The pain of his death, the pain first masked by the shock of what Elaida intended, and then buried by stilling, that pain filled her to the brim. Huddled against the wall, bawling, she was only glad Gareth was not seeing this. "I have no time to fall in love, burn him." The thought was a bucket of cold water in her face. The pain remained, but the tears stopped and she scrambled to her feet. Love? That was as impossible as... She could not think of anything impossible enough. The man was impossible. Suddenly she realized Lyanna was standing not 2 paces away, watching. Swan made one effort at wiping the tears from her face, then gave it up. There was nothing but sympathy on Lyanna's face. "How did you deal with Anjan's death, Lyanna?" That had been 15 years ago now. "I cried," Lyanna said. "For a month I held it in during the day, and spent the night in a quivering ball of tears in the middle of my bed, after I had torn the sheets to shreds. For 3 more I could find tears in my eyes without warning. Over a year passed before I stopped hurting. That's why I never bonded another. I did not think I could live through that again. It does pass, Swan." She found a roguish smile somewhere. "Now I think I could manage 2 or 3 warders, if not 4. Swan nodded. She could cry at night. As for Gareth Bloody Bryn, there was no as for. There was not. "Do you think they're ready?" They had had only a moment to talk below. This hook had to be set quickly, or it would not be set at all. "Perhaps. I did not have much time, and I had to be careful." Lyanna paused. "Are you sure you want to go through with this, Swan? It's changing everything we have worked for, on no notice at all, and I am not as strong as I was, Swan, and neither are you. Most of the women here can channel more than either of us now. Light, I think some of the accepted can, not even counting Elaine or Nynaeve." "I know," Swan said. It had to be risked. The other plan had only been a stopgap, because she was no longer Aes Sedai. But now she was Aes Sedai again, and she had been deposed with only the barest nod to Tower law. If she was Aes Sedai again, was she not Amyrlin again as well? Squaring her shoulders, she went below to do battle with the Hall. Lying on her bed in her shift, Elaine stifled a yawn and went back to rubbing the cream Liana had given her into her hands. It seemed to do some good. At least they felt softer. A night breeze stirred through the window, making the lone candle flicker. If anything, the air only made the room hotter. Nynaeve staggered in, banged the door shut, flung herself across her bed, and lay staring at Elaine. "Magla is the most contemptible, hateful, low woman in the entire world," she mumbled. "No, Larissa is. No, it's Romanda." "I take it they made you angry enough to channel," Nynaeve grunted with the vilest expression, and Elaine hurried on. "How many did you demonstrate for? I expected you long ago. I looked for you at dinner, but I couldn't find you." "I had a roll at dinner," Nynaeve muttered. "One roll. I demonstrated for all of them, every last yellow in Salidar. Only they aren't satisfied. They want me one at a time. They've set up a rotating schedule. Larissa has me tomorrow morning before breakfast, and Zenair right after. Then they discussed how to make me angry as if I was not there." She raised her head from the coverlet, looking hunted. "Elaine, they are competing over who is going to break my block. They're like boys trying to catch a greased pig on feast day, and I am the pig." Yawning, Elaine handed her the pot of hand cream, and after a moment Nynaeve rolled over and began rubbing it on. Nynaeve still had her time at the pots, too. "I'm sorry I didn't do as you wanted days ago, Nynaeve. We could have woven disguises like Mogedians and walked right past everybody." Nynaeve's hands stopped. "What is the matter, Nynaeve?" "I never thought of that." "I never thought of it!" "You didn't? I was sure you had. You learned it first, after all." I tried not even to think about what we couldn't tell the sisters. Nynaeve's voice was flat as ice and about as cold and hard. "And now it is too late. I'm too tired to channel if you set my hair on fire, and if they have their way, I will be too tired forever. The only reason they let me go tonight was that I couldn't find Saidar even when Nisao—" She shuddered, and then her hands began moving again, smoothing in the cream. Elaine let out a small breath. She had very nearly put her foot in it. She was tired, too. Admitting you had been wrong always made the other person feel better, but she hadn't meant to mention using Saidar for disguises. From the first she had been afraid Nynaeve would do that. Here, at the very least, they could keep an eye on what the Salidar Aes Sedai intended, and maybe pass word to Ran through Egwene once she returned to Tel Aran'rhiod. At the worst, they might have some small influence through Siuan and Liana. As if the thought were a summons, the door opened to admit just those women. Liana carried a wooden tray with bread and a bowl of soup, a red pottery cup and a white glazed pitcher. There was even a sprig of green leaves in a tiny blue vase. "Siuan and I thought you might be hungry, Nynaeve. I hear the Yellows used you hard." Elaine was uncertain whether she should rise or not. It was just Siuan and Liana, but they were Aes Sedai again. At least she thought they were. The two solved the problem by sitting, Siuan on the foot of Elaine's bed, Liana on Nynaeve's. Nynaeve eyed them both suspiciously before sitting up with her back against the wall and taking the tray on her knees. "I heard a rumor you addressed the hall, Siuan," Elaine said carefully. "Should we have curtsied?" "Do you mean, are we Aes Sedai again, girl? We are. They wrangled like fishwives on Sunday, but they granted that much at least." Siuan exchanged glances with Liana, and Siuan's cheeks colored faintly. Elaine suspected she would never learn what had not been granted. "Mirella was kind enough to find me and let me know," Liana said into the momentary silence. "I think I am going to choose green." Nynaeve choked around her spoon. "What do you mean? Can you change Adjas?" "No, you cannot," Siuan told her. "But what the hall decided is that although we are Aes Sedai, for a time we weren't. And since they insist on believing that codswallop was legal, all our ties, binds, associations, and titles went overboard." Her voice was wry enough to rasp wood. "Tomorrow I ask the Blues whether they'll have me back." I've never heard of an Aja turning anybody down. By the time you're raised from accepted, you've been guided to the right Aja, whether you know it or not. But the way matters are proceeding, I wouldn't be completely surprised if they slammed the door on my foot. How are matters proceeding? Elaine asked. There was something here. Swan bullied, prodded, twisted your arm. She did not bring soup, sit on your bed, and chat like a friend. I thought everything was going as well as could be expected. Nynaeve gave her a stare that managed to be incredulous and haggard at the same time. Well, Nynaeve ought to know what she meant. Swan twisted around to face her, but she included Nynaeve as well. I went by Loghain's house. 6 sisters are maintaining his shield, the same as when he was captured. He tried to break free when he found out we knew he had been healed, and they said if only 5 had been holding the shield, he might have. So he's as strong as he ever was, or close enough to make no difference. I'm not. Neither is Lyanna. I want you to try again, Nynaeve. I knew it! Nynaeve flung her spoon down on the tray. I knew you had some reason for this. Well, I'm too tired to channel, and it wouldn't matter if I wasn't. You can't heal what has been healed. You get out of here and take your vile-tasting soup with you. Less than half the vile-tasting soup remained, and it was a big bowl. I know it will work, Swan snapped back. This morning I knew Stilling couldn't be healed. A moment, Swan, Lyanna said. Nynaeve, do you realize what we are risking coming here together? This isn't a room in an alley with your archer friend standing guard. There are women all through this house with eyes to see and tongues to talk. If it is found out that Swan and I have been playing a game with everybody, even 10 years from now, well, suffice it to say, Aes Sedai can be given penance, and we would very likely still be on a farm hoeing cabbages after our hair turns white. We came because of what you did for us, to make a fresh start. Why didn't you go to one of the Yellows? Elaine asked. Most of them must know as much about it as Nynaeve by now. Nynaeve glared indignantly around the spoon. Vile tasting? Swan and Lyanna exchanged looks, and at last Swan said reluctantly, If we go to a sister, everybody knows, soon or late. If Nynaeve does it, maybe anybody who managed to weigh us today will think they were mistaken. Supposedly all sisters are equal, and there have been Amerlins who barely managed to channel enough to earn the shawl. But Amerlins and the heads of Ajas aside, by custom, if another is stronger in the power than you, you're expected to give way to her. I don't understand, Elaine said. She was getting quite a lesson out of this. The hierarchy made sense, but she supposed it was one of those things you did not learn until you actually were Aes Sedai. One way and another, she had picked up enough hints to suspect that in many ways your education only began when you put on the shawl. If Nynaeve can heal you again, then you're stronger. Lyanna shook her head. No one has ever been healed from Stilling before. Maybe the others will see it, say, like being Wilders. That puts you a little lower than your strength. Maybe having been weaker will count something. If Nynaeve couldn't heal us all the way the first time, maybe she'll only take us to 2/3 what we were, or half. Even that would be better than now, but still most here would be as strong and a good many stronger. Elaine stared, more confused than before. Nynaeve looked as if she had been hit between the eyes. Everything goes into it, Swan explained. Who learned fastest? Who spent the least time as novice and accepted? There are all sorts of shadings. You can't say precisely how strong anyone is. 2 women might seem to be the same strength. Maybe they are and maybe not, but the only way to say for certain would be a duel, and the light be blessed we're above that. Unless Nynaeve returns us to our full strength, we run the risk of standing fairly low. Lyanna took it up again. The hierarchy isn't supposed to rule anything except everyday life, but it does. Advice from somebody with higher standing is given more weight than from somebody with lower. It did not matter while we were stilled. We had no standing at all. They weighed what we said on merit alone. It will not be that way now. I see, Elaine said faintly. No wonder people thought Aes Sedai invented the game of houses. They made Desdemar look simple. It's nice to see that healing you gave somebody more trouble than it did me, Nynaeve grumbled. Peering into the bottom of the bowl, she sighed, then wiped it out with the last bit of bread. Swan's face darkened, but she managed to keep her voice level. You can see, we lay ourselves bare. And not just to convince you to try healing again. You gave me back my life. As simple as that. I had convinced myself I wasn't dead, but it certainly seems so compared to this. So we make Lyanna's fresh start. Friends, if you'll have me for one. If not, then crewmates in the same boat. Friends, Elaine said. Friends sounds much better to me. Lyanna smiled at her, but she and Swan were still watching Nynaeve. Nynaeve peered from one to the other. Elaine had a question, so I should have one. What did Shiriam and the others learn from the Wise Ones last night? Don't say you do not know, Swan. As far as I'm concerned, you know what they think an hour after they think it. Swan's jaw set stubbornly. Those deep blue eyes set themselves to intimidate. Suddenly she yelped and bent to rub her ankle. Tell them, Lyanna said, drawing back her foot. Or I will. All of it, Swan. Glaring at Lyanna, Swan puffed up till Elaine thought she might burst. But then her gaze touched Nynaeve, and she deflated. Words came out as though dragged, but they came. The embassy from Elaida has reached Cairhien. Rand's met them, but he seems to be trying to toy with them. At least let us hope that is what he's doing. Shiriam and the others are set up because for once they managed not to make fools of themselves with the Wise Ones. And Egwene will be at the next meeting. For some reason that last seemed to come most reluctantly of all. Nynaeve brightened, sitting up straighter. Egwene? Oh, that's wonderful. So they didn't come off as fools for once. I half wondered why they were not here to drag us off for another lesson. She squinted at Swan, but even the squint looked cheerful. A boat, you say? Who's the captain? I am, you wretched little... Lyanna cleared her throat, and Swan took a deep breath. A share crew, then. Equal shares. But someone has to steer, she added when Nynaeve began to smile, and that will be me. All right, Nynaeve said after a long moment. Another hesitation, fiddling with her spoon. Then, in a voice so casual, Elaine wanted to throw up her hands. Is there any chance you might help me, get us out of the kitchens? They had faces no older than Nynaeve's, but they had been Aes Sedai for a long time. Their eyes remembered that Aes Sedai stare. Nynaeve met it more steadily than Elaine thought she could have, except for just a bit of shifting. But in the end it was no surprise when she muttered, I suppose not. We have to be going, Swan said, standing. If anything, Lyanna understated the cost of discovery. We could be the first Aes Sedai skinned publicly, and I've already been the only first I want to. To Elaine's surprise, Lyanna bent to hug her, whispering, Friends. Elaine returned the hug and the word warmly. Lyanna also hugged Nynaeve, murmuring something Elaine could not hear, and then Swan did too, with a thank you that sounded gruff and reluctant. At least that was how it sounded to her, but once they were gone, Nynaeve said, She was about to cry, Elaine. Maybe she really meant all of that. I suppose I should try to be nicer to her. She sighed, which became a yawn, muffling, especially since she's Aes Sedai again. And with that, she fell asleep, with the tray still on her knees. Muffling a yawn of her own behind her hand, Elaine got up and squared everything away neatly, tucking the tray under Nynaeve's bed. It took a little time to get Nynaeve out of her dress and settled down into the bed more comfortably, but even that did not wake her. For herself, once Elaine had the candle snuffed and was hugging her pillow, she lay awake, staring at the darkness and thinking. Rand trying to deal with Aes Sedai sent by Elaida? They would eat him alive. Almost she wished she could have seen her way to accepting Nynaeve's suggestion when it had a chance of success. She could guide him through any snares they set, she was sure. Tom had added a great deal to what her mother taught her, and he would listen to her. Besides, that way she could bond him. After all, she had not waited until she wore the shawl to bond Birgitte. Why wait for Rand? Shifting, she snuggled deeper into her pillow. He had to wait. He was in Caemlyn, not Salidar. Wait. Swan said he was in Cairhien. How? She was too tired. The thought drifted. Swan. Swan was still hiding something. She was sure of it. Sleep slid in, and with it a dream. A boat with Lyanna sitting in the bow, flirting with a man whose face was different every time Elaine looked. In the stern, Swan and Nynaeve were struggling, each trying to steer in a different direction, until Elaine stood up and took charge. A captain keeping secrets could be reason enough for a mutiny if need be. In the morning, Swan and Lyanna returned before Nynaeve even opened her eyes, more than sufficient to make her angry enough to channel. It did no good, though. What was already healed could not be healed again. "I will do what I can, Swan," Dallana said, leaning forward to pat the other woman's arm. They were alone in the sitting room, and the teacups on the small table between their chairs stood untouched. Swan sighed, looking dejected, though what she could expect after her outburst in front of the hall, Dallana did not know. Early morning light spilled through the windows, and she thought of the breakfast she had not had yet. But this was Swan. The situation was disconcerting, and Dallana did not like being disconcerted. She had schooled herself not to see her old friend in this woman's face. Not hard, since she looked nothing at all like the Swan Sanche Dallana remembered. Not at any age, yet seeing Swan again, a Swan young and pretty, was only the first shock. The second was Swan appearing on her doorstep with the sun not up, asking help. Swan never asked for help. And then there was the biggest shock of all, the one renewed every time she came face to face with Swan since the Almera woman had worked her impossible miracle. She was stronger than Swan, much stronger. The margin had always gone the other way. Swan had taken the lead when they were novices, even before they were accepted. Still, she was Swan, and upset, which Dallana never remembered before. Swan could be upset, but she never let you see it. It distressed her that she could not do more for the woman who had stolen honey cakes with her, and more than once had taken the blame for pranks they had both been involved in. "Swan, I can do this much at least. Romanda would be more than happy to take those dream ter'angreal into the hall's keeping. She doesn't have enough sitters with her to bring it off, but if Shiriam thinks she does, if she thinks you've used your influence with Lelaine and me to stop it, then she won't be able to refuse you. I know Lelaine will agree. Though why you want to meet these Aiel women I cannot imagine. Romanda smiles like a cat in the buttery, watching Shiriam stalk around in a temper after one of those meetings. With your temper you will likely burst something." Such a change. Once she would never have thought of mentioning Swan's temper. Now she mentioned it without thinking. Swan's downcast face broke into a smile. "I hoped you would do something like that. I will speak to Lelaine. And Janya. I think Janya will help. You have to make sure Romanda doesn't actually do it, though. From the little I know, Shiriam has worked out at least a semblance of how to get along with these Aiel. I'm afraid Romanda would need to start from the beginning. Of course, that might not be important to the hall, but I would just as soon not have my first look at them when everybody has a hook in their gills." Dallana kept her smile inside as she escorted Swan to the front step and gave her a hug. Yes, it would be very important to the hall to keep the Wise Ones pacific, though Swan had no way of knowing that. She watched Swan hurry down the street before going back in. It seemed she was going to be the one doing the protecting now. She hoped she made as good a job of it as her friend had. The tea was still warm, and she decided to send Miesa, her serving woman, for some rolls and fruit. But when a timid tap came at the sitting-room door, it was not Miesa, but Lucilda, one of the novices they had brought from the tower. The lanky girl bobbed a nervous curtsy, but Lucilda was always nervous. "Dallana Sedai, a woman arrived this morning, and Anaya Sedai said I should bring her over to you. Her name's Halima Saranoff. She says she knows you." Dallana opened her mouth to say that she had never heard of any Halima Saranoff, and a woman appeared in the doorway. Dallana stared in spite of herself. The woman managed to be slender and lush at the same time, and wore a dark gray riding dress cut ridiculously low. Long, lustrous black hair framed a green-eyed face that probably made every man who glimpsed it gape. That was not why Dallana stared, of course. The woman held her hands at her sides, but with thumbs thrust hard between the first 2 fingers. Delana had never expected to see that from any woman who did not wear the shawl, and this Halima Saranov could not even channel. She was close enough to be sure of that. "Yes," Delana said. "It seems to me I do remember. Leave us, Lucilda. And child, do try to remember that every sentence isn't a question." Lucilda bobbed a curtsy so quick and deep that she nearly fell. Under other circumstances, Delana would have sighed. She had never done well with novices, though she could not understand why. Almost before the novice was out of the room, Halima swayed over to the chair Swan had used and sat without a word of invitation. Picking up one of the untouched cups, she crossed her legs and sipped, watching Delana over the rim. Delana fixed her with a hard stare. "Who do you think you are, woman? However high you think you stand, none stand higher than Aes Sedai. And where did you learn that sign?" For perhaps the first time in her life, that stare did no good. Halima smiled at her mockingly. "Do you really think the secrets of the, shall we say, darker Ajah are that secret? As for how high you stand, you know very well that if a beggar gave the proper sign, Cabriana McGlue, sister. Unfortunately, Cabriana died in a fall from her horse, and her warder simply refused to leave his blankets or eat. He died, too." Halima smiled as if to ask following. "Cabriana and I talked a great deal before she made plans for you here, and for the Dragon Reborn." Another smile, a quick flash of white teeth, and she went back to her tea and her watching. Delana had never been a woman to give up easily. She had bludgeoned kings into making peace when they wanted war, dragged queens by the scruff of the neck to sign treaties that had to be signed. True, she would have obeyed that hypothetical beggar if he had the proper signs and said the right things, but Halima's hands had identified her as Black Ajah, which she clearly was not. Perhaps the woman thought that was the only way to make Delana acknowledge her, and perhaps she wanted to show off her forbidden knowledge as well. Delana did not like this Halima. "And I suppose I am supposed to make sure the Hall accepts your information," she said gruffly. "It should be no problem so long as you know enough of Cabriana to support your tale. I can't help you there. I never met her above twice. I suppose there is no chance of her appearing to spoil your story?" No chance at all. Again that quick, mocking smile. "And I could recite Cabriana's life. I know things she had forgotten herself." Delana only nodded to that. Killing a sister was always no problem. "Yours or your companion times are."
The settling suit was all swallowed layer of dust, and a cloak spread over day for the notice he took. He did his best to ignore the dirty men and women, children, with lost expressions and travel-worn clothes. Even here. For once in his life, the great stone walls of the Fortress of the Light, towered and bannered and impregnable, bastion of truth and right, did not lift his spirits. Dismounting in the main courtyard, he tossed his reins to a child with graded instructions for caring for the animal. The man knew what to do, of course, but Valda wanted to snap at something. White-cloaked men scurried everywhere in a great show of energy despite the heat. He hoped there was something more than show behind it. Young Dane Bornhold came trotting across the courtyard, pressing fist to mailed chest in an eager salute. "The light illumine you, my lord captain. You had a good ride from Tar Valon, yes?" His eyes were bloodshot, and a smell of brandy wafted from him. There was no excuse for drinking during the day. Fast off his gauntlets and spit fast for that distance, making camp outside the city. A fast journey, but he disapproved of the orders that called him back, just when a strong push might have toppled the crippled tower and buried the witches under the rubble. A ride to be, yet every day had brought worse news. Althorin Caemlyn. It did not really matter whether the man was a false dragon or the real one. He could channel, and any man who did that had to be a dark friend. Dragon-sworn rabble in Altara. His so-called prophet and his scum in Ghealdan, in Amadisia itself. He had managed to kill some of that filth at least, though it was hard fighting foes who melted away more often than they stood, who could blend into the accursed streams of refugees, and worse, of brainless wanderers who seemed to think Althor had turned all order on its head. He had found a solution, however, if not a completely satisfactory one. The roads behind his legion were littered now, and the ravens fed to bursting. If it was not possible to tell the prophet's trash from refugee trash, well then, kill whoever clogged the way. The innocent should have remained in their homes where they belonged. The Creator would shelter them anyway. As far as he was concerned, the wanderers were added plums on the cake. "I heard in the city that Morghese is here," he said. He did not believe it. Every other word in Andor had been speculation over who killed Morghese, so he was startled when Dane nodded. Surprise turned to disgust as the young man babbled about Morghese's apartments and her hunting, how well she was treated, how she was sure to sign a treaty with the children any day. Valda scowled openly. He should have expected no better from Nile. The man had been one of the best soldiers in his time, accounted a great captain, but he grew old and soft. Valda had known that as soon as his orders reached Tar Valon. Nile should have moved on Tyr in strength with the first word of Althor. He would have gathered all the numbers he needed on the march. Nations would have rallied to the children against a false dragon. They would have then. Now Althor was in Caemlyn, and strong enough to frighten the faint-hearted. But Morghese was here. If he had Morghese, she would sign that treaty the first day if somebody had to guide her hand to hold the pen. By the light, he would teach her to leap when he said leap. If she balked at returning to Andor with the children, he would lash her to a staff by her wrists. That would be a banner to lead the advance into Andor. Dane ran down, waiting, no doubt hoping for an invitation to dinner this evening. As a junior, he could not issue one to an officer senior to him, but doubtless he hoped to talk with his old commander about Tar Valon, perhaps even about his dead father. Valda had not thought much of Jeffrem Bornhald. The man had been soft. "I will see you at the camp for dinner at 6. I will see you sober, child Bornhald." Bornhald surely was in drink. He gaped and stammered before making his salute and going. Valda wondered what had happened. Dane had been a fine young officer, one who worried too much over niceties, such as proof of guilt when there was no way to obtain it, yet still fine for all that, not as weak as his father, ashamed to see him waste his brandy. Muttering under his breath, officers drinking in the very Fortress of the Light was another sign that Nile was rotting at the core. Valda went in search of his rooms. He intended to sleep in the camp, but a hot bath would not be amiss. A square-shouldered young child approached in the plain stone corridor, the scarlet shepherd's crook of the Hand of the Light behind the flaring golden sun on his chest. Without stopping, or even looking at Valda, the questioner murmured respectfully, "My Lord Captain might wish to visit the Dome of Truth." Valda frowned after the man. He did not like questioners. They did good work in their way, yet he could never escape the feeling that they had donned the crook because that way they would never have to face an armed foe. Started to raise his voice and dress the fellow down, then stopped. Questioners were sloppy in their discipline, but a simple child would never speak idly to a Lord Captain. Perhaps the bath could wait. The Dome of Truth was a wonder that finally did restore some of his essence. Pure white outside, inside gold leaf cast down the light of 1,000 hanging lamps. Thick white columns ringed the chamber, plain and polished to glistening, but the dome itself stretched 100 paces across unsupported and rose 50 at its peak. Above the simple white marble dais centered on the white marble floor, where the Lord Captain Commander of the Children of the Light stood to address the assembled children in their most solemn moments, their most serious ceremonies. He would stand there one day. Nile would not live forever. Dozens of children wandered about the vast chamber. It was a sight worth seeing, though none but the children ever did, of course. Yet that message had not come so he could admire the dome. He was sure of it. Behind the great columns ran rows of smaller ones, just as simple and polished just as highly, and tall alcoves where scenes of the children's triumphs made frescoes of 1,000 years. Valda strolled, looking into each recess. Finally he saw a tall, graying man studying one of the paintings, Serenia Latar, being raised on the scaffold, The only Amyrlin the children had ever managed to hang. She had been dead already, of course, live witches being somewhat hard to hang. But that was beside the point. 693 years ago, justice had been done according to the law.
"Are you troubled, my son?"
The voice was soft, almost mild. Valda stiffened slightly. Radam Asinawa might be the High Inquisitor, but he was still a questioner, and Valda was a Lord Captain anointed of the light, not my son. "Not that I have noticed," he said flatly. Asinawa sighed. His gaunt face was a picture of martyred suffering, so that his sweat might have been taken for tears, but his deep-set eyes seemed to burn with the heat that had boiled away all his spare flesh. His cloak bore only the crook, no flaring golden sun, as though he stood outside the children, or perhaps above.
"The times are troubled. The Fortress of the Light harbors a witch."
Valda suppressed a wry look before it formed. Cowards or not, questioners could be dangerous even to a Lord Captain. The man might never be able to hang an Amyrlin, but he probably dreamed of being the first to hang a queen. Valda did not care whether Morghese died, provided it was not before all the use was wrung out of her. He said nothing, and Asinawa's thick gray eyebrows drew down until he seemed to peer out of caverns.
"The times are troubled," he said again, "and Nile must not be allowed to destroy the children of the light."
For long minutes, Valda examined the painting. Perhaps the artist had been good, perhaps not. He knew nothing of such things, and cared even less. The fellow had gotten the weapons and armor right on the guards, though, and the rope and scaffold looked real. Those were things he knew.
"I am prepared to listen," he said finally. "Then we will talk, my son. Later, when there are fewer eyes to see and ears to hear. The light illumine you, my son."
Asinawa strode away without another word, White Cloak billowing slightly and the sound of his boots echoing, as if he was trying to drive every step into the stone. Some of the children bowed deeply as he passed. From a narrow window high above the courtyard, Niall watched Valda dismount and speak to young Bornhold, then stalk away in a fury. Valda was always in a fury. Had there been some means to bring the children home from Tar Valon and leave Valda there, Niall would have jumped at it. The man was a fair enough battle commander, but better suited to rousing mobs. His notion of tactics was the charge, and of strategy the charge. Shaking his head, Niall made his way to his audience chamber. He had more important things than Valda to concern him. Morghese was still resisting like an army on the heights with water and high morale. She refused to admit she held the valley floor out, and it was her enemy who had the heights. Bulwer rose from his table as Niall entered the anteroom.
"Omerna was odd. He left these for you."
Bulwer touched a sheaf of papers tied with a red ribbon on the table.
"And this."
Thin lips tightened as he drew a tiny bone tube from his pocket. Niall took the tube with a mutter and stumped into the inner room. Omerna was becoming more useless every day for some reason. Leaving his reports with Bulwer was bad enough, nonsense as they were, but even Omerna knew better than to hand one of these tubes with 3 red stripes to anyone but Niall himself. He held the tube close to a lamp to examine the wax. Unbroken, before his thumbnail pierced it. He would have to light a fire under Omerna, put the fear of the light into him. The fool was no good as a decoy unless he played the consummate spymaster as far as he was able. The message was from Varadin again, Niall's private cipher in that mad, spidery scrawl on a strip of thin paper. He almost burned it unread, and something at the end caught his eye. Beginning at the beginning, he consciously worked the cipher in his mind. He wanted to be absolutely sure. Just as before, it was gibberish about Aes Sedai on leashes and strange beasts, but right at the last, Varadin had helped Asadim Faizar find a hiding place in Tanchico. He would try to smuggle Faizar out, but the Forerunners kept such a guard that a whisper could not pass the walls without permission. Niall rubbed his chin in thought. Phaizar was one of those he had sent to Taraban to see if anything could be salvaged. Phaizar knew nothing of Varadin, and Varadin should know nothing of Phaizar. The Forerunners kept such a guard that not a whisper could pass the walls. A madman's scrawl. Stuffing the paper into his pocket, he returned to the antechamber. "Bulwer, what is the latest from the west?" Between them, the west always meant the border with Taraban.
"No change from before, my lord. Patrols that penetrate very deeply into Taraban do not return. The worst trouble near the border is refugees trying to cross."
Patrols that penetrated too deeply. Taraban was a pit, writhing with poisonous vipers and rabid rats, but
how quickly could we get a courier to Tanchico?
Bulwer did not even blink. The man would not show surprise if one day his horse spoke to him.
The problem will be fresh horses once he crosses the border, my lord. Normally, I would say 20 days there and back, perhaps a few less with luck. Now, twice that, with luck. Maybe twice that just to reach Tanchico.
A pit that could swallow a courier and not even leave bones behind. There would be no need for a return, but Niall kept that to himself.
"Let it be arranged, Bulwer. I will have a letter ready in an hour. I will speak to the courier myself."
Bulwer bowed his head in assent, but dry-washed his hands at the same time, insulted. Let him be. There was a small chance this could be done without exposing Varadin. Unnecessary precaution if he was insane, of course, but if not, revealing him would not make anything happen faster. Back in the audience chamber, Niall studied Varadin's message once more before holding the slip in a lamp flame, watching it catch. He crumpled the ash between his fingers. He had 4 rules concerning action and information. Never make a plan without knowing as much as you can of the enemy. Never be afraid to change your plans when you receive new information. Never believe you know everything, and never wait to know everything. The man who waited to know everything was still sitting in his tent when the enemy burned it over his head. Niall followed those rules. Only once in his life had he abandoned them to follow a hunch. At Jamara. For no reason but a tickling at the back of his head, he had set a third of his army to watch mountains all said were impassable. While he maneuvered the rest of his forces to crush the Mirandians and Altarans, an Ilianer army that was supposed to be 100 miles away came out of those impassable passes. The only reason he managed to withdraw without being crushed was a feeling. And now he felt that tickling again.
"I do not trust him," Talanvor said firmly. "He reminds me of a young sharp I saw at the fair once, a baby-faced fellow who could look you in the eye and grin while he was palming the pea from under its cup." For once, Morghese had no difficulty holding her temper. Young Piter had reported that his uncle had finally found a way to smuggle her out of the Fortress of the Light, her and the others. The others had been the rub. Torwin Barshaw had claimed himself able to get her out alone long since, but she would not leave them behind to the mercies of the White Cloaks. Not even Talanvor. "I will make a note of your feelings," she said indulgently. "Just do not let them hinder you. Do you have a saying that fits, Linny? Something for young Talanvor and his feelings?" Light! Why did she take such delight in taunting him? He came close to treason, but she was his queen, not... The rest of the thought would not come. Linny sat near the windows, rolling a ball of blue yarn from the skein Brianna held stretched on her hands. "Piter minds me of that young undergroom just before you went to the White Tower, the one who got 2 maids with child and was caught trying to sneak away from the manor with a sackful of your mother's plate." Morghese's jaw hardened, but nothing could spoil her pleasure, not even the glance Brianna gave her, as if she should be allowed to state her opinion as well. Piter had been overjoyed at Morghese's impending escape. Of course, part of that was because he apparently expected some sort of reward from his uncle for his part. At least a few of his comments suggested it, something about making up for a failure back home. But the young man practically danced when she agreed to the plan that would have them all out of the fortress today and out of Amador by sunrise tomorrow.
away from Amador and on the road to Gildan, where soldiers would not come with strings to tie to Andor. 2 days ago, Barshaw himself came to unfold the scheme, disguised as a shopkeeper delivering knitting needles and yarn, a squat, big-nosed man with a choleric eye and a sneering mouth, though the words came out respectfully enough. It was hard to believe him Piter's uncle. They looked so different, much less a merchant. Still, his plan was a marvel of simplicity, if hardly dignified, needing only enough people outside the fortress to make it work. Morghese was going to ride out of the Fortress of the Light, buried in the bottom of a cartload of kitchen refuse. "Now you all know what to do," she told them. So long as she herself was in her rooms, the rest could move about with considerable freedom. Everything depended on that. Well, not everything, but certainly every escape but her own. "Lini, you and Brianna must be in the laundry yard when the bell sounds high." Lini nodded complacently, but Brianna gave her a purse-lipped look. They had been over this 20 times. Even so, Morghese was not going to allow a mistake to result in anyone being left behind. "Talonvor, you will leave your sword behind and wait at an inn called the Oak and Thorn." He opened his mouth, but she forestalled him firmly. "I have heard your arguments. You can find another sword. They'll believe you mean to return if you leave it." He grimaced, but finally nodded. "Lam Gwyn is to wait at the Golden Head, and Basil at—" A hasty tap at the door, and it opened enough to admit Basil's balding head.
"My queen, there's a man, a child."
He glanced over his shoulder into the hall.
"There's a questioner, my queen."
Talonvor's hands went to his sword hilt, of course, and he would not take them away until she had gestured twice, and grimaced at him beside.
"Admit him?"
She managed a calm voice, but butterflies the size of foxes fluttered frantically in her belly.
A questioner? Was everything that suddenly had been going so well about to turn just as suddenly to disaster?
A tall, hawk-nosed man pushed Basil out of the way and closed the door in his face. The white and gold tabard with the crimson crook on his shoulder gave his rank as Inquisitor. She had not met Ainur Saren, but he had been pointed out to her. There was a set of unalterable certainty to his face.
"You are summoned to the Lord Captain Commander," he said coldly. "You will come now."
Morghese's thoughts raced faster than the butterflies. She was used to being summoned. Niall did not come to her, now he had her in the fortress, called before the man for another lecture on her duty to Andor, or for what was supposed to be a friendly chat, to show her that Niall had her best interests, and Andor's at heart. Used to that, but not to this sort of messenger. If she was being given over to the questioners, there would be no subterfuge. Asunawa would send enough men to drag her away, and everyone with her. Him she had met briefly. He made her blood freeze. Why had an Inquisitor been sent? She voiced the question, and Saren replied in the same icy tones. "I was with the Lord Captain Commander, and I was coming this way. I have finished my business, and now I will take you back. After all, you are a queen. Due respect." That all sounded slightly bored, somewhat impatient, until the last, when a note of wry mockery entered. No warmth, though. "Very well," she said. "Shall I accompany my queen?" Talonvor bowed formally. At least he made a display of deference when any outsider was around. No. She would take Lam Gwyn instead. No, any of the men would make it seem she thought she needed bodyguards. Saren frightened her nearly as much as Asunawa did, and she would not let him catch even a hint of the fact. She put on a casual, tolerant smile. "Surely I need no protection here?" Saren smiled too, or at least his mouth did. He seemed to be laughing at her. Outside, with Basil and Lam Gwyn looking at her uncertainly, she almost changed her mind about attendance. She would have, had she not spoken inside. But 2 men could not protect her if this really was some elaborate trap, and changing her mind would be a show of weakness. Walking through the stone corridors beside Saren, she certainly felt weak, not like a queen at all. No. Maybe she would scream like anyone else if the questioners had her in their dungeons. Well, there was no maybe about it. She was not fool enough to believe royal flesh different from any other in that regard. But until then, she would be what she was. Deliberately she set about flogging down those butterflies. Saren led her into a small flagstone-paved courtyard where bare-chested men were hacking at wooden posts with swords. "Where are we going?" she demanded. "This is not the way I have gone to the Lord Captain Commander's study before. Is he somewhere else?" "I take the shortest way," he replied curtly. "I have more important matters to see to than—" He did not finish, and he did not slow either. She had no choice but to follow, down a corridor lined with long rooms full of narrow cots and men often bare-chested, or in less. She kept her eyes fixed on Saren's back, composing the blistering sentences she meant to deliver to Niall. Across a stable yard the smell of horses and dung heavy in the air, and a farrier shoeing horses in one corner, along another barracks hallway, and then one with kitchens down one side, and the thick smell of stew cooking, into another courtyard. She stopped dead. A long, high scaffold stood in the middle of the yard. 3 women and over a dozen men filled every space, hands and feet bound, nooses snugged around their necks. Some wept piteously, most only looked terrified. The last 2 men on the far end were Torwin Barshaw and Piter, the boy in his shirt-sleeves instead of the red and white coat she had made for him. Piter was not weeping, but his uncle was. Piter appeared too horrified to think of tears. "For the light!" a white cloak officer called out, and another white cloak shoved a long lever at the end of the scaffold. Trapdoors snapped open with loud cracks, and the victims fell from sight. Some of the stretched ropes quivered as those at the end choked their lives away instead of dying quickly from a broken neck. Piter's was one of those, and her fine escape died with him. Perhaps she should have had as much concern for him, but it was the escape, she thought, way out of the trap she had walked into, herself trapped, and Andor with her. Saren was looking at her, plainly expecting her to faint or sick up. "So many at once?" she said, proud of the steadiness in her voice. Piter's rope had stopped jerking. It only swung slowly from side to side now. No escape. "We hang dark friends every day," Saren answered dryly. "Perhaps in Andor you release them with a lecture. We do not." Morghese met his gaze. The shortest way? So this was Niall's new tactic. It did not surprise her that no mention had been made of her planned escape. Niall was too subtle for that. She was an honored guest, and Piter and his uncle had been hanged by chance for some crime that had nothing to do with her. Who would be the next to mount the gallows? Lamgwin or Basil? Linny or Talanvor? Strange, but the image of Talanvor with a rope around his neck hurt more than the image of Linny. The mind played peculiar tricks. Over Saren's shoulder she caught sight of Asunawa at a window overlooking the scaffold. He was staring down at her. Maybe this was his doing, not Niall's. It made no difference. She could not let her people die for nothing. She could not let Talanvor die. Very peculiar tricks. Arching an eyebrow mockingly, she said, "If this has unhinged your knees, I suppose we can wait until you find your strength again." A light voice, not affected at all by what she saw. Light. Let her not vomit. Saren's face darkened, and he turned on his heel and stalked away. She followed at a stately pace, not looking up at Asunawa's window, trying not to think of the scaffold. Perhaps it really was the shortest way, for in the next corridor Saren led her up steep flights of stairs, delivering her to Niall's audience chamber more quickly than she remembered making the journey before. As usual, Niall did not rise, and there was no chair for her to take, so she was forced to stand before him like a petitioner. He seemed distracted, sitting silent and staring at her, but not really seeing her. He had won, and he did not even see her. That irritated her. Light! He had won! Perhaps she should return to her rooms. If she told Talanvor and Lamgwin and Basil to carve a path for her, they would try. They would die, and so would she. She had never held a sword, but if she gave that command, she would take one up. She would die, and Elaine would ascend the Lion Throne. She would, as soon as Althor could be pushed from it.
The White Tower would see that Elaine got what was hers. The Tower. If the Tower secured the throne for Elaine... It seemed mad, yet she trusted the Tower even less than she did Niall. No, she had to save Andor herself. But the cost... The cost must be paid. She had to force the words out. "I'm ready to sign your treaty." Niall hardly appeared to hear at first. Then he blinked, and suddenly laughed wryly and shook his head. That irritated her too, pretending surprise. She had not tried to escape. She was a guest. She wished she could see him on a gallows. He moved into action so quickly that he almost dispelled the memory of his earlier apathy. In moments he had his dried-up little secretary in with a long parchment, everything already written out, and even a copy of the Seal of Andor she could not tell from the original. Choice or no choice, she made a show of reading the terms. They were no different than she had expected. Niall would lead the White Cloaks to regain her throne, but there was a price, if not named as such. 1,000 White Cloaks quartered in Caemlyn with their own courts of law outside Andoran law in perpetuity. White Cloaks to stand equal with the Queen's guards throughout Andor in perpetuity. It might take her lifetime to undo signing this, and Elaine's as well, but the alternative was al'Thor with the Lion Throne as a trophy. If any woman ever sat on it again, it would be Elenia or Nian or one of that ilk, and as al'Thor's puppet. That, or Elaine as the Tower's puppet. She could not make herself trust the Tower. She signed her name clearly, pressed the copied seal into the red wax that Niall's secretary dripped at the foot of the sheet. The Lion of Andor surrounded by the rose crown. There. She was the first queen ever to accept foreign soldiers on Andoran soil. How soon... It was harder to say than she had imagined. "How soon will your legions ride?" Niall hesitated, glancing down the table. There was nothing there except pen and ink, a sand bowl and a freshly burned down stub of sealing wax, as if he had very recently written a letter. He finished scrawling his signature on the treaty and impressed his own seal, a flaring sun in golden wax, then handed the parchment to his secretary. "Put this in the document room, Balwer. I fear I cannot move as quickly as I had hoped, Morgaze. There are developments I must consider. Nothing that need concern you. Simply a matter of how best to move in areas unrelated to Andor. I insist you take this as simply more time for me to enjoy your company." Balwer bowed smoothly, if somewhat prissily, yet she was almost certain his eyes nearly jerked toward Niall in surprise. She herself nearly gaped. He pressed her, and now he had other matters to consider? Balwer scurried out as though afraid she might try to snatch back the treaty and tear it up, but that was the furthest thing from her mind. At least there would be no more hangings. The rest would be dealt with when it could be. One step at a time. Her dogged resistance had failed, but now she had time again, an unexpected gift not to be wasted. The pleasure of her company. She put on a warm smile. "It seems as though a weight has lifted from my shoulders. Tell me, do you play stones?" "I am accounted a fair player." His answering smile was surprised at first, then amused. Morgaze flushed, but managed to keep her face from showing anger. Perhaps it was best that he thought her broken now. No one watched a broken opponent too closely or regarded them too highly, and if she was careful, with time she could begin recovering what she had given away before his soldiers left Amadicia. She had had a very good teacher in the game of houses. "I will try not to provide too poor a match, if you would like to play." She was well beyond fair herself, perhaps even beyond good, but she would have to lose, of course, though not so badly that he grew bored. She hated losing.
Frowning, Asinawa drummed his fingers on the gilded arm of his chair. Above his head, the shepherd's crook was worked in brilliant lacquer on a pure white disk.
"The witch was taken aback," he murmured.
Sarn answered as though it was an accusation. "Some people are affected that way by hanging. The Dark Friends were rounded up yesterday. I'm told they were chanting some catechism to the shadow when Trom broke down the door. I checked, but no one thought to ask if they had any connection to her." At least he did not shift his feet. He stood as straight as any hand of the light should. Asinawa dismissed explanations with a slight wave of his hand. Of course there was no connection, aside from the fact that she was a witch and they Dark Friends. The witch was in the Fortress of the Light, after all. Still, he was troubled. "Nile sent me to fetch her as if I were a dog," Sarn grated. "I almost spewed up my stomach standing so close to a witch. My hands wanted her throat." Asinawa did not bother to respond. He hardly heard. Of course, Nile hated the hand. Most men hated what they feared. No, his mind was on Morghese. She was not weak, by all accounts. She had certainly fended off Nile well enough. Most people would have collapsed as soon as they were inside the fortress. She would ruin some of his plans if she turned out to be weak after all. He had all the details in his mind. Each day of her trial, with ambassadors on hand from every land that could still produce one, until finally her dramatic confession, wrung from her so skillfully no one would ever find a mark. And then the ceremonies surrounding her execution. A special gallows just for her, to be preserved afterwards to mark the occasion. "Let us hope she continues to resist Nile," he said, with a smile that some would call mild and pious. Even Nile's patience could not last forever. Eventually, he would have to hand her to justice.
Chapter 32. Summoned in Haste. To Egwene, Rand's visit to Cairhien seemed like one of those Grand Illuminator's fireworks displays she had heard of but never seen, exploding all through the city. The echoes seemed to reverberate without end. She did not go near the palace again, of course, but wise ones that went every day to search for traps laid with saidar told her what went on. Nobles stared at one another with slitted eyes, Tyron and Cairhienin alike. Berelain seemed to have gone into hiding, refusing to see anyone she did not have to. Ruark apparently took her to task for neglecting her duties with small effect. He appeared to be the only one unaffected in the whole palace. Even the servants jumped if you looked at them, though that might just have been having the wise ones themselves poking into every corner. In the tents things were no better, among the wise ones anyway. The rest of the Aiel were like Ruark, calm and solid. Their attitude made the wise ones' moodiness even more tense by comparison, not that it needed any. Amis and Cerelia came back from meeting Rand all but hissing. They did not say why, not where Egwene could hear, but the feeling spread through the wise ones as fast as thought, until every one of them stalked about like a bristling cat, ready to claw anything that moved. Their apprentices stepped lightly and spoke softly, but still were scolded for what would have passed without notice before, and punished for what would have brought only a scolding. Shaido wise ones appearing in the camp did not help. At least Therava and Emerys were wise ones. The third was Savannah herself, striding around self-importantly with her blouse unlaced enough to rival Berelain, no matter how the dust blew. Therava and Emerys said Savannah was a wise one, and though Cerelia grumbled, there was no choice but to accept her as one. Egwene was sure they were spying, but Amis nearly looked at her when she suggested it. Protected by custom, they had a free run of the tents, welcomed by all the wise ones, even Cerelia, as if close friends or first sisters. Still, their presence honed the edge of everyone's mood, especially Egwene's. That smirking cat Savannah knew who she was, and took no pains to hide her delight in sending the short apprentice girl to fetch a cup of water or the like at any opportunity. Savannah looked at her, too, a studying sort of gaze. It made Egwene think of someone studying a chicken, thinking how to cook it after they stole it. Worse than that, the wise ones would not tell her what they talked about. It was wise ones' business, and none of apprentices'. For whatever reason the Shaido were there, the mood among the other wise ones certainly interested them. More than once Egwene saw Savannah,
when she thought herself unobserved, smile as she watched Amis or Melinda or Cosane stalk by, talking to herself and needlessly adjusting her shawl. No one listened to Egwene, of course. Too many comments about the Shaido women finally earned her most of a day spent digging a hole deep enough to stand in without being seen, and when she climbed out, all sweat and filth, to begin filling it in, Savannah was watching. 2 days after Rand left, Aeron and some other wise ones talked 3 maidens into sneaking over the wall of Arillin's palace in the night to see what they could scout out, and that made everything worse. The 3 avoided Gawain's guards, if with more difficulty than they expected, but the Aes Sedai were another matter. While they were still climbing from the roof into an attic, they were wrapped up in the power and whisked inside. Fortunately, Coiron and the others seemed to think they were there to steal, though the maidens might not have thought it was so fortunate. They were tossed into the street, so bruised they could hardly walk, and still struggling not to sniffle when they got back to the tents. The other wise ones took turns upbraiding Aeron and her friends, usually in private, though Cerelia appeared to make a point of confronting them before as many people as possible. Savannah and her 2 companions sneered quite openly whenever they saw Aeron or one of the others, and speculated among themselves in very audible voices about what the Aes Sedai would do when they found out. Even Cerelia looked at them askance for that, but no one said anything, and Aeron and her friends began walking as small as the apprentices. The apprentices began trying to hide when not actually performing their duties or taking lessons. Sharp tempers became like razors. Except for her hole, Egwene managed to avoid the worst of it, but only because she stayed away from the tents a good deal, largely to stay clear of Savannah before she taught the woman a lesson. She had no doubt how that would end. Savannah was accepted as a wise one, no matter how many grimaces there might be when she was not around. Amis and Bear would probably let the Shaido woman set her punishment. At least staying away was not too difficult. She might be an apprentice, but only Cerelia made any effort to teach her the 1,000 things a wise one had to know. Until Amis and Bear gave her final permission to return to Tel'aran'rhiod, Rhiod, her days and nights were largely her own, so long as she managed to escape being snapped up with Saranda and the rest to wash dishes, or gather dung for the fires, or the like. She could not understand why the days seemed to pass so slowly. She thought it must be waiting on Amis and Bear. Gawain was at the Long Man every morning. She became used to the fat innkeeper's suggestive smirks, though once or twice she did think of kicking the woman. Maybe 3 times, no more than that. Those hours went by in a flash. No sooner did she sit on his knee than it was time to straighten her hair and leave. Sitting on his knee no longer frightened her. Not that it had ever frightened her exactly, but it had come to be more than pleasant. If she sometimes thought things she should not have, if those thoughts made her blush, well, he always brushed her face with his fingers when she blushed, and said her name in a way she could have spent a lifetime hearing. He let slip less about what was going on with the Aes Sedai than she learned elsewhere, and she could hardly make herself care. It was the other hours that dragged out as though mired in mud. There was so little to do that she thought she might burst from frustration. Wise ones keeping watch on Arillin's mansion reported no more Aes Sedai. Chosen from those who could channel, the watchers said the Aes Sedai were still wielding the power inside day and night without break. But Egwene did not dare go close, and if she had, she could not have told what they were doing without seeing the flows. Had the wise ones been less snappish, she might have tried to spend time reading in her tent. But the one time she touched a book except at night by lamplight, Bear muttered so about girls wasting their days lying about lazily that Egwene murmured that she had forgotten something and scurried out of the tent before she was found something more useful to do. A few moments' conversation with another apprentice could be as dangerous. Stopping to talk with Saranda, who was hiding in the shade cast by a tent belonging to some stone dogs, earned her an afternoon doing laundry when Cerelia found them. She might actually have been glad of chores just for something to do, but Cerelia examined the perfectly clean wash hung inside the tent to keep off the ever-present dust, sniffed,
and told them to do it again. Twice she told them to do it again. Savannah watched part of that, too. Being in the city always made Egwene look over her shoulder, yet on the third day she picked her way down to the docks as cautiously as a mouse stealing from a cat. A wizened fellow with a narrow little boat scratched his thinning hair and demanded a silver mark to row her out to the sea-folk's ship. Everything was dear, but that was ridiculous. She fixed him with a level stare, told him he could have a silver penny, still far too much, really, and hoped the bargaining would not take her whole purse. She did not have much. Everybody jumped and flinched at the Aiel, but when it came to bargaining they forgot all about consor and spears and fought like lions. He opened his toothless mouth, closed it, peered at her, then muttered under his breath, and to her surprise told her she was stealing the bread out of his mouth. "Get in," he grumbled. "Get in. I cannot waste all day for a pittance. Browbeating a man, stealing the bread." He went on like that even after he began working the oars, pulling the tiny boat out onto the broad waters of the Alguenya. Egwene did not know whether Rand had met this wave mistress, but she hoped he had. According to Elaine, the dragon reborn was the sea folk Coramor, the chosen one, and all he had to do was appear to have them running at his beck and call. She hoped they did not grovel too much, though. Rand got more than enough of that already. Still, it was not Rand that sent her out with the muttering boatman. Elaine had actually met some of the Atha'an Mier, had traveled on one of their ships, and she said sea folk wind-finders could channel, some of them anyway, maybe most. That was a secret the Atha'an Mier held close, but the wind-finder on Elaine's vessel had been more than willing to share her knowledge once her secret was penetrated. Sea folk wind-finder knew weather. Elaine claimed they knew more of weather than the Aes Sedai. She said the wind-finder on her ship had worked enormous flows to produce favorable winds. Egwene had no idea how much of that was true and how much enthusiasm, but learning a little about weather would certainly be better than twiddling her thumbs and wondering whether being caught by Nasuna might be a relief from the Wise Ones and Savannah. With what she knew now, she could not have made it rain if the skies were black except for lightning. At the moment, of course, the sun burned golden in a cloudless sky, and heat shimmers danced over the dark water. At least the dust did not make it far onto the river. When the boatman finally drew in his oars and let the small craft drift beside the ship, Egwene stood up, ignoring his mutters that she would have them both in the river. "Hello?" she called. "Hello? May I come aboard?" She had been on several riverboats and was proud that she knew the right terms. Shipfolk seemed touchy about the right words, but this vessel was outside her experience. She had seen rivercraft longer, a few, but none so tall. Some of the crew were in the rigging or clambering up the slanted masts, dark, bare-chested men, barefoot in wide, colorful trousers held up by bright sashes, dark women in bright blouses as well. She was just at the point of shouting again, louder, when a rope ladder uncoiled down the side of the ship. No answering call came from the ship, yet that seemed invitation enough. Egwene climbed. It was difficult. Not the climb, but keeping her skirts decently close. She could see why the seafolk women wore trousers, but finally she reached the rail. Immediately her eyes fell on a woman not a span away on the deck. Her blouse and trousers were blue silk with a darker sash. She wore 3 worked gold earrings in each ear, and a fine chain that supported tiny, glittering medallions ran from one to a ring in her nose. Elaine had described this, and even demonstrated using Tel'aran'rhiod, but seeing it in the flesh made Egwene wince. But there was something else. She could sense the ability to channel. She had found the wind-finder. She opened her mouth, and a dark hand flashed in front of her eyes with a gleaming dagger. Before she could scream, the blade sliced through the ropes of the ladder. Still clinging to the useless thing, she plummeted. She did scream then, for all of a heartbeat, before she went into the river feet first, plunging deep. Water rushed into her open mouth, drowning her scream. She thought she swallowed half the river. Frantically she struggled to unwrap her skirts from around her head, and rid herself of the ladder. She was not in a panic. She was not. How far down had she gone? It was all muddy darkness around her. Which way was up? Iron bands gripped her chest, but she breathed out through her nose, watching the bubbles stream, as it seemed to her, down and to her left. Twisting, she stroked for the surface. How far? Lungs burning. Her head broke through into daylight, and she sucked in air with a coughing gasp. To her surprise, the boatman reached down and hauled her into his boat by increments, muttering at her to stop thrashing before she upset them, adding that sea folk were a touchy lot. He leaned over again to reclaim her shawl before it sank once more. She snatched it from him, and he shied back as if he thought she meant to hit him with it. Her skirts hung heavily, her blouse and shift clung, her headscarf slanted across her forehead. A pool began to form in the bottom of the boat under her feet. The boat had drifted maybe 20 paces from the ship. The wind-finder was at the railing now, and 2 more women, one in plain green silk, the other brocaded red worked with gold thread. Their earrings and nose rings and chains caught the sun. "You are refused the gift of passage," the green-clad woman called, and the one in red shouted, "Tell the other disguises do not fool us. You do not frighten us. You are all refused the gift of passage." The wizened boatman picked up his oars, but Egwene pointed a finger straight at his narrow nose. "Stop right where you are." He stopped, dunking her. Not a word of common courtesy. Drawing a deep breath, she embraced Saidar and channeled 4 flows before the wind-finder could react. So she knew weather, did she? Could she divide her flows 4 ways? Not many Aes Sedai could. One flow was spirit, a shield she shoved onto the wind-finder to keep her from interfering, if she knew how. Each of the other 3 was air, woven almost delicately around each woman, binding her arms to her sides. Lifting them was not precisely difficult, but not easy either. A clamor rose on the ship as the women floated into the air and out over the river. Egwene heard the boatman moaning. She was not interested in him. The 3 seafolk women did not even kick. With an effort she hoisted them higher, some 10 or 12 paces above the surface. No matter how hard she strained, that seemed to be the limit. Well, you don't want to actually hurt them, she thought, and released the weaves. They'll scream now. The seafolk women curled into balls as soon as they began to fall, spun, straightened with their arms thrust out before them. They entered the water with 3 quite small splashes. Moments later, 3 dark heads broke the surface, and the women began swimming rapidly back toward the ship. Egwene closed her mouth. If I haul them up by their ankles and dunk their heads, they'll... What was she thinking? They had to scream because she had? She was no wetter than they. I must look like a drowned rat. She channeled carefully. Working about yourself always took care. You could not see the flows clearly, and water rolled off her, oozed out of her garments. It made quite a puddle. It was the boatman staring at her, mouth hanging open and eyes wide, that made her realize what she had done. Channeled, in the middle of the river, with nothing to hide her from any Aes Sedai who happened to be where she could see. Sun or no sun, she suddenly felt cold to the bone. "You may take me back to shore now." No telling who was on the docks. At this distance she could not tell a man from a woman. "Not to the city, the riverbank." The fellow flung himself against his oars so hard she almost fell over backward. He took her to a spot where the shore was all smooth rocks the size of her head. There was no one in sight, but she leaped out as soon as the boat grated onto the rocks, hoisted her skirts, and darted up the sloping bank at a dead run she maintained all the way back to her tent, where she collapsed in a panting pile of sweat. She did not go near the city again, except to meet Gawain, of course. The days passed, and the now almost ceaseless wind carried waves of dust and grit day and night. On the 5th night, Bear accompanied Egwene into the world of dreams, just a quick jaunt in the nature of a test, a walk in the part of Tel'aran'rhiod that Bear knew best, the Aiel Waste, a parched, jagged land that made even drought-torn Cairhien seem lush and fair. A quick trip, and then Bear and Amis came to wake her and see whether it had had any ill effect. It had not. No matter how they made her run and jump, no matter how often they peered into her eyes and listened to her heart, they agreed. But agreement or not, the next night Amis took her for another short trip to the waste, followed by another examination that made her glad to crawl onto her pallet and fall into a deep sleep. Those 2 nights she did not return to the world of dreams, but it was more exhaustion than anything else. Before that she had told herself every night she should stop. A fine thing if she was caught violating their strictures just when they were ready to lift them. But somehow she always decided that just a short trip would be all right, quick enough to reduce the chance of exposure. One thing she did avoid was the place between Tel'aran'rhiod Rhiod and the waking world, the place where dreams floated. Especially she avoided it after she found herself thinking that if she was very careful, she might be able to peek into Gawain's dreams without being drawn in, and that even if she was pulled in, it would only be a dream. She reminded herself firmly that she was a grown woman, not a silly girl. She was just glad no one else knew what a snarl the man made of her thoughts. Amis and Bear would laugh till they cried. On the 7th night she prepared herself for bed carefully, putting on a fresh shift and brushing her hair till it shone. All useless so far as Tel'aran'rhiod was concerned, but it kept her from thinking about how her stomach was doing backflips. Tonight it would be Aes Sedai waiting in the heart of the stone, not Nynaeve or Elaine. That should make no difference, unless... The ivory-backed hairbrush froze in mid-stroke. Unless one of the Aes Sedai revealed that she was only accepted. Why had she not thought of that before? Light, but she wished she could talk with Nynaeve and Elaine. Only she could not see what good it would do, and she was certain that dream of breaking things meant something would go badly wrong if she did speak to them. Chewing her lip, she considered going to Amis and telling her she was not feeling well. Nothing serious, just an upset stomach, but she did not think she could visit the dream tonight. They were going to start her lessons again after tonight's meeting, but another lie, and a coward's way to boot. She would not be a coward. Not everyone could be as brave as everyone else, but cowardice was despicable. Whatever happened tonight, she had to make herself face it, and that was that. Firmly she put down the brush, blew out the lamp, and crawled onto her pallet. She was tired enough that falling asleep presented no problem, though if necessary she knew how to put herself to sleep at any time now, or enter a light trance where she could be in the world of dreams and still talk, well, mumble, to someone waiting by her body. The last thing before sleep came, she realized something surprising. Her stomach was not turning over anymore. She stood in a great vaulted chamber forested with thick columns of polished red stone, the heart of the stone in the stone of Tyr. Gilded lamps hung from chains overhead, unlit, but there was of course light, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Amis and Bear were already there, looking no different than they had that morning, except that all their necklaces and bracelets sparkled a bit more than even gold really should have. They were talking quietly and looking irritated. Egwene caught only a word here and there, but 2 of them were Rand al'Thor. Abruptly she realized she was wearing an Accepted's white dress with the banded hem. As soon as she did, it became a copy of the Wise One's garb, without jewelry. She did not think the other 2 women had noticed, or would know what the dress meant if they did. There were times when surrender lost less Ji and earned less To than the alternatives, but no Aiel would ever consider it without even trying to fight. "They are late again," Amis said wryly, walking out into the open space beneath the chamber's great dome. Driven into the floor stones there was what appeared to be a sword made of crystal, Kalandor of prophecy, a male sangreal and one of the most powerful ever made. Rand had put it there to remind the Tyrants of him, as if there was any chance of them forgetting. But Amis barely glanced at it. To others, the sword that is not a sword might be a symbol of the dragon reborn. To her, it was a Wetlander concern. "At least we can hope they will not try to pretend they know everything and we nothing. They were much better last time." Bear's snort would have made Cerelia blink. "They will never be better.
The least they can do is be where they said they would be when they said that—" She cut off as 7 women appeared suddenly on the other side of Callandor. Egwene recognized them, including the young woman with the determined blue eyes she had seen before in Tel Rhyd. Who was she? Amis and Bear had mentioned the others, usually in acid tones, but never another. She wore a blue-fringed shawl. They all wore their shawls. Their dresses changed color and cut from moment to moment, but the shawls never flickered. The Aes Sedai's eyes focused immediately on Egwene. The wise ones might as well not have existed. "Egwene al'Vere," Sheriam said formally, "you are summoned before the hall of the tower." Her tilted green eyes shone with some suppressed emotion. Egwene's stomach sank. They knew she had been masquerading as a full sister. "Ask not why you are summoned," Carlinia said right behind Sheriam, her icy voice making the formality even harder. "It is yours to answer, not to question." For some reason she had cut her dark hair short. That was the sort of unimportant detail that seemed to loom large in Egwene's mind. She certainly did not want to think about what this all meant. The ceremonious phrases rolled on in a stately rhythm. Amis and Bear adjusted their shawls and frowned, their irritation beginning to turn to concern. "Delay not in your coming." Egwene had always thought Anaya kindly, but the bluff-faced woman sounded as firm as Carlinia, and not all that much warmer in her formality. "It is yours to obey in haste." The 3 spoke in unison. "It is well to fear the summons of the hall. It is well to obey in haste and humility, unasking. You are summoned to kneel before the hall of the tower and accept their judgment." Egwene controlled her breathing, at least enough that she managed not to pant. What was the penalty for what she had done? Not light, she suspected. Not if all this ceremony went with it. They were all staring at her. She tried to read something on those Aes Sedai faces. 6 showed only ageless serenity, with maybe a hint of intensity in the eyes. The young blue had the cool calmness of one who had been Aes Sedai for years, but she could not hide a slight, satisfied smile. They seemed to be waiting for something. "I will come as soon as I can," she said. Maybe her stomach was down in her ankles, but she could match them with her voice. No cowardice. She would be Aes Sedai, if they let her, after this. "I don't know how quickly, though. It's a long way, and I do not know exactly where Salidar is, just somewhere along the River Eldar." Sheriam exchanged glances with the others. Her dress went from pale blue silk to dark gray with divided skirts. "We are sure there is a way to make the journey quickly, if the wise ones will help. Swan is sure it will require no more than a day or 2 if you enter Tel Rhyd physically." "No," Bear snapped. At the same instant, Amis said, "We will not teach her such a thing. It was used for evil, it is evil, and whoever does it loses part of themselves." "You cannot be sure of this," Baonin said patiently, "since it seems none of you have ever done it. But if you know of it, you must have some notion of how it is done. We may be able to work out what you do not know." Patience was exactly the wrong tone. Ami settled her shawl and stood up even straighter than usual. Bear planted fists on hips, with a glare that showed teeth. In a moment there was going to be one of those eruptions the wise ones had hinted at. They were going to teach these Aes Sedai a few lessons about what could be done in Tel Rhyd, by way of showing them how little they knew. The Aes Sedai faced them quite calmly, full of confidence. Their shawls held steady, but their dresses flickered almost as fast as Egwene's heartbeat. Only the young blue's garb had any semblance of holding, changing just once during that long silence. She had to stop it. She had to go to Salidar, and it certainly would help nothing if she came as witness to the humiliation of these Aes Sedai. "I know how. I think I do. I'm willing to try. If it did not work, she could always ride. But I still have to know where, better than I do now, anyway." Amis and Bear turned their attention from the Aes Sedai to her.
Not even Carlinia could have equaled those cold stares, or Morvrin. Egwene's heart sank after her stomach. Shiriam immediately began giving directions, so many miles west of this village, so many leagues south of that, but the young blue cleared her throat and said, "This may be more help." The voice sounded familiar, but Egwene could not connect it to the face. Perhaps she had little better control of her clothing than the others. Soft green silk became deep blue as she spoke. A high embroidered neck became a lace ruff in the Tyran style, a cap of pearls appearing on her head. But she did know something of Tel'aran'rhiod. Suddenly a large map hung in the air to one side, with a glowing red dot at one end labeled Cairhien in large letters, and another as Salidar at the other. The map began to expand and change. Suddenly the mountains were not just lines, but raised up. The forests took on shades of green and brown. The rivers glittered like blue water in sunlight. It grew until it made a wall hiding the entire side of the heart. It was like looking down on the world. Even the wise ones were impressed enough to ignore their disapproval, at least until the woman's Tyran gown turned to yellow silk with a silver-embroidered neckline. The young woman was not interested in them, though. For some reason she stared challengingly at the other Aes Sedai. "That is splendid, Swan," Shiriam said after a moment. Egwene blinked. Swan? It must be a woman of the same name. This younger Swan gave a self-satisfied sniff and a sharp nod very reminiscent of Swan Sanche, but that was impossible. "You're just trying to put it off," she told herself firmly. "It's certainly enough for me to find Salidar, whether or not I can—" She glanced at Amis and Bear, so full of silent disapproval they could have been carved of winter stone. "Whether or not I can come here in the flesh. One way or another, I promise I will be in Salidar as soon as I can." The map vanished. "Light! What are they going to do to me?" Her mouth half-formed the question, and Carlinia cut her off sharply, deep in the ceremony again and even harder than before. "Ask not why you are summoned. It is yours to answer, not to question. Delay not in your coming," Anaya said. "It is yours to obey in haste." The Aes Sedai exchanged glances and vanished so quickly, she half wondered whether they thought she would ask anyway. That left her alone with Amis and Bear, but when she turned to them, uncertain whether to begin with an explanation or an apology or just a plea for understanding, they vanished too, leaving her there alone, surrounded by the redstone columns, with Kalendor glittering beside her. There were no excuses in Ji'ito. Exhaling sadly, she stepped out of Tel'aran'rhiod back to her sleeping body. She woke immediately. Waking when you wished was as much a part of a dream-walker's training as going to sleep when you wished, and she had promised to go as quickly as she could. Channeling, she lit the lamps, all of them. She would need light. She made an effort to be brisk as she knelt beside one of the small chests that stood against the walls of the tent and began digging out clothes she had not worn since going to the waste. A part of her life was over, but she would not cry over the loss. She would not.
As soon as Egwene disappeared, Rand stepped out from among the columns. He came here sometimes to look at Kalendor. The first visit had been after Osmodian taught him to invert his weaves. Then he had changed the traps laid around the sa'angreal, so only he could see them. If the prophecies could be believed, whoever drew it out would follow after him. He was not sure how much he did believe any longer, but there was no sense taking chances. Lews Therin rumbled somewhere in the back of his head. He always did when Rand came close to Kalendor. But tonight the gleaming crystal sword interested Rand not at all. He stared at where the huge map had hung. Not really a map. There at the end, but something more. What was this place? Was it simple chance that drew him here tonight instead of yesterday or tomorrow? One of his ta'veren tugs on the pattern? No matter. Egwene had accepted that summons meekly, and that she would never do if it came from the Tower and Elida. This Salidar was where her mysterious friends were hiding, where Elaine was. They had handed themselves to him. Laughing, he opened a gateway to the reflection of the palace in Caemlyn.
Chapter 33. Courage to Strengthen. Kneeling in just her shift, Egwene frowned at the dark green silk riding dress she had worn into the waist, which seemed a very long time ago. There was so much to do. She had given some time to writing a hasty note and rousing Cowinda from her blankets with instructions to leave it at the Long Man in the morning. It said little beyond the fact that she had to go away. She did not know much more, but she could not just disappear without telling Gawain. A few of the phrases made her blush to remember. Saying she loved him was one thing, but actually asking him to wait. Yet she had taken care of him as far as was possible. Now she had to ready herself, and she hardly knew for what. The tent flap was thrown back, and Amis entered, then Bear and Cerelia. They stood in a line looking down at her, 3 faces stern with disapproval. It was very hard not to clutch the dress to her breast. In her shift she felt very much at a disadvantage. In armor she would have been at a disadvantage, a matter of knowing she was in the wrong. She was surprised it had taken them so long to come. She took a deep breath. "If you've come to punish me, I don't have time for carrying water or digging holes or any of it. I am sorry, but I said I would come as soon as I can, and I think they mean to count minutes." Amis's pale eyebrows rose in surprise, and a puzzled look passed between Cerelia and Bear. "How should we punish you?" Amis asked. "You stopped being a pupil the moment your sisters summoned you. You must go to them as Aes Sedai." Egwene covered a wince by examining the riding dress again. It had gathered remarkably few wrinkles for having been rolled up in a chest all these months. She made herself face them again. "I know you're angry with me, and you have cause." "Angry?" Cerelia said. "We are not angry. I thought you knew us better." It was true she did not sound angry, yet censure still painted all their faces, including hers. Egwene stared from one to the other, especially Amis and Bear. "But you told me how wrong you think what I'm going to do is. You said I must not even think about it. I said I wouldn't, and then I went ahead and worked out how to do it." Startlingly, a smile bloomed on Cerelia's leathery face. Her multitude of bracelets clattered as she shifted her shawl in a satisfied manner. "You see? I told you she would understand. She could be Aiel." Some of the tightness faded from Amis, a little more from Bear, and Egwene understood. They were not angry that she meant to try entering Tel'aran'rhiod in the flesh. That was wrong in their eyes, but you had to do what you felt you had to do. And even if this worked, it incurred no obligation except to herself. Not angry at all, really. Not yet. What dug at them was her lie. Her stomach fluttered. The lie she had admitted. Maybe her smallest lie. Another deep breath was required to prime her throat for the words. "I lied about other things, too. I entered Tel'aran'rhiod alone after I promised I would not." Amis's face darkened again. Cerelia, not a dream-walker, only shook her head ruefully. "I promised to obey as a pupil, but when you said the world of dreams was too dangerous after I was injured, I went anyway." Bear folded her arms, expressionless. Cerelia muttered something about foolish girls, but it hardly sounded heated. A third long breath. This would be the hardest to say. Her middle was not fluttering anymore. It danced so hard she was surprised she was not shaking. "The worst of all is I am not Aes Sedai. I'm only accepted. You might call me an apprentice. I will not be raised to Aes Sedai for years, if I ever am now." Cerelia's head came up at that, thin lips compressed in a hard line, but still none of them said anything. It was up to Egwene to make matters right. They could never be exactly as before, but... "You've admitted everything," a small voice whispered. "Now you'd better get on with finding out how fast you can reach Salidar. You can still be raised Aes Sedai one day, but not if you make them madder than they already are." Egwene lowered her eyes and stared at the colorful, layered carpets, her mouth twisting with scorn. Scorn for that small voice, and shame that it could speak in her head, that she could think it. She was going away, but before she did, she had to put matters right. It was possible, under Ji'ito. You did what you had to do, then paid the cost. Long months ago in the waste, Aviendha had showed her how a lie was paid for. Gathering every scrap of courage she could find, hoping it was enough, Egwene put the silk dress aside and stood. Strangely, beginning seemed to make going on easier. She still had to look up to meet their eyes, but she did it proudly, head high, and she did not have to force the words at all. I have to. Her stomach was not fluttering any longer. I ask the favor that you will help me meet my toe. Salidar was going to have to wait.
Leaning on his elbow, Matt examined the game of snakes and foxes laid out on the tent floor. Occasionally a drop of sweat fell from his chin, just missing the board. It was not a board at all, really. Just a piece of red cloth with the web of lines drawn in black ink and arrows showing which lines allowed movement only one way and which both. 10 pale wooden discs, each with an inked triangle, were the foxes, 10 with a wavy line the snakes. 2 lamps set to either side gave more than enough light.
"We will win this time, Matt," Oliver said excitedly. "I know we will."
"Maybe," Matt said. Their 2 black-stained discs were nearly to the circle in the middle of the board, but the next roll of the dice would be for the snakes and foxes. Most of the time, you did not make it as far as the outer edge. Roll the dice. He never touched the dice cup himself since the day he had given it to the boy. If they were going to play the game, it might as well be without his luck taking a hand. With a grin, Oliver rattled the leather cup and spilled out the wooden dice his father had made. He groaned as he counted the pips. This time, 3 dice showed faces marked with a triangle, the other 3 wavy lines. On their turn, you had to move the snakes and foxes toward your own pieces by the shortest path, and if one landed on the point you occupied, a snake touched Oliver, a fox Matt, and Matt could see if the rest of the pips had been played, 2 more snakes would have reached him. Only a child's game, and one you would not win so long as you followed the rules. Soon Oliver would be old enough to realize that, and like other children, stop playing. Only a child's game, but Matt did not like the fox getting him, and even less the snakes. It brought back bad memories, even if one had nothing to do with the other. "Well," Oliver muttered, "we almost won. Another game, Matt?" Not waiting for an answer, he made the sign that opened the game, a triangle, and then a wavy line through it, then chanted the words, "Courage to strengthen, fire to blind, music to dazzle, iron to bind." "Matt, why do we say that? There is no fire, no music, and no iron." "I don't know." The line tickled something in the back of his head, but he could not bring it up. The old memories from the Tirangrial might as well have been chosen at random. They probably had been. And there were all those gaps in his own, all those fuzzy places. The boy was always asking questions he did not know the answer to, usually beginning with why. Derred ducked in out of the night and gave a start of surprise. Face shining with sweat, he still had his coat on, if hanging undone. His newest scar made a pink furrow across the white lines crisscrossing his face. "I think it's past your bedtime, Oliver," Matt said, pushing himself up. His wounds gave a few tinges, but only a few. They were healing just fine. "Put the board up." He stepped close to Derred and lowered his voice to a whisper. "If you ever tell about this, I'll cut your throat." "Why?" Derred asked dryly. "You are turning into a wonderful father. He shows a remarkable resemblance to you." He seemed to be struggling with a grin, but a moment later it was gone. "The Lord Dragon is coming into camp," he said, as serious as death. Thoughts of punching Derred in the nose vanished. Matt pushed the tent flap aside and ducked into the night in his shirt sleeves. 6 of Derred's men, in a circle around the tent, stiffened when he appeared. Crossbowmen. Pikes certainly would not be much good for guards. It was night, but not dark in the camp. The bright glow of a waxing three-quarter moon in a cloudless sky was washed out by the light of fires spaced among the rows of tents and men sleeping on the ground. Sentries stood every 20 paces all the way to the log palisade. Not the way Matt would have preferred it, but if an attack could pop out of the air. The land lay nearly flat here, so he had a clear view of Rand striding toward him. Not alone. 2 veiled Aiel moved on their toes, heads swiveling every time one of the band rolled over in his sleep or a sentry shifted his feet to watch them. That Aiel woman Avienda was with him as well, a bundle across her back, stalking along as if she would go for the throat of anyone who got in her way. Matt did not understand why Rand kept her around. Aiel women are nothing but trouble, he thought bleakly, and I've never seen a woman more set to give trouble than that one. "Is that really the Dragon Reborn?" Oliver asked breathlessly. Clutching the rolled-up game to his chest, he was almost bouncing. "It is," Matt told him. "Now get off to bed. This is no place for boys." Oliver went, muttering reproachfully, but only as far as the next tent. Out of the corner of his eye, Matt saw the boy dart out of sight. His face reappeared, peering around the corner. Matt left him alone, though after getting a good look at Rand's face, he wondered whether this was any place for grown men, let alone a boy. That face could have been used to hammer down a wall, but some emotion struggled to break through, excitement or maybe eagerness. Rand's eyes held a fevered light. He had a wide piece of rolled parchment in one hand, while the other stroked his sword hilt unconsciously. The dragon belt buckle glittered in the firelight. Sometimes the head of one of the dragons peeking out from his coat sleeves did too. When he reached Matt, he wasted no time with greetings. "I need to talk to you. Alone. I need you to do something." The night was a black oven, and Rand wore a gold-embroidered green coat with a high collar, but he was not sweating a drop. Derred, Talmanis, and Elysian stood a few paces away in various states of undress, watching. Matt motioned them to wait, then nodded toward his tent. Following Rand in, he fingered the silver fox head through his shirt. He had nothing to worry about, at least. He hoped he did not. Rand had said alone, but apparently Avienda did not think that applied to her. She stayed a firm 2 paces from him, no more and no less. Mostly she watched Rand with an unreadable face, but now and then she glanced at Matt, frowning and eyeing him up and down. Rand paid her no attention, and for all his seeming haste before, he showed none now. He looked around the tent, though Matt wondered uneasily whether he was seeing it. There was not much to see. Oliver had set the lamps back on the small folding table. The chair folded too, and so did the washstand and the cot. All were black lacquered with lines of gilt. If a man had coin, he might as well spend it on something. The slits the Aiel had made in the tent had been mended neatly, but they still showed. The silence dug at Matt. "What is this, Rand? I hope you haven't decided to change the plan at this late date." No answer, only a look as if Rand had just remembered he was there. It made Matt nervous. Whatever Derred and the rest of the band thought, he worked hard at keeping clear of battles. Sometimes, though, being ta'veren worked against his luck. That was the way he saw it. He believed Rand had something to do with that. He was more strongly ta'veren, strong enough that at times Matt almost felt a pulling. When Rand put his finger in, Matt would not be surprised to find himself in the middle of a battle if he was asleep in a barn. "A few more days and I'll be in Tyr. The ferries will take the band across the river, and a few days beyond that will see us with Wyraman. It's too bloody late to go meddling." "I want you to bring Elaine to Caemlyn," Rand broke in. "I want you to see her safe to Caemlyn, whatever happens. Don't leave her side until she's on the Lion Throne." Avienda cleared her throat. "Yes," Rand said. For some reason his voice went as cold and hard as his face. But then, did he need reasons if he was going mad? "Avienda is going with you. I think it's best." "You think it's best?" she said indignantly. "If I had not wakened when I did, I would never have known you had found her. You did not send me anywhere, Rand al'Thor. I must speak with Elaine for my own reasons." "I am very glad you've found Elaine," Matt said carefully. If he was Rand, he would leave the woman wherever she was. Light Aviendha would be better. At least Aiel women did not walk around with their noses in the air or think you should jump just because they said so. Of course, some of their games were on the rough side, and they did have the habit of trying to kill you now and again. I just don't understand why you need me. Jump through one of your gateways, give her a kiss, scoop her up, and jump back. Aviendha fastened an outraged stare on him. You would have thought he had advised kissing her. Rand unrolled the large parchment on the table, using the lamps to hold down the ends. This is where she is. It was a map, a stretch of the river Eldar, and maybe 50 miles or so to either side. An arrow had been drawn in blue ink, pointing into forest. Salidar was printed beside the arrow. Rand tapped near the eastern edge of the map. That was wooded too. Most of it was. There is a large clearing here. You can see the nearest village is nearly 20 miles north. I'll put a gateway through to the clearing for you and the band. Matt managed to turn a wince into a grin. Look, if it has to be me, why not just me? Make your gateway to this Salidar. I toss her on a horse and... And what? Was Rand going to make a gateway from Salidar to Caemlyn as well? It was a long ride from the Eldar to Caemlyn. A very long way, with only a snooty noblewoman and an Aiel for company. The band, Matt, Rand snapped. You and the whole band. He drew a long, shuddering breath, and his tone became milder. His face did not lose its rigidity, though, and his eyes were still feverish. Rand could almost believe he was sick, or in pain. There are Aes Sedai in Salidar, Matt. I don't know how many. Hundreds, I've heard. But I won't be surprised if it is closer to 50. The way they go on about the tower whole and pure, I doubt you'll see more. I mean to put you out 2 or 3 days away so they can learn you're coming. No point in startling them. They might think you were a White Cloak attack. They're rebels against Elaida, and probably frightened enough that you won't have to do more than loom a little and say Elaine has to be crowned in Caemlyn to make them let her go. If you think they can be trusted, offer your protection. And mine. They're supposed to be on my side, and they might be glad of even my protection by now. Then you escort Elaine, and as many of the Aes Sedai as want to come, straight across Altara and Murundi to Caemlyn. Show my banners, announce what you're doing, and I don't think the Altarans or Mirandians will give much trouble, not as long as you keep moving. If you find any Dragonsworn along the way, gather them in as well. Most will probably turn to bandits if I don't tie a rope to them soon. I've heard a rumor or two already, but you will draw them, flying my banners. His sudden grin showed teeth, but never touched those hot eyes. How many birds with one stone, Matt? You ride through Altara and Murundi with 6,000 men and draw the Dragonsworn out after you, and you may hand me both countries. There was so much in that to set Matt's teeth on edge that he no longer cared whether Rand had 10 sore teeth and both boots full of cockleburs. Make Aes Sedai think he meant to attack them? Indeed not. And he was supposed to intimidate 50 of them? Aes Sedai did not frighten him, maybe not even 5 or 6 together. But 50? He touched the fox head through his shirt again before he realized it. He might just find out how lucky he really was. As for riding across Altara and Murundi, he could see it now. Every noble whose lands he crossed would swell up like a strutting rooster and try to peck him the moment his back was turned. If that Taviran madness came into it, he would probably find some lord or lady gathering an army right in front of him. He made one more try. Rand, don't you think this might draw Samael's eyes north? You want him looking east. That is why I'm here, remember? To make him look this way. Rand shook his head emphatically. All he'll see is a guard of honor escorting the Queen of Andor to Caemlyn. And that's if he learns of it before you reach Caemlyn. How quickly can you be ready? Matt opened his mouth, then gave it up. He was not going to budge the man. 2 hours. The band could be booted and in their saddles faster, but he was in no hurry, and the last thing he wanted was the band thinking they were moving on the attack. Good. I need an hour or so myself. For what, he did not say. Stay close to Elaine, Matt. Keep her safe. I mean, there's no point to this if she doesn't reach Camelin alive for her coronation. Did Rand think he did not know about him and Elaine, canoodling in every corner of the stone the last time they were together? I'll treat her like my own sister. His sisters had done their best to make his life miserable. Well, he expected the same from Elaine, just in a different way. Maybe Aviendha would be a little better. She won't get out of my sight until I plunk her down in the royal palace. And if she tries Mistress Snoodon with me too often, I'll bloody well kick her. Rand nodded. That reminds me, Budowin is in Camelin, with Varen and Alana, and some more Two Rivers girls. They're on their way to train for Aes Sedai. I'm not sure where they will do it. I'm certainly not letting them go to the tower the way things are. Maybe the Aes Sedai you bring back will take care of it. Matt gaped. His sister? Aes Sedai? Bode? He used to run-tell their mother every time he did anything that was fun. Another thing, Rand went on. Egwene may be in Saladar before you. I think somehow they found out she's been calling herself Aes Sedai. Do what you can to get her out of it. Tell her I will get her back to the Wise Ones as soon as I can. She'll probably be more than ready to go with you. Maybe not, though. You know how stubborn she's always been. The main thing is Elaine. Remember, don't leave her side till she reaches Camelin. I promise, Matt muttered. How under the light could Egwene be somewhere on the Eldar? He was sure she had been in Cairhien when he left Mehron. Unless she had worked out Rand's trick with the gateways, in which case she could jump back any time she wished, or jump to Camelin and make a gateway for him and the band at the same time. Don't worry about Egwene either. I'll drag her out of whatever trouble she's in, no matter how muley she behaves. It would not be the first time he had pulled her chestnuts off the hearth before they burned. Very likely he would get no thanks for it this time either. Bode was going to be Aes Sedai? Blood and bloody ashes. Good, Rand said. Good. But he was staring intently at the map. He jerked his eyes away, and for an instant, Matt thought he intended to say something to Aviendha. Instead, he turned away from her roughly. Tom Merrilin should be with Elaine. Rand produced a letter from his pocket, folded and sealed. See that he gets this. Shoving the letter into Matt's hands, he hurriedly left the tent. Aviendha took a step after him, half raising a hand, lips parted to speak. Just as suddenly her mouth snapped shut, and she buried her hands in her skirts and squeezed her eyes shut. So the wind came that way, did it? And she wants to talk to Elaine. How did Rand ever get himself in this pickle? Rand was always the one who knew how to handle women, Rand and Perrin. Still, it was no concern of his. He turned the letter over in his hands. Tom's name was written in a feminine hand. The seal was one he did not recognize, a spreading tree topped by a crown. What noblewoman would be writing to a leathery old man like Tom? Not his concern either. Tossing the letter on the table, he picked up his pipe and pouch. Alvar, he said, stuffing the bowl with tobacco. Ask Talmanis, Nalisian, and Darad to come to me. There was a squeak just outside the door flap, then, Yes, Matt, and the sound of scurrying feet. Aviendha looked at him, folding her arms with a firm expression. He forestalled her. So long as you travel with the band, you are under my command. I want no trouble, and I expect you to see there isn't any. Should she start anything, he would deliver her to Elaine tied in a pack saddle, if it took 10 men to put her there. I know how to follow, battle leader. She punctuated that with a sharp snip. But you should know that not all women are Wetlander soft. If you try putting a woman on a horse when she does not want to go, she may put a knife in your ribs. Matt nearly dropped the pipe. He knew Aes Sedai could not read minds. If they could, his hide would have been hanging on a wall in the White Tower long since. But maybe Aiel Wise Ones? Of course not. It's just one of those tricks women pull. He could figure out how she did it if he put his mind to it. He just did not care to put his mind to it. Clearing his throat, he stuck the unlit pipe between his teeth and bent to study the map. The band could probably cover the distance from the clearing to Salidar in a day if he pushed, even in that wooded terrain, but he intended to take 2 or even 3, give the Aes Sedai plenty of warning. He did not want them any more frightened than they already were. A frightened Aes Sedai was almost a contradiction. Even wearing the medallion, he was not eager to learn what a frightened Aes Sedai might do. He felt Avienda's eyes in the back of his neck, heard a rasping sound. Sitting cross-legged against the tent wall, she was drawing her belt knife along a honing stone and watching him. When Elysian entered with Darrett and Talmanas, he greeted them with, "We are going to tickle some Aes Sedai under the chin, rescue a mule, and put a snip-nosed girl on the lion throne. Oh yes, that's Avienda. Don't look at her crosswise, or she'll try to cut your throat, and probably slit her own by mistake." The woman laughed as if he had made the funniest joke in the world. She did not stop sharpening her knife, though.
For a moment, Egwene could not understand why the pain had stopped increasing. Then she pushed herself up from the carpets of her tent and stood, sobbing so hard she quivered. She wanted very much to blow her nose. She did not know how long she had been crying that hard. She only knew she felt on fire from the top of her hips to the backs of her knees. Standing still was a problem she barely mastered. The shift she had thought of as scant protection had been discarded some time back. Tears rolled down her face, and she stood there and bawled. Sorillia and Amis and Bear regarded her soberly, and they were not the only ones, though most of the rest were sitting about on cushions or stretched out, talking and enjoying tea served by a slender Gaishine, a woman, thank the light. They were all women, wise ones and apprentices, women Egwene had told she was Aes Sedai. She was grateful that just letting them think she was did not count. She could not have survived that. It was the telling, the spoken lie, but there had been surprises. Kosane, a lean, yellow-haired, spine-ridged Miagoma, had said gruffly that Egwene had no toe toward her, but she would stay for the tea, and so had a stare. Aeron, on the other hand, seemed to want to cut her in two, and Surunda... Trying to blink away the haze of tears, Egwene glanced toward Surunda. She was sitting with 3 wise ones, chatting and occasionally looking in Egwene's direction. Surunda had been absolutely merciless. Not that any of them had gone easy. The belt Egwene had found in one of her chests was thin and supple, but twice as wide as her hand, and these women all had strong arms. A half-dozen or so strokes from each added up. Egwene had never felt so ashamed in her life. Not that she was naked and red-faced and weeping like a baby. Well, the weeping was part. Not even that they had all watched her strapped when not taking their own turns. What shamed her was that she had taken it so badly. An Aiel child would have been more stoic. Well, a child would never have had to face it, but the principle was the simple truth.
"Is it over?"
Was that thick, unsteady voice really hers? How these women would laugh if they knew how carefully she had gathered her courage. "Only you know the worth of your honor," Amis said flatly. She held the belt dangling at her side, using the wide buckle as a handle. The murmur of conversation had ceased. Egwene drew a long, shaking breath through her sobs. All she had to do was say it was done, and it was. She could have said enough after one blow from each woman. She could... Wincing, she knelt and stretched herself out on the carpets. Her hands went beneath Bear's skirts to grasp the woman's bony ankles through her soft boots. This time she would hold on to her courage. This time she would not cry out. This time she would not kick or thrash about or... The belt had not hit her yet. Raising her head, she blinked her eyes clear to glare at them. "What are you waiting for?" Her voice still shook, but there was more than a note of anger, too. "Making her wait on top of everything else? I have a journey to make tonight, in case you've forgotten. Get on with it." Amis tossed the belt down beside Egwene's head. "This woman has no toe toward me. This woman has no toe toward me." That was Bear's thin voice. "This woman has no toe toward me," Sorillia said forcefully. Bending, she smoothed damp hair from Egwene's face. "I knew you were Aiel in your heart. Do not be overproud now, girl. You have met your toe. Get up before we think you are boasting." Then they were helping her to her feet, hugging her and wiping away her tears, holding a handkerchief for her to finally blow her nose. The other women gathered around, each announcing that this woman had no toe toward her, before adding her own hugs and smiles. It was the smiles that were the biggest shock. Suranda beamed at her as brightly as ever. But of course, toe did not exist once it was met. Whatever earned it might as well never have happened. A bit of Egwene that was not wrapped up in Ji'ito thought that maybe what she had said at the end helped, too, as well as getting back down in the first place. Perhaps she had not faced it with the indifference of an Aiel in the beginning, but at the end Cerylea was right. She had been Aiel in her heart. She thought a part of her heart always would be Aiel. The wise ones and apprentices left slowly. Apparently they should remain the rest of the night or longer, all laughing and talking with Egwene, but that was just custom, not Ji'ito, and with Cerylea's help she managed to convince them that she just did not have the time. At last it was only her, Cerylea, and the two dreamwalkers. All the hugs and smiles had slowed her tears to a trickle, and if her lips still trembled no matter what she did, she could still smile. In truth, she wanted to cry again, if for a different reason. Partly for a different reason. She was on fire. "I'm going to miss all of you so much." "Nonsense," Cerylea snorted for emphasis. "If you have luck, they will tell you you can never be Aes Sedai now. Then you can return to us. You will be my apprentice. In 3 or 4 years you will have your own hold. I even know the husband for you, my great-daughter Amarin's youngest great son, Tarik. He will be a clan chief one day, I think, so you must watch for a sister-wife to be his roof mistress." "Thank you," Egwene laughed. It seemed she had something to fall back on if the hall in Salidar did send her away. "And Amis and I will meet you in Tel'aran Rhiod," Bear said, "and tell you what we know of events here and with Rand al'Thor. You will go your own way in the world of dreams now, but if you wish it, I will still teach you." "I do wish it." If the hall let her anywhere near Tel'aran Rhiod. But then they could not keep her out. Whatever they did, they could not do that. "Please keep a close eye on Rand and the Aes Sedai. I don't know what he is playing, but I'm sure it is more dangerous than he thinks." Amis said nothing about more teaching, of course. She had given her word on a course of action, and even meeting To did not erase that. Instead, she said, "I know Rhuarc will regret not being here tonight. He has gone north to look at the Shaido for himself. Do not be afraid your toe toward him must go unmet. He will give you the opportunity when you meet once more." Egwene gaped, and covered by blowing her nose for what seemed the 10th time. She had forgotten all about Rhuarc. Of course, nothing said she had to pay her obligation to him in the same way. Maybe her heart was at least partly Aiel, but for a moment her mind sought frantically for another method. There had to be one, and she would have plenty of time to find it before seeing him again. "I will be very grateful," she said faintly. And there was Mylane, too, and Aviendha. Light. She had thought she was done with it. Her feet kept shifting no matter how hard she tried to hold still. There had to be another way. Bear opened her mouth, but Cerylea cut her off. "We must let her clothe herself. She has a journey to begin." Bear's thin neck stiffened, and Amis's mouth turned down. Clearly, neither liked what Egwene was going to try any more than before. Maybe they meant to stay and try talking her out of it, but Cerylea began muttering only half under her breath about fools who tried to stop a woman from doing what she thought she had to do. The younger pair straightened their shawls. Bear had to be 70 or 80, but she certainly still was younger than Cerylea, gave Egwene a farewell hug, and left with murmurs of, "May you always find water and shade." Cerylea waited only a moment longer. "Think on Tarik. I should have asked him to the sweat tent so you could see him. Until you can, remember this. We are always more afraid than we wish to be, but we can always be braver than we expect. Hold on to your heart, and the Sedai cannot harm what is really you, your heart. They are not nearly so far above us as we believed.
May you always find water and shade, Egwene, and always remember your heart." Alone, Egwene merely stood for a time, staring at nothing and thinking. Her heart. Perhaps she did have more courage than she thought. She had done what she had to here. She had been Aiel. In Salidar she was going to need that. Aes Sedai methods differed from the wise ones in some respects, but they would not go easy if they knew she had called herself Aes Sedai. If they knew. She could not imagine why else they would summon her so coldly, but Aiel did not surrender before battle was joined. With a start, she came to herself. "If I'm not going to surrender before fighting," she thought wryly, "I might as well get on to the battle." Chapter 34. Journey to Salidar. Egwene washed her face. Twice. Then she found her saddlebags and filled them. Her ivory comb and brush and mirror went in, and her sewing box, a small, finely gilded casket that likely had held some lady's jewels once, plus a white cake of rose-perfumed soap and clean stockings and shifts and handkerchiefs and a host of things, until the leather sides bulged, and she could hardly buckle the flaps down. Several dresses and cloaks, an Aiel shawl remained to make a bundle, which she tied neatly with a cord. That done, she looked around for anything else she might want to take. It was all hers. Even the tent had been given to her, but that was certainly too bulky, as were the carpets and cushions. Her crystal wash basin was beautiful, and far too heavy. The same for the chests, though several had beautiful work on the strapping and lovely carving. Only then, thinking about the chests of all things, did she realize she was trying to put off the hardest part of getting ready. "Courage," she said dryly. "Heart of an Aiel." It turned out to be quite possible to put on stockings without sitting down, so long as you did not mind hopping around. Stout shoes followed, good if she had to walk far, and a silk shift, white and soft. Then the dark green riding dress with its narrow divided skirts. Unfortunately, that fit quite snugly over the hips, enough to remind her unnecessarily that she would not enjoy sitting for a while. There was no point going outside. Bear and Amis were probably in their own tents, but she had no intention of risking the chance one of them might see her do this. It would be like slapping them. If it worked, that was. If not, she had a very long ride ahead of her. Nervously rubbing her fingers over her palms, she embraced Saidar, letting it fill her, and shifted her feet. Saidar made you more aware of everything, including your own body, which she would just as soon have missed right then. Trying something new, something no one had ever tried before that she knew, should have been done slowly and carefully, but for once she wanted to be rid of the source. She channeled briskly, flows of spirit, woven just so. The air shimmered in the middle of the tent along her weave, cloaking the other side in mistiness. If she was right, she had just created a place where the interior of her tent was so similar to its reflection in Tel'aran'rhiod Rhiod that there was no difference at all right there. One was the other. But there was only one way to be sure. Tossing the saddlebags over her shoulder, she took the bundle under one arm and stepped through the weave, then let go of Saidar. She was in Tel'aran'rhiod Rhiod. All it took to tell her was that the lamps that had been lit were no longer burning, yet there was a sort of light. Things moved slightly between one glance and the next. The wash basin, a chest. She was in Tel'aran'rhiod Rhiod in the flesh. It felt no different than when she came in a dream. She ducked outside. A 3/4 moon shone down on tents where no fire burned and no one moved, on a Cairhien that seemed oddly distant and clouded in shadow. All that remained was the problem of actually getting to Salidar. She had thought about that. A great deal depended on whether she had as much control in the flesh as when she was part of the world of dreams. Fixing in her mind what she would find, she walked around the tent and smiled. There stood Bella, the short, shaggy mare she had ridden out of the 2 rivers a lifetime ago. Only a dream Bella, but the stout mare tossed her nose and whickered at sight of her. Egwene dropped her burdens and flung her arms around the horse's head. "I'm glad to see you again, too," she whispered. That dark liquid eye looking at her was Bella's, reflection or no. Bella wore the high-cantled saddle she had imagined, too.
Comfortable for long travel normally, but not soft. Egwene eyed the thing askance, wondering how it would look padded. Then she had a thought. You could change anything in Tel Rhyd if you knew how, even yourself. If she had enough control to make Bella while in the flesh, she concentrated on herself. With a smile, she fastened the saddlebags and bundle behind the saddle and climbed up herself, settling quite comfortably. "It isn't cheating," she told the mare. "They would not expect me to ride all the way to Salidar like that." Well, come to think of it, maybe they would. Even so, Aiel Hart or no Aiel Hart, there were limits. Turning Bella, she healed the mare's ribs gently. "I need to be as quick as I can, so you will need to run like the wind." Before she had time to chuckle at the image that came to mind of plump Bella running like the wind, the mare was doing so. The landscape blurred, streaking by. For a moment Egwene clung to the pommel of the saddle, her mouth hanging open. It was as if Bella's every trotting step carried them miles. With the first, she had an instant to realize they were on the riverbank below the city, with ships floating out on the dark waters amid streaks of moonlight. And even as she tried to jerk at the reins, to stop Bella running headlong into the river, another step took them into thicketed hills. Egwene threw back her head and laughed. This was marvelous. Except for the blurring, there was little real sensation of speed. Her hair hardly had time to stream back in the wind of that rush before it was gone, only to come again a moment later. Bella's gait felt the same plodding trot she recalled, but the sudden leap of everything around her was exhilarating. One moment a village street, moon-dark and silent, the next a country road winding through hills, the next a meadow with hay standing almost to Bella's shoulders. Egwene only paused now and again to orient herself. No trouble at all with that marvelous map in her head, the one the woman with Swan's name had made, and otherwise let Bella trot. Villages and towns appeared and vanished in a blur. Great cities, one she thought sure was Caemlyn, walls silvery white in the night, and once in forested hills, the head and shoulders of a huge statue rearing out of the earth, a remnant of some land lost in history, appearing so suddenly at Bella's side with a withered grimace that Egwene nearly screamed, only it was gone before she could. The moon did not move at all between leaps, and hardly any as they sped along. A day or two to reach Salidar? That was what Shiriam had said. The wise ones were right. Everyone had believed for so long that Aes Sedai knew everything that Aes Sedai believed it too. She was going to prove them wrong tonight, but it was not likely they would take any real notice of her proof. They knew. After a time, when she was sure she was somewhere well into Altara, she began letting Bella make smaller jumps, reining her in more often, even riding normally for a bit, especially if there was a village nearby. Sometimes a night-shrouded inn had a sign that named the village the Morella Inn, or the Ionin Spring Inn, and moonlight added to the odd sense of light in Tel Rhyd made reading them easy. Bit by bit she became absolutely certain where she was in relation to Salidar, and began to take still smaller leaps, then none at all, only letting Bella trot normally through forest where tall trees had killed most of the undergrowth, and drought most of the rest. Still she was surprised when a considerable village appeared suddenly, silent and dark in the moonlight. It had to be the right place, though. At the edge of the thatch-roofed stone houses she dismounted and took down her belongings. It was late, but people might still be about in the waking world. No need to startle them by popping out of the air. If an Aes Sedai saw that and mistook what she was, she might have no chance to face the hall. "You did run like the wind," she murmured, hugging Bella a last time. "I wish I could take you with me." A useless fancy, of course. What was made in Tel Rhyd could exist only there. This was not really Bella, after all. Even so, she felt a twinge of regret as she turned her back. She would not stop imagining Bella, let her exist as long as she could, and wove her shimmering curtain of spirit. Head high she stepped through, ready to face whatever came with her Aiel Hart. One step she took, and came up short with a sharp, wide-eyed, "Oh!" The changes she had made in Tel Rhyd existed in the real world no more than Bella did. The flames returned with a rush,
and with them it was almost as though Cerelia spoke to her. "If you take what you did to meet your Toh, and make it so it might as well never have happened, how have you met Toh? Remember your Aiel heart, girl." Yes, she would remember. She was here to do battle whether the Aes Sedai knew it or not, ready to fight for the right to be Aes Sedai, ready to face... light. What? There were people in the streets, a few moving between houses where lighted windows made golden pools. Walking a little gingerly, Egwene approached a wiry woman with a white apron and a harried expression. "Excuse me, my name is Egwene Alvir. I am accepted." The woman gave her riding dress a sharp look. "And I've just arrived. Can you direct me to Shiriam Sedai? I need to find her." Very likely Shiriam was asleep already, but if she was, Egwene intended to wake her. She had been told to come as soon as possible, and Shiriam was going to know she was here. "Everyone comes to me," the woman muttered. "Does anybody do anything for themselves? No, they want Nildra to do it. You accepted are the worst of the lot. Well, I don't have all night. Follow me if you're coming. If not, you can find her for yourself." Nildra strode off without so much as a backward glance. Egwene followed silently. If she opened her mouth, she was afraid she would tell the woman what she thought, and that would hardly be the way to start her stay in Celidar, however short it might be. She wished her Aiel heart and her Two Rivers head could get together. The distance was not long, up the hard-packed dirt street a little way and around the corner into another, narrower street. Sounds of laughter came from some of the houses. Nildra stopped at one that was silent, though light shone in the windows of the front room. Pausing just long enough to knock on the door, she went in before there was any answer. Her curtsy was perfectly proper, if quick, and she spoke in a somewhat more respectful tone than before. "Aes Sedai, this girl says her name is Egwene, and she got out no more. They were all there, the 7 from the Heart of the Stone, not a one looking ready for bed, though all but the young woman with Swan's name wore robes. From the way their chairs were pulled together, it seemed that Egwene had walked in on a discussion. Shiriam was the first to leap from her chair, waving Nildra out. "Light child! Already?" No one paid any mind at all to Nildra's curtsy, or her put-upon sniff on going. "We never expected," Anaya said, taking Egwene's arms with a warm smile. "Not so soon. Welcome, child. Welcome." "Were there any ill effects?" Morvryn demanded. She had not risen, and neither had Carlinia or the young Aes Sedai, but Morvryn leaned forward intently. All the others' robes were silk of various hues, sometimes brocaded or embroidered. Hers was plain brown wool, though it did look soft and finely woven. "Do you feel any changes from the experience? We had precious little to go on. Frankly, I am surprised it worked." "We shall have to see it work to know how well it does." Bayanin paused for a sip of tea, then set cup and saucer down on a rickety-legged side table. The cup and saucer did not match, but then none of the furniture matched, and most looked as lopsided as the small table. "If there are ill effects, she can be healed, and they will be done with." Egwene stepped away from Anaya quickly, setting her belongings beside the door. "No, I'm quite well. Really, I am." She could have hesitated. Anaya might well have healed her without asking. That would have been cheating, though. "She appears healthy enough," Carlinia said coolly. Her hair really was short, dark curls barely covering her ears. It had not been just something she did in Tel'aran'rhiod. Rhiod. She wore white, of course. Even the embroidery was white. "We can have one of the yellows check her thoroughly later to be sure if need be." "Let her get her feet on the ground," Mirella said with a laugh. Lush flowers in yellow and red so covered her robe that hardly any green showed. "She's just come 1,000 leagues in a night, in hours." "You've no time to let her find her feet," the young Aes Sedai put in firmly. She truly looked out of place in that gathering, in her yellow dress with the skirt slashed with blue, and the deep round neckline blue embroidered. That, and being the only one it was possible to put an age to. Come morning, the hall will swarm around her. If she's not ready, Romanda will gut her like a fat carp." Egwene gaped. That voice registered more than the words. "You're Siuan Sanche! No, it's impossible." "Oh, it is possible, all right," Anaya said dryly, giving the young woman a long-suffering look. "Siuan is Aes Sedai again." Mirella's look was more exasperated than long-suffering. It had to be true. They had said so, but Egwene could hardly credit it, even when Sheriam explained. Nynaeve had healed Stilling? Being stilled was why Siuan looked no older than Nynaeve? Siuan had always been a leather-faced taskmistress, and leather-hearted as well, not this pretty, creamy-cheeked woman with an almost delicate mouth. Egwene watched Siuan while Sheriam talked. Those blue eyes were the same, though. How could she have seen that gaze, strong enough to drive nails, and not known? Well, the face was answer enough there. But Siuan had always been strong in the power, too. When a girl first began, it required testing to tell how strong she would be, but not once she had gained that strength. Egwene knew enough now to weigh another woman in moments. Sheriam was clearly the strongest woman in the room aside from Egwene herself, and Mirella next, though it was hard to be certain. The rest all seemed close, except for Siuan. She was weakest by a fair margin. "This truly is Nynaeve's most remarkable discovery," Mirella said. "The Yellows are taking what she has done and making their own marvels, but she began it. Sit down, child. It is too long a story to hear standing." "I prefer to stand, thank you." Egwene eyed the straight-backed chair with a wooden seat that Mirella indicated, and barely repressed a shudder. "What about Elaine? Is she all right, too? I want to hear all about her and Nynaeve both." Nynaeve's most remarkable discovery? That implied more than one. It seemed she had fallen behind with the wise ones. She was going to have to run hard to catch up. At least she thought now that she would be allowed to. They would hardly have greeted her so warmly if she was going to be sent away in disgrace. She had not curtsied or called anyone Aes Sedai once, more because she had had no chance than for any other reason. Defiance was no way to face Aes Sedai, yet no one had called her down. Maybe they did not know after all. But then, why? "Except for a little trouble she and Nynaeve have with pots at the moment," Sheriam began, but Siuan broke in harshly. "Why are you all jabbering like brainless girls? It's too late to be afraid of going on. It has begun. You began it. Either you finish, or Romanda will hang the lot of you in the sun to dry right alongside this girl, and Delena and Facella and the rest of the hall will be there with her to stretch you out." Sheriam and Mirella turned to face her almost together. All the Aes Sedai did, Morvryn and Carlinia twisting in their chairs. Cold Aes Sedai eyes stared from cold Aes Sedai faces. At first Siuan met those stares with a challenging stare of her own, as Aes Sedai as they, if seemingly much younger. Then her head fell a little, and spots of color entered her cheeks. She rose from the chair, eyes down. "I spoke in haste," she muttered softly. Those eyes did not change. Maybe the Aes Sedai failed to notice, but Egwene saw. Yet that was still not like Siuan. Egwene also saw that she did not know what was going on here at all. Not just Siuan Sanche meek as milk, if she was pushed to it anyway. That least of all. What had they begun? Why would she be hung out to dry if they stopped? The Aes Sedai exchanged looks as unreadable as Aes Sedai could make them. Morvryn was the first to nod. "You have been summoned for a very special reason, Egwene," Sheriam said solemnly. Egwene's heart began to beat faster. They did not know about her. They did not. But what? "You," Sheriam said, "are to be the next Amyrlin's seat." Chapter 35. In the Hall of the Sitters. Egwene stared at Sheriam, wondering whether she was supposed to laugh. Maybe in her time with the Aiel passed for humor among Aes Sedai.
Shiriam stared back with that ageless, imperturbable face, tilted green eyes not seeming to blink. Egwene looked at the others. 7 faces with no expression, just an air of waiting. Siuan might have been smiling faintly, but the smile could as easily have been the natural curve of her lips. Wavering lamplight made their features suddenly strange and inhuman. Egwene's head felt light, her knees weak. Without thinking, she let herself thump down in the straight-backed chair. She stood right up again, too. That only cleared her mind. A little, anyway. "I am not even Aes Sedai," she said breathlessly. That seemed non-committal enough. It had to be some sort of joke, or something. "That can be gotten around," Shiriam said firmly, jerking the bow of her pale blue sash tighter for emphasis. Baonin's honey-colored braids swayed as she nodded. "The Amyrlin seat, she is Aes Sedai. The law is quite clear. Several places it is stated, the Amyrlin seat as Aes Sedai. But nowhere is it said that it is necessary to be Aes Sedai to become Amyrlin. Any Aes Sedai would be familiar with Tower law, but as mediators, Greys had to know the law of every land, and Baonin took on a lecturing tone, as though explaining something that none knew as well as she. The law that sets forth how the Amyrlin is to be chosen, it merely says, 'the woman who is summoned,' or 'she who stands before the hall,' or the like. From beginning to end, the words Aes Sedai are mentioned not once. Never. Some might say that the intent of the framers it must be considered, but it is clear, whatever the intent of the women who wrote the law, that—" She frowned as Carlinia cut her off. "No doubt they thought it was understood to such a degree that there was no need to state it. Logically, however, a law means what it says, whatever the framers thought they meant." "Laws seldom have much concern with logic," Baonin said acidly. "In this case, however," she conceded after a moment, "you are quite correct." To Egwene she added, "And the hall, they see it so also." They were all serious, even Anaya when she said, "You will be Aes Sedai, child, just as soon as you are raised Amyrlin's seat. That is the long and short of it." Even Siuan, despite that tiny smile. It was a smile. "You can take the 3 oaths as soon as we are back in the tower," Shiriam told her. "We considered having you speak them anyway, but without the oath rod it might be taken for a sham. Best to wait." Egwene almost sat down again before catching herself. Maybe the wise ones had been right. Maybe traveling through Tel'aran'rhiod in the flesh had done something to her mind. "This is madness," she protested. "I can't be Amyrlin. I'm... Objections piled up on her tongue in a tangle that let nothing out. She was too young. Siuan herself had been the youngest Amyrlin ever, and she was 30 when raised. She had barely begun her training, no matter what she knew about the world of dreams. Amyrlins were knowledgeable and experienced, and wise. They were certainly supposed to be wise. All she felt was confounded and muddled. Most women spent 10 years as a novice and 10 as accepted. True, some moved faster, even much faster. Siuan had. But she herself had been a novice less than a year, and accepted an even shorter time. "It's impossible," was the best she could manage, finally. Morvran's snort reminded her of Cerylea. "Settle yourself down, child, or I'll see to it myself. This is no time for you to grow fluttery or start fainting on us." "But I wouldn't know what to do. Not the first thing." Egwene drew a deep breath. It did not really calm her racing heart, but it helped. A little. Aiel heart. Whatever they did, she would not let them bully her. Eyeing Morvran's bluff, hard face, she added, "She can skin me, but she can't bully me." "This is ridiculous is what it is. I won't paint myself for a fool in front of everybody, and that is what I'd be doing. If this is why the hall summoned me, I'll tell them no." "I fear that is not an option," Anaya sighed, smoothing her robe, a surprisingly frilly thing in rose silk, with delicate ivory lace bordering every edge. "You cannot refuse a summons to become Amyrlin any more than you could a summons for trial.
The words of the summons are even the same. That was heartening. Oh, yes, it was. The choice is the halls now. Mirella sounded a touch sad, which did nothing for Egwene's spirits. Suddenly smiling, Shiriam put an arm around Egwene's shoulders. "Do not worry, child. We will help you and guide you. That is why we are here." Egwene said nothing. She could think of nothing to say. Maybe obeying the law was not being bullied, but it felt much the same. They took silence for assent, and she supposed it was. Without delay, Swan was sent off, grumbling at being handed the task to wake the sitters personally and let them know Egwene had arrived. The house became a whirlwind before Swan made it out the door. Egwene's riding dress came in for considerable discussion, none of which she was part of, and a plump serving woman was roused from her nap in a chair in a back room and sent off with dire warnings if she breathed a word to fetch every accepted dress she could find that might come close to fitting Egwene. She had tried on 8 right there in the front room before finding one that did fit after a fashion. It was too tight in the bosom, but thankfully loose in the hips. All the time the serving woman was bringing in dresses and Egwene was trying them on, Shiriam and the others took turns running out to dress themselves, and in between lectured her on what was going to happen, what she had to do and say. They made her repeat everything back. The wise ones thought saying something once was sufficient, and woe to the apprentice who failed to listen and hear. Egwene remembered some of what she had to say from a novice lecture in the tower, and she got it word perfect the first time, but the Aes Sedai went over everything again and again, and then again. Egwene could not understand. With anyone else but Aes Sedai, she would have said they were nervous, calm faces or no. She began to wonder whether she was making some mistake, and started emphasizing different words. "Say them as you were told," Carlinia snapped like a cracking icicle, and Mirella, sounding hardly less cold, said, "You cannot afford a mistake, child. Not one." They put her through it 5 more times, and when she protested that she had given back every word correctly, listed who would stand where and who would say what just the way they had told her, she thought Morvran might box her ears if Beonin or Carlinia did not first. In the event, their frowns were as hard as slaps, and Shiriam looked at her as if she were a novice being sulky. Egwene sighed and began yet again. "I enter with 3 of you escorting me." It was a silent procession that made its way through the nearly empty, moon-shadowed streets. Few of the scattered people still out so much as glanced at them. 6 Aes Sedai with 1 lone accepted in their midst might or might not be a common sight here, but apparently it was not odd enough to occasion comment. Windows that had been lit were dark now. Quiet lay on the town, so their footsteps sounded distinctly on the hard dirt. Egwene fingered the great serpent ring, firmly back in place on her left hand. Her knees were trembling. She had been prepared to face anything, but her list of anything had never included this. In front of a rectangular 3-story stone building they stopped. The windows were all dark, but by moonlight it had the look of an inn. Carlinia, Beonin, and Anaya were to remain here, and the first 2 at least were not much pleased. They made no comment, as they had not back at the house, but they adjusted their skirts unnecessarily and held their heads stiffly erect, not looking at Egwene. Anaya stroked Egwene's hair soothingly. "It will go well, child." She carried a bundle under her arm, the dress Egwene would put on after everything was over. "You are a quick study." Inside the stone building a gong sounded deeply, once, twice, a 3rd time. Egwene very nearly jumped. Silence for the space of a heartbeat, then the gong repeated its brazen song. Mirella smoothed her dress unconsciously. Once more silence, followed by the triple call. Shiriam opened the door, and Egwene followed her in with Mirella and Morvran on her heels. The way they surrounded her, Egwene could not help thinking, was like guards set to make sure she did not run away. The large, high-ceilinged room inside was not dark, far from it. Lamps lined the mantels of 4 wide stone fireplaces, and more lined the stairs leading to the next floor and the railed walkway overlooking the room. A tall branched stand lamp, mirrored to increase the light, stood in each corner of the room. Blankets tacked over the window kept all that light in. 9 chairs made a row down either side of the room, facing inward in groups of 3. The women in them, the sitters for the 6 Ajahs represented in Salidar, wore their shawls and dresses in the colors of their Ajahs. Their heads swiveled toward Egwene, faces showing nothing but cool serenity. At the far end of the room was another chair standing on a small dais more like a flat box. A tall, heavy chair, the legs and uprights carved in spirals. It had been painted dark yellow in imitation of gilt. A stole lay across the arms, striped with 7 colors. It seemed miles from where Egwene stood to that stole. "Who comes before the hall of the tower?" Romanda demanded in a high, clear voice. She sat just below the golden chair, opposite the 3 blue sisters. Shiriam stepped smoothly aside, revealing Egwene. "One who comes obediently, in the light," Egwene said. Her voice should have been shaking. Surely they were not really going to do this. "Who comes before the hall of the tower?" Romanda demanded again. "One who comes humbly in the light." Any moment this would turn into her trial for pretending to be Aes Sedai. No, not that. They would just have shielded her and locked her away until time if that was the case. But surely... "Who comes before the hall of the tower?" "One who comes at the summons of the hall, obedient and humble in the light, asking only to accept the will of the hall." Among the grays below Romanda, a dark, slender woman stood. As the youngest sitter, Kwamesa spoke the ritual question that dated to the breaking of the world. "Are there any present save women?" Romanda flung back her shawl deliberately and left it over the back of her chair as she stood. As eldest, she would answer first. Just as deliberately, she unfastened her dress and pushed it down to her waist along with her shift. "I am a woman," she pronounced. Carefully, Kwamesa laid her own shawl across her chair and stripped to the waist. "I am a woman," she said. The others rose then and began baring themselves, each announcing, once she was showing proof, that she was a woman. Egwene struggled a little with the snug bodiced acceptance dress that had been found for her, and had to have Mirella's help with the buttons, but quickly they 4 were as bare as anyone else. "I am a woman," Egwene said with the others. Kwamesa walked slowly around the room, pausing before each woman for an almost insultingly direct stare, then halted in front of her own chair again and announced that there were none present but women. The Aes Sedai sat, and most began pulling up their bodices. Not in haste exactly, but few wasting any time either. Egwene almost shook her head. She could not cover until later in the ceremony. Long ago, Kwamesa's question would have required more proof. In those days, formal ceremonies were held clad in the light, which was to say in nothing but your own skin. What would these women make of an Aiel sweat tent, or a Shienaran bath? There was no time for thought. "Who stands for this woman?" Romanda said, "and pledges for her, heart for heart, soul for soul, life for life?" She sat erect and supremely dignified, her plump bosom remaining bare. "I so pledge," Shiriam said firmly, followed a moment later by the strong voices of Morvrin and Mirella in turn. "Come forward, Egwene al'Vir," Romanda commanded sharply. Egwene walked forward 3 paces and knelt. She felt numb. "Why are you here, Egwene al'Vir?" She really was numb. She could not feel anything. She could not remember her responses either, but somehow they rolled from her tongue. "I was summoned by the hall of the tower." "What do you seek, Egwene al'Vir?" "To serve the White Tower, nothing more and nothing less." Light! They were going to do it. "How would you serve, Egwene al'Vir?" "With my heart and my soul and my life in the light, without fear or favor in the light." "Where would you serve, Egwene al'Vir?" Egwene breathed deeply. She could still stop this idiocy. She could not possibly be up to actually... "In the Amerlin seat, if it pleases the hall of the tower." Her breath froze. Too late for turning back now. Maybe it had been too late in the heart of the stone. Delana was the first to stand, then Kwamesa and Janya, more, until 9 sitters stood before their chairs, signifying acceptance. Romanda was still firmly in her seat. 9 of 18. The acceptance had to be unanimous. The hall always sought consensus.
In the end, all votes were unanimous, though it could take a great deal of talking to make it so. But there would be no talking aside from the ceremonial phrases tonight, and this was one short of outright rejection. Shiriam and the others had ridiculed her suggestion that that might happen, and did so quickly that she might have worried if the whole thing was not so ridiculous. But they had warned her almost in passing that this could occur. Not a rejection, but a statement that the sitters who remained in their chairs did not mean to be lapdogs. Only a gesture, a token, according to Shiriam. But looking at Ramanda's stern face and Lilaine's, scarcely less so above her bare chest, Egwene was not certain of that at all. They had said it might be as many as 3 or 4, too. Without a word, the standing women retook their places. No one spoke, but Egwene knew what to do. Her numbness had vanished. Rising, she moved toward the nearest sitter, a sharp-faced green named Samalin who had stayed in her chair. As Egwene went to her knees again in front of Samalin, Shiriam knelt beside her, a wide basin of water in her hands. Ripples danced on the surface of the water. Shiriam appeared cool and dry, while Egwene was beginning to glisten with sweat, but Shiriam's hands were trembling. Morvryn knelt and handed Egwene a cloth, Mirella waiting at her side with lengths of toweling over her arm. Mirella looked angry for some reason. "Please allow me to serve," Egwene said. Looking straight ahead, Samalin raised her skirts to her knees. Her feet were bare. Egwene washed each foot and patted it dry, then moved to the next green, a slightly plump woman named Malind. Shiriam and the others had given her all the sitters' names. "Please allow me to serve." Malind had a pretty face with full lips and dark eyes that looked as if they liked to smile, but she was not smiling now. She was one of those who had stood, but her feet were bare, too. Every sitter's feet were, all the way around the room. As Egwene washed all those feet, she wondered whether the sitters had known how many would remain sitting. Plainly, they had known some would, that this service would be required. She knew little more of how the hall of the tower worked than had been in that novice lecture. For all practical purposes, she knew nothing. All she could do was go on. She washed and dried the last foot. It belonged to Janya, who was frowning as if thinking of something else entirely. At least she had stood. And dropping the cloth in the wash basin, returned to her place at the foot of the rose and knelt. "Please allow me to serve." One more chance. Once again, Delilah was first to rise, but Samalin was right behind her this time. No one sprang to her feet, yet one by one only Lelaine and Ramanda remained sitting, looking at each other, not Egwene. Finally, Lelaine gave the ghost of a shrug, pulled up her bodice unhurriedly, and rose. Ramanda turned her head and looked at Egwene. She stared so long that Egwene became conscious of the sweat running down between her breasts and along her ribs. At last, in stately slowness, Ramanda reclothed herself and joined the others. Egwene heard a gasp of relief from behind her, where Shiriam and the others were waiting. It was not over, of course. Ramanda and Lelaine came together to lead her up to the yellow-painted chair. She stood before it while they pulled up her bodice and draped the stole of the Amerlin's seat around her shoulders, while they and all the sitters said, "You are raised to the Amerlin's seat, in the glory of the light, that the White Tower may endure forever. Egwene Alvir, the Keeper of the Seals, the Flame of Tar Valon, the Amerlin's seat." Lelaine removed Egwene's great serpent ring from her left hand and gave it to Ramanda, who slipped it onto Egwene's right. "May the light illumine the Amerlin's seat and the White Tower." Egwene laughed. Ramanda blinked. Lelaine gave a start, and they were not the only ones. "I just remembered something," she said, then added, "Daughters." That was what the Amerlin called Aes Sedai. What she had remembered was what came next. She could not help thinking it was payment for easing her way through Tel'aran'rhiod. Rhiod. Egwene Alvir, the Keeper of the Seals, the Flame of Tar Valon, the Amerlin's seat, managed to sit in that hard wooden chair without letting herself down gingerly, and without wincing. She considered both triumphs of will. Shiriam and Mirella and Morvryn glided forward. Whoever had gasped there was no telling now by their serene faces, and the sitters formed a line behind them, stretching toward the door. It was done in order of age, with Ramanda at the very end. Shiriam spread her skirts in a deep curtsy.
"Please allow me to serve, mother." "You may serve the tower, daughter," Egwene replied, as gravely as she could. Shiriam kissed her ring and stepped aside, as Mirella made her curtsy. Down the line it went. There were some surprises in the arrangements. None of the sitters were really young, despite their Aes Sedai faces, but pale-haired Delana, whom Egwene had thought must be nearly as old as Romanda, stood less than halfway down the line, while Lelaine and Janya, both quite pretty women without a touch of gray in their dark hair, both came just ahead of the white-haired Yellow. Each made her curtsy and kissed Egwene's ring with absolutely no expression, though some did glance at Egwene's banded hem, and left the room by a rear door without another word. Normally there would have been more, but the rest of the ceremony was to wait on morning. At last Egwene was alone with the 3 women who had pledged for her. She was still not sure what that meant. To let in the other 3 as Egwene stood. What would have happened if Romanda hadn't stood? Supposedly there would have been one more chance, one more round of foot-washing and asking to be allowed to serve, but she was sure that if Romanda had voted no the second time, she would have the third. Then she very probably would have been raised Amyrlin herself in a few days, Shiriam replied. Her or Lelaine. That wasn't what I meant, Egwene said. What would have happened to me? Would I just have gone back to being accepted? Anaya and the others came hurrying up, smiling, and Mirella began helping Egwene out of the banded white dress and into a pale green silk that she would wear only long enough to reach her bed. It was late, but the Amyrlin could not walk about in the dress of an accepted. Very probably, Morvran answered after a moment. I can't say whether that would be luck or not, being an accepted that every sitter knew had almost had the Amyrlin seat. It has seldom happened, Beonin said, but a woman refused the Amyrlin seat is usually exiled. The hall strives for harmony, and she could not help being a source of disharmony. Shiriam looked straight into Egwene's eyes as if to impress her words. We surely would have been exiled. Mirella and Morvran and I for certain, since we stood pledge for you, and likely Carlinia and Beonin and Anaya as well. Her smile was abrupt. But it did not happen that way. The new Amyrlin is supposed to spend her first night in contemplation and prayer, but once Mirella finishes with those buttons, it might be best if we gave at least a little of it to telling you how matters stand in Salidar. They were all looking at her. Mirella was behind her, doing up the last button, but she could feel the woman's eyes. Yes, I think that might be best. Chapter 36. The Amyrlin is raised. Egwene raised her head from the pillows and looked around, for a moment surprised to find herself in a canopied bed in a large room. Early morning light spilled in at the windows, and a plumply pretty woman in a simple grey wool dress was setting a large white pitcher of hot water on the washstand. Chesa had been introduced to her last night as her maid, the Amyrlin's maid. A covered tray already sat beside her comb and brush on a narrow table beneath a mirror with a silver-worked frame. The smell of hot bread and stewed pears drifted in the air. Anaya had prepared the room for Egwene's arrival. The furnishings still did not match, but they were the best Salidar had to offer, from the padded armchair upholstered in green silk, to the stand mirror in the corner, with all its gilding intact, to the ornately carved wardrobe where her belongings now hung. Unfortunately, Anaya's taste seemed to run heavily to frothy lace and frills. Both thickly bordered the canopy of the bed and the drawn-back bed curtains, and one or the other decked the table and its stool, the arms and legs of the padded chair, the coverlet Egwene had tossed on the floor, and the thin silk sheet that had followed. The curtains at the windows were lace, too. Egwene put her head back down. Lace edged the pillows as well. The room made her feel she might drown in lace. There had been a great deal of talk after Shiriam and the others brought her here to what they called the Little Tower, almost all of it on their side. They were not really interested in what she thought Rand was up to, or what Coiran and the others might want. There was an embassy on its way to Caemlyn under Marana, who knew what to do, though they were rather vague about exactly what that was. For the most part, they did the talking, she the listening, her questions brushed aside. The answers to some were unimportant, she was told, for now anyway. Those that were answered got a quick gloss before they went on to what was important. Embassies had been sent off to every ruler, each one named in turn, with an explanation of why he or she was absolutely vital to Salidar's cause, which it seemed everyone was. They did not quite say everything would fail if even one ruler went against them, but the emphasis they laid on every one said it for them. Gareth Bryn was building an army that would eventually be strong enough to prosecute her claims against Elaida, if it came to that. They did not seem to think it would, despite Elaida's demand that they return to the tower. They seemed to believe that once word of Egwene Alvir's elevation to the Amerlin seat was spread, Aes Sedai would come to her, even some of those in the tower now, enough that Elaida would have no choice but to step down on demand. The White Cloaks were twiddling their thumbs for some reason, so Salidar was as safe as anywhere for as long as was necessary. That Loghain had been healed as well as Swan and Lyanna. Of course she would have been healed if she was here. It was just a surprise to find out she was. Came up almost in passing. "Nothing to worry you there," Shiriam said soothingly. She stood over Egwene, who sat in the padded armchair with the others in an arc around her. "The Hall will argue whether to gentle him again until old age relieves us of the problem." Egwene tried to stifle another yawn. It was getting late, and Anaya said, "We need to let her sleep. Tomorrow is almost as important as tonight was, child." Abruptly she laughed to herself softly. "Mother. Tomorrow is important too, Mother. We will send Chesa to help you get ready for bed." Even after they left, going to bed was not easy. While Chesa was still undoing Egwene's dress, Ramonda appeared with a number of suggestions for the Amerlin, delivered in a firm, no-nonsense voice, and no sooner did she go than Lelaine came, as if the Blue Sitter had been waiting for the Yellow's departure. Lelaine had her own helpful counsel, given with Egwene sitting up in bed after Chesa was gently but firmly put out of the room. It was not a bit like Ramonda's advice. Neither was much like Shiriam's, and came with a warm, even affectionate smile, but with just as much certainty that Egwene would need a little guidance in her first month. Neither woman exactly said that she could guide Egwene to what was best for the tower better than Shiriam, or that Shiriam and her little circle might try to tug in too many directions, or that they might give bad advice, but the strong implications were there. Ramonda and Lelaine also each hinted that the other might have her own agenda, one that undoubtedly would cause misery. By the time Egwene channeled the last lamp out, she expected a sleep. In fact, there were only two that she remembered the next morning. In one she was Amerlin, Aes Sedai, but without taking the oaths, and everything she did led to disaster. That wakened her bolt upright just to get away, yet she was sure it was not a dream with meaning. It was much the same as one of her experiences inside the ter'angreal, where she had been tested for accepted. As far as anyone knew, those had no connection to reality. Not to this reality. The other was the sort of foolishness she expected. She knew enough about her own dreams now to know that, even if she had to wake herself finally to escape that one as well. Shiriam had snatched the stole from her shoulders, and then everyone was laughing at her and pointing at the fool who really believed a girl of barely 18 years could be Amerlin. Not just the Aes Sedai, but all the wise ones, and Rand, and Perrin, and Mat, Nynaeve and Elaine, almost everyone she had ever met, while she stood there naked, desperately trying to put on an acceptance dress that might have fit a 10-year-old child. "Now, you can't be lying abed all day, Mother." Egwene opened her eyes. Chesa had an expression of mock severity on her face and a twinkle in her eye. At least twice Egwene's age, at their first meeting she had fallen straight into the blend of respect and familiarity that could be expected of an old retainer. "The Amerlin seat can't be lying slug abed, not today of all days." "The last thing in my mind." Scrambling stiffly from the bed, Egwene stretched before pulling off her sweaty shift. She could not wait until she had worked long enough with the power to stop sweating. "I'll wear the blue silk with the white morning stars along the neckline." She noticed Chesa very carefully not looking as the woman handed her a fresh shift. The effects of meeting her toe had faded somewhat, but she still appeared faintly bruised. "I had an accident before I got here," she said, hurriedly thrusting her head through the new shift. Chesa nodded in sudden understanding. Horses are wicked, untrustworthy beasts. You'll never get me on one, Mother. A good, sturdy cart is ever so much safer. If I fell off a horse like that, I'd never let on to a soul. Nildra would say such things. And Kaelin! Oh, you'd never believe the things some women can say the moment your back is turned. Of course, it's different for the Amerlin seat, but that's what I'd do. Holding the wardrobe door open, she glanced sideways at Egwene to see whether she understood. Egwene smiled at her. People are people, low or high, she said gravely. Chesa beamed for an instant before bringing out the blue dress. Shiriam might have chosen her, but she was the Amerlin seat's maid, and her loyalty was to the Amerlin seat. And she was right about today's importance, too. Eating quickly, despite Chesa's murmurs to herself about how gulping food always upset the stomach, the warm milk with honey and spices was sovereign for settling a nervous stomach. Egwene scrubbed her teeth and washed hurriedly, let Chesa take a few licks at her hair with the brush, and dressed as fast as the woman could get the blue silk over her head. Settling the 7-striped stole on her shoulders, she paused to look in the stand mirror. Stole or no stole, she did not look very much like the Amerlin seat. But I am. This is no dream. In the large room below, the tables stood as empty as they had in the night. Only the sitters were there, wearing their shawls and clustered according to Adja, and Shiriam standing alone. They quieted as Egwene descended the stair, curtsied when she reached the bottom. Romanda and Lelaine eyed her sharply, then turned away, very obviously not looking at Shiriam, and resumed their conversations. When Egwene remained silent, the others did the same. Occasionally one of them glanced at her. Even in whispers their voices sounded too loud. There was silence outside, utter stillness. Egwene plucked her handkerchief from her sleeve and patted her face. None of them sweated a drop. Shiriam came to stand beside her. "It will go well," she said softly. "Just remember what you are to say." That was another thing they had gone over in detail last night. Egwene had a speech to deliver this morning. Egwene nodded. It was strange. Her stomach should have been turning over, her knees shaking. They were not, and she could not understand. "There is no need to be anxious," Shiriam said. She sounded as if she thought Egwene was and meant to soothe her, but before she could open her mouth again, Romanda spoke loudly. "It is time." In a rustle of skirts, the sitters lined up according to age, with Romanda in the lead this time, and marched outside. Egwene moved to just short of the door. Still no flutters. Maybe Chesa was right about the warm milk. Silence still. Then Romanda's voice, too loud for nature. "We have an Amerlin seat." Egwene stepped outside into a heat she would not have expected until later in the day. As her foot left the stoop, it landed on a platform woven of air. The lines of sitters stretched out to either side of her, each sitter glowing with the light of Saidar. "Egwene al'Vir," Romanda intoned, her voice carried by weaves of the power. "The Watcher of the Seals, the Flame of Tar Valon, the Amerlin seat." They lifted her high as Romanda spoke, raising the Amerlin in truth until she stood just below the thatched roof, standing on thin air, it would seem, to any but a woman who could channel. There were plenty to see her outlined by the rising sun. A second weave made the light into a shimmering weave around her. Men and women packed the street. The crowd disappeared around corners. Every doorway was filled, every window, every rooftop except that of the little tower itself. A roar erupted that very nearly drowned out Romanda, waves of cheering that rolled across the village. Egwene scanned the crowd, searching for Nynaeve and Elaine, but she could not find them in that sea of upturned faces. An age seemed to pass before there was quiet enough for her to speak. The weave that had carried Romanda's voice shifted to her. They had prepared her speech, Shiriam and the others, a weighty exhortation she might have been able to deliver without blushing if she was twice her age, or better yet, 3 times. She had made a few changes on her own. "We are gathered together in a quest for truth and justice that will not end until the false Amerlin Elaida is removed from the place she usurped." The only change in that was
will not for cannot, but she thought it stronger and better. As Amerlin, I will lead you in that quest, and I will not falter, as I know you will not. And that was quite enough exhortation. In any case, she had no intention of remaining up here long enough to repeat everything they wanted said. It all amounted to what she already had said anyway. As my keeper of the chronicles, I name Shiriam Bayanar. That produced a much smaller cheer. A keeper was not an Amerlin, after all. Egwene glanced down, waiting until she saw Shiriam hurry outside, still draping her shoulders with the stole of the keeper, blue to show she had been raised from the blue Ajah. It had been decided not to make a copy of the Amerlin's staff, topped with a golden flame, that the keeper carried, until the true staff was recovered from the White Tower. They would have to do without. Shiriam had been expecting a much longer wait, and she looked at Egwene with open exasperation. In the lines of sitters, Romonda and Lelaine wore no expression at all. Each had had her own very strong suggestion for keeper, and needless to say, neither had been Shiriam. Egwene drew breath and turned back to the waiting crowd. In honor of this day, I hereby decree that all accepted and novices are absolved of penances and punishments. That was customary, and produced shouts of glee only from white-clad girls and a few accepted who forgot themselves. In honor of this day, I hereby decree that Theodrin Dabe, Phaolane Oranda, Nynaeve Almira, and Elaine Trakand are from this moment raised to the shawl, full sisters and Aes Sedai. A sort of questioning silence greeted that, with here and there a murmur. It was not according to custom at all, far from it. But it was said, and a good thing Morvern had happened to mention Theodrin and Phaolane. Time to return to what they had written out for her. I hereby decree this a day of feasting and celebration. Let no work be done but what is necessary for enjoyment. May the light shine on you all, and the Creator's hand shelter you. That last was swallowed by a tumultuous roar that overwhelmed the weave carrying her words. Some people began dancing in the street right there and then, though there was hardly room for them to move. The platform of air descended perhaps a trifle more quickly than it had risen. The sitters were staring at her when she stepped off, and the glow of Saidar began winking out among them almost before she touched ground. Shiriam darted up to take Egwene's arm, smiling at the stone-faced sitters. I must show the Amerlin her study. Forgive me. Egwene would not exactly have said Shiriam hustled her inside, but then again she would not exactly have said she did not. She did not think Shiriam would actually try to drag her. It seemed best to gather her skirts with her free hand and take longer strides so as not to find out. Her study at the back of the waiting room turned out to be somewhat smaller than her bedroom, with 2 windows, a writing table, a straight-backed chair behind it, and 2 more in front. Nothing else. The beetle-ridden wall panels had been waxed to a dull shine, but the tabletop was quite bare. There was a piece of flowered carpet on the floor. Forgive me if I was abrupt, Mother, Shiriam said, releasing her arm. But I thought we should speak privately before you spoke to any of the sitters. They all had a hand in writing your speech, and I know I made a few changes, Egwene said with a bright smile. But I felt such a mudgeon standing up there with all that to say. All of them had a hand? No wonder it had sounded like a pompous old woman who could not stop talking. She almost laughed. Anyway, I said what had to be said, the heart of it. Elida must be removed, and I will lead them to do it. Yes, Shiriam said slowly. But there might be a few questions about some of the other changes. Theodrin and Phaolane will certainly be raised Aes Sedai as soon as we have the tower and the oath rod back, and very likely Elaine. But Nynaeve still can't light a candle unless she yanks her braid at people first. That was exactly the point I wished to raise, Romonda said, coming in without knocking. Mother, she added, after a distinct pause. Lelaine shut the door behind them, nearly in the faces of several other sitters. It seemed necessary, Egwene said, widening her eyes. I thought of it last night. I've been raised Aes Sedai without being tested or taking the 3 oaths, and if I was the only one, it would just point me out. With 4 others, I won't seem quite so odd anymore. Not to people here, at least. Elida might try to make something of it when she hears,
but most folk know so little about Aes Sedai they won't know what to believe anyway. It is the people here who matter most. They must have confidence in me." Anyone but Aes Sedai would have gaped at her. As it was, Romanda very nearly spluttered. "That may be so," Lelaine began sharply, giving her blue-fringed shawl a jerk, then stopped. It was so. More, the Amyrlin seat had publicly decreed those women Aes Sedai. The Hall might be able to keep them accepted, or whatever Theodrin and Phaelane were in their cases, but the Hall could not erase memories, and it would not stop everyone knowing they had gone against the Amyrlin on her first day. A great deal that would do for confidence. "I hope, Mother," Romanda said in a tight voice, "that you will consult the Hall first the next time. Going against custom can have unexpected consequences." "Going against law can have unfortunate ones," Lelaine said bluntly, tacking on a belated "Mother." That was nonsense, or close to it. The conditions for being raised Aes Sedai were set in law, true, but the Amyrlin could decree almost anything she wished. Still, a wise Amyrlin did not jump into fights with the Hall when they could be avoided. "Oh, I will consult in the future," Egwene told them earnestly. "But it did seem the right thing to do. Please, would you excuse me now? I really do need to speak with the Keeper." They practically quivered. Their curtsies were slight, their parting words perfectly correct so far as the words went, but muttered in Romanda's case, and in Lelaine's sharp enough to cut. "You handled that very well," Shiriam said when they were gone. She sounded surprised. "But you must remember the Hall can make problems for any Amyrlin. One reason I am your keeper is so that I can advise you and keep you away from that sort of problem. You should ask me about any decrees you want to make, and if I'm not at hand, Mirella and Morvrin and the others. We are here to help you, Mother." "I understand, Shiriam. I promise to listen carefully to whatever you say. I'd like to see Nynaeve and Elaine if that is possible." "It should be," Shiriam said, smiling, "though I may have to pull Nynaeve away from a yellow physically. Siuan is coming to teach you about the etiquette of being Amyrlin. There is a great deal of it to learn, but I'll tell her to come a little later." Egwene stared at the door after Shiriam had gone. Then she turned and stared at the table. Absolutely bare. Not a report to be read, no records to study, not so much as a pen and ink to write a note, much less a decree, and Siuan coming to teach her etiquette. When a timid tap came at the door, she was still standing there. "Come," she said, wondering whether it was Siuan or perhaps a servant with a snack of honey cakes, already cut into suitably small pieces. Nynaeve poked her head in hesitantly, then was pushed into the room by Elaine. Side by side they made perfect deep curtsies, spreading white banded skirts wide and murmuring, "Mother." "Please don't do that," Egwene said. Actually, it was more of a wail. "You're the only two friends I have, and if you start—" Light, she was almost ready to cry. Elaine reached her first by a hair, throwing her arms around her. Nynaeve was silent, fiddling nervously with a slim silver bracelet, but not Elaine. "We're still your friends, Egwene, but you are the Amyrlin seat. Light, remember I told you one day you'd be the Amyrlin when I was—" Elaine grimaced faintly. "Well, in any case, you are. We can't just walk up to the Amyrlin and say, 'Egwene, does this dress make me look fat?' It would not be proper." "Yes, it would," Egwene said stoutly. "Well, in private," she allowed after a moment. "When we're alone, I want you to tell me a dress makes me look fat, or whatever you want." Smiling at Nynaeve, she tugged the woman's thick braid gently. Nynaeve gave a start. "And I want you to pull that at me if you feel like it. I need somebody who is Egwene's friend and doesn't see this bloody stole all the time, or I will go crazy. Speaking of dresses, why are you still in those? I thought sure you could be changed by now." Nynaeve did pull at her braid then. "That Nisao told me it must be some sort of mistake and dragged me off. She said she wasn't going to return just for a celebration." The sounds of it were beginning to rise outside, a general hum just loud enough to penetrate the stone walls, and a faint thread of music. "Well, it was no mistake," Egwene said. "Nisao's turn? Well, she was not going to ask now. Nynaeve was not happy about it, and Egwene wanted this to be as happy an occasion as it could. Dragging the chair from behind the table, she saw 2 plump patchwork cushions on the seat and smiled. Chesa. We are going to sit here and talk, and then I will help you find the 2 best dresses in Salidar. Tell me about these discoveries of yours. Anaya mentioned them, and Shiriam, but I could not make them hold still long enough to give me any details. Almost as one, the pair paused in the act of sitting and exchanging glances. Unaccountably, they seemed reluctant to talk of anything but Nynaeve's healing swan and Lyanna. Nynaeve repeated 3 times rather anxiously that healing Loghain had been an accident, and Elaine's work with Ter'angreal. Those were remarkable feats, especially Nynaeve's, but there was only so much they could say, and there were only so many times Egwene could tell them how marvelous what they had done was, and how much she envied them. Trying to demonstrate did not last long. Egwene had no real feel for healing, especially not this complicated tapestry Nynaeve wove without thought, and though she had an affinity for metals and very good strength in both fire and earth, Elaine lost her almost immediately. Of course they wanted to know what life was like among the Aiel. From the startled blinks and shocked laughs, abruptly cut off, she was not sure they believed everything she told them, and she certainly did not tell everything. The Aiel led naturally into Rand. Both women stared all through her rendition of his meeting with the Aes Sedai. They agreed that he was wading waters deeper than he knew, and needed someone to guide him before he stepped into a hole. Elaine thought Min might help with that, once the embassy reached Caemlyn. This was the first Egwene knew Min was with him, or had been in Salidar, though in truth Elaine seemed rather half-hearted. And she muttered something truly peculiar, as if it were a truth she did not like hearing. Min is a better woman than I am. For some reason that got a sympathetic look from Nynaeve. I wish I were there, Elaine went on in a stronger voice. To guide him, I mean. She looked from Egwene to Nynaeve, red touching her cheeks. Well, that too. Nynaeve and Egwene began laughing so hard they nearly fell out of their chairs, and Elaine joined in almost immediately. There's one good thing to tell, Elaine, Egwene said breathlessly, still trying to recover. Then she realized exactly what she was going to say, and why. Light! What a mire she had stepped into, and while laughing. I'm sorry about your mother, Elaine. You don't know how I wished I could offer my condolences before this. Elaine looked confused, as well she might. The point is, Rand means to give you the Lion Throne and the Sun Throne. To her surprise, Elaine sat up very straight. He does he? She said in a cool, flat voice. He intends to give them to me. Her chin rose slightly. I have some claim to the Sun Throne, and if I choose to make it, I will do so in my own right. As for the Lion Throne, Rand al'Thor has no right, none, to give me what is mine already. I'm sure he didn't mean it that way, Egwene protested. Did he? He loves you, Elaine. I know he does. If only it were that simple, Elaine muttered, whatever that was supposed to mean. Nynaeve sniffed. Men always say they didn't mean it that way. You would think they spoke a different language. When I put my hands on him again, Elaine said firmly, I will teach him to speak the right language. Give me. It was all Egwene could do not to laugh again. The next time Elaine laid hands on Rand, she would be too busy hunting a secluded spot to teach him anything. This was very like old times. Now your Aes Sedai, you can go to him any time you want. Nobody can stop you. A quick look passed between the pair. The Hall isn't letting anyone just pick up and leave, Nynaeve said, and even if she could, we found something I think is more important. Elaine nodded vigorously. I think so too. I'll admit the first thought I had when I heard you announced Amyrlin was that now maybe Nynaeve and I could go find it. Well, the second. The first was a sort of stunned joy. Egwene blinked in confusion. You found something, but now you need to find it. Leaning forward in their chairs, they answered eagerly and almost on top of one another. We found it, Elaine said, but only until I run Riod. We used need, Nynaeve added. We certainly needed something.
It's a bowl, Elaine continued. A terangrial, and I think it might be strong enough to change the weather. Only the bowl is somewhere in Ebou Dar, in an awful tangled warren of streets with no signs or anything to help. The Hall sent a letter to Merlilla, but she'll never find it, especially since she is supposed to be busy convincing Queen Tylan that the real White Tower is here. We told them it needed a man in the channeling, Nynaeve sighed. Of course, that was before Loghain, though I don't think they would trust him. It doesn't really need a man, Elaine said. We just wanted to make them believe they needed Rand. I don't know how many women it does need. Maybe a full circle of 13. Elaine says it's very powerful, Egwene. It could make the weather right again. I'd welcome that just to get my weather sense straight again. The bowl can make it right, Egwene. Elaine exchanged happy looks with Nynaeve. All you have to do is send us to Ebou Dar. The flood receded, and Egwene leaned back in her chair. I will do what I can. Maybe there'll be no objection now that your Aes Sedai. She had the feeling there would be, though. Raising them had seemed such a bold stroke, but she was beginning to believe it was not quite so simple. What you can? Elaine said incredulously. You are the Amyrlin's seat, Egwene. You give a command, and Aes Sedai jump. She flashed a quick grin. Say jump, and I'll prove it. Grimacing, Egwene shifted on the cushions. I'm the Amyrlin, but... Elaine, Sheriam doesn't have to think very hard to recall a novice named Egwene staring goggle-eyed at everything and being sent to rake the new garden walks for eating apples after bedtime. She means to lead me by the hand, or maybe push me by the scruff of my neck. Romanda and Lilane both wanted to be Amyrlin, and they see that novice too. They intend to show me where to put my feet as much as Sheriam does. Nynaeve frowned worriedly, but Elaine was pure indignation. You can't let them get away with trying to bully you. You are the Amyrlin. The Amyrlin tells the Hall what to do, not the other way around. You have to stand up and make them see the Amyrlin seat. Egwene's laugh had a touch of bitterness. Had it only been last night that she was so defiant about being bullied? That will take a little time, Elaine. You see, I finally understood why they chose me. Part is for Rand, I think. Maybe they believe he'll be more amenable if he sees me wearing the stole. The other part is because they remember that novice. A girl who's so used to doing as she's told that there will be no trouble making her do as they want. She fingered the striped stole around her neck. Well, whatever their reasons, they chose me Amyrlin, and since they did, I mean to be Amyrlin, but I have to be careful, at first anyway. Maybe Siuan made the Hall jump every time she frowned. She wondered whether that had ever been true. But if I try that, I might just be the first Amyrlin ever deposed the day after she was raised. Elaine looked dumbfounded, but Nynaeve nodded slowly. Perhaps being wisdom and dealing with the women's circle back home had given her more insight into how the Amyrlin's seat and the Hall of the Tower actually worked together than all of Elaine's training to be queen. Elaine, once word spreads and rulers know about me, I can begin making the Hall realize they chose an Amyrlin, not a puppet. But until then, they really could take this stole away as fast as they gave it. I mean, if I'm not really Amyrlin, then it isn't hard to push me aside. There might be a few mutters, but I have no doubt they could smooth those over fast enough. If anyone outside Salidar ever heard somebody named Egwene al'Vir was raised Amyrlin, it would just be one of those peculiar rumors that grow up around Aes Sedai. What are you going to do? Elaine asked quietly. You are not going to accept it meekly. That made Egwene smile wholeheartedly. It was not a question, but a firm statement of fact. No, I am not. She had listened to a number of Moiraine's lectures to Rand about the game of houses. Back then she had thought the game absurd and worse than underhanded. Now she hoped she could remember everything she had heard. The Aiel always said, use the weapons you have. It may help that they're trying to fit me for 3 different leashes. I can pretend to be pulled by one or the other, depending on which is closest to what I want to do. Once in a while I can do just what I want, the way I did raising you two, but not very often yet. Squaring her shoulders, she met their gazes levelly. I would like to say I raised you because you deserved it, but the truth is I did it because you're my friends, and because I hope as full sisters you can help me. I certainly don't know who else I can trust except you two. I will send you to Ebu Dar as soon as I can, but before and after you are who I can discuss things with. I know you will tell me the truth. That trip to Ebu Dar may not take as long as you might think. You too have made all sorts of discoveries, so I hear, but if I can puzzle a few things out, I may have one of my own." "That will be wonderful," Elaine said, but she sounded almost absent-minded. Chapter 37. When Battle Begins. The silence was very peculiar, and Egwene did not understand at all. Elaine looked at Nynaeve, then they both looked at Nynaeve's slim silver bracelet. Nynaeve shifted her gaze to Egwene, wide-eyed, and quickly put it on the floor. "I have a confession," she said in a near whisper. Her voice never rose, but words spilled out in a rush. "I captured Moghedien." Without raising her eyes, she lifted her wrist with the bracelet. "This is an Idam. We're holding her prisoner, and nobody knows, except Swan and Lyanna and Brigitte, and now you." "We had to," Elaine said, leaning forward urgently. "They'd have executed her, Egwene. I know she deserves it, but her head is full of knowledge, things we hardly dream of. That's where all of our discoveries came from. Except Nynaeve's healing Swan and Lyanna and Loghain, and my ter'angreal. They would have killed her without waiting to learn anything." Questions whirled through Egwene's head dizzyingly. They had captured one of the Forsaken? How? Elaine had made an Idam? Egwene shivered, barely able to look at the thing. It looked nothing like the Idam she knew far too well. Even with that, how had they managed to keep one of the Forsaken hidden among so many Aes Sedai? One of the Forsaken, prisoner, not tried and executed. As suspicious as Rand had become, if he ever discovered that, he would never trust Elaine again. "Bring her here," she managed to say hollowly. Nynaeve bounced out of her chair and ran. The noises of celebration, laughter and music and song swelled for a moment before the door banged shut behind her. Egwene rubbed her temples. One of the Forsaken. That is quite a secret to keep. Elaine's cheeks colored. Why, under the light? Of course. "Elaine, I have no intention of asking about anybody I'm not supposed to know about." The golden-haired woman actually jumped. I may be able to talk. Later. Tomorrow, maybe. Egwene, you have to promise me you won't say anything, not to anybody, unless I say so. No matter what you see. If that's what you want. Egwene did not understand why the other woman was so agitated. Not really. Elaine had a secret that Egwene shared. Only Egwene had found out by accident, and ever since they had both been pretending it was still Elaine's secret alone. She had met with Brigitte, the hero out of legend, in Tel'aran'rhiod. Maybe she still did. Wait, that was what Nynaeve had said. Brigitte knew about Moghedien. Did she mean the woman waiting in Tel'aran'rhiod for the Horn of Valier to call her back? Nynaeve knew the secret that Elaine had refused to admit to Egwene, even when she was caught out? No. This was not going to turn into a round of accusations and denials. "Elaine, I am the Amyrlin, really the Amyrlin, and I already have plans. The Wise Ones who channel handle a good many of their weaves differently from Aes Sedai." Elaine already knew about the Wise Ones, though come to think of it, Egwene did not know whether the Aes Sedai did. The other Aes Sedai now. Sometimes what they do is more complicated or more crude, but at times it's simpler than we were taught in the Tower, and works just as well. "You want Aes Sedai to study with the Aiel?" Elaine's mouth quirked in amusement. "Egwene, they'll never agree to that. Not if you live 1,000 years. I suppose they'll want to test Aiel girls for novices when they find out, though." Shifting on her cushions, Egwene hesitated. Aes Sedai studying with the Wise Ones? As apprentices? It would never happen. But Romanda and Lelaine especially might benefit from a little Ji'ito, and Shiriam, and Mirella, and... She found a more comfortable way to sit and gave up her fancies. "I doubt the Wise Ones will agree to Aiel girls becoming novices. They might have once, possibly, but certainly not now.
Now it would be as much as Egwene could expect for them to speak civilly to Aes Sedai. I thought some sort of association. Elaine, there are fewer than 1,000 Aes Sedai. If you include those who remain in the waste, I think there are more wise ones who can channel than there are Aes Sedai. Maybe many more. Anyway, they don't miss a one with the spark born in her. How many women had died on this side of the Dragon Wall because they suddenly could channel, maybe without realizing what they were doing at all, and had no one to teach them? I want to bring in more women, Elaine. What about women who can learn but no Aes Sedai found them before they were thought too old for novices? I say if she wants to learn, let her try, even if she's 40 or 50, or her grandchildren have grandchildren. Elaine hugged herself, laughing. Oh, Egwene, the Accepted will just love teaching those novice classes. They'll have to learn how, Egwene said firmly. She did not see the problem. Aes Sedai had always said you could be too old for a novice, but if you wanted to learn... They had changed their minds partway already. In the crowd she had seen faces older than Nynaeve's above Novice White. The Tower has always been severe about excluding people, Elaine. If you aren't strong enough, you're put out. Refuse to take a test and you're sent away. Fail a test and out. They should be allowed to stay if they want. But the tests are to make sure you're strong enough, Elaine protested. Not just in the one power, in yourself. Surely you don't want Aes Sedai who will break the first time they come under pressure, or Aes Sedai who can barely channel? Egwene sniffed. Cerelia would have been put out of the Tower without ever being tested for Accepted. Maybe they can't be Aes Sedai, but that doesn't mean they are useless. After all, they're already trusted to use the power with at least some discretion, or they wouldn't be sent off into the world. My dream is for every woman who can channel to be connected to the Tower somehow. Every last one. The Windfinders? Elaine winced when Egwene nodded. You didn't betray them, Elaine. I can't believe they kept their secret as long as they did. Elaine sighed heavily. Well, what's done is done. You can't put honey back in the comb. But if your Aiel gets special protection, the Sea Folk should too. Let the Windfinders teach their girls. No Sea Folk women bundled off by Aes Sedai, whatever they will. Done. Egwene spat on her palm and held out her hand, and after a moment Elaine spat on hers and grinned as they clasped to seal the bargain. Slowly that grin faded. Is this about Rand and his amnesty, Egwene? In part. Elaine, how could the man be so... There was no way to finish that, and no answer anyway. The other woman nodded a touch sadly, in understanding or agreement or both. The door opened, and a sturdy woman in dark wool appeared, a silver tray in her hands with 3 silver cups and a long-necked silver wine pitcher. Her face was worn, a farm wife's face, but her dark eyes glittered as she studied Egwene and Elaine with a shifting gaze. Egwene had just a moment to feel surprised that the woman wore a close-fitting silver necklace despite her drab dress, and then Nynaeve entered behind her, shutting the door. She must have run like the wind, because she had found time to exchange the Accepted's dress for a dark blue silk, embroidered with golden scrolls around the neckline and hem. It was not nearly so low-cut as what Berelain wore, but still considerably lower than Egwene expected to see on Nynaeve. "This is Marigan," Nynaeve said, drawing her braid over her shoulder in a practiced motion. Her great serpent ring shone golden on her right hand. Egwene started to ask why she emphasized the name so, then abruptly realized that Marigan's necklace was a match for the bracelet on Nynaeve's wrist. She could not help staring. The woman certainly did not look anything like she expected one of the Forsaken to look. She said as much, and Nynaeve laughed. "Watch, Egwene." She did more than watch. She nearly leaped out of her chair, and she did embrace Saidar. As soon as Nynaeve spoke, the glow had surrounded Marigan, only for an instant, but before it faded, the woman in the plain wool dress changed completely. Actually, they were rather small changes, but they added up to a different woman, handsome rather than beautiful, but not at all worn, a woman who was proud, even regal. Only the eyes remained the same, glittering, but no matter how they shifted, Egwene could believe this woman was Moghedien. "How?" was all she said. She listened carefully as Nynaeve and Elaine explained about weaving disguises and inverting weaves, but she watched Moghedien. She was proud and full of herself, full of being herself again. "Put her back," Egwene said when the explanations were done. Again the glow of Saidar lasted only moments, and once it faded there were no weaves that she could see. Moghedien was plain and worn again, a countrywoman who had led a hard life and looked older than her years. Those black eyes glittered at Egwene, filled with hate, and maybe self-loathing as well. Realizing she still held Saidar, Egwene felt foolish for a moment. Neither Nynaeve nor Elaine had embraced the Source, but then Nynaeve was wearing that bracelet. Egwene stood, never taking her gaze from Moghedien, and held out her hand. If anything, Nynaeve seemed eager to have the thing off her wrist, which Egwene could understand. Handing the bracelet over, Nynaeve said, "Put the tray on the table, Marigan, and be on your best behavior. Egwene has been living with the Aiel." Egwene turned the silver band over in her hands and tried not to shiver. Cunning work, segmented so cleverly it almost appeared solid. She had been on the other end of an Eidam once, a Seanchan device with a silver leash connecting necklace and bracelet, but still the same. Her stomach roiled as it had not, facing the hall or the crowd. It stewed as though trying to make up for being still before. Deliberately she closed the length of silver around her wrist. She had some idea of what to expect, but she still almost jumped. The other woman's emotions were laid out before her, her physical state, all gathered in one fenced-off portion of Egwene's mind. Mainly there was pulsing fear, but the self-loathing she had thought she saw swelled nearly as strongly. Moghedien did not like her present appearance. Maybe she especially did not like it after a short return to her own. Egwene thought of who it was she was looking at. One of the Forsaken, a woman whose name had been used to frighten children for centuries, a woman whose crimes deserved death 100 times over. She thought of the knowledge in that head. She made herself smile. It was not a pretty smile. She did not mean it to be, but she did not think she could have made it one if she tried. "They're right. I have been living with the Aiel. So if you expect me to be as gentle as Nynaeve and Elaine, put it out of your mind. Set just one foot wrong with me, and I'll make you beg for death. Only I won't kill you. I will just find some way to make that face permanent. On the other hand, if you do more than put a foot wrong..." She widened her smile until it was just showing teeth. The fear leaped so high it drowned everything else and bulged against the fence. Standing in front of the table, Moghedien clutched her skirts white-knuckled tight and trembled visibly. Nynaeve and Elaine were looking at Egwene as if they had never seen her before. Light. Did they expect her to be polite to one of the Forsaken? Cerelia would stake the woman out in the sun to bring her to heel, if she did not simply slit her throat out of hand. Egwene moved closer to Moghedien. The other woman was taller, but she cowered back against the table, knocking over the wine cups on their tray and rocking the pitcher. Egwene made her voice cold. It did not have far to go. "The day I detect one lie out of you is the day I execute you myself. Now, I have considered traveling from one place to another by boring a hole, so to speak, from here to there. A hole through the pattern, so there's no distance between one end and the other. How well will that work?" "Not at all for you or any woman," Moghedien said, breathless and quick. The fear that boiled inside was plain on her face now. "That is how men travel." The capital was plain. She was speaking of one of the lost talents. "If you try, you will be sucked into, I don't know what it is. The space between the threads of the pattern, maybe. I don't think you would live very long. I know you would never come back." "Traveling," Nynaeve muttered disgustedly. "We never thought of traveling." "No, we didn't." Elaine sounded no more pleased with herself. "I wonder what else we never thought of." Egwene ignored them. "Then how?" she asked softly. A quiet voice was always better than shouting. Moghedien flinched as though she had shouted anyway. "You make the two places in the pattern identical. I can show you how. It takes a little effort because of the necklace, but I can..." "Like this?" Egwene said, embracing Saidar, and wove flows of spirit. This time she was not trying to touch the world of dreams, but she expected something much the same if it worked. What she got was quite different. The thin curtain she wove did not produce the shimmering effect, and it lasted only a moment before snapping together in a vertical line that was suddenly a slash of silvery blue light. The light itself widened quickly, or perhaps turned, it looked that way to her, into something. There in the middle of the floor was a doorway, not at all the misty view she had had of Tel Riyadh from her tent. A doorway opening onto a sun-blasted land that made the worst of the drought here look lush. Stone spires and sharp cliffs loomed over a dusty yellow clay plain cut by fissures and dotted with a few scrub bushes that had a thorny look even at a distance. Egwene very nearly stared. That was the Aiel Waste, halfway between Cold Rock's Hold and the Valley of Rhuidean, a spot where it was very unlikely there would be anyone to see or be heard. Rand's precautions with his special room in the Sun Palace had suggested she take some too, but she had only hoped to reach it, and she had been sure it would be seen through a shimmering curtain. "Light?" Elaine breathed. "Do you know what you've done, Egwene? Do you? I think I can do it. If you repeat the weave again, I know I'll remember." "Remember what?" Nynaeve practically wailed. "How did she do it? Oh, curse this cursed block! Elaine, kick my ankle, please." Moghedien's face had gone very still. Uncertainty rolled through the bracelet almost as heavily as fear. Reading emotions was hardly like reading words on a page, but those two were clear. "Who—" Moghedien licked her lips. "Who taught you that?" Egwene smiled as she had seen Aes Sedai smile. At least she hoped it conveyed mystery. "Never be too sure I don't already know the answer," she said coolly. "Remember, lie to me once." Suddenly it occurred to her how this must sound to Nynaeve and Elaine. They had captured the woman, held her captive in the most impossible circumstances, pried all sorts of information out of her. Turning to them, she gave a small, rueful laugh. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to just take over." "Why should you be sorry?" Elaine wore a broad smile. "You are supposed to take over, Egwene." Nynaeve gave her braid a yank, then glared at it. "Nothing seems to work. Why can't I get angry? Oh, you can keep her forever for all of me. We couldn't take her to Abu Dar anyway. Why can't I get angry? Oh, blood and bloody ashes!" Her eyes went wide as she realized what she had said, and she clapped a hand over her mouth. Egwene glanced at Moghedien. The woman was busily setting the wine cups upright again and pouring wine with a smell of sweet spices, but something had come through the bracelet while Nynaeve was talking. Shock, perhaps? Maybe she would prefer the mistress she knew to one who threatened death in almost her first breath. A firm knock sounded at the door, and Egwene hastily released Saidar. The opening to the waist vanished. "Come." Siuan took one step into the study and stopped, taking in Moghedien, the bracelet on Egwene's wrist, Nynaeve and Elaine. Shutting the door, she made a curtsy as minimal as anything from Romanda or Lelaine. "Mother, I've come to instruct you in etiquette, but if you would rather I returned later?" Her eyebrows rose, calmly questioning. "Go," Egwene told Moghedien. If Nynaeve and Elaine were willing to let her run loose, the Aedam must limit her, if not as much as one with a leash. Fingering the bracelet, she hated the thing, but she intended to wear it day and night, she added, "But keep yourself available. I'll treat trying to escape the same as a lie." Fear gushed through the Aedam as Moghedien scurried out. That could be a problem. How had Nynaeve and Elaine lived with those torrents of dread? Still, that was for later. Facing Siuan, she folded her arms beneath her breasts. "This won't do, Siuan. I know everything. Daughter." Siuan tilted her head. Sometimes knowing gives no advantage whatsoever. Sometimes it only means sharing the danger. "Siuan," Elaine said, half shocked and half warning, and to Egwene's surprise, Swan did something she had never expected to see Swan Sanche do. She blushed. "You can't expect me to become somebody else overnight," the woman muttered grumpily. Egwene suspected Nynaeve and Elaine could help with what she had to do, but if she was really going to be Amyrlin, she had to do it alone. "Elaine, I know you want to get out of that Accepted's dress. Why don't you do that? And then see what you find out about lost talents. Nynaeve, you do the same." A look passed between them, then they glanced at Swan and rose to make perfect curtsies, respectfully murmuring, "As you command, Mother." There was no evidence of any impression on Swan. She stood watching Egwene with a wry expression while they left. Egwene embraced Saidar again briefly to slide her chair back into place behind the table, then adjusted her stole and sat. For a long moment she regarded Swan silently. "I need you," she said at last. "You know what it is to be Amyrlin, what the Amyrlin can and cannot do. You know the sitters, how they think, what they want. I need you, and I mean to have you. Shiriam and Ramonda and Lelaine may think I still wear novice white under this stole, maybe they all do, but you are going to help me show them differently. I'm not asking you, Swan. I will have your help." All there was to do then was wait. Swan regarded her, then gave a slight shake of her head and laughed softly. "They made a very bad mistake, didn't they? Of course I made it first. The plump little grunter for the table turns out to be a live silver pike as long as your leg." Spreading her skirts wide, she made a deep curtsy, inclining her head. "Mother, please allow me to serve and advise." "So long as you know it's only advice, Swan. I have too many people already who think they can tie strings to my arms and legs. I won't put up with it from you." "I'd as soon try tying strings to myself," Swan said dryly. "You know, I never really liked you. Maybe it was because I saw too much of myself in you." "In that case," Egwene said in just as dry a tone, "you can call me Egwene when we're alone. Now sit down and tell me why the hall is still sitting here, and how I can get them moving." Swan started to pull one of the chairs over before remembering she could move it with Saidar now. "They are sitting because once they move, the White Tower really is broken. As for how to get them moving, my advice—" Her advice took a long time. Some of it went along lines Egwene had already thought of, and all of it seemed good. In her room in the little tower, Ramonda poured mint tea for 3 other sitters, only one a yellow. The room was in the back, but the sounds of festival penetrated. Ramonda ignored them studiously. These 3 had been ready to support her for the Amyrlin seat. Voting for the girl had been as much a way to keep Lelaine from being raised as anything else. Lelaine would burn if she ever knew that. Now that Shiriam had her child Amyrlin installed, these 3 were still willing to listen, especially after the business of raising Accepted to the shawl by decree. That had to be Shiriam's doing. She and her little clique had pampered all 4. It had been their notion to lift Theodrin and Phaelane above the other Accepted, and they had suggested it for Elaine and Nynaeve as well at one time. Frowning, she wondered what was keeping Dallana, but she began talking anyway, after sheathing the room in Saidar against eavesdropping. Dallana would just have to catch up when she came. The important thing was that Shiriam was going to learn she had not gained as much power as she thought by snatching the job of keeper. In a house halfway across Salidar, Lelaine was serving chilled wine to 4 sitters, only one from her own blue Aja. Saidar laced the room against listeners. The sounds of celebration made her smile. The 4 women with her had suggested she try for the Amyrlin seat herself, and she had not been reluctant, but a failure would have meant Ramonda being raised instead, which would have pained Lelaine as much as being exiled. How Ramonda would gnash her teeth if she ever learned they had all voted for the child just to keep the stole from Ramonda's own shoulders. What they had gathered to discuss, though, was how to lessen Shiriam's influence now she had managed to grab the keeper's stole. That farce of raising Accepted to Aes Sedai by the girl's decree. Shiriam's head must have swollen to madness. As the talk went on, Lelaine began to wonder where Dallana was. She should have been there by now. Dallana sat in her room, staring at Halima perched on the edge of Dallana's bed. The name Asangar was never to be used. Sometimes Delana was afraid Halima would know if she even thought it. The ward against dropping was small, enclosing just the pair of them. "That is madness," she managed at last. "Don't you understand? If I continue to try supporting every faction, they will catch me out sooner or later. Everyone must take some risks." The firmness of the woman's voice belied the smile on that lush mouth. "And you will continue to press for gentling Loghain again. That or killing him." A slight grimace actually made the woman more beautiful somehow. "If they ever brought him out of that house, I would attend to it myself." Delana could not imagine how, but she would not doubt the woman until she failed. "What I don't understand is why you are so afraid of a man with 6 sisters shielding him from sun-up to sun-up." Halima's green eyes blazed as she leaped to her feet. "I am not afraid, and don't you ever suggest it. I want Loghain severed or dead, and that is all you have to know. Do we understand one another?" Not for the first time Delana considered killing the other woman, but as always she had a sinking certainty that she would be the one to die. Somehow Halima knew when she embraced Saidar, even if Halima could not channel herself. The worst of it was the possibility that because Halima needed her, she would not kill her. Delana could not imagine what she might do instead, but the very vagueness of the threat made her shudder. She should be able to kill the woman right there, right then. "Yes, Halima," she said meekly, and hated herself for it. "So good of you," Swan murmured, holding her cup for Lelaine to add a small splash of brandy in her tea. The sun was sinking toward the horizon, giving the light a reddish cast, but the streets outside were still raucous. "You have no idea how tiring it is trying to teach that girl etiquette. She seemed to think as long as she behaves like a wisdom from back home, everything will be fine. The hall is supposed to be the women's circle or some such thing." Lelaine made sympathetic noises over her own tea. "You say she was complaining about Romanda?" Swan shrugged. "Something about Romanda insisting we stay here for Tar Valon, as near as I could make out. Like the girl has a temper like a fisher bird in mating season, shoulders and shake her. But of course she does wear the stole now. Well, once I finish my lectures, I'm done with her. Do you remember—" Smiling inside, Swan watched Lelaine drinking it all in with the tea. Only the first sentence had really been important. The bit about a temper was her own addition, but it might make some of the sitters walk a little more carefully around Egwene. Besides, she suspected it might be true. She would never be Amyrlin again herself, and she was fairly certain that trying to manipulate Egwene would be as futile as trying to manipulate herself had been, and as painful. Yet teaching an Amyrlin to be Amyrlin, she looked forward to that as much as she had anything in a long time. Egwene Alvear would be an Amyrlin to make thrones tremble. "But what about my block?" Nynaeve said, and Romanda frowned at her. They were in Romanda's room in the little tower, and this was when Romanda was supposed to have her according to the schedule the Yellows had set up. The music and laughter outside seemed to irritate the Yellow. "You weren't so eager earlier. I heard that you told Dagdara you were Aes Sedai too, and she could find a lake and douse her head." Heat rose in Nynaeve. Trust her temper to get in the way. "Maybe I just realized that being Aes Sedai doesn't mean I can channel any more easily than before." Romanda sniffed. "Aes Sedai. You have a long way to go for that, whatever—" "Very well, then. Something we haven't tried before. Jump up and down on one foot. And talk." She sat down in a carved armchair near the bed, still frowning. "Gossip, I think. Talk about light things. For instance, what was it the Amyrlin said Lelaine wanted to talk about?" For a moment Nynaeve stared back indignantly. Jump on one foot? That was ridiculous. Still, she was not really here about her block anyway. Lifting her skirts, she began jumping. Egwene, the Amyrlin, didn't say much. Something about having to stay put in Salidar. This had better work, or Egwene was going to hear a few choice words, Amyrlin or no. "I think this one will work better, Shiriam," Elaine said, handing over a twisted blue and red flecked ring of what had been stone this morning. In truth, it was no different from any other she had made. They stood apart from the crowd at the mouth of a narrow alley lit by the red sun. Behind them, fiddles squealed and flutes sang. "Thank you, Elaine." Shiriam tucked the ter'angreal into her belt pouch without even looking at it. Elaine had caught Shiriam in a pause from dancing, her face a little flushed beneath all that cool Aes Sedai serenity, but the clear green gaze that had made Elaine's knees shake as a novice was fixed on her face. "Why do I get the feeling this is not your only reason for coming to see me?" Elaine grimaced, twisting the great serpent ring on her right hand. The right hand. She just had to remember she was Aes Sedai too now. "It's Egwene. The Amyrlin, I guess I should say. She's worried, Shiriam, and I was hoping you could help her. You are the keeper, and I did not know who else to go to. I don't have the straight of it completely. You know how Egwene is. She wouldn't complain if her foot was cut off. It's Romanda, I think, though she did mention Lelaine. One or both have been at her, I think, about staying here in Salidar, about not moving yet because it's too dangerous." "That is good advice," Shiriam said slowly. "I don't know about dangerous, but that is the advice I would give her myself." Elaine spread her hands in a helpless shrug. "I know. She told me you did, but she didn't say it right out. But I think she's a little afraid of those two. I know she's Amyrlin now, but I think they make her feel a novice. I think she's afraid if she does what they want, even if it is good advice, they will expect her to do the same next time. I think, Shiriam, she is afraid she won't be able to say no the next time if she says yes now. And I am afraid of it too. Shiriam, she's the Amyrlin's seat. She shouldn't be under Romanda's thumb or Lelaine's or anybody's. You are the only one who can help her. I do not know how, but you are." Shiriam was quiet so long that Elaine began to think the other woman was going to tell her every word was ludicrous. "I will do what I can," Shiriam said at last. Elaine stifled a relieved sigh before she realized it would not have mattered. Leaning forward, Egwene rested her arms along the sides of the copper tub and let Chesa's chatter flow over her as the woman scrubbed her back. She had dreamed of a real bath, but actually sitting in the soapy water, scented with a floral oil, felt strange after Aiel's sweat tents. She had taken her first step as Amyrlin, marshaled her outnumbered army, and begun her attack. She remembered hearing Ruark say once that when battle began, a battle leader no longer had any real control. Now all she could do was wait. "Even so," she said softly, "I think the wise ones would be proud."
Chapter 38. A Sudden Chill. The blazing sun still climbed behind him, and Matt was glad his broad-brimmed hat gave a little shade on his face. This Altaran forest was winter bare and more than winter brown, with pines and leatherleafs and other evergreens looking sere, and oak and ash and sweet gum naked. Noon yet to come, the worst heat beyond that, and already the day was like riding through an oven. His coat was slung atop his saddlebags, but sweat made his fine linen shirt cling. Pips's hooves crunched on dead ferns and fallen leaves thick atop the leaf mold, and the band moved in a crackle from the forest floor. Few birds appeared, quick flashes between the branches, and not a squirrel. There were flies, though, and bite-me's, as if this were the heart of summer instead of less than a month to the Feast of Lights. No different from what he had seen back on the Eärnen, really, but finding it here, too, made him uneasy. Was the whole world really burning up? Avienda strode along beside Pips with her bundle on her back, apparently unconcerned by dying trees or biting flies, and making considerably less noise than the horse, despite her skirts. Her eyes scanned the surrounding trees, as though she did not trust the band's scouts and flankers to keep them out of an ambush. She had not accepted a ride once, which he had not expected anyway, seeing how Aiel felt about riding. But she had made no trouble either, unless sharpening her knife every time they halted could be considered provocative. There had been the incident with Olver, of course. Riding the high-stepping gray gelding, Matt had found him among the remounts, Oliver kept a wary eye on her. He had tried to stick his belt knife in her the second night, shouting about Aiel killing his father. Of course, she only took it away from him, but even after Matt cuffed him and tried to explain the difference between Shaido and other Aiel, something Matt was not all that sure he understood himself, Oliver glared at her constantly. He did not like Aiel. For Avienda's part, Oliver seemed to make her uneasy, which Matt did not understand at all. The trees stood tall enough to have allowed a breeze to stir under the sparse canopy overhead, but the red hand banner hung limp, and so did the two he had dug out once Rand put them through that gateway into a night-covered meadow. A dragon banner, the red and gold shape hidden in the white folds, and one of those the band called Althor's banner, the ancient Aes Sedai symbol, also thankfully wrapped inside. A grizzled senior bannerman had the red hand, a fellow with narrow eyes and more scars than Derrit, who insisted on actually carrying the banner a part of each day, which few bannermen did. Talmanis and Derrit had supplied second squadmen for the other two, fresh-faced young men who had shown themselves steady enough for a little responsibility. 3 days they had come across Altara, 3 days in forest without sight of a single dragon sworn, or anyone else for that matter, and Matt hoped to stretch their loneliness at least through this fourth before reaching Saladar. Aside from Aes Sedai, there was the problem of how to keep Avienda from Elaine's throat. He had few doubts why she kept sharpening that knife. The edge glittered like gemstones. He was very much afraid he was going to end taking the Aiel woman to Caemlyn under guard, with the bloody daughter heir demanding he hang her every step of the way. Rand and his bloody women. In Matt's view, anything that slowed the band and kept him from the stew he expected in Saladar was to the good. Halting early and marching late helped. So did the supply wagons at the rear, slow as they were in the forest. But the band could ride only so slowly. All too soon, Vannin was sure to find something. As if thinking his name had been a summons, the fat scout appeared through the trees ahead with 4 riders. He had gone out before dawn with 6. Matt raised a clenched fist, signaling a halt, and murmurs passed down the column. His first order on leaving the gateway had been no drums, no trumpets, no flutes, and no bloody singing. And if there had been a few glum faces in the beginning, after the first day in that wooded terrain, where you could never see clearly more than 100 paces and seldom so far, no one objected at all. Resting his spear across his saddle, Matt waited until Vannin pulled up and casually knuckled his forehead. "You found them?" The balding man leaned to one side in his saddle to spit through a gap in his teeth. He was sweating so much he looked to be melting. "I found them, 8 or 10 miles west. There's warders in those woods. I saw one take Mar. Just came out nothing in one of those cloaks and swept him out of the saddle. Roughed him considerably, but didn't kill him, though. I expect Ladwin didn't show up for the same reason. So they know we're here." Matt breathed heavily through his nose. He did not expect either man would hold back anything from warders, much less Aes Sedai. But then the Aes Sedai had to know sooner or later. He had just wanted it to be later. He slapped at a blue fly, but it buzzed away, leaving a spot of blood on his wrist. "How many?" Vannin spat again. "More than I ever figured to see. I got into the village afoot, and there was Aes Sedai faces all over. 200-300 maybe 4. I didn't want to be too obvious counting." Before that shock had time to settle, the man delivered another. "They got an army, too. Camped to the north, mainly. More than you got. Maybe twice as many." Talmanis and Elysian and Derrit had ridden up during that, sweating and swatting flies and bite-me's. "Did you hear?" Matt asked, and they nodded soberly. His battle luck was all very well. Being outnumbered 2 to 1 with hundreds of Aes Sedai thrown into the bargain could strain any luck. "We aren't here to fight," he reminded them, but their long faces remained. For that matter, the remark did not make him feel better either. What counted was whether the ice army of theirs to fight. "Prepare the band to be attacked," he ordered. "Clear as much ground as you can and use the logs to make barricades." Talmanis grimaced nearly as hard as Elysian. They liked to be in the saddle and moving when they fought. Think! There may be warders watching us right now." He was surprised to see Vannin nod and glance off to their right in a significant way. "If they see us readying to defend, then plainly we don't mean to attack. It might make them decide to leave us alone, and if it doesn't, at least we're ready." That got through to Talmanis faster than Elysian. Darrett had been nodding from the start. Giving his oiled beard a twist, Elysian muttered, "What do you intend to do, then? Just sit and wait for them?" "That's what you're going to do," Matt told him. "Burn Rand and his maybe 50 Aes Sedai. Burn him and his loom a little, intimidate them." Waiting right there until somebody came out from the village to ask who they were and what they wanted seemed a very good idea. No ta'veren twisting this time. Any battle was going to have to come to him. He was not about to walk into it. "They are that way?" Aviendha said, pointing. Without waiting for an answer, she settled her bundle on her back and began striding west. Matt stared after her. Bloody Aiel. Some warder would probably try to take her too, and have his head handed to him. Or maybe not, warders being warders. If she tried to put a knife in one of those, he might just hurt her. Besides which, if she got to Elaine and began hair-pulling over Rand, or worse, stuck a knife in her... She was moving along quickly, almost trotting, eager to reach Saladar. Blood and bloody ashes. "Talmanis, you have the command until I get back, but you don't stir unless somebody jumps on the band with both boots. These 4 will tell you what you might have to face. Vannin, you're with me. Oliver, stay close to Darrett in case he needs messages carried. You can teach him to play snakes and foxes," he added with a grin at Darrett. "He tells me he'd like to learn." Darrett's jaw dropped, but Matt had already moved on. A fine thing if he ended up hauled into Saladar by a warder with a lump on his head. How to reduce the chance of that? The banners caught his eye. "You stay here," he told the grizzled bannerman. "You other 2 come with me, and keep those things furled." His strange little party caught up to Aviendha quickly. If anything could convince the warders to let them through unhindered, one look should. No threat in a woman and 4 men, and obviously making no effort to avoid notice. Not carrying 2 banners. He checked the second squadman. There was still no breeze, but they held the banners clutched to the staffs. Their faces were tight. Only a fool would want to ride in among Aes Sedai and have those spread in a sudden breeze. Aviendha glanced at him sideways, then tried to push his boot out of the stirrup. "Let me up," she ordered curtly. Why under the light did she want to ride now? Well, he was not going to have her scrambling up and very likely knocking him out of the saddle in the process. He had seen Aiel get on a horse once or twice. Slapping another fly, he leaned down and caught her hand. "Hold on," he said, and heaved her up behind him with a grunt. She was nearly as tall as he was, and solid to boot. "Just put your arm around my waist." She only gave him a look and twisted about awkwardly until she sat astride, legs bared above the knee, and not at all concerned with it. Nice legs, but he would not have involved himself with another Aiel woman, even if she was not moonstruck over Rand. After a time, she spoke to his back. "The boy, Oliver. The Shaido killed his father?" Matt nodded without looking around at her. Would he even see any warders before it was too late? Leading the way, Vannin rode slumped like a sack of suet, as always, but he had a sharp eye out. "His mother died of hunger?" Aviendha asked. "That or maybe sickness." Warders wore those cloaks that could blend into anything. You could walk past one without seeing him. "Oliver wasn't too clear, and I didn't press him. He buried her himself." "Why? You think you owe him something since Aiel cost him his family?" "Oh?" She sounded startled. "I killed neither, and if I had, they were tree killers. How would I have told?" Without a pause, she went on, as if continuing in the same line. "You do not care for him properly, Matt Cawthon. I know men know nothing about raising children, but he is too young to spend all of his time with grown men." Matt did look at her then, and blinked. She had her headkerchief off and was busily running a polished greenstone comb through her dark reddish hair. That seemed to be taking all her concentration. That and not falling off. She had donned an intricately worked silver necklace, too, and a wide bracelet of carved ivory. Shaking his head, he went back to studying the forest. Aiel or not, they were all alike in some ways. If the world is ending, a woman will want time to fix her hair. If the world's ending, a woman will take time to tell a man something he's done wrong. It would have been enough to make him chuckle, if he was not so busy wondering whether warders were watching him right that moment. The sun climbed to its zenith and tipped over by the time the forest gave way abruptly. Fewer than 100 paces of cleared ground separated trees from village, and the ground looked as if it had not been cleared long. Salidar itself was a considerable village of gray stone buildings and thatched roofs, and the streets were full and busy. Matt shrugged into his coat. The finest green wool, embroidered with gold on cuffs and tall collar, it should be good enough to meet Aes Sedai in. He left it hanging open, though. Even for Aes Sedai, he would not die from heat. No one tried to stop him as they rode in, but people paused, and every eye turned to him and his strange little company. They knew all right. Everyone knew. He gave up counting Aes Sedai faces after reaching 50. That number was reached too quickly for any peace of mind. There were no soldiers in the crowd, unless you counted warders, some in those color-shifting cloaks, some fingering a sword hilt as they watched him pass. No soldiers in the village simply meant they were all in the camps Vannon had mentioned. And all the soldiers being in the camps meant they were ready to do something. Matt hoped Talmanas was holding to his instructions. Talmanas had some sense, but he could be almost as eager to go off and charge somebody as Nalesian. He would have left Darrett in charge. Darrett had seen too many battles to be eager, but the nobleman would never have stood for it. There did not seem to be any flies in Salidar either. Maybe they know something I don't. A woman caught his eye, a pretty woman in odd clothes, wide yellow trousers and a short white coat, her golden hair in an elaborate braid to her waist. She was carrying a bow, of all things. Not many women took up the bow. She saw him looking and ducked down a narrow alleyway. Something about her tickled his memory, but he could not say what. That was one trouble with all those old memories. He was always seeing people who reminded him of somebody who turned out to be 1,000 years dead when he finally figured it out. Maybe he had even really seen somebody who looked like her. Those holes in what he remembered of his own life were fuzzy around the edges. Probably another hunter for the horn, he thought wryly, and put her out of his head. There was no point in riding about until somebody spoke, because it seemed nobody was going to. Matt reined in and nodded to a thin, dark-haired woman who looked up at him, coolly questioning. Pretty, but too skinny for his taste, even without that ageless face. Who wanted to be poked by bones every time you gave a hug? "My name is Matt Cawthon," he said neutrally. If she wanted bowing and scraping, she could take a leap, but antagonizing her would just be foolish. "I'm looking for Elaine Trakand and Egwene Alvier, and Nynaeve Almira, I suppose." Rand had not mentioned her, but she had gone off with Elaine, he knew. The Aes Sedai blinked in surprise, yet serenity returned in a flash. She studied him and the others one by one, pausing on Aviendha, then looked at the squadmen so long Matt wondered whether she could see the dragon and the black and white disk through the folded cloth. "Follow me," she said finally. "I will see whether the Amerlin seat can see you." Gathering her skirts, she started up the street. As Matt heeled Pips to follow, Vannon let his dun drop back and muttered, "Asking Aes Sedai for anything is never a good notion. I could have shown you where to go." He jerked his head toward a 3-story stone cube ahead. "They call it the Little Tower." Matt shrugged uneasily. The Little Tower? And they had somebody here they called the Amerlin seat? He doubted the woman had meant Elaida. Rand was wrong again. This lot were not frightened. They were too puffed up crazy to be frightened. Skinny Aes Sedai said peremptorily, "Wait here," and vanished inside. Aviendha slipped to the ground, and Matt followed quickly, ready to grab her if she tried to dart away. Even if it cost him a little blood, he was not going to let her run off and slit Elaine's throat before he even had a chance to talk to this so-called Amyrlin. But she only stood there, staring straight ahead with her hands folded at her waist and shawl looped over her elbows. She looked completely at her ease, but he thought she might well be terrified out of her skull. If she had any sense, she was. They had collected a crowd. Aes Sedai had begun gathering, closing them in against the front of their little tower, silently peering at him, and the arc of women thickened the longer he stood there. Actually, they seemed to peer at Aviendha as much as him, but he felt all of those cool, unreadable gazes. He barely stopped himself from fingering the silver fox head hanging beneath his shirt. A plain-faced Aes Sedai pushed to the front of the crowd, leading a slender young woman in white with big eyes. He vaguely remembered Anaya, but she hardly seemed interested in him at all. "Are you sure, child?" she asked the novice. The young woman's mouth tightened slightly, but she certainly let no irritation into her voice. "He still seems to glow, or shine. I really do see it. I just don't know why." Anaya gave her a delighted smile. "He's ta'veren, Nicola. You've uncovered your first talent. You can see ta'veren. Now back to the class with you. Quickly! You don't want to fall behind." Nicola bobbed a curtsy, and with a last glance at Mat, burrowed away through the encircling Aes Sedai. Anaya turned her gaze on him then, one of those Aes Sedai gazes that were meant to unsettle a man. It unsettled him right enough. Of course, some Aes Sedai knew about him. Some knew a good deal more than he could wish, and come to think of it, he seemed to remember that Anaya was one of those. But having things announced that way, in front of the light knew how many women with those cool Aes Sedai eyes. His hands stroked the carved haft of his spear. Foxhead or no foxhead, there were enough of them to simply lay hands on him and carry him off. Bloody Aes Sedai. Bloody Rand. He only held Anaya's interest for a moment, though. Stepping up to Aviendha, she said, "And what is your name, child?" Her tone was pleasant, but it expected an answer and no delay about it. Aviendha faced her squarely, a head taller and using every hair of it. "I am Aviendha, of the 9 Valleys Sept of the Tardad Aiel." Anaya's mouth quirked toward a smile at the note of defiance. Mat wondered who was going to win that staring match. But before he could make a bet with himself, another Aes Sedai joined them, a woman whose bony-cheeked face gave an impression of age despite smooth cheeks and glossy brown hair. "Do you be aware you can channel, girl?" "I am," Aviendha said curtly and snapped her mouth shut as if intending to say no more. She concentrated on adjusting her shawl, but she had said enough. Aes Sedai swarmed in around her, crowding Mat away. "How old are you, child? You have developed much strength, but you could learn very much as a novice. Do many Aiel girls die of a wasting sickness when they are a few years younger than you? How long have you... You could... You really should... You must!" Nynaeve appeared in the doorway so suddenly she seemed to pop out of the air. Planting her fists on her hips, she stared at Mat. "What are you doing here, Matrim Cauthon? How did you get here? I suppose it's too much to hope you have anything to do with this army of Dragonsworn that's about to descend on us?" "Actually," he said dryly, "I'm in command." "You—" Nynaeve stood there with her mouth open, then gave herself a shake, tugging at her blue dress as if it had been disarrayed. It was cut lower than anything he remembered seeing her wear before, low enough to show cleavage, with yellow scroll work around the neckline and hem. Altogether different from what she had worn back home. "Well, come with me," she said sharply. "I'll take you to the Amyrlin." "Mat Cauthon," Aviendha called, a touch breathily. She was looking over and around Aes Sedai to find him. "Mat Cauthon!" Just that, but for an Aiel she looked frantic. The Aes Sedai surrounding her kept right on, voices calm, reasonable, and relentless. "For you, the best thing, it is to... You must consider... Much the best. You can hardly think of..." Mat grinned. She might pull her knife in a moment, but in that crowd he doubted it would do her much good. She would not be hunting up Elaine any time soon, that was for sure. Wondering whether he would return to find her wearing a white dress, he tossed his spear up to Vannin. "Lead on, Nynaeve. Let's see this Amyrlin of yours." She gave him a tight frown and led him inside, tugging at her braid and muttering only partly to herself. "This is Rand's doing, isn't it? I know it is. Somehow it is. Frightening everybody half out of their wits. You just watch your step, Lord General Cawthon, or I swear you'll wish I'd caught you stealing blueberries again. Frightening people. Even a man should have more sense. You stop that grinning, Mat Cawthon. I do not know what she's going to make of this." There were Aes Sedai at the tables inside. It had the feel of a common room to him, even with those careful Aes Sedai scribbling or handing out orders, but they hardly more than glanced at him and Nynaeve as they crossed the room. It only went to show what a rarey show they were running here. And accepted stalking through, muttering to herself, and not one of those Aes Sedai said a word. He had stayed in the tower as short a time as he could manage, but he knew that was not the way Aes Sedai ran things. At the rear of the room, Nynaeve pushed open a door that had seen better days. Everything in the place seemed to have seen better days. Mat followed her in and stopped dead. There was Elaine, pretty as anything with that golden hair, but playing at the grand lady with every inch of her, in green silk with a high lace neck, and one of those condescending smiles and raised eyebrows. And there was Egwene, seated behind a table, a questioning smile on her face, and a 7-striped stole over her pale yellow dress. Taking a quick peek outside, he shoved the door to before any of the Aes Sedai could see in. "Maybe you think this is funny," he growled, crossing the bit of carpet as fast as he could step. "But they'll have your hide if they find out. They'll never bloody let you go, any of you, if they—" Snatching the stole from Egwene's neck, he hauled her hurriedly out of the chair, and the silver fox head went dead cold against his chest. Giving Egwene a small shove away from the table, he glared at them. Egwene only looked puzzled, but Nynaeve's mouth was hanging open again, and Elaine's big blue eyes looked ready to pop out onto the floor. One of them had tried to use the power on him. The only good thing that had come out of his trip into that ter'angreal was the fox-head medallion. He supposed it had to be a ter'angreal too, but he was grateful for it just the same. So long as it touched his skin, the one power could not reach him. Not saidar, anyway. He had more proof of that than he cared for. It did go cold when someone tried, though. Tossing the stool and his hat onto the table, he sat down, then hiked up from the seat to pull out some cushions and throw them on the floor. He rested a boot on the edge of the table and regarded the fool women. "You'll need those cushions if this so-called Amyrlin finds out about this little joke of yours." "Mat," Egwene began in a firm voice, but he cut her off. "No! If you wanted to talk, you should have talked instead of lashing out with your bloody power. Now you can listen."
"How did you?" Elaine said wonderingly. "The flows just vanished."
At almost the same instant, Nynaeve said in a threatening tone, "Mat Cawthon, you are making the biggest—" "I said listen!" He poked a finger at Elaine. "You, I'm taking back to Caemlyn, if I can keep Aviendha from killing you. If you don't want that pretty throat slit, you stay close to me and do what I say. No questions." The finger shifted to Egwene. "Rand says he'll send you back to the Wise Ones whenever you want. And if what I've seen so far is any indication what you get up to, my advice is to take him up on it now. It seems you know how to travel," Egwene gave a little start, "so you can make a gateway to Caemlyn for the band. I don't want any argument, Egwene. And you, Nynaeve. I ought to leave you here, but if you want to come, you can. Only I'm warning you, you yank that braid at me just once, and I swear I'll warm your bottom." They were staring at him as if he had sprouted horns like a Trolloc. But at least they were keeping their mouths shut. Maybe he had managed to get a little sense into their heads. Not that they would ever thank him for saving their hides. Oh no, not them. As usual, they would say they would have worked everything out for themselves in just a little while longer. If a woman told you you were interfering when you pulled her out of a dungeon, what would she not say? He drew a deep breath. "Now, when the poor blind fool they've chosen out for their Amyrlin gets here, I will do the talking. She can't be very bright, or they'd never been able to shove her into the job. Amyrlin seat for a bloody village in the middle of bloody nowhere? You keep your mouth shut and curtsy for all you're worth, and I'll pull your bacon off the coals again." They just stared. Good. "I know all about her army, but I have one too. If she's crazy enough to think she can take the tower away from Elaida, she probably won't risk any losses just to hold on to you three. You make that gateway, Egwene, and I will have you in Caemlyn tomorrow, the next day latest. And these madwomen can run off and get themselves killed by Elaida. Maybe you'll have some company. They cannot all be mad. Rand's willing to offer sanctuary, a curtsy, a quick oath of fealty, and he'll keep Elaida from putting their heads on pikes in Tar Valon. They can't ask for better than that. Well, anything to say? They did not even blink as far as he could see. A simple thank you, Mat, would do. Not a word, not a blink. A timid tap on the door was followed by a novice, a pretty green-eyed girl who dropped a deep curtsy, all wide-eyed awe.
I was sent to see if you wanted anything, Mother. For the General, I mean. Wine, or... No, Tabitha.
Egwene pulled the striped stole from under his hat and settled it on her shoulders.
I want to talk with General Carthan alone a little longer. Tell Sheriam I will send for her shortly to advise me.
Close your mouth before you catch flies, Mat, Nynaeve said, in tones of deepest satisfaction.
Chapter 39. Possibilities. Adjusting her stole, Egwene studied Mat. She expected him to look like a cornered bear, but he just looked poleaxed and sweaty. There were so many questions she wanted to ask. How did Rand know about Salidar? How could he possibly know she had worked out traveling? What did Rand think he was doing? But she was not going to ask them. Mat and his band of the Red Hand had her head buzzing. Maybe Rand had handed her a gift from the sky. "My chair?" she said quietly. She hoped he had not noticed that she was not sweating, nor Elayne or Nynaeve. Nynaeve not very much, anyway. Siuan had revealed the trick. Nothing to do with the power at all, just a matter of concentrating in a certain way. Nynaeve had been rather angry, small surprise, that Siuan had not taught it to them before, but Siuan just replied calmly that it was for Aes Sedai, not accepted. So far Egwene had managed to hold her thoughts properly when there were sisters about, and a cool face instead of a sweet did seem to help their attitudes a little. Some of them. It should do wonders for Mat, if he ever stopped staring and saw. "Mat, my chair?" He gave a start, then rose and moved aside, wordlessly staring from her to Elayne to Nynaeve as though they were some sort of... Well, Nynaeve and Elayne were looking at him in much the same way, and they surely had better reason. She dusted the cushions before replacing them in the chair with a fond thought for Chaisa. After 2 days she did not need them any longer, not really. But either she gave up bathing or accepted cushions until not a hint of a bruise showed. Chaisa would remove the cushions if Egwene said to. Sway face or cool, Egwene was the Amyrlin's seat, before whom kings bowed and queens curtsied, even had yet. Who would have Elaida tried and executed in short order and all put right with the White Tower and thus with the world. Chaisa would do it, and give Egwene such hurt, reproachful glances for not being allowed to take care of her that leaving the cushions there was much easier to bear. Settling herself with her hands folded on the table, she said, "Mat," he broke in immediately. "This really is madness, you know." Quietly, but quite firmly. "You will end with your head off, Egwene. All of you will. Your heads cut off." "Mat," she said in a stronger tone, but he went right on. "Listen, you can still get out of this. If they think you're the Amyrlin, you can come out with me to inspect the band. You make a gateway and we'll be gone before this bunch of goat-brained lunatics can blink." Nynaeve had seen Saidar fail around him, but she had dealt with recalcitrant men long before she learned to channel. With a muttered growl of "Warm my bottom," that Egwene did not think was intended to be heard, Nynaeve deftly hiked up her skirts and kicked Mat's in his, so hard that he staggered all the way to the wall before catching himself with a hand. Elayne burst into laughter and suppressed it just as quickly, but she still quivered, and her eyes shone. Egwene bit her lip to keep from laughing too. It really was slowly to stare at Nynaeve, all wide-eyed indignation and outrage. Then brows lowered, and jerking his undone coat as if to straighten it, he began to stalk slowly toward her, because he was limping. Egwene covered her mouth. It really would not do to laugh. Nynaeve drew herself up sternly, and then perhaps a few things occurred to her. She might be angry enough to channel, but Saidar was apparently useless with him. Mat was tall for a Two Rivers man, considerably taller than she, considerably stronger, and there was a decidedly dangerous glint in his eye. She glanced at Egwene and smoothed her dress, trying to maintain her stern face. Mat stalked nearer, face like thunder. Another hasty glance, worry beginning to show, was followed by a small step back. "Mat," Egwene said in a level tone. He did not stop. "Mat, stop cutting the fool. You are in quite a predicament, but I should be able to get you out of it if you listen to reason." Finally he halted. With a glare and a warning shake of his finger at Nynaeve, he turned his back on her and planted his fists on the writing table. "I am in a predicament? Egwene, you've jumped out of a tree toward a bear pit, and you think everything is fine because you haven't landed yet." She smiled at him calmly. "Mat, not many here in Salidar think very well of Dragonsworn. Lord Bryn certainly doesn't, nor his soldiers. We have heard some very disturbing stories, and some sickening ones." "Dragonsworn?" he yelped. "What do they have to do with me? I'm no bloody Dragonsworn." "Of course you are, Mat." She made it sound the most obvious thing in the world, which it was, if you only thought. "You go where Rand sends you. What else are you but Dragonsworn? But if you listen to me, I can stop them from putting your head on a pike. Actually, I don't think Lord Bryn would use a pike. He always complains he doesn't have enough, but I am sure he would figure out something." Mat looked at the other two women, and Egwene compressed her lips for an instant. She had made herself plain, but he appeared to be hunting for a clue to what she was talking about. Elaine gave him back a tight smile and a decisively confirming nod. She might not see where Egwene was going, yet she knew she was not talking for the sound of her voice. Nynaeve, still struggling to keep a severe face and tugging at her braid, only glared at him, but maybe that was even better. Though she was beginning to sweat, Nynaeve lost concentration when she grew angry. "Now listen, Egwene," Mat said. Then again, maybe neither response was really enough. He managed to combine a reasonable tone with indulgence in the most offensive way possible. "If you want to call yourself Amyrlin, you can call yourself Amyrlin. Rand would welcome you with open arms in Caemlyn even if you don't bring all these Aes Sedai to him, but I know he will be overjoyed if you do. Whatever your problems are with Elaida, he can work them out. She knows he's the Dragon Reborn. Light, you remember her letter. Why, you will have your White Tower all mended before you can say Jack of the Wisps. No battles, no bloodshed. You know you don't want bloodshed, Egwene." That she did not. Once the first blood was shed between Salidar and Tar Valon, it would be difficult to make the tower whole again. Once the first Aes Sedai blood was shed, it might be impossible. Still, Elaida had to be brought down, and Egwene would do what she had to do. She just did not like it. And she did not like Mat telling her what she knew, liked it the less so for being right. Definitely the less so in that tone. It was a real effort to keep her hands still on the table. She wanted to stand and box his ears. "However I deal with Rand," she said coolly, "you can be sure it will not be by leading Aes Sedai to swear fealty to him or any other man." Cool, and not at all arguing. A calm statement of simple facts. "How I deal with Elaida is my concern and none of yours. If you have any sense at all, Mat, you will keep your mouth shut as long as you are in Salidar and walk small. You start telling other Aes Sedai what Rand is going to do just as soon as they kneel to him, and you might not like the answers you get. Talk about carrying me off, or Nynaeve, or Elaine, and you will be very lucky not to get a sword through you." He jerked upright with a glare. "I'll talk to you again when you're ready to listen to reason, Egwene. Is Tom Merrilin around?" She gave a... What did he want with Tom? Probably to douse himself in wine. Well, good luck to him finding a tavern here. "When you're ready to listen," he repeated grimly, and stalked, limped, to the door. "Mat," Elaine said, I would not try to leave were I you. Getting into Salidar is much easier than getting out. He grinned at her insolently, and the way he eyed her up and down, he was lucky Elaine did not slap him hard enough to loosen all his teeth. You, my fine lady, I am taking back to Caemlyn if I have to tie you up in a package to hand to Rand. Burn me if I don't, and I will bloody well leave when I choose. His bow was mocking, to Elaine and to Egwene. Nynaeve got only a glower and another shake of his finger. How can Rand have such a low, insufferable lout for a friend? Elaine asked no one in particular, before the door was well closed behind him. His language has certainly slipped downhill, Nynaeve grumbled darkly, tossing her head so her braid swung over her shoulder. Egwene thought she might be afraid she would pull it out by the roots if she did not put it out of reach. I should have let him do as he wanted, Nynaeve. You have to remember your Aes Sedai now. You can't go around kicking people or boxing their ears or thumping them with sticks. Nynaeve stared at her, mouth working, face growing redder and redder. Elaine began assiduously studying the carpet. With a sigh, Egwene folded the striped stole and laid it on the table to one side. That was her way of making sure Elaine and Nynaeve remembered they were alone. Sometimes the stole made them start talking to the Amyrlin's seat instead of Egwene Alvear. As usual, it worked. Nynaeve took a very deep breath. Before she could speak, though, Elaine said, Do you mean to join him and this band of the Red Hand to Gareth Bryn? Egwene shook her head. The warders said there were 6,000 or 7,000 in Mat's band now, more than she remembered from Cairhien, and a considerable number, if not nearly so many as those 2 captured men claimed. But Bryn's soldiers truly would not take kindly to Dragonsworn. Besides, she had her own scheme, which she explained while they drew the other chairs to the table. It was very like sitting in a kitchen talking. She moved the stole farther over. That is brilliant. Elaine's grin said she meant it. But then Elaine always said what she meant. I didn't think the other would work either, but this really is brilliant. Nynaeve sniffed irritably. What makes you think Mat will go along? He'll stick a pole through the spokes just for the fun of it. I think he made a promise, Egwene said simply, and Nynaeve nodded. Slowly, reluctantly, but she nodded. Elaine looked lost, of course. She did not know him. Elaine, Mat does exactly as he pleases. He always has. No matter how many turnips he had to peel for it, Nynaeve muttered, or how often he was switched. Yes, that is Mat, Egwene sighed. He had been the most irresponsible boy in Emond's Field, maybe in the 2 Rivers. But if he gives his word, he keeps it. And I think he promised Rand to see you back in Caemlyn, Elaine. You know he retreated to asking me, in a way he had. But you he never changed a hair on. I think he'll try to stay as close to you as your belt pouch. But we won't let him even see you unless he does as we want. She paused. Elaine, if you want to go with him, you can. To Rand, I mean. As soon as we squeeze all the good out of Mat and his band. Elaine hardly hesitated before shaking her head, and she shook it firmly. No, Ebou Dar is too important. That had been one victory, surprisingly one with a mere suggestion. Elaine and Nynaeve were to join Merlilla at Tyland's court. At least if he stays close, I'll have a few days to try for a look at the ter'angreal he is carrying. It has to be that, Egwene. Nothing else could explain it. Egwene could only agree. She had simply meant to wrap him up in air where he stood, just a gentle reminder of who he was trying to manhandle, but the flows touched him and melted. That was the only way to explain it. They ceased to exist where they touched him. She still felt the shock of that moment, remembering, and she realized she was not the only one suddenly adjusting skirts that needed no adjusting. We could have some warders turn out his pockets. Nynaeve sounded more than satisfied with the image. We'll see how Master Mat Cawthon likes that. If we take things away from him, Egwene said patiently, don't you think he might balk when we start telling him what to do? Mat had never taken orders very well,
and his usual response to Aes Sedai and the One Power was to take the first chance to slip away. Maybe his promise to Rand would stop that. There had to be one. Nothing else explained his behavior, but she was not going to risk it. Nynaeve nodded, rather grudgingly. Maybe... Tapping her fingers on the table, Elaine stared at nothing thoughtfully for a moment. Maybe we could take him to Ebou Dar. That way I might have a better chance, though if it stops saidar, I can't see how I'll ever manage to study it. Take that young run along? Nynaeve sat up straight. You can't mean it, Elaine. He would make every day a misery. He's very good at that. He'll never do what he's told. Besides, he will never stand still for it. He's so wrapped up with a pry bar and a team of horses. But if he means to keep an eye on me until I reach Caemlyn, Elaine told her, he'll have no choice but to go. It is perfect. It might not be a bad idea, Egwene put in, while Nynaeve was searching for another argument. Sending them after the bull still seemed right, but the more she thought of where they would have to search, the more she worried. A few soldiers might be a very good idea, unless you've picked out warders without letting me know. Tom and Juilin are all very well, and Birgitte, but it is a rough place you're going. A few soldiers might be well enough, Elaine said, coloring slightly, so long as they know to follow orders. Nynaeve did not quite glance at Elaine, but there was a distinct pause before she shook her head irascibly. We're hardly going to be fighting duels, Egwene, however touchy these Ebou Dari are. Tom and Juilin will do quite well enough. Myself, I think all these stories we've been hearing are just meant to make us decide to give it over. Everybody had heard tales of Ebou Dar since word had spread that they were going. Chesa had heard several, each more pitiful and horrific than the last. Strangers killed for a wrong glance before they could blink. Women widowed and children orphaned over a word. Women fighting in the streets with knives. No, if we could survive Tanchico with just Tom and Juilin, and Liandrin and some of her black sisters around in the bargain, we will do very well in Ebou Dar without Mat Cauthon or any soldiers either. Mat commanding soldiers? He never even remembered to milk his father's cows unless he was put on the stool and handed the bucket. Egwene gave a faint sigh. Any mention of Birgitte did that. They started as if goosed, then either stammered around her or else went on as if she had not been mentioned at all. One look had convinced Egwene that the woman following Elaine and Nynaeve about, especially Elaine for some reason, was the woman she had seen in Tel'aran'rhiod. Rhiod. Birgitte of the legends, the archer who never missed, one of the dead heroes awaiting the call of the Horn of Valir. A dead hero, not a live woman walking the streets of Saladar, but the same woman nonetheless. Elaine still had provided no explanation, only a careful, embarrassed mumble about not being able to talk of what they had agreed not to talk of. Birgitte herself, the hero of legends, turned the other way or went down alleys if she saw Egwene coming. Ordering the woman to her study and demanding an explanation was out of the question. She had promised, after all, no matter how much a fool the situation made her feel. Anyway, there hardly seemed any harm. She just wished she knew the why of it, and the how. Putting Birgitte out of her mind for the moment, she leaned across the table toward Nynaeve. Perhaps we can't make Mat take orders exactly, but wouldn't it be fine to watch him smolder over having to be your bodyguard? It would certainly be worthwhile, Elaine said thoughtfully, if Rand really has made him a general. Mother often said the best men were reluctant to take orders, and always worth teaching to. I can't see Mat as one of the best. Linny says fools only listen to themselves, but if we can teach him enough that he doesn't make a complete fool of himself where there is nobody to rescue him, we will be doing Rand a large favor. Besides, I need time if I am to study that ter'angreal. Egwene tried not to smile. Elaine always caught on so quickly. Then again, she probably was going to try teaching Mat to sit up straight. That would be something to see. She liked Elaine and admired her strength, but she would bet on Mat in that contest, by a whisker. Nynaeve gave ground stubbornly. Mat was wrong-headed. He would say down if they said up just to spite them. He could make trouble nailed up inside a barrel.
They constantly would have to be dragging him out of taverns and gambling dens. Toward the end, she was reduced to claiming that Mat would probably pinch Elaine the first time her back was turned, and Egwene knew they were overcoming her objections. Mat certainly gave a lot of time to chasing after women, which Egwene could hardly approve. But Nynaeve surely knew as well as she that for all of looking when and how he should not, he seemed to have an uncanny knack for picking women who wanted to be chased, even the most unlikely. Unfortunately, just when she was sure that Nynaeve was about to give in, a knock at the door announced Sheriam. Sheriam did not wait. Eyed in her blue stole, she paused to gaze at Nynaeve and Elaine. Second to the no real authority over Aes Sedai except what the Amyrlin chose to give her, and most assuredly none to dismiss anyone from the Amyrlin's presence, yet that look was clearly a dismissal. Elaine rose smoothly, making a deep formal curtsy to Egwene. "If you will excuse me, Mother, I should go find Aviendha." Nynaeve, on the other hand, locked eyes with Sheriam until Egwene cleared her throat and slipped the striped stole back into place on her shoulders. Flushing, Nynaeve bobbed to her feet. "I should go, too. Janya said she would talk to me about lost talents." The recovery of those talents was not proving as easy as Egwene had hoped. The sisters were willing enough to talk. The problem was in making Moghedien understand what was meant by a vague description, or sometimes only a name, then hoping she really knew something. All very well to know, for example, that aligning the matrix made metals stronger, but the woman knew less of metals than of healing, and what under the light was spinning earth fire, or for that matter, milking tears. Moghedien seemed eager to help, desperate to, especially since Siuan taught the trick of ignoring heat. Apparently she had lied to Nynaeve and Elaine about that. Convinced Egwene would take her for that one lie, the woman had groveled on her knees, weeping and begging, teeth chattering, kissing the hems of their skirts. Eager to help or not, it had raised her fear to new heights. The constant sickening rain of sniveling terror was just too much. Despite her intentions, the Idam bracelet lay in Egwene's pouch. She would have given it to Nynaeve now, and glad to be rid of it, but handing the thing back and forth in front of others would occasion comment sooner or later. Instead, she said, "Nynaeve, it might be best for you to avoid Mat until his temper cools." She was not sure that Mat would really carry out his threat, but if anyone could goad him to it, Nynaeve could, and there would be no convincing her after that. Or at least make sure you only talk to him with a great many people around, perhaps a few warders. Nynaeve opened her mouth, then after a moment closed it again. Her cheeks paled a little and she swallowed. Yes, I think that might be best, Mother." Sheriam watched the door close with a small frown that she still wore when she turned to Egwene. "There were hard words, Mother?" "Only what you expect when old friends meet after a long time. Nynaeve remembers Mat as a scamp, but he isn't 10 anymore and he resents it." Bound by the oath against lying, Aes Sedai had carried the half-truth, the quarter-truth, and the implication to arts. Useful arts, in Egwene's opinion, especially with Aes Sedai. The 3 oaths did no one any favors, least of all Aes Sedai. "It's hard sometimes to remember that people change." Taking a chair without being asked, Sheriam arranged her blue silk skirts carefully. "I assume whoever commands the Dragonsworn sent young Mat with a message from Randall Thor. I hope you said nothing he might take as a promise, Mother. An army of Dragonsworn not 10 miles distant faces us with a delicate situation. It will not help if their commander believes we are going back on pledges." Egwene studied the other woman a moment. Nothing fazed Sheriam, not that she let anyone see, at least. Sheriam knew quite a lot about Mat. So did several other sisters in Salidar. Could that be used to press him in the right direction, or would it make him bolt? Mat for later, she thought firmly. Sheriam now. "Would you ask someone to bring tea, Sheriam? I feel a trifle thirsty."
Sheriam's face altered only slightly, just a tightening around those tilted eyes so small that it barely disturbed her apparent serenity. Egwene could almost see the question wanting to pop out, though. What had she said to Mat that she did not want to talk about? What promises had she made that Sheriam was going to have to rescue her from without losing ground to Ramonda or Lelaine? All Sheriam did was say a few words to someone outside, and when she regained her seat, Egwene gave her no opportunity to open her mouth. Instead, she hit her right between the eyes, so to speak. It seems Mat is the commander, Sheriam, and in a way the army is the message. Apparently Rand would like us all to come to him in Caemlyn. There was some mention of oaths of fealty. Sheriam's head came up, eyes widening. Only partly in outrage at such a suggestion, though. There was a definite tinge of, well, in anyone but an Aes Sedai, Egwene would have called it fear. Very understandable, if so. If she had promised that, and she was from the same village, one of her uses as Amyrlin was that she had grown up with Rand. It would be a bottomless mire to get out of. Word would spread no matter what Sheriam did. Some of the Hall might well blame it on her, or use it as a pretext anyway. Ramonda and Lelaine were not the only sitters to have cautioned Egwene about following Sheriam's advice without consulting the Hall. In truth, Delana was the only one who really seemed to support Sheriam fully, but she counseled listening to Ramonda and Lelaine as well, as if it were really possible to go in 3 directions at once. And even could the Hall be managed, once news of the promise reached Rand and of its withdrawal, he would be 10 times harder to handle, 100 times. Egwene only waited until Sheriam's lips parted, then spoke first again. Of course I told him it was ridiculous. Of course. Sheriam's voice was not quite as steady as it had been. Very good. But you are quite right. The situation is delicate. It's such a pity. Your advice on how to deal with Ramonda and Lelaine was good, but I don't think increasing preparations to move will be enough now. Ramonda had cornered her and grimly lectured her on haste leading to ruin. Gareth Bryn's army must be made larger, large enough for news of its size to intimidate Elaida. And, by the way, Ramonda could not emphasize strongly enough once again that the embassies to rulers must be recalled. None but Aes Sedai should be allowed to learn any more of troubles in the tower than could be avoided. Lelaine cared about neither Lord Bryn's army nor rulers. Both were irrelevant, though she did counsel caution and waiting. The proper approaches to Aes Sedai still in the tower would surely yield dividends. Elaida could be removed from the Amyrlin seat, and Egwene installed in such a fashion that none but a very few sisters would ever be certain what had actually happened. In time, the fact that the White Tower had ever been broken would be taken for no more than a country tale. It might even have worked, if they had had enough time, if waiting did not give Elaida just as much chance to work on sisters here. The other difference with Lelaine was she had said everything with a smile that would have done very well for a pet novice or accepted she was very proud of. Egwene's rediscovery of traveling caused a lot of Aes Sedai to smile, though only a handful were strong enough to make a gateway larger than they could put an arm through, and most not even that. Ramonda wanted to use gateways to remove the oath rod and certain other items, Egwene was not told exactly what, from the tower, so they could make true Aes Sedai in Salidar while depriving Elaida of the ability. Surely Egwene wanted to be truly Aes Sedai. Lelaine agreed about that last, but not about using gateways in the tower. There was too much chance they might be detected, and if those in the tower learned to travel, too much advantage would be lost. Those points had carried considerable weight with the Hall, which did not please Ramonda at all. Sheriam had smiled too, over agreeing with Lelaine about something, but she was not smiling now. "Mother, I am not sure I understand," she said, much too tolerantly. "Preparations are certainly enough to show the Hall you will not be bullied. Moving before everything is in place could be disastrous." Egwene managed to put on a disingenuous expression. "I understand, Sheriam. I don't know what I would do without your advice." How she looked forward to the day she could stop this. Sheriam would make a very good keeper. She might even have made a good Amyrlin.
But Egwene was going to enjoy the day she could teach the woman that she was Keeper, not Amyrlin, Sheriam, and the Hall. It's just that now Mat has this army of Dragonsworn on our doorstep. What will Lord Bryn do? Or some of his soldiers on their own? Everybody talks about how he wanted to send men to hunt these Dragonsworn who were supposed to be burning villages. I know he has been told to keep a tight rein on them, but Lord Gareth will do exactly as you command, and no more. Perhaps. He was not so happy with that tight rein as Sheriam believed. Siuan spent a great deal of time with Gareth Bryn, the man, and he told her things. Egwene could not afford to give away Siuan's allegiance, though. One of his soldiers. We cannot move west into Amadisia, but I thought perhaps we could go down river to Ebou Dar, maybe by Gateway. Surely Aes Sedai are welcome there. Lord Bryn could camp outside the city. Moving would emphasize that we aren't going to accept Rand's offer, if it can be called that. And if we are going to make more preparations, I'm sure we would find everything much easier to accomplish in a large city, with roads and ships in and out of the harbor. Sheriam's control slipped again, to the extent of a breathiness in her voice. Ebou Dar is not so welcoming as that, Mother. A few sisters are quite different from a few hundred, with an army at their backs. Mother, even a hint of that might make Tylin think we meant to seize the city. Tylin and a good many Altaran nobles who would like nothing better than an excuse to topple her and take the throne of the winds for themselves. A tangle of that kind would ruin us with every ruler. No, Mother, it is quite out of the question. But do we dare remain here now? Mat won't do anything, but all it needs is a handful of Lord Bryn's soldiers deciding to take matters into their own hands. Egwene frowned at her skirts, smoothed them as if thinking worriedly, then sighed. The longer we sit and do nothing with an army of Dragonsworn staring at us, the worse it will be. I won't be surprised to hear rumors they mean to attack us, and people saying we should do for them first. If this did not work, there would be rumors. Nynaeve and Elaine and Siuan and Lyanna would see to that. It would be dangerous, but she could find some way to make Mat retreat before sparks flew if it came to that. By the way rumors spread, I wouldn't be surprised if half of Altara thinks we are Dragonsworn in under a month. That was one rumor she would have stopped if she knew how. The Hall no longer brought nobles to see Logain since he was healed, but Bryn's recruiters still went out, and parties of Aes Sedai hunting new novices, and men to make the long trek to the nearest villages with their carts and wagons to buy food. 100 paths for that rumor to take, and it only needed one. Sheriam, I can't help feeling we are in a box, and if we don't get out of it, nothing good will come. Nothing at all good. The answer is to send the Dragonsworn away, Sheriam said, not so patiently as before. I regret letting Mat out of our hands again, but I fear there's no answer for it. You've told him the offer is refused. Tell him to go. I wish it were that simple. I don't think he will for asking, Sheriam. He implied he was to wait right where he until something happens. He could be expecting orders from Rand, or even Rand himself. There was a rumor in Cairhien that he's taken to sometimes traveling with some of those men he's gathered, the ones he's teaching to channel. I do not know what we will do if that happens. Sheriam stared at her, breathing quite heavily for someone with such calm features. A scratching at the door was followed by Tabitha with a beaten silver tray. Not catching the mood, she fussed about, setting the green porcelain teapot and cups just so, the silver honeypot and small pitcher of cream, and lace-edged linen napkins, until Sheriam finally snapped at her so fiercely to be about her work that Tabitha squeaked and dropped a wide-eyed curtsy that nearly put her head on the floor, and ran. For a moment Sheriam busied herself smoothing her skirts while she regained her composure. Perhaps, she said finally, reluctantly, it might be necessary for us to leave Salidar after all, sooner than I could wish. But the only way left is north. Egwene widened her eyes. Liked, but she hated this. It will seem we're moving toward Tar Valon. I know that, Sheriam almost snapped. Drawing breath, she moderated her tone. "Forgive me, Mother. I feel a little... I do not like being forced into things, and I fear Randall Thor has forced our hand before we are ready." "I will speak quite severely when I see him," Egwene said. "I can hardly think what I would do without your advice." Perhaps she could find a way to send Sheriam to study with the Wise Ones as an apprentice. The thought of Sheriam after, say, half a year with Cerylea made her smile, so that Sheriam actually smiled back. "Honey or bitter?" lifting the teapot.
Chapter 40. Unexpected Laughter. "You have to help me talk some sense into them," Mat said around his pipe stem. "Tom, are you listening?" They were seated on upended kegs in the scant shade of a 2-story house, smoking their pipes, and the lanky old gleeman seemed more interested in staring at the letter Rand had sent on to him. Now he stuffed it into his coat pocket, with the tree and crown seal yet unbroken. The buzz of voices and squeak of axles from the street at the end of the alley seemed distant. Sweat dripped from both their faces. At least one thing was taken care of for the moment. Mat had come out of the little tower to find that a group of Aes Sedai had hauled Aviendha away somewhere. She would not be sticking a knife in anybody anytime soon. Tom took his pipe from his mouth. It was a long-stemmed thing, carved all over with oak leaves and acorns. "I once tried to rescue a woman, Mat. Varitha was a rose in bud, and married to a glowering brute of a bootmaker in a village where I broke my journey for a few days. A brute. He shouted at her if dinner wasn't ready when he wanted to sit down, and took a switch to her if he saw her say more than 2 words to another man." "Tom, what in the pit of doom does this have to do with making those fool women see sense?" "Just listen, boy. How he treated her was common knowledge in the village. That told me herself, all the while moaning over how she wished someone would rescue her. I had gold in my purse and a fine coach, a driver and a manservant. I was young and good-looking." Tom knuckled his white mustaches and sighed. It was hard to believe that leathery face had ever been good-looking. Mat blinked. A coach? When had a gleeman ever had a coach? "Mat, the woman's plight wrung my heart, and I won't deny her face tugged at it too. As I said, I was young. I thought I was in love, a hero out of the stories. So one day, sitting beneath a flowering apple tree, well away from the bootmaker's house, I offered to take her away. I'd give her a maid and a house of her own, and court her with songs and verse. When she finally understood, she kicked me in the knee so hard I limped for a month, and hit me with the bench besides." "They all seem to like kicking," Mat muttered, shifting his weight on the keg. "I suppose she didn't believe you, and who can blame her?" "Oh, she believed, and was outraged that I thought she would ever leave her beloved husband. Her word, beloved. She ran back to the man as fast as her feet would go, and I had the choice of killing him or leaping into my coach. I had to leave behind almost every stitch I owned. I expect she's still living with him, much as before, holding the purse strings tight in her fist and cracking his head open with whatever lies to hand every time he stops into the inn for an ale. As she always had, so I'd learned later from a few discreet inquiries." He stuck the pipe back between his teeth, as if he had made a point. Mat scratched his head. "I don't see what that has to do with this." "Just that you shouldn't think you know the whole story when you've heard part. For instance, do you know Elaine and Nynaeve will be leaving for Ebou Dar in a day or so? Juilin and I are to go along." "Ebou—" Mat barely caught his pipe before it fell into the dead weeds that carpeted the alley. Elysian had told some stories about a visit to Ebou Dar, and even counting in the way he exaggerated when it came to women he had known and fights he had been in, the place sounded rough. So, they thought they could slip Elaine away from him, did they? "Tom, you have to help me." "What?" Tom broke in. "Steal them away from the bootmaker?" He blew up a streamer of blue smoke. "I won't do that, boy. You still don't know the whole story. How do you feel about Egwene and Nynaeve? On second thought, make that just Egwene. Matt frowned, wondering whether the man thought he could fuddle everything up by going around in circles long enough. I like Egwene. Burn me, Tom, she's Egwene! That's enough right there! That's why I'm trying to save her full neck for her. Save her from her bootmaker, you mean? Tom murmured, but Matt went right on. Her neck, and Elaine's as well. Even Nynaeve's, if I can stop from throttling her myself. Light! I only want to help them. Besides, Rand will break my neck if I let anything happen to Elaine. Have you ever thought of helping them do what they want instead of what you want? If I did what I wanted, I'd have Elaine on a horse and riding to Andor. I think. So I trot around after her, sweating day and night that somebody will manage to kill her before I can prevent it. She will go to Caemlyn when she's ready. He sucked at his pipe complacently, but there was a slight edge to his voice at the end, as if he did not like his words even as much as he pretended. It seems to me they want to hand their heads to Elaida. So Tom would have that silly wench on a horse, would he? A gleeman hauling the daughter heir off to be crowned. He did have a grand sense of himself, Tom did. You aren't a fool, Matt, Tom said quietly. You know better. Egwene, it's hard to think of that child as Amyrlin. Matt grunted sourly in agreement. Tom paid him no mind. Yet I believe she has the backbone for it. It's too early to say whether a few things are just happenstance, but I'm beginning to believe she may have the brains as well. The question is she tough enough? If she lacks that, they will eat her alive. Backbone, brains, and all. Who will? Elaida? Oh, her. If she has the chance. That one lacks nothing for toughness. But the Aes Sedai right here hardly think of Egwene as Aes Sedai. Amyrlin maybe, but not Aes Sedai, hard as that is to believe. Tom shook his head. I don't understand, but it's true. The same for Elaine and Nynaeve. They try to keep it among themselves, but even Aes Sedai don't hide as much as they think, if you watch close and keep your wits about you. He pulled out that letter again, just turning it over in his hands without looking at it. Egwene is walking the edge of a precipice, Matt, and 3 factions right here in Saladar, 3 that I'm sure of, might push her over if she makes one wrong step. Elaine will follow if that happens, and Nynaeve. Or maybe they'll push them over first to pull her down. Right here in Saladar, Matt said, flat as a plain board. Tom nodded calmly, and Matt could not stop his voice from rising. And you want me to leave them here? I want you to stop thinking you're going to make them do anything. They've decided what they are going to do, and you can't change it. But maybe, just maybe, you can help me keep them alive. Matt jumped to his feet. In his head was an image of a woman with a knife stuck between her breasts. Not one of the borrowed memories. He kicked the keg he had been sitting on, sending it rolling along the alley. Help a gleeman keep them alive. A faint memory stirred, something about Basil Gill, an innkeeper in Caemlyn, saying something about Tom. But it was like mist, gone as soon as he tried to hold it. Who's the letter from, Tom? Another woman you rescued? Or did you leave her where she could get her head cut off? I left her, Tom said softly. Rising, he walked away without another word. Matt half reached out to stop him, started to speak. Only he could not think of what to say. Crazy old man. No, he was not crazy. Egwene was mule stubborn, and Nynaeve made her look biddable. Worse, either would climb a tree to see the lightning better. As for Elaine, noblewomen never had enough sense to come in out of the rain. And then they were indignant when they got wet. Tapping out his pipe, he crushed the embers under heel before the dry weeds could catch, then caught up his hat from the ground and limped out to the street. He needed information from a better source than a gleeman who had delusions of grandeur from running around with that stuck-up chit of a daughter heir. Down to his left he saw Nynaeve coming out of the little tower and started toward her, winding between loaded carts drawn by oxen or horses. She could tell him what he needed to know, if she would. His hip gave him a twinge. Burn me, she owes me a few answers. Just then Nynaeve caught sight of him and stiffened visibly. For a moment she watched him approach, then abruptly hurried off in the other direction, plainly trying to avoid him. She looked over her shoulder twice before people and carts hit her. He stopped, scowling, and pulled his hat low. First the woman kicked him for no reason. Now she would not talk to him. They meant to let him stew, her and Egwene, until he would trot off meekly when they pointed a finger. Well, they chose the wrong man for their game, burn their hides. Vannon and the others were outside a stable beside a stone building that had surely been an inn once. Aes Sedai streamed in and out of it now. Pips and the rest of their horses were tied to a hitching rail, and Vannon and the 2 scouts who had been captured were squatting against the wall. Mar and Ladwin were as different as men could be, one tall, lanky, and rough-faced, the other short, stocky, and mild-seeming. But both looked plain embarrassed when Mat walked up. Neither had gotten over the ease of his capture. The 2 squadmen stood stiffly, still holding the banners tied against their staffs, as if there was any point to it now. They looked more than a little apprehensive. A battle was one thing. All these Aes Sedai were quite another. A man had a chance in battle. There were 2 warders watching them, not openly, and from across the stable yard, but they had not just picked that spot, standing in the full sun, to talk. Mat stroked Pips's nose, then after a moment began to examine the horse's eyes. A fellow in a leather vest came out of the stable, shoving a dung barrow up the street. Vannon walked over to peer into Pips's eye. Not looking at him, Mat said, "Could you reach the band?" "Maybe." Vannon frowned and lifted Pips's eyelid. "With a little luck, maybe. Hate to leave my horse, though." Mat nodded, looking closer at the eye. "Tell Talmanis I said to sit tight. I may be staying here a few days, and I don't want any bloody attempted rescue. Try to make it back here. Without being seen, if you can." Vannon spat into the dust under Pips. "Man mixes with Aes Sedai. He's bridled himself and put a saddle on his back. I'll be back when I can." Shaking his head, he strolled off into the crowd, a fat, rumpled man with a rolling walk who no one could suspect of being able to sneak. One of the squadmen cleared his throat hesitantly and stepped closer. "Is everything, This is what you planned, isn't it, my lord?" "Right to the plan, Verdun," Mat said, patting Pips. He was headfirst in a sack and the strings tied tight. He had promised Rand to see Elaine safe to Caemlyn, and he could not leave without her. And he could not go off and let Egwene stretch her neck on the chopping block either. It might be, light how it rankled, it might be that he was going to have to take Tom's advice. Try to keep those bloody women's bloody heads on their bloody shoulders by somehow helping them make this whole mad, impossible scheme actually work. While trying to keep his own neck in one piece, incidentally. And that left out keeping Avienda from Elaine's throat. Well, at the least, he could be around to get them away when it all fell apart. Small comfort that was. Everything is just bloody fine.
Elaine expected to find Avienda in the waiting room or maybe outside, but she hardly had to listen to discover why she was in neither place. There were 2 topics of conversation among the other Aes Sedai, and everyone was talking, lying abandoned on the tables. Mat occupied most tongues. Even the servants and novices bustling about the waiting room paused in running errands to exchange words about him. He was ta'veren. Was it safe to let a ta'veren remain in Salidar? Had he really been in the tower and simply allowed to go? Was it true he commanded the Dragon-sworn army? Was he to be arrested for the atrocities they had heard of? Was it true he came from the same village as the Dragon Reborn and the Amyrlin? There were rumors of 2 ta'veren connected to the Dragon Reborn. Who was the second, and where could he be found? Maybe Mat Cawthon knew. There seemed to be as many opinions as there were people to give them. There were 2 questions Elaine expected to hear and did not. What did Mat want in Salidar, and how had Rand known where to send him? Nobody asked them, but here an Aes Sedai suddenly shifted her shawl as if cold, or gave a start when she realized someone had spoken to her. There a serving woman stared at nothing in the middle of the floor before coming to herself with a shake, or a novice darted frightened glances at the sisters. Matt was not quite a cat set among the pigeons, but he came close. Just the fact that Rand knew where they were seemed enough to set a chill. Avienda occasioned less comment, but the sisters could not help talking about her, and not only to change the subject. It was not every day that a wilder simply appeared on her own 2 feet, such remarkable strength, and an Aiel besides. That last truly fascinated every sister ever trained in the tower, and few Aes Sedai had ever entered the Aiel waste. A single question sufficed to learn where she was being held. Not held in name, but Elaine knew how Aes Sedai could be when they wanted a woman to become a novice. "She will be in white by nightfall," a Karen said confidently. A slim brown, she nodded for emphasis with almost every word. The 2 sisters with her nodded just as surely. Tisking under her breath, Elaine hurried into the street. Ahead of her she could see Nynaeve practically trotting, and looking over her shoulder so often that she was running into people. Elaine thought about catching up. She would not mind having company, but she was not about to run in this heat, concentration or no, and that seemed the only way. Even so, she did lift her skirt slightly and hurried. Before she had gone 50 paces, she felt Birgitte coming closer and turned to see her running down the street. Arena was with her, but she stopped a little way off and folded her arms with a scowl. The woman was an impossible little wretch, and she certainly had not changed her opinions because Elaine really was Aes Sedai now. "I thought you should know," Birgitte said quietly. "I just heard that when we leave for Ebou Dar, Van Dien and Adelias are going too." "I see," Elaine murmured. It could be that the pair were going to join Merlilla for some reason, though there were already 3 Aes Sedai at Tyland's court, or maybe they had a mission of their own in Ebou Dar. She did not believe either. Arena had her mind set, and so did the Hall. Elaine and Nynaeve were to be accompanied by 2 real Aes Sedai as chaperones. She does understand she isn't going. Birgitte glanced the way Elaine was staring at Arena, then shrugged. She understands. She is not happy over it. Myself, I can hardly wait to be gone. Elaine hesitated only a moment. She had promised to keep secrets, which she did not like, but she had not promised to stop trying to convince the other woman there was no need and no point. "Birgitte, Egwene, no." "Why not?" Elaine had not had Birgitte for a warder long before she decided that when she bonded Rand, she would somehow make him promise to do as he was told, at least when it was important. Lately she had decided on another provision. He was going to have to answer her questions. Birgitte answered when she chose, evaded when she chose, and sometimes just put on a stubborn face, as she did now. "Tell me why not, and if it's a good reason I'll never ask again." At first Birgitte just glowered, but then she took Elaine's arm and very nearly hustled her to the mouth of an alley. No one passing by glanced at them twice, and Arena remained where she was, if darker of face than before. But Birgitte still looked around carefully and spoke in a whisper. "Always when the wheel spun me out, I was born, lived, and died without ever knowing I was bound to the wheel. I only knew that in between, in Teleran Riod. Sometimes I became known, even famous, but I was like everyone else, not somebody out of a legend. This time I was ripped out, not spun out. For the first time wearing flesh, I know who I am. For the first time other people can know too. Tom and Julian do. They say nothing, but I am sure. They don't look at me the way they do other people. If I said I was going to climb a glass mountain and kill a giant with my bare hands, they'd just ask if I needed any help on the way, and they would not expect me to." "I don't understand," Elaine said slowly, and Birgitte sighed and let her head hang. "I don't know that I can live up to that. In other lives I did what I had to, what seemed to be right, enough for Marion or Joanna. Now I'm Birgitte of the stories. Everyone who knows will expect. I feel like a feather dancer walking into a Tovan conclave." Elaine did not ask. When Birgitte mentioned things from past lives, the explanations were usually more confusing than ignorance. "That is nonsense," she said firmly, taking the other woman by the arms. "I know, and I certainly don't expect you to kill any giants. Egwene doesn't either, and she already knows." "As long as I don't admit it," Birgitte muttered. "It's as if she didn't. Don't boo. I know it is, but that changes nothing." "Then what about this? She is the Amyrlin, and you are a warder. She deserves your trust, Birgitte. She needs it." "Are you done with her yet?" Arena demanded from a pace away. "If you're going to go away and leave me, the least you can do is help me with my archery the way you said you would." "I will think on it," Birgitte told Elaine quietly. Turning to Arena, she caught the woman's braid at the base of her neck. "We will speak of archery," she said, pushing her up the street. "But first we will speak of manners." Shaking her head, Elaine suddenly remembered Aviendha and hurried on. The house was not far. It took her a moment to recognize Aviendha. Elaine was used to seeing her in Kadinsor, with her dark reddish hair cut short, not in skirt and blouse and shawl with hair below her shoulders, and held back from her face by a folded kerchief. At first glance, she did not appear to be in any difficulty. Sitting rather awkwardly in a chair, Aiel were unused to chairs, she seemed to be peacefully sipping tea with 5 sisters in a circle in the sitting room. Houses that sheltered Aes Sedai had such things, though Elaine and Nynaeve were still in their cramped little room. At second glance, Aviendha was casting hunted looks at the Aes Sedai over the rim of her teacup. There was no time for a third glance. On sight of Elaine, Aviendha jerked to her feet and dropped her cup to the clean-swept floor. Elaine had seen few Aiel except in the Stone of Tyr, but she did know they hid their emotions, and Aviendha did it very well. Only now, naked pain painted her face. "I'm sorry," Elaine told the room smoothly, "but I must take her away from you for a little while. Perhaps you can talk to her later." Several of the sisters hesitated on the brink of protest, though there should have been none. She was clearly the strongest in the room by far, except for Aviendha, and none of the Aes Sedai was a sitter or part of Shiriam's council. She was very happy that Mirella was not there, since she lived in this house. Elaine had made her choice of green and been accepted, only to discover that Mirella was the head of the Green Ajah in Salidar. Mirella, who had not even been Aes Sedai 15 years. From things that had been said, Elaine knew there were Greens in Salidar who had worn the shawl at least 50, though not a one showed a gray hair. Had Mirella been there, all Elaine's strength would have counted for nothing if the head of her Ajah wanted to retain Aviendha. As it was, only Shanna, a pop-eyed white who reminded Elaine of a fish, went as far as opening her mouth, and she closed it again, though rather sullenly, when Elaine arched an eyebrow at her. The 5 were more than a bit tight-lipped, but Elaine ignored the tension. "Thank you," she said with a smile she did not feel. Aviendha slung a dark bundle on her back, but hesitated until Elaine actually asked her to come. In the street, Elaine said, "I apologize for that. I'll see it does not happen again." She could manage that, she was sure. Or Egwene could, surely. "There are not many places to talk alone, I'm afraid. My room is rather hot this time of day. We could try to find some shade or have some tea if they haven't already filled you with it." "Your room." It was not exactly curt, but plainly Aviendha did not want to talk, not yet.